My walnut wife really hates me. Every time I ask her to let me kiss and hug her, she always shows a particularly disdainful expression. And after the cuddling is over, she coldly adds, "Is that okay, you little dog?" At first, I thought my walnut wife hated cuddling, until I saw her hiding aside plotting how to completely devour me. Only then did I realize that my walnut wife actually has a serious possessiveness over me. 3 days ago, I unexpectedly fainted on the Wawang Hill in Liyue. At that moment, Hu Tao, who was looking for clients, happened to pass by. When the sun comes out, I bask in the sun. When the moon comes out, I bask in the moon. Hu Tao hummed a song, bouncing along. With her movements, the long reddish-brown twin tails behind her and the pyro vision she wore swayed continuously. What is that thing over there? Hu Tao suddenly stopped in her tracks. A large, unidentified object was lying on the grass by the lakeside, with blue ghostly flames floating above it. Hu Tao's eyes lit up with joy, like a foraging little bird finally spotting its target, and she excitedly rushed over. As the head of the Afterlife Hall, Hu Tao naturally felt it was her duty to deal with matters related to ghosts and spirits. She specifically came to Wawang Slope in the middle of the night to investigate, and unexpectedly, she actually caught a client. As Hu Tao approached, she used the firelight to get a clear look at the mysterious figure. The young man appeared very young, with a delicate face, fair skin, and a countenance like a jade crown, seemingly even more handsome than Zhongli. Hu Tao secretly compared him, lamenting the loss of such a young and handsome man. She looked around but did not see the client's ghost. Hu Tao has lived in Liyue Harbor for many years, promoting the services of the Wanxing funeral parlor while wandering the streets, and she has faced many rejections. She knows almost everyone in Liyue Harbor. Although this boy looks like a Liyue person, she has never seen him before. Bringing back an advertisement for the Wanxing funeral parlor to look for relatives seems a bit inappropriate. Hu Tao was momentarily troubled, but soon she stopped worrying. Regardless of the deceased's background, status, or where they come from, whether they can afford the funeral expenses or not, they must be laid to rest peacefully and have a good journey. However, there is no time to go back and get a suitable coffin right now. Hu Tao pondered. I think this client is destined to be with the Wawang Slope, so let's just cremate them here. She took out a small shovel she carried with her and quickly dug a large pit. Hu Tao had tried multiple times to bury the zombie Chi-Chi, but because she dug too slowly, she was intercepted halfway. Now she had mastered the unique skill of quickly digging pits. It's simple. Really, digging pits is all about being skilled with your hands. Walnut moved the client into the pit, preparing to hold a simple cremation ceremony. She stood by the edge of the pit, gesturing with her hands, forming a seal of reincarnation in front of her chest, and solemnly murmured, "Life and death are fated, and destiny is unpredictable. Although I don't know where you came from or where you are going, being sent on this journey by me will lighten your soul a bit." As she spoke, a small white ghost, resembling a bubble, wrapped in blazing flames, rushed towards the client. Detected that the host is under attack, activating the Heavenly Principle cultivation system to automatically immunize against this attack. Host's defense increases by 100. The host is attacked by fire element attributes. Fire element control level breaks through, rising from level 0 to level 3. Oh dear, what's going on? The master actually failed to burn it successfully. Hu Tao summoned a little ghost. Then let's do it again. Host's defense increased by 100. Fire element control level raised to level 4. Bond function unlocked. Bond target Hu Tao. Current bond value 10 points. What host? Bond? What the hell? Hu Tao. Where is Hu Tao? Immediately after, I slowly sat up from the pile of stones. Hu Tao was dumbfounded. She had seen many grand scenes, but a client coming back from the dead was still unexpected. I heard that wormy voice, and my spirit couldn't help but lift. As soon as I turned my head, I met a pair of white mid-calf socks tied with red plum. Above that were straight, fair calves. Hu Tao stood there as if petrified, still holding a cluster of flickering butterfly flames in her hand. Wasn't this the Hu Tao I had been longing for? In an instant, Hu Tao and I exchanged glances, our big eyes staring at each other, each with different thoughts. After a while, I reflexively said, "Hi, wife." Hu Tao shot me a glance. "Who is your wife?" I was still in the lagging phase of just starting up, and I asked hesitantly, "Hu Tao, did you time travel?" Upon hearing this, Hu Tao crossed her arms and pondered what time travel was. I slapped my face, shook my head, and observed the scene I was in by the faint firelight. My body was placed in a dug pit, with a small mountain of dirt piled up above it, and on the other side were charred grass blades. Hu Tao also had a look on her face as if she were staring at a silly dog. This customer, if he's dead, then he's dead. Why hit himself? Hu Tao looked at the customer, who was slapping his own face one moment and laughing maniacally the next. It seemed that this customer was a bit mentally ill. "Aren't you dead?" Hu Tao asked. "What is your name?" "This customer?" I looked at Hu Tao's big blinking eyes and randomly replied, "My name is Huang Pai Dudu." What a peculiar name. Hu Tao seemed to ponder. Existence is reasonable. But Hu Tao's deduction was not wrong. This customer was indeed a foreigner. As for where he was specifically from, she no longer pursued the question. The continent of Teyvat is full of various adventurers, so it's not surprising to see strange things. Hu Tao, who dug this pit? Upon hearing this, Hu Tao slightly furrowed her brows. Oh no, how should she explain? Let's just tell the truth. Hu Tao placed her hands on her hips. To be honest, the one who dug the pit is me, the current head of the hall. Oh, the pit is well dug. So why am I in the pit? Hu Tao cleared her throat. This has to do with the business of the UUA Hall. I wonder if you're interested in learning more. Are we starting business expansion again? I nodded in agreement. I would be very happy to. The UUA Hall is located in Liyue Harbor and is in the funeral business. I am the current head of the hall. The master came out at midnight to find a client, but unexpectedly ran into you. This pit was dug to send you on your way. Hu Tao excitedly spoke. But it happened suddenly, and you didn't get to experience the full service of the Wangxing funeral parlor. Hu Tao spread her hands. By the way, how did you end up here? I babbled. This place is very strange. I got lost as soon as I arrived, and I can't find my way out no matter which way I go. Could it be that I've encountered a ghost wall? Hu Tao suddenly realized. Hu Tao continued to promote. I guarantee that next time, you'll be able to set off in style. If you have friends, during the discount period, you can enjoy the second cup at half price. Isn't that tempting? Speaking of business, Hu Tao patted her flat chest and spoke endlessly. I am honored to be sent by the master. After I finished listening, I flattered her. I knew you were a person with good taste. Hu Tao proudly put her hands on her hips. I looked at Hu Tao's bright smile. She was always imaginative and could always justify herself. Being with her would infect you, and you'd feel happy too. Actually, I wanted to cremate you, but it didn't work out. You're not hurt, are you? Hu Tao seemed to remember something and asked cautiously. As soon as I heard that, I got excited. Oh, I knew it. I felt a bit of pain. Ah, don't scare me. Where does it hurt? Here, and here. My whole body hurts. I pointed randomly. My acting skills off the charts. Walnut hurriedly stepped forward to take a look. She was very confident in the lethality of the calming spell. Is it that serious? I'll take you to buy some burn ointment. As Hu Tao leaned closer, I smelled the faint fragrance of the red plum blossom in her hairpin. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and flawless. In Meiton's eyes, waves of light flowed, and the starlight flickered, as if warm and fragrant jade was in her embrace. I couldn't help but curl the corners of my mouth, wanting to reach out and pull Walnut into my arms for a good hug. But I didn't want to use too much strength at once and leave a bad impression on Walnut. I won't go to the fortune-telling hut. I want to go to the afterlife hall. Are you sure? Hu Tao thought she heard wrong. The client must have burned out their brain. But Hu Tao wouldn't miss the opportunity to expand her business. What are your specialties? Hu Tao suddenly asked. She calculated the costs. If the client didn't have an issue, she would be at a loss. So she had to uncover the remaining value in advance. Without thinking, I replied, in my hometown, I hold multiple identities and titles at the same time. I am a Zhuan folklorist, keyboard political scientist, keyboard economist, advertising review expert, the strongest king in the canyon, an esports piano master, an honorary member of P Station, and the main moderator of the original Demon Inner Ghost Bar. I said it all in one breath, without changing my expression or missing a heartbeat. It sounds pretty impressive. Hu Tao didn't understand, but she was greatly shocked, so she verbally issued an invitation. Come find me at the Afterlife Hall when you have time. After saying this, Hu Tao proudly stood up and was about to leave. I saw Hu Tao was leaving and quickly shouted, wait a minute, you burned my pants. Hu Tao looked confused. Of course, burning someone else's pants does require compensation, but in this desolate place, where would she find pants? After a moment, Hu Tao had a sudden idea. You wait, I'll go find you some clothes. Before her words fell, Hu Tao disappeared like a butterfly. I facepalmed. My wife is too naive. It's not that I really want you to go find clothes, and this strange Wulong slope is precisely a good time for murder and arson. Walnut left, and Yi Wu Xian rambled on. In a moment of boredom, I began to think about my Tibet life. When he was still in Blue Star, Yi Wu Xian was a popular granny pig in the game area of Beep Station. Because of the combination of handsome looks, sandy style, never delayed shift and other excellent qualities, harvested a large wave of fans. Yi Wuxin's original God Raiders and spin-off videos, which at one point reached 10 million views, became the town treasure of the Beep Station. He loved the game, even though Mikuku sometimes didn't do his job, but every character in the game brought him a lot of healing and warmth, even though they were separated by a dimensional wall. Yi Wu Xian treated them as good friends, moved to tears by their stories, and wanted to fulfill their wishes. Yi Wuxin didn't know what power made him cross over to Tibet, but it seems that something is changing under the Wheel of Fortune. All of their wishes have the possibility of being realized. Thinking about it, He was looking forward to the future. Wait, crossing over, how could I forget about that? Yi Wuxian recalled the words he had heard while he was half asleep. What with hosts and levels and such, having read countless internet literature, he knew that the essential thing for a traveler to travel at home and pretend to fight in the face was the system. As the chosen one himself, could he not awaken a system? Hey, my system, are you there? Yi Wuxian tried to call out inwardly. I am. A clear, cold voice came. The system is actually a female voice? This is too much of a facade, isn't it? Yi Wuxian asked very politely. System, please introduce your function. This system is called Divine Principle Nurturing System. Currently unlocked functions, immunity to the gods, elemental ingestion, and entanglement of bonds. The rest of the functions are unlocked and need to be explored by the host themselves, or automatically activated when the unlocking conditions are met. Yi Wuxian's pig brain was overloaded, and he was already dizzy from listening. Expand on that? God's immunity, i.e., the host is immune to the attacks of the Eye of God holders of the Tibet continent, and can enhance their own attributes. Elemental ingestion, i.e., when the host is attacked by an element, it will increase the mastery of the corresponding element. Entanglement of custody, i.e., the host's relationship with a character from the continent of Tibet, and the value of the custody can be used for lucky draws. After listening to the system's introduction, Yi Wuxian couldn't hold down his excited heart and trembling hands. Isn't the Eye of God holder the husband and wife of the original batch? About this thing where I'm reborn in Tibet and get stronger by being beaten by my wife? That sounds like an unbeatable system to me. System jam, help me adjust my panel. Subsequently, the system panel appeared in Yi Wuxian's mind like a slowly unfolding scroll, and he immediately examined it carefully. Host, Yi Wuxian, level, LV1, not yet out of the gate. Attack power, 100, initial value. Life value, 100, initial value. Defense, 300, kinda skinny. Elemental mastery, fire element LV4, a rookie dog. Existing item, empty. Existing bonded object, walnut. Comprehensive evaluation, ya little slime. Yi Wuxian was also too lazy to care about any attributes. Weren't all protagonists invincible anyway? He caught the point at once. How much of a bond do I have with walnut? Current bond level LV1. Bond value 50. How do I increase my bond level? The system voice was cool. No comment on the rules. The host needs to explore on his own. So high and mighty. Yi Wuxian secretly spat, but it also sparked his interest in solving puzzles and exploring. At this moment, all is silent, and the year-round ghost fire of the delusional slope floats around. Yi Wuxian leaned against the wall of the pit that Walnut had dug out, thinking about the story of this world. Why is the name of the system called Tenrikyo Nurture? In his previous life, Yi Wuxian was a major in kitchen power and a minor in protology, so he was quite familiar with the background setting. Empty and fluorescent, a pair of traveler siblings, were witnessing the overthrow of Kanria when they were intercepted by the sudden arrival of the Tenrikyo Vizier. The divine principle sustainer is slender and white-haired. She possessed the power to manipulate space and absolutely crushed it, instantly crushing the air flux siblings, empty and fluorescent, one of whom was captured by the celestial vizier and fell into the abyss. Another person loses his memory and meets emergency food Paimon, starting a journey to find his loved ones in Tibet. What is the relationship between the divine principle sustainer and the divine principle? Yi Wuxian didn't know and didn't want to probe at the moment. He was excited about his discovery. It is known that Tenri is potentially above the Tenri Viziers, the supreme war power of the world of Tibet, and one gets the Tenrikyo nurture system. From this it is possible to speculate boldly and to be careful in seeking proof. Come to a conclusion that seems irrational, but is not faulty. Murphy? Me? That's Tenli? With this discovery, Yi Wuxian suddenly drifted. I never thought I'd have a day where I'd be a crab and walk sideways. Yi Wuxian was resting in the pit thinking about the future. Without realizing it, a pitch-black shadow drifted silently towards him from behind. Chapter 4 Awakening. Fire Elemental Power. Yeah, little slime is still a vegetable dog at this point, not yet possessing perceptions beyond the ordinary. He did not perceive the danger coming. He was still imagining the happy life of a flunky in the hall of the past, until a stray blister came down in a pocket. The fire elemental power in Yi Wuxian's body automatically condensed into a hemispherical flame layer above his head, like a reliable shield. It fended him off from this sudden attack. The spherical blisters cringed and lost their original form just as soon as they encountered the flame barrier. Like raindrops rolling down the surface of an umbrella, it quickly spread out in all directions, vaporized by evaporation at high temperatures. While all this was a different situation in Yi Wuxian's perception, all he felt was a bright flash of light above his head first, and a muffled clap of thunder came. Then it seemed as if we had suddenly entered the Qingming season, with a light, drizzling rain. His hair, face, and clothes were all stained by the rain, which was as thin as a cow's hair, and became wet. It's a real pants leak. Yi Wuxian felt unlucky. Just now he was still immersed in the joy of I am the divine principle. In the twinkling of an eye, he was drenched in rainwater. Hell, it's thundering and raining in the middle of the night. What the hell kind of weather is that? At this time, the system's clear and cold voice sounded again. The host is attacked by the water elemental attribute. The water elemental mastery level breaks through, upgrading from LV0 to LV1. What? An attack? Someone's doing a sneak attack? Yi Wuxian didn't have the joy of being blessed with a 0 breakthrough in the water element. As soon as he heard about the sneak attack, he was instantly enraged and evil. He's a self-proclaimed honest and straightforward man. I hate sneak attacks the most in my life, especially those summoners who can't fight head-on and specialize in crouching grass ambushes. It's just that he doesn't remember, and he's always face poking into the bushes. It has also suffered many losses for this reason, and has written countless war-ones in the history of the canyon. Even though he can kill it all back, it's still annoying. Tivit also has a sneaky dog. What an abomination. Yi Wuxian couldn't care less about his pants at the moment. He drew himself up out of the pit and turned to look up for his sneak attacker. The movement is smooth and fluid. Through the blue ghostly fire, he vaguely saw a dark shadow skimming low and blending into the pitch-black ground. It seems to have disappeared. You can't beat me and you want to run? Cub Seed, you have the guts to go head-to-head. Yi Wuxian didn't get a good look at the black shadow. Despite the bottom of his mouth, he did not dare to blindly go up to catch up. He had a clear head despite his momentary agitation. The opponent does not necessarily possess the Eye of God. He may not be immune to attacks from his opponent, and the system still rates him as a slime. This is approximately equal to the bottom of the combat chain on the continent of Tivit. Being careful is not a good idea, and pretending to be a bully should be done in a gradual manner and in accordance with a basic law. And Walnut cautioned him countless times in the game. You can run around all you want during the day, but be careful at night. Make sure you move cautiously when I'm not around. He kept it in mind. He thought of the system panel where his fire elemental mastery level was LV4. Maybe it's just the right time to take this opportunity to practice. He had just arrived in this world not long ago and hadn't learned any secret books on elemental skills, spells, or anything like that. Nowadays there are skill levels, but how does one go about learning to control the fire element? When he had just been sneak attacked, Yi Wuxian did not perceive it, but he was not physically harmed. It's just a slight drenching that causes the SAN to drop wildly. On the contrary, he also took this opportunity to break through from LV0 to LV1 in water elemental mastery. This was enough to show that the fire elemental power in one's body had taken effect. Before Yi Wuxian could clear his head, he saw a huge black shadow in the distance coming straight at him. The black shadow was several times larger than what he had seen before. The other side is not running away, but is waiting for an opportunity to make a comeback by falsely confusing the enemy. The power entrapped in the enemy was also much stronger than the party. If anything, the way the attack was carried out just now was silent, springing into action, killing the enemy without being seen. This time it's head-on hardcore. The mountain winds carried the rain with them, and they came with such force that even the surrounding earth trembled slightly. Yi Wuxian begged for the hammer. Physically and mentally, I felt the invisible pressure. Seeing that the black shadow was getting closer and closer, it would be here in an instant. The power of the fire element, once again, spontaneously condensed, forming a large flame barrier. It blocked a few meters in front of Yi Wuxian. Through this light, Yi Wuxian finally saw the black shadow's appearance. It seemed to be a giant boar condensed from the water element. A phantom boar that looks like a pure water sprite from the game. Only, the boar of a pure water elf was condensed from pure water, and its entire body was aquamarine blue. This boar, however, was black and several times the size of the previous one. At first glance it seemed like a dark, tumbling hill of silt. Luckily, I took a beating from Walnut's wife before, ingested the fire element, and learned the flame barrier without a teacher. Otherwise, wouldn't you be killed on the spot? Yi Wuxian secretly sighed. Before he could finish this thought, sewage, the boar then broke through the flame barrier with a mountainous pressure. The flame barrier was punched through a huge hole, and then it dissipated, as if it were a smudge of ash that would go out. The remaining afterglow was like the loving gaze of an old father on his deathbed. A message was conveyed to Yi Wuxian. Pop, I'll do my best. I can only help you so far. Oops. Yi Wuxian felt like a dying patient at the moment. Thrown out on the gale force winds of the sea, he couldn't even stand up. A violent storm was rising in the sea, and it looked as if it would beat him to death on the beach. At a time of life and death, the slightest mistake is another story. In a flash of lightning, Yi Wuxian was so blessed that his danger was so great that he shouted, "Fire!" As if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time, the elemental power of fire instantly burst out within him. The flames of light were brilliant, illuminating the delusionless slope as bright as day for a moment. Walnut is now heading back with his pants. Then I saw this unseeable light. It was as if a sunrise had suddenly risen on the delusional slope, dispelling the darkness and gloom. It was a strange sight never seen before. Walnut drew in a cold breath and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. This seems to be the bearing where yellow-skinned dookie can be located? Walnut's heart was in shock, and he was on his feet. Actions were a step ahead of the mind, and with legs drawn, he sprinted in that direction. It was so hard for her to meet someone who was still interesting. I don't want anything to happen to him before I have more fun with him. Take a step back. If anything happens to him, he becomes a real client. Walnut still had to rush back and collect his body. Chapter 5, A Small Test of the Pig Slaughtering Knife. Yi Wuxin had never encountered such a critical situation when he was in the Blue Star. When you die in the game, you can be resurrected an unlimited number of times, but it's different here. If you don't pay attention, you're on a leash. Even though he is a self-proclaimed protagonist, he feels the crisis of death. He watched as the fat body of the sewage elf boar was about to devour him. At the moment of life and death, he realized the mystery of controlling the elements. Yi Wuxin after mobilizing the fire elemental power in his body. It was only then that I realized that the power of the elements was so mysterious and unpredictable. Dots of streaming fire elements lingered around his body, constantly quenching his body and physique. The power warmed and comforted him. The mysterious fire elemental power was like a door of evolution at the moment. When Yi Wuxin stepped through the threshold, his body was remodeled in all directions. After being tempered by the fire element, Yi Wuxin felt unprecedented relief. His senses were sharper, and his speed and strength had increased dramatically, as if it had the eyes of an eagle in the midst of the night. The original galloping sewage boar. In his eyes, it became left foot, right foot of slow motion. It's like Faker at his peak, always able to anticipate his opponent's maneuvers in advance. Walnut came flying in. She was worried about her client's life and death safety. However, what happened in front of her stunned her on the spot. It's the same guy, yet everything seems different. The darkness of the night was torn open. Under the night, a pair of reddish-golden pupils slowly opened. The ghostly flames that were originally floating around seemed to sense the awakening of a powerful force and fled in all directions. It was as if the fire element could sense each other with Yi Wuxin's intention. With his mind, a set of crimson battle armor was refined on his body. The yellow-skinned Duduko is now clad in battle armor, which has been replaced by a red-skinned one. The forest is dark and the grass is windy, and the light of the armor opens to the sun. Yi Wuxin mobilized the power of the fire element and condensed in front of him to form a huge flaming sword that burned with vigor. Seeking awakening in desperate situations and nurturing opportunities in crises is the will of fire. Yi Wuxin is no longer the same person as before. Long time in the virtual sand, lack of real-world experience, distress in the wind of the green teenager up. He snorted contemptuously, making a sneak attack. Ha! Today I'll let you know what it means to be the end of a pig. The sewage elf boar didn't take the weak human in front of him seriously. An ordinary human without the eye of God. Not nearly as sensitive as the little squirrels hopping all over the place. Crushing him was as effortless as crushing an ant. After the blister was intercepted, it sensed the presence of the power of the fire element in the human in front of it, but it is not afraid. But because of this provocation, inspired a strong sense of victory. It changed into a phantom state and killed the battlefield with fire. Afraid that if he slowed down a bit, the tiny human would panic and run away. But it clearly miscalculated. When it saw the flaming greatsword that had suddenly appeared, he was so intimidated that he was tempted to run away from the battle. However, because the body is so strong and weighty, combined with the violent running speed, it was difficult to resist the force of inertia. The huge pig body couldn't brake fast enough and rammed straight into the flaming sword. Walnut looked at the great sword that was intertwined with light and flame. That light shone above her face and body. Walnut's plum pupils twinkled in disbelief. This person didn't have the god's eye, so why did he possess such a powerful mastery of the fire element? Hiss dash! As the sewage elf boar crashed into the flaming greatsword, the powerful heat flow will pig body from the center straight split. Water splashing, instantly reached the boiling point of evaporation. The situation was like splitting a turbulent waterfall into two with a red-hot greatsword. Water vapor rises up into the air, clouds of steam and glistening water. Yi Wuxin's red-colored battle armor was covered in golden light. Walnut stood a short distance away gazing at him in silence. She felt as if there was a kind of magic in the other person that made it impossible to move her eyes. He was obviously just a human, but he had a divine light about him. The host is attacked by the water element, and his control of the water element is raised to LV3. The system's voice sounded in Yi Wuxin's mind. He stretched out his hand, and the vapor that scattered in all directions, as if it had an autonomous consciousness, lingered around him in a posture of absolute submission. A dark black spirit bead surfaced in his palm, extremely similar to the heart of pure water, except the color is different and the composition is unknown. The thing was dark and unkempt, and didn't seem like it would do much good, but Yi Wuxin still put it away. After all, it was his first trophy. It might come in handy afterward. The sewage wizard board dissipated and soon blended into the earth. It never understood. How is it that this mediocre human teenager is able to possess the power to control both fire and water at the same time? Who the hell is he? Walnut didn't understand either. She had also never seen a human who could control two elemental powers at the same time. No, even the immortals of Rizuki didn't have that ability. Murphy? A bold idea grew in her mind. This person looks so young, but the strength is horrible like this. Should not be. Hey, forget it, let him be. There is no need to pursue some things, and people may not talk about them if they ask. Or like John Lee, who netted some highfalutin words. Walnut raised the clothes in his hand and shouted towards Yi Wuxin. Looks like you won't be able to use it. Yi Wuxin came back from the joy of doubling his strength. Who says I can't use it? He collected his elemental power and his red battle armor disappeared. Yi Wuxin quickly walked towards Walnut, and when he saw the clothes in her hand, he was shocked. Are these the pants you were looking for? Walnut arched her eyebrows and smiled extremely happily. Yeah, you don't know. I've been looking for these chuchas for a long time in the middle of the night. Yi Wuxin looked at Walnut's hands. Those chocho people tied in the waist fart curtains, crying and laughing. Walnut raised an eyebrow. Here, I even brought you a mask, so it doesn't matter what you wear as long as you keep your face out of the way. Walnut is deeply committed to the essence of cover-up. Yi Wuxin didn't even find a reason to retort for a moment. Come on, let's go find a place to rest so you can change your pants. Yi Wuxin nodded. He really didn't want to continue to stay in this weird delusional slope. Walnut and Yi Wuxin were walking side by side and neither of them noticed. Behind them, in that lake, near the depths of the water, there was a shadow cowering, and a faint, inaudible sigh came from it. Chapter 6 Confessing to Walnut. Walnut and Yi Wuxin walked on the forest path, originally thinking that they would soon be able to walk out of the delusionless slope. But what Walnut never expected was, Yi Wuxin is a pig of a teammate. He kept going off the set course, as if he were a wild horse out of control. He seemed to be curious and new to the world. Yeah, Columbus, heartless, the eyes that find beauty and keep discovering new continents. Whenever you see a new wild crop, he then did a double take and busily darted over to collect it. Yi Wuxin, who had an attack of obsessive-compulsive disorder, hoed the earth very vigorously and happily. It was a million times more puzzling for Walnut to follow him around, hearing him cheer from time to time as if he had found a treasure. Is there treasure all over Tivit? Walnut was in a million pieces. So sweet flowers all smell so sweet. You smell it. Yi Wuxin held a handful of sweet flowers up to Walnut's eyes. Walnut gave him a sidelong glance. Nonsense. Sweet flowers are not sweet. Why not call them bitter flowers? Walnut, come here. I'll show you something great. Yi Wuxin didn't hear the derision in Walnut's words. He came up to Walnut mysteriously again. One of his hands was behind his body with a staged look on his face. Walnut clasped his arms in disbelief. What's the good stuff? Clank, clank, clank. Yi Wuxin spread his hands out. A handful of tender yellow raspberry berries with fresh dew. Try it. It's sweet and sour. It's delicious. Walnut stared incredulously. Is this the first time you've had raspberries? Before the words fell out of his mouth, Yi Wuxin had already shoved the raspberry to Walnut. He doubled back to the corner of the road, and the sound of amazement came again. Walnut, can Jedi Cloud pepper be eaten raw? Walnut, you can try. This mint flavor is so strong. Walnut, yes, 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 yes. There are actually pine mushrooms and pine cones under this tree. Walnut, that's a pine tree. Can you be normal? Hey. Yi Wuxin was like a diligent little squirrel, constantly seeking and picking fruits. Everywhere it goes, not an inch of grass grows. Walnut watched him run around and finally couldn't resist urging. Come on, let's go. We won't be able to walk down the mountain until tomorrow with you like this. Yi Wuxin sniffed, finally holding a large pile of trophies, ran back to the walnut side. His arms were full of sweet flowers, wild mushrooms, mint, sunset fruits, carrots, white radishes, Jedi cloud peppers and matsutake mushrooms. The continent of Tibet has all the specialties. Walnut threw him a large piece of cloth, crying and laughing. Are you trying to empty Tibet? Food in your hands, no panic in your heart. Yi Wuxin neatly yards the loot on the cloth blocks, tying up a large package. Satisfied, he slung his bag on his back, secretly calling out to the system as he walked. System sauce, when can you give me a space? The system snorted coldly, indicating that it didn't care about him. Yi Wuxin continued to pull the wool over his eyes. It's okay to give a backpack. I don't mind if you're too shabby. The system chilled. Pick less next time. Tivit can't starve you yet. Before the system's words fell, Yi Wuxin nimbly killed another charging boar. A number of pieces of pleasant beast meat. The system rolled its eyes. Incorrigible. Walnut shook his head back and forth. Take it to Liu to set up a stall. Keep your fortune is not a dream. Yi Wuxin still wanted to continue to tangle with the system. but the system seemed to have dragged him into the blacklist, summoning him for half a day. Nowhere to be found. He just had to stop. When the two of them finally stepped out of the delusionless slope, the moon had climbed to the west, and the clear light poured over them, gilding them with a pale glow. Yi Wuxin raised his head to look at the bright moon and looked down at the walnut. For a moment the mind moved slightly. He twisted his head, his voice taking on an unconscious favor. A soft call. Walnut? Walnut looked at him uncertainly. Yi Wuxin saw the clear moonlight from Walnut's plum blossom pupils. He said softly, "The moon is beautiful tonight." "Indeed then. Perfect for." Yi Wuxin sniffed and subconsciously tried to go and gag Walnut. He's really scared. And Walnut says, "Good for Badger." Such scary words. "Perfect for camping then." Walnut's voice was like a silver bell, falling leisurely into Yi Wuxin's ears. "So how about we?" Before Yi Wuxin could finish speaking, Walnut dragged him by the sleeve. "This hall master knows a good place to camp. Come with me quickly." "Phew. Hey, run a little slower." The shadows of the young man and the young woman were stretched by the moonlight, sometimes separated, sometimes intertwined. Soon, Walnut led Yi Wuxin and found a Choo-Choo People campsite by the stream. It was the same place that had been ransacked by Walnut earlier. Walnut hemmed and hawed and stated, "It's none of my business. The chowderman started it. This Chukchan's camp is small, but has all kinds of amenities." A wooden defense fence surrounded the perimeter of the camp. In the center there was a complete domed house with a wooden floor covered in plush blankets, just the place to rest. Scattered throughout the camp are Chucho lighting torches, campfires, cooking pots and pans, pottery, and more. There's also a big soaking tub on one side of the slime. Barrels and boxes were placed in one corner of the camp. After Yi Wuxin checked it out, he realized that it was full of food stored by the cookus: poultry, sunset fruits, tomatoes, apples, wheat. There is a large variety and they are all still fresh. He pocketed the ingredients as usual. Walnut lit all the campfires and torches in the campground, so the camp had the look of a home and became very cozy. "Walnut, let's play house." Yi Wuxin's mind jumped around. Playful. Playing house? This hallmaster does not play such a childish game, Lu. "Then you play what?" Walnut mouths off. Yi Wuxin blurted out, "I'll play the father. You be the daughter." Walnut's head shook into a rattle. Want to take advantage of this hallmaster? No way. Yi Wuxin continued the routine. "Then I'll be the father and you'll be the mother?" Walnut is off the beaten path. "It's only fun when the roles are switched. I'll be the dad and you'll be the mom." She summoned her little ghost and gave it a part in the play as well. "You be a good boy-o." The little ghost grinned and nodded in a droll and adorable way. Yi Wuxin was very uptight, and he clamped down on his voice. "My son's father, have you got your moolah for this month? We're running out of money." Chapter 7, Playing House with Walnut. Walnut got goosebumps when she heard the pretentious clip-clop sound. Too low an IQ is contagious, so you quickly stay away from this hall master. Yi Wuxin was in the middle of his act. Where would he stop? Child's father, Abba? Is there something terribly wrong with you for doing this? You, phase eunuch. You call people sick. Calling, people have mood swings, they can't breathe. Yi Wuxin was so possessed by Madame Gangmaster that he was close to turning his back, though Walnut got another layer of goosebumps. Still, she covered her stomach and burst into tears of laughter, thinking that the man in front of her was just too funny. In fact, Walnut had a very lonely childhood and never had anyone to play similar games with. Because the Hall of the Past Life was in charge of the funeral business, many people in Liu were very jealous of the Hall of the Past Life and the Hu family. If there was nothing else to do on a normal day, he would never set foot in the Hall of the Living God, let alone bring a child along. Walnut has very little access to small children. There are even a lot of people who, whenever they see Walnut, pull their kids around and avoid it from a distance. Other parents, when teaching their own children, intimidate. "If you don't behave, I'm going to call the people from the Hall of the Living World and have them take you away, bury you in the ground." Plus, Walnut could memorize poetry upside down at age 3 and learn to skip school at age 6. The family searched heartily in and out of the schoolhouse, and finally realized that Walnut had fallen asleep in the coffin. Because of this incident, her reputation with the school teacher became very bad, and her eccentricities were known far and wide. Parents, fearing that their children would be led astray, were more likely to keep their own children away from Walnut. Every time Walnut makes a pass at another child, it only scares the kids away. Occasionally, a little kid who is a little more daring wants to play with Walnut. If parents find out, they will take them home and beat them up. Over time, no more children dared to play with, or wanted to play with, Walnut. Walnut also grew to stop expecting things from others, because after the anticipation, you will only get endless disappointment. She has developed a personality that makes fun of herself and enjoys herself no matter the time, place or situation. After all, isolation is also a form of invisible bullying. For people like Walnut who have actually experienced loneliness, if you can't learn to stay optimistic and reconcile with yourself, living is an endless torture. Luckily, Walnut was strong and optimistic, and she grew up safely. So, when someone offered to play house with her today, Walnut immediately agreed. Despite her dislike on her lips, she's been alone for so long that she doesn't even know what friendship feels like. She also wonders if the children's favorite game of Playhouse. What does it feel like? Walnut said with fake fierceness as she wiped tears of laughter from her eyes. You speak normally for this hall master. Can we still play happily together? Well, you don't be so mean now. Yi Wuxin was very happy to see Walnut smiling so happily. But still, they don't forget to soar and put on an aggrieved face. Walnut heard his voice return to normal, and for a moment, he was also elegant and spiked his acting skills. With one hand on her hips, she's finding out what it's like to be a dad. Putting on the crumbly air of the head of the family, he commanded in quick succession, Son of A, I'm going to go out to play the field. You stay home to cook and bring up the baby. If the baby cries, remember to breastfeed it in time. She handed the choo-choo man but curtain to Yi Wuxin and pointed to several parts of the camp. Here and there. Wash these pots and pans. And here's your apron so you don't get dirty. But I don't know how to tie an apron, and I need my child's father to help. Yi Wuxin did not reach out to pick up the fart curtain and continued to tease Walnut. Well, what a way to take you. Walnut, in the spirit of the hallmaster's habit of dedication, plays over the house with great dedication. In her mind, it was normal to spoil her wife, so she walked over to Yi Wuxin and spread out the fabric. She held one end in each hand and gestured around Yi Wuxin's waist. Walnut's two slender arms, respectively, bent over smoothly from both sides of Yi Wuxin's waist, around his back, ready to tie the apron in a bow. Yi Wuxin's waist was lean and mean though, but Walnut was a hair shorter than him. Her arms wrapped around and reached over not long enough to wrap around. Tying a bow blindly out of sight is another delicate technical task, so in order to tie this apron, the two bodies inevitably pressed together. The situation was rather like Walnut holding Yi Wuxin in his arms. Yi Wuxin blushed in a flash and his entire ear was burning. He felt his heart beating so fast he couldn't stop. When he was at Blue Star, he was an unabashed sociopath in reality, even though he acted like a social NB disorder online. As much as you can without getting into contact with people, you don't. This resulted in him wasting a good-looking picture for nothing and not even getting a girlfriend. If he hadn't spent so much time with Walnut on the internet, he would have studied him across the dimensional wall. He wouldn't have thought of Walnut as his own family as soon as he crossed over, being so self-conscious and original with her. At this moment when he was hugged by Walnut, Yi Wuxin's pure-hearted schoolboy nature immediately appeared. Oh my god, what to do? Walnut really hugged me aowa. Hey, where is Walnut's slime? Why can't I feel it? It was rare for Yi Wuxin to stick it to Walnut, and while he blushed, he was secretly puzzled. Walnut's face was buried sideways in Yi Wuxin's chest, fumbling with the bow while flirting. Son of A, shouldn't you eat less and lose weight? This waist is so thin that I can barely hold it. I have the waistline to prove it. You can't be embarrassed to be black. I'll show you, Yi Wuxin said, making a gesture to lift the clothes around his waist. Don't. I know. If you say you have it, you have it. Walnut was afraid that Yi Wuxin would lift his clothes in panic and pressed his hand. Old couple, don't be so shy. Yi Wuxin smiled badly, getting into the act. Who's an old married couple with you? Walnut expressed his dissatisfaction. Yi Wuxin gave a nudge in the direction of Little Ghost. No, not an old married couple. How did little Yubao get here? Walnut lowered his voice. Picked it up in the trash, I guess. Hey, your dad said you were picked up from the trash. Yi Wuxin held the walnut with one hand and deliberately shouted at the little ghost, shouting so loud that I'm afraid it won't hear me with its ears back. The little ghost floated to the side, forced to eat the two dog food. The baby's stomach was braced and her heart was bitter, so where else could she stand this aggravation? Its mouth turned up, its eyes drooped, and it immediately squeezed out a big sob face. Chapter 8, Pain and Pleasure. Walnut's bow on this side hadn't even been tied yet, and the little ghost on the other side collapsed into a batch face. For a moment, she just felt good and funny. It's really hard to be the head of a family. You have to cozy up to your wife and your baby at the same time. Walnut twisted her small head, her brows furrowed as she faked anger at Yi Wuxin. Why are you teasing him? It's still just a kid. Yi Wuxin lowered his eyes and saw Walnut's crescent-like eyebrows. Below her eyebrows, her long lashes fluttered slightly. Her angry expression, cute as a button, flattering. Yi Wuxin knew that Walnut had always been spooky, cute, and quirky. She is the undisputed #1 fire sea in Tibet and is strong. Wherever they go, the enemy is terrified. But Yi Wuxin has never seen her still have such flirty side. He had a moment's lapse of concentration, then forcibly shook off all his righteousness and said with a sense of justice, I've been wronged. Don't you know? Humans are repeaters by nature. The little ghost saw that instead of ignoring it, these two people continued to be reckless, throwing hot dog food through the air. What? Dog food? It's been eating for a long time. Can't eat anymore. It is interested in this random size. The throwing of dog food is strongly condemned. Saving is honorable. Wasting is shameful. It, the little ghost, is going to do God's work today. It floated behind Yi Wuxin, ready to coldly scare him. Humph, dare to bully this ghost baby. Hey, let's see if this baby scares you to death. The little ghost transformed into a giant ghostly face, revealing sharp fangs. It floated to Yi Wuxin's shoulder with an open-mouthed look. It kept building up its resentment, its little face all puffed up, ready to wait for an opportunity. Scared Yi Wuxin, Walnut managed to finish his bow tie and just looked up. It was straight into the face of a small ghost with a bloody mouth and a fierce spirit. Po-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha dash. She saw the comical face of the little apparition of that smug look. It really didn't hold back. This guy, he's a real king of the whole thing. Instead of being frightened, Walnut was amused. Ha ha ha. I can't. Ha 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 ha. The little ghost was very puzzled. What's going on here? Am I not scary? Are you polite? The more Walnut laughed, the more he tried to hold it in, and the more amused he became. For a moment, the joy was a blossoming, flamboyant one. Her arms unconsciously tightened upward. When Yi Wuxin heard this magical laughter of Walnut, he was also infected by this happy mood and couldn't help but laugh. He was perplexed and wanted to open his mouth to ask the reason. Walnut's hand then unintentionally, precisely, hit an itchy piece of flesh between Yi Wuxin's ribs. Ignite the heart of attraction. Walnut, how do you? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, put, ouch. Walnut, you don't move. Po ha 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 ha. Yi Wuxin snorted at once, like a ball that keeps leaking air. Both of his arms instinctively exerted force and clamped down on Walnut's restless little hands, to prevent her from moving around again and touching something she shouldn't. Walnut was having a good time when he was suddenly clamped down on his hands. Unsure, she squirmed and tried to struggle. Hey, what are you doing? Get off me. The more she struggled, the more Yi Wuxin felt itchy. It tickles so much, ha 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 ha. Mama, Walnut, you, don't move, ha. Burp, ha, ha, ha ha. Yi Wuxin laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, and both of her eyes were tearful. The more Walnut twisted, the tighter Yi Wuxin clamped down. The two men pulled at each other as if they were vegetable chickens, over and over again. Yi Wuxin finally laughed so hard that he lost his stamina and collapsed backward along with Walnut. The sensation of a steep weightlessness caused Walnut to panic. Caught off guard, Walnut instinctively and violently tightened his two small hands and pinched Yi Wuxin's two ribs. Ouch! Yi Wuxin instantly suffered pain, and with a thought, he backhanded and hugged Walnut tightly. It doesn't matter if you fall, but you can't let Walnut get hurt. As he thought this, he landed with a thud on the back of his head and, like a wooden pole, it fell straight to the ground. Rub, it hurts. Yi Wuxin's head buzzed, a dizziness, eyes full of stars. His gaze was lax and his eyes were lifeless as he held up the corpse. Bang! With the sound of two men falling to the ground. Blitz! A heartfelt blow. The little ghost's eyes flamed. Can't keep it open. It felt like something, with that sound, shattered all over the place. Is it the modesty of these two? Or its broken little heart? The only little ghost that was left alone was at the moment like a 100,000 volt incandescent lamp. The light is blinding. It looked at the two people who were rolling together. Inseparable. It was both urgent and hopeless. Almost spit out 3 liters of blood and died violently in place. But where does it spit blood from? It's a ghost. Ha! Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Walnut was lying on Yi Wuxin's chest, her two hands still clamped between her opponent's ribs. Her body was wrapped tightly around the teenager's two arms, unable to move halfway. The sound of the teenager's strong, powerful heartbeat came through his chest. The self-contained stethoscopic effect, amplified several times, reached Walnut's ears clearly. Flop, flop, knock knock, 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 knock. The frequency is fast and getting faster. For a moment, Walnut's heart, too, felt like a deer had broken in. This fawn was unruly and rampaging. Even through a layer of clothes, Walnut still felt the other's body heat. It's a warm, hot temperature. His scent was a mixture of mint, pine, sweet flowers, berries. It's a very fresh, nice smell. This is, male, boy's fragrance, fragrance. 2 red clouds flew up to Walnut's cheeks, quietly coloring her face with a layer of scarlet. Walnut in his short 18 years of life, ever been in a scene like this before? She had always been a loner and a maverick. The few males who had access to them were either old-timers like Zhongli or the fellows from the Hall of the Past. Then there is the silent, cold customer. Now, something that shouldn't have happened had happened, and she was on her back where she shouldn't have been. This is not a drill. Walnut's hands were tied. What to do? What should I do? At this moment, Yi Wuxin was also apoplectic and flustered. His brain buzzed with pain from the intense impact. but he all but ignored it. Was he moved? No, he's afraid to move. Yi Wuxin was caught in a dilemma between left and right. He was lying straight up with Walnut pressed tightly against him. Her body was soft and limp, as if she were boneless. Her face must have been so red and hot, so hot that it was as if a warm stream had flowed through her own chest. Yi Wuxin's 2 arms were still clamped on the walnut. Let her go? Nope. Hold it tighter? It's not right either. Get up and push her away? Is that still human? The minutes ticked by. The 2 of them were holding each other quietly, face to chest to face, each with a dark stalemate. Wordlessly, a new round of mental tug-of-war opened up. How to get out of this awkward and very rude situation. In the middle of the day, Walnut finally couldn't hold it in. She thought of an excuse. How could Yi Wuxin give her the chance to speak first? Preemptive strike is preemptive. He learned the hard way and decided to take shamelessness to the extreme. Children's father, you see this flowery night? It is the time when the lovebirds are opposite each other. I know you are very anxious. Little Yuba is still watching from the sidelines. His voice was sultry, his tone dainty. P.S. In order to ensure the quality of the line of writing, this article set the male and female main body have reached the age of 18. Chapter 9, Walnut can really write poetry. Little Spooky was forced to eat dog food, not to mention that he ate until he was too full to eat. It was also suddenly queued up, and all of a sudden it was pissed off. Ghosts float in the sky, pots come from the ground. Is there any justice? Leafless, sorry, Tenri is none other than myself. The little ghost glared at Yi Wuxin with a puff of air, as if to say, although I'm not human, you're a real dog. Yi Wuxin squeezed his eyebrows and threw the little ghost an approving glance. Good job, son. Divine helper, hey. Fondly, he loosened his arms so Walnut could get up. Walnut heard his mandarin ducks playing in the water or something. Knowing that he was deliberately molesting himself, he blushed and sat up. She clenched her fists darkly. I hold a grudge. Several heavy blows hammered hard on Yi Wuxin's chest. Who style Pegasus shooting star fist? Host attack plus 50 plus 50 plus 50 plus 50. Because Yi Wuxin had the system's God's immunity, it didn't hurt at all, but instead increased his attributes. Still, he put on a show and gave a strange yelp. Hiss, look. Domestic violence ah. In fact, he was secretly hoping that Walnut wouldn't stop and give him a few more hits. Walnut didn't continue to pay any attention to him, waving his hand to show that he wasn't going to get along with him, then dropped in a rush. I'm hungry, go get some more ingredients. Yi Wuxin's cheek thickness was comparable to the walls of Liu City. Go and come back soon. I'll miss you. Walnut shook off his goosebumps and made a beeline for the creek. She applied a cold compress of cool stream water to her burning cheeks. Phew, that was really awkward just now. She needed a little time to calm down. Otherwise she didn't even know how to face Yi Wuxin. When Yi Wuxin saw that Walnut had slipped away, he jumped up in a jerky manner and began to mobilize the power of the water element to nimbly clean the pots and pans. Indeed, after tossing and turning for so long, he was getting a little hungry. Just collected so many Tivet ingredients on the way. All have not played pesticides. Healthy and green, natural and non-polluting organic food. It should make a delicious dish, right? It's time to show Walnut some real cooking skills. The little ghost was still holding a grudge against Yi Wuxin's offense. It was just as vindictive as Walnut, so it huffed and puffed and put on a ghostly face, from time to time floating around in front of Yi Wuxin's eyes, blocking the line of sight and waiting for an opportunity to make trouble. Yi Wuxin does not have any experience in bringing up children. One head too big, very headache. He thought of the TV show ones where they sing children's songs to put them to sleep, so it was an inspired idea to sing the little ghost the ballad of Choo Choo, Walnut's hit song. When the first mound is sick, the second mound looks at it, the third mound picks medicine, the fourth mound boils, the fifth mound dies, the sixth mound carries. Yi Wuxin's vocal line was good, but none of his 5 notes were in tune. Rather, he pressed the pentatonic. The little apparition had grown accustomed to listening to Walnut sing the Choo Choo ballad on weekdays. At first hearing Yi Wuxin's singing voice, it was like a magic sound filling the ears. The whole apparition was confused. Tiny tombstones in the dark forest, the cold corpses of mounds, the sad chirping is long gone, the sun slowly creeps out. Yi Wuxin's song continued. This man can't live. He sings to kill ghosts. The little ghost trembled with fear and was eager to find something to stuff Yi Wuxin's mouth. Nay, human and ghosts are different, and it has the heart to do so. So all it could do was eyeball the direction of the creek and, I've been looking forward to the stars and the moon, and I'm looking forward to Walnut hurrying back. 9 churches say, 5 churches don't come back once they're gone. Lift high, bury deep, don't let the 5 chuckas climb out. Just when Yi Wuxin was in the mood to sing, and the little ghost was being tortured to the point of being no longer a ghost, Walnut finally bounced back, carrying her collection of ingredients. She had already put the embarrassment of the incident behind her, and resumed her spooky behavior. Her tone was very light. I'm back. Did you miss me a lot? Who sings so? Shocking the world. Sobbing the gods? Yi Wuxin took 3 steps forward to help Walnut carry the ingredients. I'm going to be a lookout if you don't come back. Walnut's left hand carried a long string of crabs, and his right clutched a bundle of dodo lilies and goldfish weed. Yi Wuxin was wondering how Walnut had strung up the crabs. He took the crab skewers from Walnut and realized that the pincers of each crab were holding the hind legs of the previous crab. One clips one, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. He thought it was amazing. How did this happen? Walnut explained absently. It's simple. Dig a pit in the ground, and if there's only one crab, it will quickly escape. If there are more crabs, they will pull each other's backs and all pitch in together. Yi Wuxin always felt something strange when he heard Walnut say that. He blurted out, dig a hole in the ground. And what if there's only one customer in the hole? Walnut curled the corners of his mouth with a scheming expression. Will it grow 10 customers if you water it a little? So Yi Wuxin finally reacted. Yeah, you're chucking in personal remarks and pointing fingers. I'm not a crab. Hey, why does the little crab know how to sing the choo-choo ballad? Who taught you that? Walnut was puzzled as she remembered the off-key mound ballad Yi Wuxin was singing when she first came in. Yi Wuxin, who recognized himself as a small crab, pretended to be contemplative and explained. Xiuqiu ballad is very famous in my hometown. To put children to bed have to sing this song. Once it is sung, even the naughty children will go to bed obediently. Walnut blinked and stated, I believe it. Yi Wuxin continued while placing the crab into the ceramic bowl and rinsing it with water elemental condensed into a stream of water. It's true. Oh, it's a pity it's been circulated so widely that it's not clear which poet actually wrote the great work. Walnut was fooled by his rhetoric. Is it really that famous? Yi Wuxin yards the 4 crabs and makes them sit in rows in the soup pot, ready to be baptized by the boiling water. I never lie. Do you know who wrote this poem? Walnut was smug and beaming. You're asking the right person. Oh, do you know the author? Yi Wuxin was more than a meter lull. Walnut cleared his throat and, ahem, the dark limerick man of the alley school. That's me, this hall master. Wow, you can really write poetry. Walnut was confused. What are you yakking about? Yi Wuxin crushed the sweet flowers into syrup and evenly smeared it on the poultry meat. Really? I don't believe it. Unless you compose one now. Walnut squinted at him. Isn't composing poems easy to do? How can it be difficult for this hall master? Listen carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go up the hill to find the client. The client, yellow-skinned monster, can't be burned on the side. Yi Wuxin reacted much faster this time. You're chucking in personal items again. You're the yellow-skinned monster. The two heckled and almost twisted again. Little Ghost said, no eyes no eyes. P.S. Author's daily routine, writing a love scene while my aunt laughs. Oh, intersection. Oh, does anyone have anything they'd like to do with Walnut? Leave a comment in the comments section and I'll write it in. Chapter 10, Good food starts with raising pecans. Walnut saw Yi Wuxin washing crabs for a while, smearing sweet nectar for a while. His tall and thin figure was like a gyroscope, constantly busy. The floor tile of the food world is also dumbfounded by her. Let me help. Yi Wuxin remembered Walnut's various strange XXXX dishes. He was accustomed to frugality, and suddenly some heartache ingredients. Seeing that Walnut's little paw was already reaching for a mint leaf, he couldn't help but step forward and pressed her hand. I'll do it. His hands were warm and strong, inexplicably warm from having just mobilized the water element. Walnut was suddenly pressed by his hand, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. It doesn't seem to be a feeling of dislike and rejection. Walnut was suddenly a bit shy, and 2 blushes flew out of her cheeks once again. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She had blushed so many times today. She never used to be like this. She was someone who could carry a coffin down the street, blowing and waving it around, and not feel the least bit embarrassed. When she was rejected and ostracized by others in various ways for expanding her funeral business, she wasn't embarrassed at all. So why did you favor today and blush so many times? Why is it that by the creek at night, all that blows is a warm breeze? If the wind had been a little cooler, one's face wouldn't be red, would it? Walnut was maternally single, at the age of love, and really couldn't figure that one out. Yi Wuxin saw Walnut's red face, and his pair of plum blossom pupils were all clueless, not knowing what he was thinking. He cocked his head for a moment, and Walnut remained motionless, so he had to pull out his hand and shake it in front of Walnut's eyes. Walnut, what's wrong with you? Walnut yodeled back, hiding it without a trace. Oh, I'm fine, probably too hungry. Yi Wuxin hurriedly said, you can play with the little ghost for a while, my side will be done soon. He also sped up the washing and choosing of vegetables in his hands. Walnut was afraid that she would continue to ramble on, and it was better to find something to do to divert her attention. So she stepped to the side and picked up the matsutake and goldfish weed, patting her chest in a mysterious manner. There is a dish that has been passed down from generation to generation of the Hu family's ancestors, and it is the unique specialty of this Hall Master O. When Yi Wuxin saw those two familiar ingredients, his eyelids slightly jumped, and he actually had an inexplicable anticipation. Looks like I'm in for a treat? How bad can it really be to eat the Phantom March? Hey, you're covered. With a triumphant turn, Walnut got to work. Yi Wuxin was raised by his grandmother at a very young age, and he was only 14 years old the year his grandmother died. He started living on his own after that, and as a result is very capable of taking care of himself. Living alone for a long time has given his cooking skills a good workout. Basically, every time you see a dish, you can figure it out for yourself and restore the steps to make it. Now that he had learned to control the fire element, he was even more comfortable cooking. Not only can you control the size of the fire and regulate the perfect temperature, it's more than capable of cooking 2 or 3 dishes at once. When his fire elemental mastery was more refined, would he be able to quickly make a full table? Yi Wuxin thought freely in a beautiful way. For the first course of the day, he chose the adventurer's specialty, sweet flour stuffed chicken. Selected fresh whole pigeon meat is evenly rubbed with sweet nectar and marinated for flavor. Score the belly of the pigeon in several places and add the spices. After marinating, the pigeon body is crystal clear in color all over. Rack the honey-cured pigeon over a low flame and slowly sear, turning repeatedly. The second course is a specialty of Lazuki, stir-fried sliced pork. Pick the meat of the animal that is fat and lean. Too fat is greasy. Too lean is faggy. It must be just the right amount of fat and lean. Quickly slice the beast into even thin slices. Wash and de-seed the absolute cloud pepper peppers and cut them horizontally into red pepper rings. In a pan over high heat, add the sliced animal meat first and stir-fry quickly until the meat oozes fat and is lightly browned. Then remove from the pan and set aside. Heat the pan and re-pour the oil. Add the Jedi cloud pepper peppers and pop them. When the pepper skin is slightly wrinkled and spicy, add the sliced animal meat and spices. Stir-fry to taste, and serve together. The third dish. Because of the fear of walnut by the absolute cloud pepper spicy, Yi Wuxin made a very light dodo lotus seafood soup to solve the spicy. Wash the crabs, remove the inedible parts and dismantle them. Toothed lotus stem and leaves, along with the petals, are shredded together. Remove the older stalks from the mint and pick the freshest leaves at the top. Sauté the shredded dodo lotus in a pan. Then pour in the stock and bring to a boil. Then put the crab pieces. Thicken the soup and simmer slowly over low heat. Remove from the pot until the crab shells turn red and the soup is slightly thickened. Then garnish with mint leaves. 3 dishes were racked over the fire and simmered, and smoke rose from the campsite for 10 miles. The little ghost smelled the fragrance and kept circling around the fire, looking impatient. It simply landed next to the rice pot and closed its eyes, greedily sniffing the aroma of the meal. On the other side, Walnut was sitting by the campfire, gesturing with the matsutake mushrooms. Busy. High-end ingredients often require only the simplest of cooking methods. After 20 minutes of busy work, Master Hu was finished. She smelled the sweet scent that filled the air and her stomach rumbled uncontrollably. Master Hu decided that this meal had to be dabbled with. Yi Wuxin was so busy that his forehead was oozing fine beads of sweat, but he couldn't spare a hand to pay attention to it. The heat of the rice has to be precisely controlled. A little more or less will affect the final flavor. With both hands behind his back, Walnut walked next to Yi Wuxin. When she saw the dishes, she was instantly bought. After slow roasting at high temperatures, the sweet nectar fully melts and silk seeps into the interior. The pigeon meat was roasted with grease, fused with the nectar on the skin, crystallized and still bubbling with grease. Very tempting. And the slices of beast meat are quick fried, with a slightly curled skin and charred edges, with the red-colored Jedi cloud pepper peppers. It looks powerful in taste and fresh and spicy. On the other side, fat crabs were sinking in the soup, their cases red. The soup tumbled and bubbled, making a gurgling sound. Walnut's tears, uncontrollably, flowed down the corners of his mouth. She hadn't seen anyone who could cook 3 dishes at the same time, and was a little puzzled. It smells good, but is that really okay? Yi Wuxin smiled modestly. Even if it's hard to eat, it's still better than going hungry. Oh. He served all of the meal while it was still hot in soup bowls and plates and set them on the grass. 3 dishes in 1 soup. It's very hearty. Walnut came up to him and sniffled. Where did the 3 dishes come from? Yi Wuxin was puzzled. Plus this Hall Master's Phantom Grand March. Walnut brought out the big Phantom March hidden behind his back with a sly grin on his face. So in the middle of the colorful and flavorful meal, there was one more amazing whose dark dish. This is a dish that is said to bombard the taste buds to the point of total malfunction. The 2 sat shoulder to shoulder on the grass. Walnut yanked the small, drooling apparition aside and told it to sit still. The aroma of the food was mouth-watering. Walnut picked up her chopsticks and her fingers twitched. I'm ready to start. P.S. This chapter on cooking was meant to be a shoo-in for the system. Halfway through writing it, I thought, if the system does everything for him and the male lead doesn't take a little initiative, what makes him liked by Walnut? So there you have the chapter that looks like it's watering down the word count, but is actually a headache to write because of the lack of penmanship, */omega**. Chapter 11, Late Night Poisoning. Walnut tore into the crunchy skin of the sweet and floral stuffed chicken, and the aroma suddenly intensified. Ow! She picked up a piece of meat and took a bite out of it. The sweet and soft meat, like flowing honey, slowly melted in her mouth. Combined with the crispy crust, it was the perfect pairing. Woohoo! You must eat as much as you want in life. Don't leave your stomach empty to the moon. Walnut's poet attribute was once again online. She couldn't take her eyes off the sweet flour stuffed chicken, and smoothly picked up another large piece. Big mouthful of meat. So happy. Her cheeks puffed out and she kept chewing with a satisfied look on her face. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but smile as he looked at Walnut's eating. He felt very gratified that the food he had made with his own hands was recognized by Walnut. And the way Walnut eats is so flavorful, it's especially appetizing. If she were to start an eating podcast, the popular beauty plus the adorable and comical eating style, this contrast is definitely a proper top stream, right? Has anyone ever told you that the way you eat is downright delicious? You're the one who's getting off the food, Walnut retorted as she ate, not forgetting. God in heaven, I'm definitely saying this as a compliment. It's so much fun to watch Walnut eat. It's nice to stay with you, too, Walnut muttered with food still stuffed in his mouth. There's good food again and we can play together. By the way, I have a friend whose name is Shannon. She can make a lot of delicious dishes, too, and potpourri. There's so much fun, just like you. That's great. When I have the chance I'll definitely go and ask Shangling for a lesson and cut it out. And then I'll make it for you when I've learned it. Oh, you're so nice. Hiss dash. Walnut almost jumped when she tasted the sliced popcorn. So hot, so hot. The bouncy beast meat is paired with the spicy flavor of Jieyun pepper, which stimulates the taste buds with its fresh and spicy sensation. Like lighting a fire in the snow, it's appetizing and addictive. Walnut's little face was flushed, and she spat out her little pink tongue, lifting her hand to her mouth and whirring the wind. Her hair was slightly disheveled, like a cute puppy resting in the shade with its tongue out, making you want to go up and pet her head. Yi Wuxin was prepared for this. He scooped a spoonful of Dudu Lotus seafood soup, blew it a little to cool it, and handed it to Walnut's mouth. Maybe it was too spicy and desperately needed a little something else to neutralize the spice. Walnut dutifully opened his mouth and drank the seafood soup from the spoon. At the end, he licked the tip of the spoon with intent. The freshness of the crab meat jumped out at her tongue, and the unique sweetness of the seafood made her savor it. The coolness from the mint and Tootsie Rolls neutralized the spiciness of the absolute cloud pepper. It's as if you're nestled in an air-conditioned room eating cold watermelon on a blazing summer afternoon. Ah, fire and ice. What a different experience. Want another spoonful? Yi Wuxin asked very naturally. Walnut nodded with a slight blush. Come on, dash. Yi Wuxin blew the seafood soup to cool it down a bit and fed it to Walnut like he had just done. That's delicious. How is this made? Yi Wuxin was dumbfounded. You don't seem to be able to learn. Are you questioning this hall master? That's right. Come on, you try my cooking. The Phantom March? Yi Wuxin turned his head full of trepidation and suddenly realized that the plate that originally held the sweet flour stuffed chicken was now empty. What about the sweet flour stuffed chicken? Walnut, did you eat the sweet flour stuffed chicken without any bones left? Walnut nibbled on a piece of crab and expressed his injustice. I'm not. Strange. Yi Wuxin was a bit puzzled. Never mind. You try this first. Walnut pointed at the Phantom March. This. Yi Wuxin hesitated. Even though Yi Wuxin had done a lot of mental construction in advance, when he saw that dish, he really didn't have much courage to try it. He can deduce most recipes from samples, but this one, inside the plate, in the center, is a small plum flower carved out of matsutake mushrooms. A circle of round-headed ghosts surrounded the plum, huddled in a crumpled pile. Further edges are cascading goldenrod petals and red fruits. At first glance, it really looks like a wreath dedicated to the deceased. Funny and weird. Is this really a dish for the living? When Walnut saw Yi Wuxin's coyness, she hemmed and hawed and struck out with a heavy fist. He quickly picked up a round-headed ghost and handed it to Yi Wuxin's mouth. Trust me, it's delicious. Who could resist the beauty of being fed by Walnut himself? With hot tears in his eyes, Yi Wuyo tremblingly opened his mouth and ate it. For a moment, his features were as crowded as the round-headed ghost on his plate. What's that smell? The human language is still in dire need of development. I'm surprised there are no proper adjectives to describe this dish. Nikyu is honestly a dish that bombards the taste buds until they are completely out of whack. Yi Wuxin felt that he had lost his sense of taste. Host food poisoning detected? Life value plus 200. Nanny? Can't the system even watch? Well, point of view? Walnut's watery, plumy eyes stared at him in anticipation. Walnut is killing people. Yi Wuxin swallowed with difficulty and spoke with difficulty. Wow. Oh, how can it be? So, delicious? Ha, is it good? Walnut himself didn't believe it. Too general, be more detailed. Yi Wuxin slowed down and took a sip of the seafood soup for a change of flavor, then exerted his great lulling spirit and began to comment. This dish, Hall Master, is very good overall. First of all, the knife skills are excellent. Secondly, the plating technique is exquisite. Lastly, the flavor crowns the world. I'm sure the Hall Master must have your deepest intentions for doing this. Walnut gave him a bluff. It is as good as listening to a king. Despite drinking the seafood soup, Yi Wuxin's expression was still all over the place. The dish had too much aftertaste. He takes another sip of his seafood soup and continues his review. I'll fill you in on the second half of the poem you just wrote. This dish should only be found in heaven, not quite fit for earth. Good eye you. You've also learned to entrap private goods. This Hall Master would like to see how hard. Hey, Walnut let out a sudden gasp. Along with Walnut's line of sight, Yi Wuxin also looked over, only to see that Yui de March's plate was also empty. Someone is stealing food. Walnut immediately came to this conclusion. Which strong man is it? Save the people from themselves? Why didn't you come earlier? Yi Wuxin wondered 3 times. Immediately afterward a frightening thing occurred to him. Oh no! Walnut didn't get his own Phantom Grand March. Won't this dish have to make a comeback later? Let's hope that the next unlucky person who tries the food is a little more tolerant. Just then, behind Walnut and Yi Wuxin, there was a thud, like the sound of something rolling to the ground. Chapter 12 Walnut Coma. Walnut and Yi Wuxin heard the sudden sound of the 2 men were very much in sync and immediately turned back to check, only to see the little ghost rolling around in the grass, covering his stomach. The round head rubbed against the ground, all squished into an irregular shape. It had the same expression as Yi Wuxin's. The eyes and mouth were screwed tightly together in what seemed to be great agony. This is, apparently, the culprit of the food theft has been found. It was the little ghost who was on the ground at the moment, tossing and turning like a donkey. Will it be alright? Yi Wuxin snapped with a bit of worry. He eats my cooking all the time. It's okay, he'll be fine in a little while. Walnut spoke in a relaxed tone, clearly not surprised. When Yi Wuxin heard Walnut say this, his hanging heart was let down and became much more relaxed. Looks like the poem needs to be changed. This dish is not only unfit for humans, but also for spooks. With that said, he threw a sympathetic look over to the little ghost. Cub, you've eaten so many dishes from the Hall Master. Why don't you have a long memory? Could it be that you are the memory of a fish? What the heck? This shows that this Hall Master's food still has customers. If you don't like it, that's because you don't have the taste for it. Walnut retorted defiantly. That said, she still stared at the little apparition without moving, scrutinizing its state, half-heartedly. Walnut frowned. It's reacting a little strangely today. What was all the reaction before? Yi Wuxin was a little nervous when he heard Walnut say that. Walnut's eyes flickered as he carefully recalled how the little ghost had looked after trying the dish earlier. It seems like it's not quite the same every time. Sometimes the body expands and gets bigger. Other times it shrinks into a ball. And other times it floats around, all over the place, which is the first time I've seen it. As they spoke, both men's complexions changed, only to see the little ghost quiet down and stop tumbling. But its mouth was open and round, and its cheeks were puffed out like it was having a hard time breathing. The situation was like a small fish dying in the sun on the beach, moving its mouth and gills noiselessly, but not getting any oxygen. It doesn't seem right. Yi Wuxin crouched down to check, only to see that the original white body of the little ghost was actually flushed with a little bit of gray at this time. Walnut placed his hand on the little ghost's body, feeling the change in it. The little ghost's body was getting more and more gray, and it was actually trending towards black. It's not going well. Walnut got a little nervous. Is it food poisoning? Yi Wuxin tried to think hard. Poisoned. Sci-fi Grand March, which doesn't have any poisoned ingredients, can also be poisoned? Well, in terms of universal rationality, cuisine made with non-toxic ingredients really shouldn't be poisoned by eating it. But it's really hard to tell when it's a dish made from pecans. Yi Wuxin was not in the mood to flirt with Walnut at this time. He was very worried about Little Ghost's situation. He mused briefly. Has the little ghost eaten this dish before? Walnut shook his head. No, this dish is very difficult to make. I haven't succeeded a few times in total. Yi Wuxin speculated as he pondered. If you haven't eaten it before, this seems to make sense. Since the little ghost had no experience trying this dish and ate the entire plate of Spectral Grand March in one sitting, eating too much, that's why she was poisoned. Walnut had to face reality and accept this statement even though he still had doubts. I'll take it to the Unabomber's lodge right away. Yi Wuxin's stony face revealed a hint of incomprehension. Can you still show a ghost without divining the hut? Walnut lifted one hand to his forehead and squinted. Dead horse is a dead horse. There's still a zombie in Boobooloo. As he spoke, Walnut put the little ghost back. She hurriedly got up and bid farewell to Yi Wuxin. Meeting you, this hall master has made this trip worthwhile. It's just that it happened suddenly. Let's meet again in the Hall of the Living Future some other time. And don't forget our agreement. I'll accompany you. Yi Wuxin was worried. It's fine. I'm fast on my feet. I'll be slow carrying you instead. Walnut was blunt. Her hand was still holding her forehead and her voice was low and she seemed to be in a bad mood. Well, then be more careful. Yi Wuxin said no more. Good. Walnut nodded. For some reason, she felt a little dizzy, but in this current situation, she had to send the little ghost to the Unabomber's lodge as soon as possible. She turned and was about to sprint when she couldn't use her legs and stumbled to the ground. Yi Wuxin had been very worried about Walnut and little ghost, and his sight had been staring daggers at Walnut. Seeing that she stumbled, Yi Wuxin rushed over with a flash and held Walnut's shoulders. Walnut, what's wrong with you? Walnut's body went limp and fell helplessly toward him. Yi Wuxin held her up, and she slid downward softly. Yi Wuxin was startled as he nervously looked at Walnut. Walnut's plum pupils looked like a layer of mist had risen from them, foggy and confused. Yi Wuxin's heart suddenly missed a beat. Walnut's body was still sliding downward, and he could only manage to hold her by half crouching down and practically holding her in his arms. Walnut, Walnut, he called softly. I had, well, dizzy. Walnut felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Yi Wuxin freed a hand and placed the back of it on Walnut's forehead. Walnut's forehead was hot, slightly beaded with sweat, like a symptom of a high fever. Yi Wuxin held her up. Her body was like a ball of cotton that had just been doused with hot water, rolling and soft. Walnut seemed to be having a hard time, and she grunted softly. That voice was right by Yi Wuxin's ears, like a stray kitten moaning. Weak, helpless. Almost instantly, somewhere in Yi Wuxin's body, a string tensed up. It is the primal instinct of man as an animal. He was not Willow. He could not be completely indifferent and sit still. But right now, his mind was on Walnut's condition, and he was really anxious. System, do you know how to read? Yi Wuxin was in a momentary hurry and was ill. I'm not a pharmacy here. The system's voice remained cold and impersonal. Yi Wuxin quickly helped Hu Tao up and arched his back, carrying Hu Tao on his back. Right now, he didn't have time to think about why Walnut was like that. There was only one thought in his mind. The Walnut must be sent to the Unabomber Lodge as soon as possible. Walnut's body wasn't heavy, but it was very hot now, like a burning iron. It burned Yi Wuxin's body and his face was red. He wrapped Walnut's arms around the front of his neck, and with both hands around Walnut's calves, he stood up and made a rough estimate of the time. Quite a long time had passed since they had come to the stream. At this time the moon sinks a lot, and the direction of the moon sinking is west. Combined with the mold of the starry sky and the growth of the surrounding trees, Yi Wuxin quickly determined the four directions of east, west, south, north and south. Port Lazuli is directly south of the delusional slope. With the impression of Tibet's map in his mind, Yi Wuxian locked the direction of Liu City. He mobilized the power in his body and took long strides, creating wind under his feet as he flew towards the Liu harbor. P.S. Dash equals is identical to sigma, so omega, the plot demands it. So don't hit me, all you walnut husbands, we're all family. Keep rolling for support. Ow. Chapter 13, Accidentally Harvesting Thunder Elemental. At night in Tibet, the sky was a deep blue, with a river of stars stretching across the center and the moon setting to the west. Large, white clouds floated over the night. Beneath the night, grass and flowers swayed with the wind, spreading their fragrance. Those in a hurry crossed the stone arch bridge at Dixie Chow without bothering to stop and look at the scenery. Yi Wuxin carried Walnut on his back and hurriedly ran away. He was young and strong, swift on his feet, plus his body had been quenched and remodeled by the fire element. Without very much effort, it went out more than 100 miles. Walnut ambled drowsily on Yi Wuxin's back, waking up and sleeping at times. Her head was heavy and sleepy and her mind became sluggish, but she couldn't pass out completely. Her face was pressed against Yi Wuxin's neck, and the other's neck was sweaty. The fever-like sensation made Walnut burn red. In a trance, it was like she was back at a very, very young age. In those days, that's how Grandpa carried her on his back for long, long walks. That night it was cold, windy, and the night was dark. She wandered into that spooky place and was not allowed to enter. Grandpa found her and told her a lot of things, but she doesn't remember any of them. All she remembers is that Grandpa said that it was the border between life and death, and that Mom and Dad had something very important to accomplish. Walnut was so young that he didn't know what life and death were. She was just thinking about how she could stop Mom and Dad, then ask them what's important. Aren't pecans important? Walnut now understands that what people call life and death is just the end of ordinary human sight. But beyond human sight, there are gods, ghosts, past and future, and endless stars. Maybe someday, she and Mom and Dad, they'll finally reunite somewhere. Walnut thought this and fell into a deep sleep once again. Yi Wuxin had already continuously and unceasingly run for hundreds of miles. Walnut's sternum pressed against his back, choking him. He looked far ahead and saw a wooden sign erected by the wooden bridge, so he quickly ran over to check it out. To get to Ryu Harbor, follow this road south. It seems to be in the right direction, and if I remember correctly, this is the entrance to the return to the plains. After crossing the bridge and traveling down the rocky road to the front, there were indeed 2,000 rockers stationed at the intersection. Yi Wuxin stepped forward and briefly explained his intentions to them, and the other party did not question them carefully before agreeing to release them. Yi Wuxin then ran along the road, passing the ancient ruins of the returning collection, crossing the stone bridge, and looking to walk out of the returning plain. At this time, a sudden change occurred. A ball of lightning came at him. The power of this ball of thunder was not great, and the sound of the electricity piercing the air was so tiny that it sounded like the buzzing of a mosquito. Yi Wuxin's senses were much sharper than before, but he was running all the way, and his mind was on Walnut's condition again. By the time he realized the danger, the thunderball was no more than a few feet away. When it was too late, Yi Wuxin immediately mobilized the water element and threw a water bubble over with his backhand. The water bubbles wrapped all of the thunder elementals and floated in midair. The water element and the thunder element intersected, instantly reacting electrically with a beeping and peeling sound. Blue-purple lightning swam across the surface of the water bubble, rather like a colorful crystal ball. Buzzing, came the faint sound of electricity again. Yi Wuxin was prepared at this time. He dodged to avoid the attack and looked up. Sure enough, the one who launched the sneak attack was none other than one of his most annoying flying species, Thunderfly. Thunderflies are a type of gargoyle in the original God games, with a mosquito-like form, mostly summoned by Thunderfly warlocks. The Thunder Warlock is one of the few monsters in the form of a lady. She always says in a sweet voice, boring 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 boring, so she just loves playing with adventurers. But then again, she's an unapologetic snake charmer. Each time, he greeted them warmly, since we're going to play, let's call some more buddies, then summoned a large wave of thunder mosquitoes. When Yi Wuxin was still a newbie, he was often electrocuted by the thunder mosquitoes flying around, making his scalp numb. The Thunderfly in front of me, all alone, was probably left behind by some Thunderfly warlock. Yi Wuxin was blocked from advancing by this Thunderfly, and remembering Walnut's safety, he had a mixture of old and new grudges. He quickly condensed the water element and mimicked the abyssal water mage's skill, throwing out a bunch of self-tracking water bubbles. Thunderfly flies left and right, but the blister is not a leak. Before the blisters began to track, Thunderfly fell. TSK, this alignment. Yi Wuxin shook his head. He recalled the blister that had trapped Thunderfly into his hand. Thunderfly was very frightened and flapped his wings, rushing and struggling through the blisters. Nay, the elemental power contained in Yi Wuxin's water bubble was far too powerful than it, simply crushing it from all sides. You like to fly, don't you? Sneak attacks, ha! Thunderfly's unreadable facial features twisted as he struck a thunderball with all his might. Electricity ran wild on the blisters, and Yi Wuxin was delighted to mention the thunder element LV1. Yi Wuxin was too lazy to waste time with this electric mosquito. He just wanted a quick battle. He would mobilize his elemental power and quickly break the Thunderfly's wings, tossing them into the distance before moving to catch up to the Ryu port, which knows that Walnut had been awakened early, and again took in his tossing and turning. Yellow skin, spoke Walnut in a weak voice. It's okay, just killed a mosquito. You hold on, you'll be there soon. Yi Wuxin pacified her. Well, Walnut's cheek brushed against Yi Wuxin's wet hair, knowing that he was carrying himself on his back, running all the way down the long distance without stopping. A subtle feeling flooded his heart. As far as she could remember, other than her grandfather, this was the second person who had treated her so well. This man is mysterious and powerful. It's a good thing he's there. Yi Wuxin continued to run in the direction of Liu Harbor. Actually, my name is Yi Wuxin. Walnut licked her lips, a salty taste of sweat, and she opened them. Yi Wuxin, I'll remember. Thank you. Walnut muttered in a small voice and fell back asleep. The moon sank below the western horizon and the afterglow had not yet cleared. The sky in the east was a fish-belly white, and the sun was about to rise. Yi Wuxin went over a mountain and finally looked far into the Liu Harbor. Ryu Harbor is surrounded by mountains and beautiful scenery. The harbor is surrounded by blue water, and pavilions stand in the city. It is a prosperous and rich city with a 1,000-year history of development, and is the largest trading port in the continent of Tibet. Yi Wuxin was about to enter, but he was stopped in his tracks by 2,000 rock troops. Halt, who's coming? The 2,000 rock troopers looked at him and saw that he was not dressed like a Liu person, and their faces were filled with suspicion. Yi Wuxin briefly explained his intention and said that Hu Tao had a high fever and needed to immediately go to Bubulu to find a doctor to check it out. The army of 1,000 rocks went up to investigate, and although they saw Walnut, they did not let him go. How do you prove that this is the master of the Hall of the Past Life? When Yi Wuxin heard this, he only thought of all kinds of strange proofs. It was as if 10,000 grass horses were galloping past inside him. How do I prove your horse is your horse? It doesn't make sense. So you flatten it. Although Ryu also had laws, he didn't mind using force to solve problems in this critical situation. Yi Wuxin secretly mobilized the fire element and was about to seize. Firelight faintly flashed in his hands. Stop. What's the ruckus? P.S. The official story says nothing about Walnut's parents, so I'm going to try to fill in the rice Lululemon hole. Not the knife. Not the knife. Not the knife. Chapter 14, The Shining Jade Balanced Star. Stop. What's the ruckus? Hearing this voice with a slightly high and cold temperament, Yi Wuxin's originally tense mood slightly relaxed. The voice seems to be? He withdrew the fire elemental in his hand and looked over at the sound along with the Thousand Rock Army. As expected, only to see a young girl dressed in a blue and purple fancy dress walking in style. The young girl had long light purple hair. The hair is pulled back in a bun in the shape of a cat's ear, and the double ponytail hangs down softly for a lively and cute look. Beneath her imperious brow, her diamond-shaped pupils reflected a steely gaze within her rosy red eyes. The young girl's flamboyant collar was up, and a tasseled necklace was tied around her neck, bringing with it an ascetic beauty. Her slime was wrapped in soft, light-colored fabric that looked big and round. The blue-purple outer lining adorned with peacock plumes holds the slimes upward, accentuating their shapes perfectly. The young girl's jade root arms were exposed, and a pair of small dark white lace gloves brought a strong visual contrast. Underneath the snowy green pleated skirt was a white ruffled hemline that was ethereal and ethereal. The black stockings carved out the graceful lines of her legs, and the dark patterns on the black silk were hidden as she walked. The dark blue high heels wrapped around the slender feet, revealing long, thin ankles. Cute and valiant, astringent and pure, noble and elegant and down to earth. These contradictory points, full of contrasts, blend perfectly in her body. This young girl is young, but extremely high-ranking. She was none other than one of the 7 stars who were in charge of the business operations of the entire Liyue harbor. Jade Balanced Star, carved clear. Kakaru was patrolling the streets as per usual. When he heard the noise happening over here, he came to check out the situation. Kakaru-sama. The 2,000 rock armies were respectful when they saw Carved Harvest and bowed in a hurry. What happened? Carved Haru walked over and stood, clasping both hands in front of her chest as she asked in a cold voice. The 2,000 rockers looked at each other, both wanting the other to speak first. Finally, 1,000 rock army members stammered. There is an outsider here. We have been closely scrutinizing the area as instructed by Lord Kakaru. I didn't expect that he wouldn't cooperate in the slightest, and that he would even try to force his way into Liu Harbor. This was said in an evasive manner, dumping the pot all on Carved Clear and Yi Wuxin. The exclusion order was given by Kakaru. The move was made by the outsiders who were ready to move first. They were just following orders. Carved Clear sniffed and turned her head to look at Yi Wuxin. Before she came over, she had already seen the firelight in Yi Wuxin's hand and the walnut on his back, but Kakaru didn't know the exact details of what happened. She was very curious about this person who had no god's eye, but could drive the fire element, curious about his motives and purpose, and curious about his relationship with Walnut. If this person was really going to force his way into Liu City, or hold Walnut hostage for anything, she didn't mind taking matters into her own hands, chopping up all the bull mongrels and hacking the other party out of Liu City. Carved Clear's gaze went up and down, scrutinizing Yi Wuxin. The person in front of him was dressed strangely, very faceless, and was not a resident of Ryu Harbor at first glance. His eyes were like bright stars and his face was cold and unreadable. Walnut was on his back and seemed to be asleep. The teenager's long, slender fingers closed lightly around Walnut's ankle, wondering what was going on between these two. Carved Qing's gaze was filled with the flavor of vigilance as she waited for Yi Wuxin's defense, and had even quietly pressed the long sword at her waist. The Jade Balanced Star would not allow anyone to jeopardize the peace of the Liu Harbor. On the way to Carving Clear's walk-over, Yi Wuxin's head had also deduced many kinds of response sayings early on. He could have been smart and shrugged it off, but in the face of Yakiharu, he finally decided to tell the truth. After all, Kakaru was the most typical, cold-faced and warm-hearted person. She is also the most sincere and reliable. Walnut is sick and desperately needs to see a doctor. The army of 1,000 rocks demanded that I prove that Walnut was Walnut, and in a moment of impatience I tried to step in. So I'm sorry. Yi Wuxin summarized and made a long story short. Carved Haru was very smart, and when she heard these words, she understood a few things in her mind. It seems that the 1,000 Rock Army refused to let him into the city because of the platoon order, but just to be on the safe side, Carved Haru still walked forward and went around behind Yi Wuxin, carefully inspecting Hota's condition and her god's eye. Walnut is indeed running a high temperature. The eye of God is real. Carved Haru's hand brushed over the tips of Yi Wuxin's hair as if it was unintentional, and scrutinized his clothes. she realized that Yi Wuxin's body temperature wasn't low either. His head was still sweaty, his top was almost completely drenched, and he wasn't carrying any weapons. After confirming that there was no mistake, Kakeru then turned her head to look at the Thousand Rock Army and emphasized with a cold face. The original intent of the exclusion order was issued to be responsible for the people of Liu, not to put obstacles in everyone's way. It's great to do your duty, but everything has to be analyzed specifically. But, that's an order. The 2,000 rockers were coy. Carved Haru sniffed and added in a serious and earnest manner. My orders have limitations and cannot be applied across the board to any occasion, even if they are issued by an emperor. People with power in their hands can't always foresee all situations in advance. So, orders aren't everything, and always think independently. Kakeru was exceptionally cute looking, but when she spoke seriously, she carried a kind of majesty about herself. This strong contrast gives her a unique charm. With these words, she neither evaded her own responsibility nor took sides with the Thousand Rock Army, but instead hit the nail on the head. The 2,000 Rock Armies nodded, seemingly contemplating something. Carved Qing turned to Yi Wuxin and said with a pale face, "You come with me. I'll take you to the undeclared lodge." With that, she turned cleanly and gallantly, her skirt and sleeves fluttering in the wind. "Thank you." Yi Wuxin finished thanking him and immediately followed closely behind. He followed Carved Haru's lead and ran into Liu City in a flash. Carved Haru moved forward at a quick pace. The back portion of her bodice is hollowed out, and a tethered tasseled eye of the thunder attribute god hangs from her neck. As she ran, the eyes of God glowed, her tassel swayed gently, and the sexy butterfly bone in her back was hidden. It was just after dawn, and it seemed that the inhabitants of the city had not yet begun their day's activities. Aside from the Thousand Rock Army that patrolled sporadically, there were hardly any people to be seen on the streets. Recently something happened in Ryu Harbor, so I issued an exclusion order. I'm sorry that policies are never implemented as well as they should be. Carved Haru's voice came from the front. It's okay, you've already done a good job. Yi Wuxin encouraged Carved Clear. He truly felt so. Kakeru is always efficient and perfect, doing everything herself, even being so busy that she doesn't have time to rest. Put in Blue Star. She must be the best servant of the people. Maybe she can get an award for moving the nation. On the contrary, a retired emperor. Deeply feel the essence of the fish. All day drinking tea and walking birds send bills. What's going on in Ryu Harbor? Yi Wuxin couldn't help but ask. The specifics of the situation are hard to explain, so let's go see Walnut first, when she is awake. I still have important matters to discuss with her. The two of them passed through the pavilions and water pavilions of the Liu Harbor and crossed the pond filled with white lotus flowers, and soon they were going to arrive at the Boo Boo Lodge. Boo 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 Lodge was perched on top of a hill north of Lazuki Harbor, and the steps up to it were high and long. Carved Haru's embroidered peacock plume sleeve hem fluttered lightly, and the cascading skirt floated up, her upturned and rounded, can be seen faintly. Well, I wonder when I'll be able to practice the but slant sword technique with Kakeharu. P.S. You guys and gals leave a lot of comments, point to urge more so that the author has the motivation to update. After all, every day in lazy cancer fight, Omega. Chapter 15, Shivering Little 77, 7234, 7234, 5677, 5677. In front of the Boo Boo Lodge, a little girl was trying to stretch her arms and do soft gymnastics. It's a little girl's routine. Only by doing regular calisthenics could she maintain the same physical condition as a normal human being. If she relaxes, her body gets hard and stiff. That's right, her name is Chi-Chi and she's a zombie. When Carved Haru saw Chi-Chi, she stopped and inquired, Chi-Chi, I'm not interrupting your exercises, am I? Is Baijutsu here? Chi-Chi, go find Mr. White. Chi-Chi turned and ran into the Unabomber's lodge with a lurch. Carved Clear led Yi Wuxin to walk in together. Shirado was sitting at the counter, grinding herbs with a pestle and mortar. He was the owner of this pharmacy, Boo Boo Lu, and his medical skills were so exquisite that he was known far and wide in Liu Harbor, though sometimes sells herbs for a lot of money, as if it's a shady store. But that's the only pharmacy in Lizuna Harbor. Monopoly industry. In the business-oriented atmosphere of Liu Tang, customers have long been accustomed to it. Kakeru said hello to Shiratsu. Hello White Art, Walnut has a fever. Can you help check on her? Chi-Chi was tugging at Baijutsu's sleeve and seemed to be struggling to express something. When she heard Carved Clear's words and saw the walnut carried on Yi Wuxin's back, she was instantly reminded of some unforgettable experiences. She winced and ducked under the counter next to the White Art. Baijutsu put down the pestle and lightly laughed. This child, Chi-Chi, has made you all laugh. He stood up. I'll take care of the pecans. Kakeru nodded. This is Walnut's friend. He's the one who sent Walnut back, just now at the city gates. I noticed that his temperature was also high, so please help him check as well. Carved Haru acted like a host and arranged it very properly. White Art nodded. When Yi Wuxin saw Chi-Chi hiding under the counter, he was tempted to go over and calm Chi-Chi down, telling her not to be afraid, but nay, on his back was Walnut, the source of Chi-Chi's fear, so he just had to let go of that thought for a while. Led by Bai Jiao, Yi Wuxin brought Hu Tao to the backyard of the Unabomber's lodge. The backyard of Boo Boo Lodge is very spacious, with an overall courtyard-style layout. Wards were set up in 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and north, for patients who came in for consultation. In the middle of the backyard, there were 2 rows of tall herb racks, connected in the shape of a connecting corridor. Various herbs such as glazed pouches, clear heart, lotus seed pods and horsetail were basking on it. White Art led the group through the herb racks and into a hospital room. Yi Wuxin placed Walnut flat on the bed in the hospital room. Unsettled, Kakaru followed along and walked in. Walnut's little face burned red as she seemed to sense something, her eyelashes moving slightly. Bai Jiao spread Walnut's wrist out and briefly took her pulse. When did she get the fever? White Art inquired. About 2 hours ago, when we were. Yi Wuxin began to recount the situation in detail. The little ghost rolled all over the floor and turned gray after eating Walnut's food? Bai Shu pondered over Yi Wuxin's words, his brows furrowed slightly. It's kind of fun to be able to poison a ghost. He put his finger on Walnut's pulse again, feeling it carefully. Walnut's body has something like a toxin in it. I have never been exposed to attractaloids, so I can only define it as a toxin. The 2 of them, Yi Wuxin and Kung Chang, watched quietly, not daring to utter a single breath for fear of disturbing White Art. Where's the little ghost? White Art asked. Yi Wuxin, this. Kakaru, Bai Jutsu held his forehead. White Art asked the question before reacting as an afterthought. The 3 sober people on the scene were dumbfounded. If Walnut doesn't wake up, there's no one here who can invoke the spirit. Ha, why don't you go over to that bed and lie down flat, and I'll see how you're doing. Bai Shu lifted his hand that was taking the pulse and instructed Yi Wuxin. Me? Yi Wuxin was somewhat stunned. Still, he walked over to the other side of the bunk and dutifully flattened himself. Bai Shu walked over to take Yi Wuxin's pulse. As soon as his finger stopped at Yi Wuxin's pulse, it popped up like an electric shock. Then White Art seemed to notice his loss of composure and relowered his finger, dragging out Yi Wuxin's other arm. It went back and forth like that, putting it up a number of times. The White Art was very puzzling. Why? This person has 3 elemental powers in his body? The White Artist sensed. Fire element, water element, thunder element. No, there's another one. It's faint, but it does exist. And this power, it seems, is. Bai Shu turned back to Walnut's hospital bed and took Walnut's pulse again. Walnut's fire elemental power was repelling the toxins in his body. The 2 sides are at war with the Celestials, like the body's natural immune response to an illness. Walnut's fire elemental power had a slight upper hand, hence her fever. Bai Shu once again returned to take Yi Wuxin's pulse. The weak force inside Yi Wuxin's body was like the same toxin in Walnut's body, and not quite like it. Why isn't he poisoned? According to Yi Wuxin, the little ghost was poisoned when he ate an entire plate of Sai Grand March. Yi Wuxin also ate, even though he ate less. Then he should have been poisoned. Walnut did not eat the ghost march. Why Walnut instead of poisoning fever? Bai Jutsu was puzzled. His brows knit tighter. White, Dr. White. When Yi Wuxin saw Bai Jiao walking around and taking his pulse on both sides, he was already muttering straight in his heart. Now White Art had another stony look on his face, as if he was constipated. Yi Wuxin was instantly a bit flustered. Can it be that you have some incurable disease? Or is it Walnut? Without responding to him, Bai Jutsu walked over to Walnut's bed once more. In this way, even the ever-calm Kakoharo couldn't sit still. Mr. Shiratsuki? Kakaru's tone was questioning. Both of them should be poisoned, and I can't be sure what this toxin is at the moment. White Art spoke quietly, finally coming to a conclusion. Poisoned? Poisoned. Yi Wuxin and Kang Cheng spoke in unison and were shocked. Bai Shu waved his hand, signaling the 2 to take it easy, before continuing. But Walnut's fire element is already helping her get rid of the poison. That's why she has a fever. I'll prepare some more antidote tonics and she should be fine soon. Yi Wuxin and Kang Cheng were finally relieved when they heard Bai Jiao say this. White Art twisted his head to look at Yi Wuxin. As for this little brother, your physique is much better than Walnut, so there is no big problem. But you've been running around all night and your stamina is severely depleted. I'll also dispense a pair of medicines to you, so take them and get some rest. In that case, I'm counting on Mr. Shiratsuki. Kakaro rose and nodded. I have some things to do, so I'll take my leave. I'll come back when I'm done with the matter at hand. Bai Jutsu nodded. I'll go ahead and dispense the medicine and give you a ride on the way. Yi Wuxin cast a grateful gaze at the departing 2, offering his sincere thanks. Thank you, Carve Haru, and Dr. White. He then closed his eyes. It was indeed a tiring night, first fighting at the delusional slope, and then running and traveling to Liu Harbor. Perhaps the news that Walnut's condition had turned for the better was news that the hanging heart could finally relax. Endless sleepiness hit Yi Wuxin and he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 16, Expansion Technique. Slime. The sleep seemed to be a deep, sweet one. Yi Wuxin even had some beautiful dreams that were not quite convenient to describe, but very harmonious. Clouds drifted in from Witch Mountain and it rained, but the sky is the limit. Soon his dreams were shattered by the sudden appearance of a voice. Oi 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 oi, come on, stop sleeping. Wake up, get your ass up. The system's voice sounded in Yi Wuxin's mind. Bomber-like. It woke him up forcibly. So sleepy, let me sleep a little more. Yi Wuxin yawned so much that he couldn't lift his eyes. As a male piggyback, it is important to be aware and act as a time management guru. The system hammered him nonchalantly. I can thank you. Yi Wuxin struggled to open his eyes and saw himself floating in an empty and chaotic starry sky. On the dark background, the sky is filled with colorful, glittering crosses and 4 mandarin stars. System, is this your illusion? No, this illusion originated from your sense of self. Say, what did you wake me up for? Yi Wuxin held his waking breath and was very puzzled. What's the big deal? Can't let him sleep through it. He's the one who can sleep through a trip and not move a muscle. You think I want to go online? It's that your and Walnut's bond value has broken through 100, and the bond level has risen to LV1. So you can consume 100 bond value to open a 10 consecutive draw. The system didn't take it well. It's so hard to be a scrupulous system. It's a lot of work. When did you break through? Can you notify me earlier the next time you break through? Yi Wuxin expressed a claim to the system. The system had notified him earlier, so he would have gotten his reward earlier. It was exciting to think about it. Early notice. Are you free for the raffle? The system is relentlessly open to dislike. Yi Wuxin and Hu Tao, 2 people cooking and eating, found Hu Tao fever, and then to not divination hut that whole period of time. Yi Wuxin indeed did not stop. He doesn't know when he broke through. In order not to be a light bulb, I'll remind you when it's necessary in the future. Now smoke at speed. I'll go offline afterward. The system's voice was as cold as ever, like a relentless hyping machine. Hey, don't be such a poser. What goodies can you get from the raffle? The item pool is related to your subconscious and bond level. If your wish is strong enough, you might get what you want. Then let's start the lottery right away. Yi Wuxin jumped at the chance. He's come up with a lot of good stuff already. Makoto pot, $1 billion Mora, 5-star divine weapons. Hey! As soon as he finished saying start, the quadrangle in the sky was broken up, drifting and spinning rapidly before his eyes. Just as Yi Wuxin was being shaken by all these stars to the point of dizziness, the dazzling light exploded. The 10 tetragonal stars trailed their long tails as they fell, blooming in the void in front of Yi Wuxin. Congratulations to the host for completing the first 10 consecutive draws and obtaining the following rewards. Excalibur Dawn, Ingeo Study Guide, a quick and easy life, a set of used men's clothes. Yamabuki Sakurazumi, a female JK uniform. Traveler's Pack, Coconut Milk *4. After 9 blue meteors fell, finally, Yi Wuxin saw a beautiful purple light. He was instantly a little expectant. Once again, I've proven myself to be but at least I'm out of the purple. What could it be good for? Yi Wuxin stared unblinkingly at the purple meteor. Bang! The purple light exploded. Congratulations to the host. Acquired skill, Pinch Slime Expansion Technique. Skill description, a skill that allows slimes to expand and become larger. If you know it all, don't ask if you don't. You'll naturally understand it when the time comes. Understand? What's this? Yi Wuxin's head was filled with black lines. Congratulations, host. Your heart is in the right place. Even the system, which was bent on driving a pendulum, couldn't help but start teasing. I'm not. Let me explain. Yi Wuxin wanted to continue his sophistry. The system has gone offline at light speed. Check, no such system. Che, really, run faster than a dog. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but spit. Seeing that the system had disappeared, Yi Wuxin began to happily count the loot from the first draw. He finally has a backpack. Woohoo! There's just so much stuff when you're out and about. Yamabuki Sakuroyu, white blouse and plaid skirt. What a pretty uniform. That top, it looks like it should be a walnut size, right? JK walnut he. Gimme PR. Coconut milk can be given to little Chi-Chi to drink, just to soothe her little heart when she's scared by the pecans. Glazed moon men's clothing, fast and flat. Well, the name and the style fit his style. Yi Wuxin then changed into the set of clothes and mobilized the water element to clean himself up in passing. Dawn Excalibur, the legendary true 6-star weapon. YYDS. Holding this sword in his hand, Yi Wuxin gained the power to feel good about himself. It's really loaded. This time, the 10 consecutive draw didn't get anything premium though. A bunch of blue items. There's only one purple skill that can see but can't fight. But Yi Wuxin himself was still very satisfied. Fancy things are nice, but practicality is king. After calming his excitement, he began flipping through the Warbler study guide. You can't walk around the world without some skills. If you master this language, you will be able to give up without a fight. 10 steps kills a man. 1,000 miles does not leave a man behind. Just as Yi Wuxin was carefully studying Inger's words, Chi-Chi walked into the backyard with 2 medicines. She went to the door of the room and knocked gently at first, then drooped her eyes and stood waiting obediently. No one was heard to respond. Chi-Chi then quietly opened the door a crack and squinted through it. Both Yi Wuxin and Walnut's beds were set on the inside of the room and could not be seen from the position of the doorway, so Chi-Chi got brave and pushed the door open and walked in. She blinked her dull eyes and scanned around. Seeing Walnut still lying unconscious on the bed, he finally let out a soft breath. Chi-Chi, Mr. White, deliver the medicine. When Yi Wuxin heard Chi-Chi's voice, he hurriedly exited from the system's lottery scene. Hello, Chi-Chi. My name is Yi Wuxin. He sat up with a carp and walked over to Chi-Chi, taking the plate in her hand that held the medicine. Hello, my name is Chi-Chi and I'm a zombie. Chi-Chi tilted her head as she saw Yi Wuxin's new clothes, which didn't seem to be the same as before. What's different? Chi-Chi couldn't think of anything. She has a bad memory. A long time ago, Chi-Chi was an ordinary herb-picking girl, living happily with her family. One day, she went up the mountain to collect medicine and was mistakenly injured by the outbreak of the immortal demon war. On the verge of death, with a strong desire for life, Chi-Chi obtains the eye of the ice god. As an innocent victim of the immortal demon war, she was resurrected by the immortals. It was then sealed in amber by the immortals for hundreds of years. That is, until she breaks amber and escapes, and is taken in by white magic. Chi-Chi's appearance is also forever stuck in the year gone by. Always a dorky, cute little girl. She loves coconut milk, even though she can't taste it. Thinking back to Chi-Chi's story, Yi Wuxin's nose turned a little sour. He knelt down and stroked Chi-Chi's head. Taking out the coconut milk he had just drawn, he handed it to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, here's your coconut milk. Coconut milk. Yummy, brother Yi. Thanks. Chi-Chi looked very happy as she took the coconut milk with both eyes. She took out the notebook she carried with her and scribbled down one stroke at a time. Yi Wuxin, brother, coconut milk. Chapter 17, De Peach. Time to take your medicine. After Chi-Chi finished writing, she solemnly put away her notebook and turned her head to look at the medicine tray. On top of the medicine tray sat a small saucer with a black pill. There was also a medicine bowl. Inside the medicine bowl, brown broth was steaming, along with a small spoon. Chi-Chi pointed at the black pill and rushed at Yi Wuxin. Brother Yi, the pills. She stole another glance at Walnut and whispered, tonic. Yi Wuxin immediately comprehended Chi-Chi's meaning. I know. Thanks Chi-Chi. I'll feed the pecans. Chi-Chi, there's something else. See you later. Chi-Chi completed the task and happily ran away with the coconut milk. Before leaving, he didn't forget to close the door firmly. She was terrified that Walnut would suddenly wake up and kidnap and cremate herself. Yi Wuxin tilted his head and ate his pill in one gulp. Bitter, bitter, bitter. He was so bitter that he showed his teeth. After he managed to swallow his own medicine, he picked up the bowl of medicine on one side again and walked over to Walnut's bed. Walnut's face was still red, and she still had a fever. Earlier, fearing that Walnut would be uncomfortable lying down, Yi Wuxin had already removed her hat. Walnut's hair on top of her head was tousled and slept in a messy beauty. Walnut? Walnut? It's time to take your medicine. Yi Wuxin tried to wake up Walnut. Walnut's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She heard someone calling her, but her body was too tired to open her eyes at all. It's like the awakening phase after anesthesia. Half conscious, it was clear that the consciousness had begun to be aware, but it just couldn't command the body no matter what. Yi Wuxin saw that Walnut was motionless and had no intention of wanting to sit up and drink the medicine. He had to put the medicine bowl aside and help Walnut up, raise the pillow again and let her half lean on it. He picked up the medicine bowl and scooped up a spoonful of the broth. Blow on it gently and test the temperature again. Good damn bitter medicine. What exactly do you take to boil? Yi Wuxin carefully spooned the medicine to Walnut's mouth. Walnut, the medicine blew cool for you. It's not hot at all. Good girl. Drink the medicine and you won't feel bad. He was as patient as coaxing a child to take his medicine. This medicine smells bitter just from the smell of it. Walnut was asleep, but smelling that strong medicinal odor. She frowned momentarily. Her mouth was tightly closed, not giving the soup any chance to intrude. How can this be? Yi Wuxin's mind, which was deeply poisoned by all kinds of TV dramas, was. The famous scene of the various feedings instantly comes to mind. Isn't that forcing him to commit a crime? Two little people instantly popped into his head and started arguing frantically. A gentleman doesn't take advantage of people. You're too criminal blah. What's taking advantage of people? Walnut has to take his medicine. It's being chivalrous, talking so nicely. Isn't it just a way to cover up your own villainy? Can you bear to delay Walnut's condition? Yi Wuxin picked up and put down the medicine bowl, put it down and picked it up again. Walnut sat leaning back, her head drooping slightly, like a beautiful, delicate porcelain doll. The soft morning sunlight beat in through the window. It shone on her face, in her hair, in shadow, like an artsy photo with immaculate lighting and composition. The two little people were tired of bickering and seemed to be on the verge of shaking hands and making up. Then don't move. Let me have it. Okay, that's it. Thus, Yi Wuxin's reasoning and emotions fell to the side of being chivalrous and saving Walnut. Big deal. Let's wait for Hutu to wake up and then make amends to her. As long as she can get well soon, it's worth it to take a beating. A few beatings. He closed his mouth and took a big gulp of the tonic. The soup tasted bitter with sourness, so hard that he couldn't help but shiver and almost dropped the medicine bowl by mistake. He reached over and placed the bowl of medicine on a side table. Leaning down, he braced each hand on either side of Walnut's arm. The broth was in his mouth, stimulating the salivary glands and mellowing the bitter flavor. He held his breath as he slowly approached Walnut. Walnut's little face was flushed, like two very nice dollops of blush. As the two drew closer, Yi Wuxin became more and more nervous. He had never seen Walnut so close before. Walnut's arched brow stretched, looking as if it wasn't as uncomfortable as it had been before. The bangs had strands of brown hair that hung down from her brow. Her dense, long lashes fluttered lightly. It cast a pair of dark shadows in the eye sockets, like beautiful butterflies moving their wings slightly. The tiny fluffy hairs on her face were illuminated by the sun. The skin looks like it's glowing. It's lovely. Yi Wuxin's fingers, unable to help it, clenched a fist. His palms were sweaty, and his heart was beating out of his chest. This is a dozen times more stressful than sleeping in class and being pulled up by the teacher to ask questions by name or something. Walnut has a small nose. Her lips were pursed slightly, a nice curve. Yi Wuxin didn't dare to utter a single breath. He seemed to be able to feel the warmth of Walnut's cheeks passing through the air. Walnut's breath brushed against his face, warm and ticklish. It's too late to care. With a heartbeat, Yi Wuxin sealed Walnut's lips. Prying her lips open, he eased the bitter potion through. Walnut suddenly tasted the bitter flavor of it was a jolt, and he struggled to spit out the medicine. Yi Wuxin didn't give her a chance to spit out the medicine at all. One hand clasped the back of Walnut's head, while the other restrained Walnut's hand slightly more forcefully. Well, Walnut made a slurred sound. Who made this medicine? How can it be worse than her cooking? She really didn't want to drink medicine, especially if it was so bitter. If she had to choose between taking medication and being sick, she'd rather be sick, but she really didn't have the strength to struggle now. The two of them were lip-locked. After a long time, the medicine in Yi Wuxin's mouth had been fed to Walnut as much as possible. He raised himself slightly and asked quietly in Walnut's ear, "Can you be a good girl and drink your medicine now? Or do I feed you all this way?" Walnut was half dazed, as if he were dreaming. Her fingers poked at Yi Wuxin's palm one at a time, softly, with little strength. It was Walnut's silent protest. Her lips were flushed red and crystalline, her lips moving slightly. Yi Wuxin put his ear close, almost to her lips, before he heard some faint words. "Bitter. Don't drink." Yi Wuxin really couldn't do anything about her, so he had to continue, as he had just done, as he had done. Once again he took a large sip of his tonic first. Pry open that softness again, sealing the back way and allowing the medicine to flow in slowly. Walnut was half conscious, though, but she has a strong will to resist bitter flavors and is very uncooperative. The medicinal juice soon hit a snag and couldn't move on. Yi Wuxin tasted this sour and bitter with a bit of sweetness. A thin layer of sweat oozed from his forehead as well. It can only be repeated, patiently and gently knocking on the teeth, treating them with courtesy, first and foremost. Phew. This was repeated several times and the medicine bowl finally reached the bottom. Walnut's lips still had a bright watery stain at the corner. Yi Wuxin was panting slightly and tilting his head in admiration when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Chapter 18, White Art's Suspicion. Hearing the sudden knock on the door, Yi Wuxin inexplicably had a feeling of weakness, like a child who sneaks off to eat the family candy and narrowly escapes detection by others. He hurriedly put the walnut flat, and then a little bit of organization. The scene back to the original. After that, Yi Wuwei straightened his clothes and sat upright as he opened his mouth. "Please come in." The heavy wooden door was pushed open with a creak, followed by the sound of footsteps. Shirato led Kakaru into the room. Stopping in front of Walnut's bed, Yi Wuxin stood up and nodded slightly. Baishu glanced at Yi Wuxin and then glanced at the medicine bowl and asked, "Did Walnut finish his medicine?" Just finished drinking." Baijutsu then stepped forward and rolled up Hutu's sleeve, exposing her wrist and retaking Hutu's pulse. His gaze lingered on Walnut's face, watching her. When he saw the reddish color of Walnut's lips and the suspicious water stains at the corners of his lips, his face immediately sank. A man's intuition is, at times, spot on. Carved Haru stood back with her arms wrapped around her, waiting for Baijutsu's diagnosis. When she turned her head and saw Yi Wuxin, she did light up. It was still light outside the city. Coupled with her concern for Walnut's condition, Kerching did not pay much attention to Yi Wuxin's appearance. Now he is seen with a sword and a handsome face. Not quite the same as the average male in Ryu Harbor. Quite a bit of a jade-like aura. Yi Wuxin changed into a long shirt with greenish-gray as the main tone. The silk outer robe was moon-white in color, and the hem was embroidered in silver silk thread with dark patterns of flowing clouds. The whole dress was elegant and handsome, and the tailoring was proper, as if it was tailor-made for him. He stood with his arms folded, his good-looking brow drooping. Cast on Walnut, a look of concern all over his gaze. Kakuro carefully surveyed it and praised it heartily. This dress suits you. What haberdashery did you get it from? Carved Haru had Liu in mind and contributed most of her time and energy to the various affairs of Liu Harbor. On the surface, she is the thunderous and respected Yu Hongxing, but in private, she is also a straightforward and lovely young girl. Occasionally there is a rare leisure, carved clear favorite way to buy to spend relaxation, even a birthday wish 1 year. All just change into a plainer costume and dress up in a way that the populace won't recognize. Take it easy and enjoy your shopping time with the traveler too. Only, the traveler is bent on finding a loved one. This wish of carving Haru, I'm afraid, will be very difficult to fulfill. When Yi Wuxin heard Kerching ask about the source of the clothes purchase, he knew that her shopping desire had been aroused again. But this dress is from a systematic lottery. He couldn't just make up an address and make Kakuro make a trip for nothing, so he had to be vague. This clothes store is quite far. I'll take you with me sometime. Kakuro nodded slightly. It's a deal. As he spoke, Baijiu had withdrawn his hand from taking the pulse as he spoke in a deep voice. The condition is a little better than before, and it may be another 2 or 3 days before Walnut wakes up. 2 or 3 days? I thought it was soon. Yi Wuxin frowned, vaguely worried. The white art face was expressionless. Sickness comes and goes. 2 or 3 days is not slow. 2 or 3 more days. Carved Haru sniffed, propped her chin on one hand, and paced back and forth in the room, seemingly pondering something. On the way over, I've already informed the E-Herald of the Hall of the Living Past of the news of Walnut's illness. It's just that they've been so busy over there lately that they probably can't spare the manpower to come over and take care of Walnut exclusively. So can I trouble you to look after Walnut for a while longer? Carved Clear looked at Yi Wuxin and made a request that he simply couldn't refuse. No problem. I'll take care of her. Yi Wuxin agreed without hesitation. White Art sniffed and his face darkened even more. Carved Haru mused for a moment and added to Baijiu and Yi Wuxin. I'm not going to hide it from you guys. Something has happened recently in Liyue Harbor, and I speculate that it has something to do with the Hall of the Past Life. If Walnut wakes up, please tell me as soon as possible. Finally, Baijutsu stood up, as if to say something. Before he could say anything, Yi Wuxin's side patted his chest and made a solemn promise to Carved Clear. No problem. I'll take care of it. Baijutsu lowered his head, his expression obscure. I will come over every day to take Walnut's pulse and adjust the prescription in time. Please don't worry about Hu Tao's condition, but please don't worry about Lord Carving Harvest. I'll leave you two to it then. Hopefully she'll wake up sooner rather than later. Kakuro had a worried look on her face. After explaining all this, Kakuro once again stated that he still had a lot of things to do and needed to go ahead. Yi Wuxin said that he would definitely take good care of Hu Tao and once again watched the two leave. Silence returned to the room. Not divining the door of the lodge, Carved Haru nodded slightly, bidding farewell to Baijutsu and turning around to leave. The white magic of the desire to speak and stop speaking. Kakuro-sama, are you comfortable leaving Walnut in his care? Finally, White Art asked slyly. The lenses of his glasses reflected the sunlight with an uncertain look. Carved Haru sniffed and turned back, looking at Baijutsu with some confusion. Seeing that Kakoharu didn't say anything, Baijutsu added with slight hesitation. You suspect that he had something to do with Walnut's poisoning? Exactly. Your concerns are not unreasonable, but there are some details you may not know. Go ahead. When I saw him, he was being stopped outside the city by the Thousand Rock Army, and he almost came to blows against the Thousand Rock Army because he was worried about Walnut's condition. I examined him closely at the time, and his clothes were covered in sweat, consistent with what he said about traveling all night. I see. Baijutsu was puzzled. If he was the one who poisoned them, there was no need to send Walnut back from thousands of miles to be treated. Moreover, Walnut was poisoned and he was the only witness at the scene. To thoroughly investigate this matter, we still need his help. Kakuro paused and continued her analysis, taking a step back. If he has another agenda, it would be more appropriate for him to remain at the Unabomber's lodge to take care of Walnut until he wakes up, rather than letting him run around. Carved Haru narrated the story, analyzing it with reason. Baijutsu nodded frequently, seemingly convinced by her. Since Lord Carving Harvest said so, then I'm relieved. It's just that there are differences between men and women. I'm afraid that he won't be able to take good care of Walnut. Kakeru's thinking was ahead of the times, and she had always believed in equality between men and women, so much so, that she pressed on without reacting to Hakuji's hints. Taking care of the sick is not an exclusive job for women. As you just saw, Walnut is well taken care of by him. Seeing that the two men's minds were completely out of sync, White Art gave up the struggle. Lord Yu Hongxing is a woman after all. Only men know men best. Inside the ward in the backyard of the Unabomber Lodge, Yi Wuxin had just sent away Carved Clear and White Art, and not a moment later, he ushered in Old Meng, the ceremonial hall of the Past Life. Luckily, Walnut was sleeping peacefully and wasn't disturbed by the noise of the coming and going. Some of Walnut's usual stuff was packed and brought over in a whole big box. Old Meng repeatedly expressed to Yi Wuxin that he would trouble him to take good care of the hall master, and that he would be grateful when the hall master woke up. Then they left in a hurry, leaving Yi Wuxin alone. He contemplated on the large box. He had the illusion of an early visit to Walnut's boudoir. I wonder what could be in Walnut's case. Yi Wuxin began to dismantle the blind box. Chapter 19, Walnut's Special Fetish. Yi Wuxin hadn't forgotten to take a closer look at the walnut again before opening the box. Although, as a companion to look after the patient, familiarize yourself with the patient's things in advance, just in case. Avoid the emergency use to the time of fumbling. Looking for half a day cannot get out. This is a very good and legitimate reason. But if the unboxing is halfway through and is posted by Walnut, it's always an awkward scene to think about. Only after confirming that there was no sign of Walnut waking up did Ji Wuxin feel relieved to boldly unpack the box. The contents of the box were in disarray and had not been carefully organized. Sure enough, the case of the exquisite piggy beauty girl is more disorganized than a doghouse at first glance. Yi Wuxin first saw a large, flat, round choo-choo man pillow. The body is round and soft, long brown fur, 2 flat long ears. The 4 legs are long and thin and can be tied in a knot. Right in the center of the pillow, there is also a white flannel bullhorn choo-choo man mask sewn on. In the lower right corner of the mask, handmade by Walnut, is embroidered in red silk thread in a crooked manner. Is it hard to believe that this is what Walnut usually cuddles and sleeps with? Yi Wuxin removed the pillow and gently placed it on Walnut's bed. The box then came into view. 2 of Walnut's unpublished books of poetry, Glazed Moon Ramblings and S. Walnut loves to hang out at night, and when the mood strikes, he can't help but write a poem to the moon. She includes her poems in both collections. Unfortunately, the current lack of discernment on the part of Lazarus Moon Publishing has prevented these 2 collections of poetry from being published and distributed. Well, when I buy Yejo, I'll print his meow millions of copies for my wife. Yi Wuxin took away 2 poetry books and saw another comic booklet. Sorry, please let me Kanko Kinping no egg. The picture on the cover shows Zhongli holding a mandrill, which is holding several bird eggs. The 2 had a sweet look on their faces as they snuggled up to each other. Jin Peng no egg, that's quite a double entendre. Yi Wuxin couldn't hold back his curiosity and casually flipped through a few pages, looking at them with great interest. When he read the contents of the book, he couldn't help but snap the comic book closed. The picture is so beautiful, he was afraid to look. Didn't realize Walnut had this hobby. How are such comics published? Are the people of Liu already so open-minded? Is the spiritual life of the people of Ryu already so rich? Walnut, still really reading everything. Yi Wuxin's head was filled with black lines and blushed as he took the comic book away. Underneath the comic book, there was a light novel. The covers are all a bit worn and the pages are slightly curled at the foot. It seems to be because Walnut goes through it a lot. The leisurely life of Emperor Liu after retiring from the Hall of the Past Life and reincarnating as Emperor Liu. Phew, finally a book that looks normal. It's pretty surprising, though, the novels Walnut likes. She had such a dream? And how did she know that the Emperor was laid back after his reincarnation? What's this? Yi Wuxin had only just picked up the light novel, and in a split second, his gaze was attracted again. It was as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. I can't take it all in. He was very curious about everything in Walnut. The point was that each item was very new to him. It's a real knife in the ass. It's an eye-opener. It seemed to be a white dress, a tiny mass. Yi Wuxin pinched the dress with his fingers and gently unfolded it. It turned out to be a sparsely fabricated, white cutout lace camisole top. The bust is laced with a bow and the top is edged with eyelash lace. The top is very short and visually does not cover the belly button. There are also white cutout lace pumpkin pants in the same style. The waist and hems of the pants are also adorned with a layer of wavy lace. Gee, this dress, pure desire sealing Walnut in this outfit. I don't dare to think about it. Are these Walnut's pajamas? Yi Wuxin couldn't wait to change it for Walnut immediately, but he still retained a bit of sanity, a remnant of humanity. Not to mention what Walnut's reaction would be when he woke up and realized he was wearing such a cool outfit. Most of all, Baijutsu would come over every day to take Walnut's pulse. How can you show this scenery to another man? No. Absolutely not. Yi Wuxin went through the other things in the box again. What a variety of toys. Cute chubby, potpourri snacks, Ritsuki rice wine, slime gummies. It's almost like a small grocery stand. Yi Wuxin also found a normal-looking set of loungewear in the press. Modest short-sleeve top, half-leg pants. The overall material is satin, which is smooth to the touch and has a cooling sensation to the touch. That's a great set for a sick person. By the time Yi Wuxin finished counting the items in the box, it was already 3 poles above sunrise. Yi Wuxin smoothly categorized Walnut's things and arranged them neatly. Afterward, he made a special trip to consult with White Art and asked for some notes on caring for the walnut. For example, can a fever patient apply cold compresses? How often do they need to be fed? And how do they respond to various emergencies? Blah, blah, blah. He also borrowed the pots and stoves of the Boo Boo Lodge and cooked some nutritious porridge suitable for the sick. Feed Walnut a small bowl while it's still hot in case she loses her strength and starves. When he was idle, Yi Wuxin began to review the walnut poisoning, but his knowledge of the Tibet continent all stemmed from the game settings, and he couldn't make sense of it for a while. For sources of toxins, he roughly speculated that there might have been a problem with the pots and pans at the Chichuan's camp, or with some of the day's ingredients. It's just that Walnut is unconscious at the moment, and there's no way he's going to leave Walnut behind and run back to get his testimony. It's better to take care of Walnut first, and when she's sober, we'll investigate together. This day passed silently in Yi Wuxin's busy schedule. Walnut slept peacefully overall. Her temperature wasn't as hot as it had been last night. A few words of nonsense now and then. The white artisans have come to see them, and they all say it's not a big deal. Perhaps he was used to Yi Wuxin's way of feeding the medicine. The newly brought medicine were all drank smoothly. But what Yi Wuxin didn't expect was, after the sun went down, the challenges he faced were just beginning. The night is getting darker. The streets of Ryu Harbor went from bustling at the beginning of the lights to all silent and empty, while the whole city seemed to be in dreamland. Walnut's condition awakened. She was sleeping more and more restlessly. Her temperature had risen again and she was coughing every now and then, like a complication of pneumonia due to a high fever. Yi Wuxin had already been lying on the bed on one side, drifting off to sleep, only to be awakened by a sudden burst of coughing from Walnut. Walnut? He thought Walnut had woken up and called out, but there was no response from the other man. Yi Wuxin got up and went to check on Walnut's bed. He was startled just as the back of his hand touched Walnut's forehead. Walnut has once again developed a high fever. What's going on? It was fine during the day. Chapter 20, The Long Night. It's hard to die. Yi Wuxin muttered secretly, very puzzled. Between the long, loose hair, Walnut's small, palm-sized face soon burned scarlet once again. Rolling sweat ran down her forehead. The hair on her forehead seemed to have just been bathed, strands sticking together in wet. Yi Wuxin thought of what Bai Jiu had said. If the pecans are burning badly, you can take cold water or something else with a lower temperature and apply a cold compress to her forehead. This will lower the temperature of the body surface and the patient with fever will be more comfortable. Yi Wuxin numbly hit the cold water, soaked the towel, and folded it on Walnut's forehead. But soon the cold water on the towel was heated and evaporated by Walnut's body heat. The wet towels are getting dry. Yi Wuxin took away the towel and reached out to investigate. He felt a vague element of fire from Walnut's body surface. Can this situation be the fire elemental dispelling the poison? Yi Wuxin was skeptical of Bai Jiu's words. He had another bright idea. In the game, using a water elemental attack to break a fire shield is one of the fastest ways to do so. Perhaps the element of water could restrain the element of fire running through Walnut's body? When Yi Wuxin thought of this, he condensed the water element in his hand, gently brushing his hand on Walnut's forehead again. The cool water elemental attached itself to Walnut's forehead, providing her with a refreshing sensation. Walnut's brow stretched slightly and he let out a soft sigh. This approach seems to be working. Before Yi Wuxin could be happy, he realized that Hutu's hands were moving carelessly, as if she was hot. Hot, hot. She reached up and tugged at her collar. Her blouse was a Chinese turtleneck that wrapped all the way around half of her neck to protect her from the wind and cold. The long-sleeved jacket wraps the upper body again. It's really a warm piece of clothing when you're out and about during the week. But right now she had a high fever, and the dress became a complete liability. Maybe it's too hot. Walnut didn't know where the strength came from, and with a direct tug, he ripped his collar open, revealing a white, smooth neck, and a flat front. Her hand continued to pull. Where had Yi Wuxin ever seen this kind of formation? He panicked and looked away, his heart almost beating out of his chest. Settling slightly, he really couldn't bear to see Walnut struggle so much. Then he went to the heel of the chest and took out the modest satin nightgown. Walked back to Walnut again. The knot in his throat rolled hard, trying to keep his gaze blurred and out of focus. By the light of the afterglow, he reached down and helped Walnut to get changed. Yi Wuxin's hand was still condensing the water element. Walnut seemed to feel a slight coolness from the water element. Yi Wuxin had just trembled his hands, undoing the coil buttons of his blouse and fading the bodice to one side. Walnut then dragged Yi Wuxin's hand. It was mostly the cool water element that was released directly towards one's heart. Yi Wuxin was caught off guard and touched that fiery temperature. He huffed backwards, suddenly understanding the classic bully line. Why would a bully say, "Woman, you're playing with fire"? Isn't Walnut playing with fire right now? He's a ing man. Walnut's chest rose and fell, her nostrils on fire. Her lips parted slightly as she murmured, "Hot, so hot." Yi Wuxin felt that he had suffered retribution. He'd just roasted sweet flour-stuffed chicken in front of him, and karma could not come soon enough. Now he himself was like the sweet, flour-stuffed chicken, which had also been set over the fire and sizzled repeatedly. He pressed the walnut with one hand with extreme difficulty. The other clumsily helped her change again. Walnut's hand clasped his wrist in a death grip, not at all intent on letting him go. Yi Wuxin struggled with his hands, unable to move. He frantically mobilized his brain, thinking of ways to help Walnut cool down. He tried to mobilize the water elementals and get them to attach to Walnut's body surface as best he could, but it soon failed. Yi Wuxin's water element mastery level was not that high, and he was only able to condense into some hollow water bubbles, or simple streams of water or the like. Instead, the fire elemental energy on Walnut's body surface was constantly emanating from the inside out. The water element that Yi Wuxin mobilized in the past was quickly vaporized once it touched the walnut. He had to manipulate the water element all the time and provide it without interruption. It's the only way to achieve the goal of helping the pecans cool down. He was really in a bit of a quandary when he thought about it, caught in a game of conflicting emotions and morals. After thinking about it, he had to bite his tongue and lay down next to Walnut with his clothes on, allowing the water element to continuously circulate around his body. It was both able to reduce the loss of water elements and take the pressure off his supply of water elements. Again, they were able to get the water elemental to touch Walnut in a large area to minimize her pain. As soon as Walnut touched him, he wriggled and came up like a restless little beast, burying her face in the crook of his neck. She wrapped her hands around his armpits, trying to stick closer to ease the heat on his body. Ryu! The light murmur of breath like a swimmer caused Yi Wuxin's scalp to tingle and his body to tighten. Hiss! Walnut bit him. Yi Wuxin looked down. Walnut's cheeks were flushed and, because of the high fever, it exudes a different kind of enchantment. Yi Wuxin's mouth was dry and he wanted to say something else. Instead, he found that his vocal cords seemed to lag and his voice was muffled. At the moment, his mind and body were tormented. Walnut was still rubbing against his neck. The temperature of her face was a fire that burned wherever it touched. She was breathing a little harder, gasping softly. Walnut wasn't completely oblivious to what was happening around him. People become extremely vulnerable and sensitive when they are sick. She was burned by the fire elemental. There seemed to be a sense of near-death crisis in the drowsiness. There was still so much she hadn't done. She couldn't die yet, so Walnut instinctively sought various ways to cool down. She wanted to soak in cold water, eat ice cream, and go lie down in the snow. When she came into contact with Yi Wuxin, whose entire body was surging with the water element, it was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, never wanting to let go again. She longed for the cool temperature of Yi Wuxin's body surface. Maybe that was her only salvation at the moment. Walnut's small face was slightly tilted as she touched Yi Wuxin's slightly cool lips. Then without hesitation, he bit over and sucked greedily, letting that cool water element ferry into her body, like a wailing baby waiting for its mother to feed it. Yi Wuxin's brain had exploded with white light. He was totally unable to keep up with Walnut. His eyes flushed red as he forced himself to restrain himself and maintain a shred of sanity. Walnut is very sick and Walnut is having a hard time. As painful and torturous as this situation is, every now and then, his bottom line and dignity as a man is challenged. But there are some things he can't do yet. At least, not right now. Yi Wuxin struggled to control the water element and hugged Hu Tao, trying to do what he could to bring relief to her condition. The pecans are still moving in all sorts of restless ways. Yi Wuxin endured the torture while thinking over and over again. How in the world did Heartsea and Barbara condense the water element into healing power? A long, sleepless night. Chapter 21, The Versailles Affliction. This night, not only was Walnut sad, but Yi Wuxin was the same. This was probably the hardest night Yi Wuxin had ever spent in his life. Nighttime, quiet, complete, and all to himself. It should have been a very happy time. Moreover, the situation before him was a scene he had fantasized and rehearsed many times in his mind. Cuddling up with Walnut for a posting. Walnut also. It's all over the place. Lighting fires. Why did he feel doubly tormented when it should have been double the pleasure? There were moments when he wanted to do something really criminal to make the day a little more judgmental. Anyway, he would be responsible to the end. And sooner or later Walnut would be his. Shouldn't we just go out of our way to heckle our wives first? For a few more moments, he suddenly wanted to worship the 7 heavenly idols. He would have been raised by 9 years of compulsory education and was a staunch atheist, but when Walnut was talking nonsense in a daze, Yi Wuxian couldn't help but pray. Are there any gods in Taiwan that can hear the hearts and wishes of humans? Can you manifest the spirit so that Walnut will suffer less from the disease and get well quickly? Yi Wuxian rambled on like this, but he managed to overlook the most crucial point. He's just a rookie who just crossed over to Tibet a day or so ago. By what right is it possible to engage in elemental counteracting activities with the first fire sea for an extended period of time? This game went to the second half. Yi Wuxian's water element had been vaporized quite a bit. Obviously, he has the lower hand at the moment. The result of the victory was immediately called for. Walnut claimed it like an ignorant infant. The water element slowly flowed from Yi Wuxian's mouth to Walnut's side. Walnut, however, felt that the element of cool water was getting thinner and thinner. It's getting to be not enough. Thus, Walnut instinctively stretched out his tongue and licked Yi Wuxian's lips. Yi Wuxian's body trembled violently. No more water element was felt. Walnut smacked his lips. Her tongue began to grow restless. She poked at the enemy from a tentative touch of her lips, and then gradually stepping over the borders and attacking cities and territories. After successfully occupying Yi Wuxian's territory, she sandpapered her tongue and counted his top and bottom rows of teeth. It then continued to forge ahead, alone and barging right in. Arrive at the enemy's camp. Walnut broke into the barracks and didn't think it was enough. She seemed to be acting as if she was provoking. Mind-blowing. Yi Wuxian was flustered. Very panicky. Very panicked. Even if he had previously coaxed and used special feeding techniques. And then, misty-eyed, he helped Walnut change into cozy pajamas. And then in the spirit of helping Walnut cool down, forced to lie beside her helplessly. All this action. He saved 1 billion points for selfishness though. And yet, he has never forgotten to see Walnut as a patient who needs care. What bad thoughts can a doctor have about a patient? He'd already taken too much tonight. Under pressure that shouldn't be there at this age. At his age. Originally, it is just the stage of blood and warmth. And yet to be so bitter. Yi Wuxian's psychological defense that was already weak was under Walnut's fierce attack. Knuckleheads, the route is on. He thought freely of many scenarios in which he had lost his first kiss. Previous feedings don't count. Walnut grabbing the water element doesn't count either. These are his righteous acts of healing the sick and saving lives. The first kiss he ever thought of. It's the moon over the willow. And the two people who love each other are still having a hard time letting go of each other. It was the inadvertent smile of his beloved who looked back. And he went up and embraced him affectionately. It's two people whose hearts are in the right place, who look at each other and everything falls into place. Various times, occasions, opportunities. But the only thing I didn't expect was this. Getting jumped on by Walnut? He struggled to open his eyes and look at Walnut. Walnut's face was close at hand, with a large blush, like an enlarged close-up slow-mo shot in a movie. If Yi Wuxian had enough time and patience, he could even count how many eyelashes Walnut had. Walnut. If anything, before, she just happened to poke Yi Wuxian's XP in particular. It's just across the dimensional wall, an unattainable aspiration. That was different now. She was alive and well, right in front of him. That's someone he really likes. Walnut's movements were raw, yet completely from her instincts. This kind of instinctive action, however, is most likely to stimulate the restless factor within the body. All of Yi Wuxian's remaining lines of defense collapsed. He didn't want to think about anything else, to bother with anything else. All that has and has not, let him be. He closed his eyes. As if unconvinced, they regrouped and attacked back. Harder, deeper. In response to Walnut, the element of water flowed between their lips. Walnut is like a lost traveler in the desert. Once rescued, she drew greedily on the water. Linger and wander uncontrollably in an oasis where she belongs. The arms and legs were like octopuses, tightly wrapped around the wreath that was Yi Wuxian. Yi Wuxian's sanity was gone. He's completely out of control and is starting to follow his human instincts. One hand couldn't help but poke around. Just then, a rush of footsteps came from the courtyard of the Unabomber's lodge. There seemed to be a scattering of people, running into the yard one after another. In moments of total silence, the slightest sound is accentuated. The sudden sound of footsteps reawakened Yi Wuxian's sanity. He came back to his senses, only to realize that it was getting a little light. Yi Wuxian's senses had been quenched by the elements and were exceptionally sharp. But now, suddenly, he kind of hated the acuity. It was clearly footsteps in the yard, 8 feet away. Yet it seemed to ring out as if it were right next to him, audible and clear. This keenness of senses distressed him greatly. If he didn't hear anything, how great would that be? But he heard it, so he had to stop. Prick up your ears and listen for movement around you. The footsteps stopped in a compartment on one side of the courtyard. It seems to be someone in a hurry to see a doctor. Yi Wuxian pressed down the urge to swear and didn't forget to pacify Walnut. Perhaps after the intense game between the two, Walnut was tired and she quieted down. Yi Wuxin could feel that the fire element on Walnut's body surface was gradually decreasing. But Walnut's head was still resting on Yi Wuxin's arm and her face was still buried in Yi Wuxin's neck. One of her hands was still gripping Yi Wuxin's collar, her hot fingers against the skin of his chest. His mouth went dry as he watched. He looked away, trying to move his stiff body. He stayed in the side-lying position. While manipulating the water elemental, he also had to devote a lot of energy to dealing with Walnut. He hadn't been paying attention when he was in a state of delirium, but now he snapped out of it. I only felt that my back ached and half of my body was numb and unconscious. If he hadn't been able to move one arm, he would have wondered if he was paraplegic. Yi Wuxin had only just moved a few points outward when Walnut sensed something again and tightly grabbed his collar, his body sticking over. "Don't go." Walnut's voice was faintly audible, but the force in his hands was great. Because of the water elemental moisturizing her lips, they were not dehydrated and chapped, like a tiny cherry, red and shiny. Looking at Yi Wuxin was both heartbreaking and itchy. He freed one hand to help Walnut smooth his hair, and then one more time, very rhythmically, like coaxing a child, he gently patted Walnut's back. "Okay, I'm not leaving, you get some sleep, okay?" Under Yi Wuxin's soothing, Walnut finally fell into a deep sleep. But the good times don't last long. A strange sound suddenly came from the compartment on one side. First something fell to the floor, then it looked like a chair tipped over with a thud. Convex, ******* dish. Yi Wuxin really wanted to start a national curse. Suddenly, there was the sound of someone screaming and running around. Looks like a fight? Chapter 22, Someone's Gone Berserk? Yi Wuxin heard this series of strange noises. Inexplicable irritation welled up. The voice, disturbing him not to mention wanting to continue disturbing Walnut's dreams, makes you want to say something beautiful. It's like a social animal working diligently for 5 days, well into the early morning of the weekend. The mind had thought that it would finally be a good time to catch up on some lazy sleep. Instead, the upstairs ended up starting to be renovated early in the morning. Clanking and banging and all sorts of noises shook the ceiling. It's like high jumping in a toilet. Over the resentment, anger, worry, depression and all sorts of other emotions erupted in his heart. Yi Wuxin couldn't hold back any longer. He gently rubbed Walnut's small hand that was gripping his away and put her arm to the side of his body. Extremely slowly again, he drew back one of the arms he had patted around Walnut's neck. Yi Wuxin pumped his arm while observing Walnut's expression. Fortunately, Walnut wasn't woken up by Yi Wuxin's movements, and she slept peacefully. Yi Wuxin tiptoed out of bed and wanted to go outside the room to check the situation. Before he could reach the door, there was another jia strange scream from outside. The voice was eerie and mournful, like a smile. It doesn't sound like it's coming from a human at first glance. It's downright creepy, but anyone with a little bit of mental toughness is going to have their scalp tingling. Yi Wuxin frowned. In a trance, he thought he had not traveled to Tibet, but to some horrible world of ghosts and monsters. What the hell is going on this early in the morning? No more horror movies? He turned back to the sleeping Walnut and saw that she, too, had frowned and seemed to have heard the strangled cry. Damn, Yi Wuxin decided. Must take action. Let this early in the morning staged ghost movie as soon as possible to kill. He tiptoed to the door and opened the room a crack. He wouldn't take any chances until he was sure of the situation outside. Through the doorway, Yi Wuxin saw 2 Liu men standing with their backs to him. They stood upright in the courtyard in the most common Rizuki male attire. It was like the passers-by everywhere in Ryu Harbor. Yi Wuxin couldn't figure out for a moment what the identities of these 2 Liu men were. Are they starring, or are they drag queens? But Yi Wuxin soon learned. Just as he wondered, he saw a man crane his neck, laughing strangely at the sky like a wolf howling at the moon on a full moon. Ji. As he laughed this strange laugh, the other man also looked like he had awakened, ghosting along with him. For a while, the two of them looked like they were in the Tibet good voice, with weird laughter, laughing too hard. What's all this? These two are laughing like crippled asses. It's so damn evil. Yi Wuxin was about to rush out and pat the shoulders of those two brothers, telling them to stop competing. 2 men were seen walking straight ahead, like stiffly taking a square step. Don't! You guys stay away. A voice with a sobbing tone came from the front. Yi Wuxin realized this. Not far in front of the 2 oddly smiling men, on the ground, there were still 3 people falling askew. The 3 men were dressed in the same Ritsuki Roadrunner costume. It looked as if the 3 men on the ground, and the 2 men laughing strangely, they all seemed to know each other. Yi Wuxin didn't understand what they were doing for a moment. They all seemed to be the most ordinary people of Liu. If he remembered correctly, there didn't seem to be any such inhabitant-looking gargoyles in Ryu Harbor. Did there? Hey man, are you guys filming? Yi Wuxin finally stepped out of the door and rushed at the several men and asked. Who knows? The 2 strange laughing men looked like they couldn't hear him at all. Instead, He also picked up speed and ran straight towards the man on the ground. The racks in the courtyard for drying herbs were knocked down by them, and the herbs flew everywhere, scattering all over the ground. But the two grotesquely grinning men didn't seem to feel any pain at all. At that moment, Baijiu's figure appeared at the gate of the courtyard, followed by carved Haru, who had hurriedly arrived. Yi Wuxin finally saw normal people, just about to ask them about the identity of these men. Immediately after, Yi Wuxin saw a scene that shocked him. Inside the two oddly smiling men, the sturdier-looking one, a horse took the lead and rushed straight forward, grabbing the necks of the two fallen men and lifting them up alive. The man being lifted struggled, and all that could come out of his mouth was a slurred, "Help, help, help." The other, slightly thinner one, dragged a man on the ground, punching and kicking him as he dragged him across the floor. The man being dragged resisted all the way, crying and screaming, but the strength of the two men was too great a disparity to help. You don't have to be this desperate to make a movie, do you? Yi Wuxin realized that this was not an act associated with what Kakaru had said earlier. It seems that something really strange is happening in Ryu Harbor. Stop! Carved Haru shouted anxiously. She hadn't seen this kind of scene before and was a bit alarmed, but the two stormtroopers were not at all impressed. For a while, Carved Clear and White Art looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Liu has emphasized commerce since ancient times, and has a very good social climate, with the people living and working in peace and contentment. Since 7 Stars took over, there has been no contingency plan for residents going crazy and jeopardizing the peace. Carved Clear knew that these men were all fellows of the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce, a giant Liu company. Kakaru was able to quickly use her God's eye ability to sanction the two men who had gone insane. But, they are all ordinary people, all Liu people. Kakaru didn't think that they could resist their attacks. It's not a good idea to fight, but something is going to happen if you don't. It's like a dilemma. Right now, this is a real headache for her. Similarly, Yi Wuxin did not dare to blindly mobilize his elemental force to attack. The two people who stormed off should both look like ordinary residents of Ryu. After all, there were laws in Lazuki, and he wasn't sure. Can roadkill be considered self-defense in the laws of Lazuki? In case he hits you too hard, give him the whole manslaughter charge straight away. He doesn't want to be the extrajudicial maniac Zhang San. His mind was in a hurry, mobilizing his thunder elemental that was only LV1. I wonder if this bit of thunder element can be as powerful as a police taser. It was too late. Yi Wuxin took a lesson from Comrade Thunderfly and blasted out a few small marble-sized thunderballs. Worried about hurting someone, he purposely avoided the vitals. Little thunderball rushed at the elbows, wrists, knees, and ankles of the two thuggish men. Zigzag. The purple current touched the storming man. Plan pass. The effect is there. The two storming men were struck by the small ball of lightning. Their hands and feet went numb, and they let go of their murderous hands, but it seemed to work too well. The storming men fell to the ground as their feet gave out, perhaps because the electric current was electrified to the point that the whole body was tingling. The two of them actually jerked and laughed at the same time. Yi Wuxin was filled with black lines. This comedic effect was not originally what he wanted. He turned his head to the 3 unlucky ones who were suffering. 2 of them had fainted from fear. White Art went up to them and gave them CPR. You did a great job. Thanks. Carved Qing regained her composure and rushed at Yi Wuxin to thank him repeatedly. She then stepped forward and asked the unconscious man, Asuka, what's going on? They took Mr. White's medicine and they became like this. The man named Wook was in shock. After he finished the sentence with a big gasp, he actually rolled his white eyes and fainted as well. Hey, at least make it clear before you pass out. How can you say that to Mr. White? Chapter 23, the second young master of Flying Cloud comes to help. Hearing what Wook said before he passed out, the people in the room all looked embarrassed. What do you mean? I took Mr. White's medicine and I became like this? Can there be a causal relationship between the two? White Art was struggling to compress the hearts and lungs of the two passed out fellows. People sit at home and pots come from heaven. He immediately felt that his medical skills and ethics were being questioned and challenged in a stark manner. White Art held up his glasses without a trace and looked at the confused Carved Clear and Yi Wuxin, wanting to open his mouth to explain. Rumor-mongering opens one's mouth, and dispelling rumors breaks one's legs. Before he could open his mouth, he saw a familiar figure appear in front of the door. The visitor was none other than Xing Qiu, the second young master of the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce in Liu Harbor. He hurried over with a few of his family members. The 5 Liu men who had collapsed here before were all fellows of the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Seeing Xing Qiu, Baijiu's mood relaxed slightly. Finally, someone is rushing over to clean up this mess. As we all know, Xing Qiu himself is inseparable from the word chivalry. With his own strength, he revitalized the declining Gowa sect. Moreover, he is a keen reader, especially all kinds of martial arts novels, and combined with his own experience of chivalry, he wrote a novel, Sinking Autumn Collecting Swords. Although the book wasn't published in Ritsuki, it rolled over into the top stream of the Inazuma literary scene. In addition, Xingqiu's looks were also svelte and rather chivalrous. In his daily life, he also loves to be chivalrous. For example, defeating the evil people who block the road, chasing away the monsters who cause trouble, helping the bears pick the kites hanging from the trees, and so on. Of course, Xingqiu would not take credit for his work after doing a good job. He would just smile lightly and brush his sleeve away. When the matter is over, brush off your clothes and hide your achievements and fame. After all, he's just a mediocre rich kid. Xingqiu received the report from the family servant and hurried all the way over. He had not yet entered the boo-boo hut when he heard the strange laughter of Jia 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 Jia. When he ran to the courtyard of the Unabomber's lodge, he saw his own fellows lying crookedly on the ground, as well as the medicinal herbs scattered all over the place, and the two men who were paralyzed on the floor, convulsing with laughter. His face was stunned and he was obviously taken aback. Things were out of his league, he said with some embarrassment. Yu Hong carved Chang, Mr. Bai Jiao, and this, young warrior, I heard the fellows report that the sick people were causing trouble at the Boo Boo Lodge, and I have just arrived. I am really sorry. Yi Wuxin previously did not know that these people were the fellows of the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce, and it was only when he heard Xingqiu say so that he understood the identity of these 5 Liu men. 5 strange people who looked distinctly familiar with each other. It turned out, it seems they all serve the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Listening to Xingqiu, it seemed that a fellow was sick, but I wonder why he suddenly stormed off again, when things were not decided. Yi Wuxian decided not to intervene for now and wait and see what happens. He knew that with Kakeru's intelligence and ability, he would be able to inquire clearly and straighten out the cause of the matter, so he turned his head to look at Kakeru. As expected, after carving Harvest heard Xingqiu's words, she pondered for a moment and then began to preside over the situation. Young Master Xingqiu, you don't know, I was patrolling the streets when I received a report from the Thousand Rock Army that there was a disturbance at the Boo Boo Lodge. When I arrived, I saw 2 fellows from the Chamber of Commerce, as if they were possessed, suddenly start attacking other people. Ha? Medieval? Xingqiu froze for a moment, then looked at a nearby houseguest. Ah Shang, tell us in detail what happened before. Yes, young master. Ah Shang made a bow to Xingqiu, stepped forward and began to recount the situation in detail. All the sober people in the room listened in silence. They were all curious as to what had happened before, and what had caused the situation at hand. We carried the 2 patients to the Boo Boo Lodge, as the Lord commanded, and asked Mr. Bai to look at them. Mr. Bai took the patient's pulse and medicine, and also instructed that the patients be allowed to rest after taking the medicine. The little ones finished giving the patients the medicine, and had already planned to let them sleep at Boo Boo Lodge while the rest of them returned to the mansion first. To my surprise, the sick people suddenly began to go berserk. They threw everything they could in the room onto the floor, and the bedding was ripped up and the chairs pushed over. Ascension said, with a slightly horrified look on his face, as if he didn't really want to recall the situation. Yi Wuxin pondered a little. This statement, it did match up with those strange voices he had heard. At first, the boys tried to stop the 2 patients, but they were particularly strong and started to hit people. When I saw that the situation was not good, I had to run back to the mansion first and report it to the Lord. On the way back, I met the Thousand Rock Army patrolling and said hello to them as well. This Ah Sheng is a smart man, knowing that the situation is not good. First to go. Yi Wuxin thought secretly, if Ah Sheng did not wipe the oil on the bottom of his feet and slipped away, I'm afraid that now on the ground unconscious, there is one more person. That's all I know about the situation. Young master, when they wake up, you can ask again. After finishing the situation, Ascension glanced at the person lying on the ground and then turned his head to look at Xingqiu nervously. He was very apprehensive. After all, he's the only awake person in that hospital room right now. The rest of them were either already unconscious or had lost their minds. Xingqiu nodded. Tough on you. Although he still had a lot of doubts, he didn't want to put too much pressure on Ascension by looking at his stunned appearance. Kakeru made quick sense of Asuka's words as she put her hand to her chest and nodded her head in greeting. Okay, Ascension, I've roughly understood the situation. Please recall the details of the time more carefully, and if there's anything you missed, add it in time. After saying that, Carved Clear turned her head to look at Yi Wuxin. Did you hear any sound at that time? Thus, Yi Wuxin spoke about what he knew in detail. This includes the footsteps he hears, the wrestling, and other various strange sounds, as well as the strange sights he sees when he opens the door to investigate, excluding, of course, the details of what happened between him and Walnut. At that time, I was about to go up to them and ask why they were acting in the Unabomber's lodge. Unexpectedly, those 2 strange people directly stormed out, and their strength was as great as an ox. And then what happened later? You all know. Yi Wuxin spread his hands, indicating that he had finished. He tried to tell the story of the situation in a light tone so as not to overload the scene. The crowd sighed inwardly as they heard his off-key narration. Close to vermilion is red, close to ink is black. Those who are near walnuts are full of nonsense. Kakeru hadn't sorted things out yet. She needed more details. She then looked to the side at the thoughtful White Art. Mr. White Art, do you have anything to add? As the White Art who had personally taken the patient's pulse and had physical contact, he was naturally the one who had the most information on the scene. While others can only see a phenomenon, he can vaguely touch the essence of the event. So, White Art settled down and spoke slowly. I did notice something odd. Chapter 24, A Major Discovery. They've all been poisoned. Hearing Baijutsu say this, the crowd at the scene, who had originally thought that the incident had reached a stalemate, suddenly became excited. They stared daggers at Shiratsu, expecting to learn the truth from Shiratsu's mouth. However, Baishu was not flustered as he turned to Carved Clear, his tone incomparably serious. The wind is cool in the courtyard, and with the suddenness of the incident, everyone should not have eaten breakfast yet. Why don't we take a nap in the inner hall and talk while we eat? When Yi Wuxin heard Baijiu say this, he instantly understood the meaning of his words. It seemed that Baijutsu had indeed discovered something, but the discovery wasn't quite convenient to say in front of so many people. Combined with the condition of the scene, Yi Wuxin deduced that the discovery of the White Art was likely to involve the public safety of Liu City. As the saying goes, good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. At the scene, apart from carving Qing Xingqiu and the others, there were also quite a few household servants and fellows from the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Once bad news gets out, it's easy to make a big deal out of it. It's like how negative news tends to get pressed into hot water. Bad news is naturally known to as few people as possible. Yi Wuxin was used to seeing this kind of operation. Throughout the ages, Liu has had emperors, gods, 7 stars, and a multitude of immortals that have been silently guarding the land. But Yi Wuxin didn't know. Is it fortunate or unfortunate for the ordinary people of Lizuna Harbor to be deprived of part of their right to know in good faith? As one of the 7 stars of the glazed moon, Carved Haru had a wealth of management experience, and she immediately comprehended what Baijutsu meant as well. Thus, Carved Haru said with a serious expression, I am indeed a bit hungry. Why don't we all have a casual dinner together? Young Master Xingqiu, can you trouble the Chamber of Commerce's fellows to clean up the scene? Xingqiu nodded to her in greeting, indicating that he would listen to Kakuharu's arrangements. So, Carving Haru once again utilized her excellent leadership skills to arrange the aftermath of the scene in a well-organized manner. Under the command of Kakeru, the fellows from the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce brought twine and tied the 2 patients who stormed out from head to toe, to prevent the 2 patients from suddenly storming off again and hurting innocent people. They also carried the 3 fellows who were unconscious, in unison, to the ward of the Unabomber's lodge. After settling the unconscious man down and a bit more hustling, the fellows left the Unabomber's lodge. Baishu greeted Carving Qing, Xingqiu and Yi Wuxian, and together they went to the inner hall of Bubu Lodge to have breakfast. Yi Wuxin had just stepped into the threshold of the inner hall when he saw Chi-Chi. She sat very nicely at the table, her small body just barely reaching the dining room table. The piece of yellow rune paper on her hat, whistling as she blew it, flew upward one at a time. The round wooden table was set with common foods such as coconut milk, fried croquettes, steamed egg custard with lotus seeds, and mora meat, as well as Chi-Chi's specialty dish, No Future Dish. The No Future Dish is a very rich dish with a good mix of meat and vegetables and a balanced nutritional profile. A cute little ball of sparrows made of glutinous rice and cut into small pieces of animal meat, shrimp, fish and tofu. These ingredients are neatly arranged and evenly yards above the broth. The whole dish looks pleasing to the eye and very tasty. Chi-Chi must have put a lot of thought into making this dish. It's just that the person who made the dish can't taste what the texture is. Yi Wuxin thought of Chi-Chi's lack of taste, and for a moment he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He secretly resolved that in the future, if he had the ability, he would help Chi-Chi regain her sense of taste. He set small goals for himself as he followed the crowd, taking his seat one after another. Chi-Chi was bored and immediately lit up when she saw Yi Wuxin. She jumped to Yi Wuxin's side and tugged on his sleeve, trying to remember. Coconut, coconut, brother coconut? Yi Wuxin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chi-Chi was really cute. He couldn't help but reach out and rub Chi-Chi's head. So your last name is Coconut? Kakeru swallowed a mouthful of fried croquettes, her large eyes filled with doubt. Xingqiu sniffed and arched his hand across the dishes to Yi Wuxin. Young coconut warrior, this is your first time meeting me. Yi Wuxin then got up and returned the salute, saying in a way that was full of Jianghu Qi, my name is Yi Wuxin, young master Xingqiu, I've heard a lot about you. After saying that, Yi Wuxin once again exerted his juggling spirit. I think it would be good to change my last name to Coconut, though, so that Chi-Chi doesn't have to keep notes about me. Baijiu said with a smile while serving Chi-Chi a bowl of steamed egg custard. Indeed, Chi-Chi forgets no one but Brother Coconut. Yeah, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Only Chi-Chi was unsure. She said, word for word, Brother Coconut, with coconut milk. The logic of Chi-Chi forms a perfect closed loop. Coconut Brother Heartless, true to his name, very competently took the coconut milk from the table, inserted the straw and handed it to Chi-Chi. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted no future dishes. The ingredients were soft and tender. The soup was flavorful and much better than expected. It's a far cry from Walnut's dark cuisine. At this time, Hu Hall Master sneezed in her sleep. She did not know that she was inexplicably lying. After the fun, the crowd began to return to the theme of the table. After all, they didn't come here specifically for this meal. Of course, except for Chi-Chi and Yi Wu Xin. Chi-Chi didn't know about all the previous twists and turns. Her world is simple. A meal is a meal and a meal has coconut milk. Yi Wu Xin, on the other hand, was burying his head in his hands and stealing rice. So many of Tivot's dishes he had never eaten. And as a foodie, could there be anything more important than eating? Yi Wu Xin was chewing with his cheeks puffed out when he heard Baijiu say nonchalantly, "Gentlemen, back to the topic. After taking my pulse, I found out that the two fellows from the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce were not suffering from a sudden emergency as they claimed, but rather, just like Walnut, they were also poisoned. Moreover, according to my deduction, it should be the same kind of toxin." Yi Wu Xin couldn't help but stop his chopsticks when he heard this. He felt that things were drifting in an interesting direction. It seems that the cause of Walnut's poisoning will soon be known. Poisoning again. Kakeru was surprised by Shirato's discovery. Her face changed slightly, and she looked at Xingqiu, who was frowning at the side. Young Master Xingqiu, can you tell us carefully the circumstances of the Chamber of Commerce fellow's illness, from beginning to end? The corner of Xingqiu's mouth twitched. He never expected it. The old man thought that he spent all day in the Wanwenjishang, not doing his job, so he wanted to find something for him to do. This time, the Chamber of Commerce fellow suddenly fell ill with an emergency, so the old man waved his hand and gave full responsibility to Xingqiu. Sure enough, nothing good can come from Pop's looking for him. The Chamber of Commerce fellows also lived up to their reputation, fearing that the second young master would be idle and see a buttload of things by visiting the doctor. However, for poisoning, which was a necessary plot of martial arts novels, Xingqiu was obviously well prepared for it, and he wasn't shocked. Under the nervous and expectant gazes of the crowd, Rowdy Autumn began to carefully recall. Chapter 25, Preliminary Targeting. Xingqiu slightly lowered her head and pondered for a while before speaking faintly. The matter is indeed odd to say the least. A few days ago, the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce received an urgent order. Since the goods required by the other party were not that much, my father arranged for two fellows to go ahead and deliver the goods as requested by the customer. Unexpectedly, not long after these two fellows came back after delivering the goods, they said they were a little unwell. At first, it wasn't serious for the two of them, so no one took it seriously. The crowd quietly listened to Xingqiu's narration, fearing that they would lose focus and miss any important details. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, strange noises came from the room where the patients lived. The household servants living nearby originally paid no attention to it, and when they got up early and went to investigate, they realized that the two patients had collapsed in their rooms, foaming at the mouth and having convulsions in their limbs. When my father learned of the news, that's why he rushed them to the Boo Boo Lodge to ask Mr. White Art to heal them. Xingqiu glanced at the looks of the people around him and found that they were all frowning. Indeed, there is so much doubt in this matter. And then, later on, there was the series of things that happened early in the morning. Mr. White Art, you said that the fellows were poisoned, just like Walnut. So what kind of poison did they get? How is she now? Walnut? After Xingqiu finished combing through the veins of the matter of the fellow's onset, a series of questions arose in his heart as well. Young Master Xingqiu, the questions you mentioned are exactly what I want to know. But unfortunately, all of these questions, at the moment, have no answers. White Art's expression was all over the place as he spoke and couldn't help but sigh. This toxin is very weird. I've never come into contact with it before. When I was treating Walnut before, I realized that the fire element in her body was suppressing this toxin. Therefore, the manifestation of Walnut's poisoning is a constant coma and fever. Early this morning, taking the guy's pulse, I realized that without the suppression of the fire element, this toxin is abnormally active in the human body. Rather than a toxin, it's more like a mysterious energy. I had wanted to wait for the fellows to finish the medicine and observe for a while first, but I didn't expect the performance of the fellows in suddenly rising up to injure others, and verified this speculation of mine. After Baijutsu finished his speculation, the atmosphere of the scene seemed to fall into a state of stagnation. A mysterious, energizing toxin. After hearing Baiju's words, the people present were silent. At first they thought the fellows were just suffering from a condition similar to epilepsy, but they didn't realize that both fellows were poisoned. If the fellows were poisoned, who administered the poison? Where was the poison successfully administered? And why are pecans poisoned? If Walnut storms out and hurts someone too, it's not something that can be stopped as easily as a normal dude, so it's important to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. Otherwise, it was likely that more of the people of Liu would be affected. If they all suddenly stormed off like dude, the consequences were unimaginable. The crowd at the scene was in a state of worry. Even the naive Chi-Chi vaguely understood what Xingqiu meant. She had been very frightened when Xingqiu spoke of the walnut. He also heard Xingqiu say that Walnut was also poisoned. As much as Chi-Chi disliked Walnut, she didn't want her to be poisoned. After all, it must be very unpleasant to be poisoned. Where do the guys deliver? Yi Wuxin suddenly asked a question, breaking the silent atmosphere at the dinner table. Whether it's a toxin or a mysterious energy is beside the point for now. The most important thing at the moment is to find out when, where and why Walnut and the fellows were poisoned. Toxins can't infect the body out of thin air. It must be through some medium. Rowdy Autumn thought for a moment and replied, the agreed-upon place of delivery is near the delusional slope. Kakeru sniffed and narrowed her eyes. The delusionless slope is indeed quite remote. If an outlaw were to poison there, it would indeed not be easy to be discovered. It seems that we have to make a trip to the delusionless slope in person. After all, the two fellows are still unconscious right now, and it's hard to ask for useful clues from them. Gyokia followed Kakeru's train of thought and offered his suggestion. That's right, but the delusional slope is huge. We don't have much time to waste. We must find the person who threw the poison with the highest efficiency. Carved Haru analyzed in a deep voice. Yi Wuxin looked towards Carved Clear as he subconsciously began to sort through the various clues in his mind. He and Walnut came out of the delusional slope and reached the Chumhum campsite by the stream. While camping and picnicking, Little Ghost is sick and Walnut has a fever. The fellows of the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce, on the other hand, sent the goods to the vicinity of the delusional slope and returned to the Liu harbor after the onset of the disease. Undelusional slopes. This place again. Walnut and the fellows were all poisoned by the same poison. Regarding the pecan poisoning, Yi Wuxin's previous thoughts had been limited to the pots and pans within the Chu Chu people's camp being problematic or some of the ingredients being poisonous. But now the fellows from the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce have been hit by the same poison. Could it be that the Chamber of Commerce fellows had also been to the same camp, where they rested and ate, resulting in poisoning? No, it's unlikely. It's too much of a coincidence and the probability of it happening is too low. If not, then who poisoned them? How did the person who poisoned Walnut and the guys do it at separate times or places? Yi Wuxin shook his head. He felt as if he was missing some important details. He combed through his thoughts again and resumed his review. Various scenes and clues flashed back and forth in his mind like rolling movie clips. Yi Wuxin crosses over, is burned awake by Walnut. Walnut leaves to find pants. Yi Wuxin is sneak attacked, fights with Boar, leaves with Walnut, hoeing all the way. Yi Wuxin divorced himself from his identity as a pro-lifer and examined the entire incident from a god's perspective. He felt his thoughts become unusually active and his vision became very wide. It was as if he had traveled to four-dimensional space and time, looking down on the multitudes. Boar, the monster that resembles a sewage elf boar. It has problems. I thought of that. Yi Wuxin was filled with excitement and tapped his head. The crowd, yanked back from their respective thoughts, turned their heads to look at him. He only saw Yi Wuxin with a radiant and glowing gaze. He walked over to Bai Jiao, took out a dark black spirit bead, and handed it to Bai Jiao. Mr. White Art, please check this thing. This dark black spirit bead was the first piece of loot he had seized after defeating that dark sewage elf boar earlier. Yi Wuxin did not carefully study its composition at that time, and only regarded it as a Tivat souvenir. He didn't find the sewage boar strange either. After all, Miku often adds all sorts of backstabbing monsters to the game. But as he thought back now, something must have been terribly wrong with that boar. Bai Shu received the dark black spirit bead from Yi Wuxin. He scrutinized the spirit bead. This bead was black and seemed to have unknown energy surging within it. Bai Shu's eyes revealed disbelief as he turned his gaze to Yi Wuxin, his tone somewhat anxious. Where did you get this thing from? Yi Wuxin then retold the original story of how he defeated the sewage elf boar. During his narration, the rest of the group gathered around Bai Jiao, 3 parts wary, 7 parts curious as they stared at the spirit bead in his hand. After listening to Yi Wuxin's narration, Bai Jiao slowly opened his mouth. If I'm not mistaken, within this spirit bead, it contains a large amount of toxins, the same origin as the ones in Walnut and their bodies. Chapter 26, What's next? After hearing Yi Wuxin's experience of fighting the sewage boar, as well as Bai Jutsu's deduction about the spirit beads, which contained a large amount of toxins, the crowd all looked at each other with incredulous expressions. Everyone is shocked at what has been learned so far. So, what's next? Then, Chi-Chi rubbed her eyes and asked the question. Silence fell in the inner sanctum. For a while, everyone looked at each other with nothing but bewilderment. None of them knew when this kind of demonic creature had appeared in Liu, and what exactly is this demonic creature, and where did it originate? The person who was most upset at the scene was Kakeru. Carving Haru's sense of responsibility was just too much. She has always taken it upon herself to take care of the various affairs of Ritsuki. Do your best in everything and strive for perfection. Now, this demonic creature with its own toxin has appeared in Ryu, seriously jeopardizing public safety. Walnut and the fellows from the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce were poisoned as a result. To others, this kind of contingency could not have been anticipated by anyone, but Carving Haru thinks she, as one of the 7 stars, failed to take precautions to protect the people on one side of Liu. This is her responsibility. A sense of self-blame and guilt couldn't help but grow in Carved Haru's heart. Mr. White Art, please let me see this bead again. Carved Haru took the spirit bead from Baijutsu's hand with a serious face. She surveyed the bead with seriousness. This spirit bead is warm to the touch and the surface is translucent. It could be seen that the dark black flocculent energy inside the bead was constantly surging. This kind of energy felt exceptionally weird and vaguely evil. This thing, is that the culprit that caused Walnut and the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce fellows to be collectively poisoned? Carved Clear and White Art were the same. Even though they had seen a lot of things in their day-to-day lives, they had never come into contact with this kind of energy. It looks like a clue, but it's clueless. Thinking about this, Kakeru couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Never seen this kind of thing. It seems that want to find out the truth of this matter. It's necessary to rush back to the delusionless slope as soon as possible to thoroughly investigate, Kakeru said with a straight face. She looked towards Yi Wuxin who was standing at the side, silent. Only Yi Wuxin's eyes were unblinking, staring blankly at the spirit bead in his hand. I don't know what was on my mind. At this moment, Yi Wuxin's brain, again like a small motor, was running at a fast pace. White Art's words once again verified Yi Wuxin's previous guess. Sure enough, something was terribly wrong with that boar. He was deducing, in his head, where the sewage elf boar had gone, as well as the way this toxin got into Walnut and the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce fellows. At that time, after he released the fire elemental, obviously watched that wild boar on the spot dissipated. Moreover, throughout the entire fight, Walnut was not involved at all. The possibility does not exist that, say, the pecan was arched by this sewage boar and thus injured and poisoned. How did that pecan get poisoned? Yi Wuxin told these thoughts of his to the crowd at the scene, and then, he continued to analyze while running through his thoughts. That pig was defeated by me, but Walnut and the fellows were poisoned one after the other, and at different times and places. Therefore, I think that the boar, in all likelihood, is not the monster itself. Kakeru felt a chill run down her back as she heard these speculations. Everyone felt that Yi Wuxin's analysis seemed reasonable and expected him to speak more clearly. That is to say, it is likely that other sources of poison exist on the delusionless slope. Hearing him say that, the crowd instantly realized what the problem was. Yi Wuxin continued to run through his thoughts quickly and told everyone about his reasoning. That boar's attack consisted entirely of the water element, and Walnut was picnicking at a nearby Chumhum camp before he became ill. The fellows from the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce, too, have sent their goods to the vicinity of the delusional slope. The crowd listened with rapt attention. They seemed to have vaguely caught some message, but hadn't quite figured it out yet. Therefore, I guess that something is likely wrong with the water source near the delusion slope. Lord Carving Harvest, to be on the safe side, we must make a trip back to the delusionless slope as soon as possible to find the source of the toxin. Yi Wuxin subconsciously blurted out. He turned his head to look at Kakeru, only to find that Kakeru was staring at him with unblinking eyes, curiosity in his gaze. Yi Wuxin was uncertain, and his heart was somewhat stunned. Kakeru shouldn't suspect that she poisoned herself, right? Carved Clear was immersed in Yi Wuxin's analysis, only feeling that he was thinking logically and behaving like a highlight reel. Suddenly meeting Yi Wuxin's gaze, Carved Qinghao was a little vain as if she had been caught peeping at someone else. But when she heard such speculation as the water source of the delusionless slope being poisonous, she was somewhat appalled. Are you saying that the water source of the delusional slope is poisonous? Not only Carving Harvest, but all the people present, hearing such words, could not help but feel a great sense of trepidation. Although the vicinity of the delusional slope, 12 miles in circumference, was basically uninhabited by living people. But if the water is toxic, meaning that the toxins are likely to spread down the stream. Ryu Port is a typical port city, nestled in the mountains and surrounded by water. Although it is not known how much of the dosage is contained in the toxins in the water column, but if the source of the toxin is not found and the water purified as soon as possible, the consequences will be very serious. Carved Haru paused her mind and quickly arranged a division of labor for the people present. Young Master Xingqiu and Young Master Yi Wuxin, please, both of you, go with me to the delusionless slope to find the source of the toxin. Yi Wuxin and Xingqiu nodded very solemnly without any excuses. It was a matter of the safety and security of the many people of Liu, and they all felt a heavy responsibility. Mr. Baijutsu, Chi-Chi, I'm counting on you two for Walnut and the fellows of the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce during our absence. Carving a heavy face, Kakura turned to Baijutsu and Chi-Chi, making a gesture of please. Baishu's face was cold as he clearly realized the seriousness of the problem. No problem, please don't worry, Lord Carving Clear. I will entrust 7-7 again to go and pick up more herbs to clear the heat and detoxify the poison and return. For the next few days, I will stay at the Undoubtful Lodge and study the antidote to the poison. Yi Wuxin sniffed, and his sights went to Baijio. Mr. White Art, based on my previous experience in taking care of Walnut, I found that in the middle of the night, Walnut's fever would intensify. Moreover, before, young Master Xingqiu also said that the two fellows were also suddenly aggravated in the middle of the night. Therefore, I suspect that the toxins in their bodies are more active in the middle of the night. Yi Wuxin told Baijio his guesses so that he could be prepared and respond early. Your presumption is well founded. I see. I'll keep a special eye on them tonight, the White Art replied, his mind unavoidably collapsing. It seems that tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 27 Preparations for Departure. Strange Transportation. After agreeing on a plan of action for the next step, Carving Haru's small team of 3 set to work, ready to go. This plan of action was set in haste. There are a lot of details that are not well thought out. Yi Wuxin could already predict that this trip would inevitably encounter many unknown risks, but they clearly have no more time to be circumspect. For the safety of Ryu Harbor, they had to find the source of the toxin as soon as possible. Yi Wuxin suddenly experienced that sense of mission to protect the family and defend the country. Throwing blood. I will do everything in my power to guard this land, even if it's in pieces. When do we move? Yi Wuxin looked towards Carved Clear, and his gaze was unusually firm. Kakuru propped her chin up and mused for a moment. It happened suddenly, and there's no telling how long this operation will take. I need to go back to the General Affairs Division first and organize the business at hand. Gyokyu nodded in agreement. I also need a bit of time to arrange things for the fellows. Lord Carving Clear, when you're done, look for me at the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce and we'll meet there. After all, those fellows of the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce who stayed at the Undiscoverable Lodge were injured and poisoned. As an employer, you really need to give the guys a piece of your mind first. Okay, I'll meet you guys as soon as I can. Carving Haru like a windy woman, she rushed out of the door of the Unabomber's lodge in the twinkling of an eye. After Kakuru left, Baijutsu offered to check on the sick people again before he left. Chi-Chi didn't want to have any contact with Walnut. High temperatures, fake smiles, and death terrified her at the thought. So, Chi-Chi went to pick herbs silently, as Baijio had arranged. As for Yi Wuxin, he was the most idle within the group, pressing for nothing to explain. He then followed Baijio and Xingqiu, heading to the ward once again. The group first went to Walnut's hospital room to check on her. Sure enough, it was the same as what Yi Wuxin had observed. Walnut's condition, during the day, is relatively stable. Her temperature wasn't as high and she slept more soundly. The 3 people who came to visit did not wake her up. She lay still and seemed to be dreaming of something else happy, a light smile on her lips. It's rare that Walnut is this quiet. Rowdy Autumn couldn't help but spit. Yi Wuxin looked at Walnut's slightly red face and thought of those images of Walnut's difficult fever last night. He'd love to help Walnut share that pain. Unfortunately, the disease doesn't transfer. He secretly resolved that this trip must be a quick one. Find the source of the toxin as soon as possible, as well as a way to help Walnut detoxify. After the 3 men had made sure that Walnut was okay, they left her hospital room and went forward to visit the chamber's fellows. The 2 fellows of the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce who had fallen ill due to poisoning were much more miserable than Walnut, because they're not under control and there's a precedent for mobbing and hurting people. Only temporarily bound hands and feet, tied to the hospital bed of the Unabomber. Although Xingqiu was heartbroken for his own fellow, there was no better way. He stared at the fellows and repeated his instructions to Baijutsu. We can only entrust them for the time being. Mr. White Art, I've caused you trouble this time. All medical expenses and damages will be credited to the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Baiju's face was pale. Healers are kind. Young Master Xingqiu is polite. After looking at the 2 poisoned fellows, Yi Wuxin joined Xingqiu and the others and walked to another ward. This ward is for the 3 fellows who were so physically tortured and mentally shocked before that they passed out. Baijutsu had previously performed some simple healing maneuvers on them. The 3 fellows who had originally passed out had, at some point, all come to their senses. Their hearts were filled with the joy of the aftermath. The 3 men were gathering in the hospital room, chatting heartily. Xingqiu crossed the threshold and stepped into the hospital room. When the fellows saw Xingqiu coming over, they respectfully rose and waited for Xingqiu's arrangement. When Xingqiu saw their somewhat pale faces, he couldn't help but feel a bit of compassion for his own fellows again. I apologize for my oversight this time, and for making everyone suffer. Young Master Xingqiu, you mustn't say that. It was also our carelessness. The fellows were amazingly professional and courteous with Xingqiu. According to the employment regulations of the Chamber of Commerce, everyone who has suffered physical injuries due to an accident this time can apply for a leave of absence of at least half a year, depending on the extent of their injuries. During the vacation period, everyone's salary will be paid as usual. When the fellows heard Xingqiu say this, their 6 eyes immediately released light in unison. Is this a blessing in disguise? Xingqiu continued to maintain his chivalrous nature and spoke slowly. Everyone recuperate from their injuries at ease, and all the medical expenses required for this visit will be credited to the Chamber of Commerce's account. In addition to the one-time payment of sufficient compensation, the Chamber of Commerce will also give various corresponding compensation. The specific entries are all registered on the signed employment contract, so everyone can check for themselves. Listening to those pontificating consolations and arrangements of Xingqiu, not only the fellows, even Yi Wuxin was moved to tears. It seemed that there was indeed a reason why the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce was able to grow bigger and stronger. It's easy to see that in the handling of dude's injuries. The Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce is full of humanistic care for the fellows it employs. Xingqiu's handling of this incident is more humane than the so-called blessing of those big factories in Blue Star. Whoever wins the hearts and minds of the people wins the world. With such a chamber culture, why worry about the future development of the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce? After leaving the Boo Boo Lodge, Xingqiu said that he would be solely responsible for the supplies needed for this trip. Yi Wuxin followed Xingqiu and rushed to the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce. The Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce was even more imposing and grandiose than what you see in the game. Walking into the Chamber of Commerce residence is like walking into an architectural art museum. The various courtyards and houses are well packed, simple and calm. Yi Wuxin almost got lost walking through those pavilions. Stacked mountains and water, flowers and trees. Rowdy Autumn called for the transportation needed for the trip from the Chamber of Commerce. When Yi Wuxin saw that transportation, his head was filled with black lines. He had expected some sort of ornate vehicle, or a ship filled with the characteristics of Rizuki Harbor. Never in a million years. That's for transportation of supplies, hot air balloons? Yi Wuxin looked at the huge hot air balloon in front of him and had the illusion of doing a daily commission. He remembers that the laws of safe transportation commission was often found in the game. There were some demons that had set their sights on the hot air balloon that was transporting the goods with the intention of seizing the supplies on it. The content of this commission mission is to escort this cargo hot air balloon to its destination safely. Every so often, a wave of glitches and a couple of roadblocks are brushed in the hot air balloon's path, and this so-called hot air balloon is flying slow and low. Surprisingly, I get stuck at the short barricade every time. Even the dragonflies before the rain flew higher than it. As for why, we don't know, and we don't dare ask. Yi Wuxin still remembered that this commission was troublesome and was one of the commissions he was most reluctant to do. Your own occasional bug stuck standing in a hot air balloon can get shot all over the head by the bow and arrow chuchas. As Yi Wuxin thought about this, he could not help but feel a bit puzzled. Low-altitude turtle speed balloon. Can this thing really send them back to the delusional slope as soon as possible? He couldn't help but ask. Xingqiu, young warrior, will this fly too slowly? Chapter 28. Carrie wants to go to my hometown. Xingqiu heard Yi Wuxin's question about the hot air balloon and smiled in a mysterious manner. This is the hot air balloon of the wind god, which my father purchased at great expense from the city-state of Mond. It is said to be able to travel 1,000 miles a day. When Yi Wuxin heard the words wind god, he immediately had the feeling that he had been snubbed. He pressed down his subconscious disrespect for the wind god and asked with a puzzled face, allegedly? Have you never tried it? Xingqiu glanced at Yi Wuxin, only to see that the other party's face was full of suspicion. Xingqiu, however, was unimpressed as he hiked up his hands and returned with an expectant tone. It was just shipped back a couple days ago, and it came in handy right away. After all, this was the first test flight of his own Windsor hot air balloon, and he did jump at the chance. Yi Wuxin was still secretly wondering. Typically, when you go to the store to buy a new car, don't you just pick it up and drive it home? Why do we need to send another truck back? Thinking this way, he couldn't help but take a few steps forward and stop by the hot air balloon. This hot air balloon is much bigger than what you see in the game. Luckily, the Gyokia family is a wealthy Ryuki family. The family is so large that a plain courtyard is the size of an apron. Otherwise, the average small family can't really park this hot air balloon. The pods suspended from the bottom of the Windsor balloon are made entirely of wood. The whole thing is a cabin-like construction with wooden paneling that looks sturdy and reliable. The rope that hangs the bilge is attached to the airbag with two propeller-like fans. The air sac above the fan was made in the shape of a wind attribute floating spirit, but it was dozens of times larger than a real floating spirit. The four little wings on the air sac hang down like floating jellyfish, still bobbing up and down, looking very cute. For every wind god hot air balloon produced, one little floating spirit loses its life? Yi Wuxin looked up at the light green air sac and blurted out. Rowdy Autumn clearly didn't understand that he was playing a stunt. He was busy greeting the houseguests as they moved the supplies to the top of the hot air balloon. You'll see when you fly later. Xingqiu was clearly confident in this wind god hot air balloon. Under Xingqiu's command, the houseguests held various boxes containing supplies, stepped on the stairs, and boarded the hot air balloon one after another. Yi Wuxin looked at the household servants who were busy like little ants carrying food. Somewhat jaw-droppingly, he asked, "Young Master Xingqiu, dare I ask, are we going on vacation or fighting monsters? As the saying goes, it's better to be at home for 1,000 days than to be away for a while. Anyway, Yu Hang Xie hasn't come yet, so let's take advantage of this moment to pack more things, so that we can be prepared for any problems." Xingqiu explained in a literal manner and counted the supplies with great interest. The houseguests were in the thick of things. The day-to-day Jade Balance star, Lord Kakaru, had also finally arrived in a hurry. "I'm really sorry to keep you two waiting." Kakaru had obviously jogged all the way here, and she was panting as a thin layer of sweat broke out on her forehead. Before Yi Wuxin and Xingqiu could reply, Carved Clear added, "It's not too late, let's get going right away." Xingqiu nodded and waved his hand towards the houseguests in a stop gesture. Then the household servants put down what they were holding and left one after another. Kakaru raised her hand to caress the hot air balloon's escalator, her face full of curiosity. "This hot air balloon is quite an interesting shape. It's my first time to ride it." "Coincidentally, so are we," Yi Wuxin had just replied back. When he turned his head and saw that Xingqiu had already boarded the hot air balloon, Xingqiu stood tall and waved at Carved Clear and Yi Wuxian on the ground in greeting. "Yu Hong Carving Chang, young Master Yi, you two come up here quickly." Thus, Carved Clear and Yi Wuxin, one after the other, boarded the wind god hot air balloon. It was only after walking into the cabin of the hot air balloon that Yi Wuxin suddenly realized, it's a real luxury villa. Ah no, a luxury hot air balloon. While standing on the ground, Yi Wuxin wasn't able to see what it looked like up there because of the high baffles around the hot air balloon pod. Wow, this hot air balloon is so well constructed too. Carved Clear was even more surprised than Yi Wuxin. She had already praised it first. Yi Wuxin turned his neck and looked around. You can just see that the cabin of the Fengshan hot air balloon is surrounded by a ring of small, double-story wooden buildings, just like the traditional architecture of Fujian, the Hakka Tulu. In the center section, a complete courtyard is enclosed. There are wooden gazebos, tables, chairs and more, as well as the various supplies that Xingqiu had the houseguests send up. Yi Wuxin took a cursory glance. There's food, booze, and all sorts of adventure gear. Carved Haru stood beside him, and apparently also saw what Xingqiu had carefully prepared. She couldn't help but feel, it would be so nice to go on vacation in this hot air balloon sometime. Yi Wuxin heard the anxiety hidden in her tone and spoke out to comfort her. "Just wait until you're done with all this, then you can give yourself a nice vacation. Buy your leave." While the two were talking, Xingqiu had already walked to the console on the second floor and pressed the handle for operation. The hot air balloon's suspension ladder retracted automatically. The rope snap connected to the ground was released, and the huge wind-floating spirits slowly lifted up with the whole hot air balloon. Yi Wuxin and Kangqing felt the start of the hot air balloon, and the two of them looked at each other with excitement. Uncharacteristically, he ran up to the second floor. A circular observation deck is set up on the second floor. Yi Wuxin leaned on the wooden handrail and viewed the scenery below. It was also the first time that the people of Port Lizuki had seen such a large hot air balloon. In time, the people turned out by word of mouth. They tilted their heads around the street and pointed from time to time. "This hot air balloon is so big and beautiful. It seems to have risen from the flying cloud chamber of commerce's side. Gee, dirt is different. Who says it isn't?" As the wind god hot air balloon gradually flies high, the beauty of the Liu harbor was in full view, getting smaller and smaller in Yi Wuxin's eyes. It was the first time he had ever looked down on the entirety of Ryu Harbor from this viewpoint, a bird's-eye view of Lizuki Harbor. The houses and pavilions are staggered and organized in a chaotic manner. The neighborhood is full of roads and bridges and boats, surrounded by green mountains and green water. What a great view of the mountains and water and atmosphere. This kind of scenery reminded Yi Wuxin of a famous landscape painting. It was something he had seen on the internet. The 1,000 Miles of Rivers and Mountains by the northern song artist Wang Shimeng. Seeing this déjà vu beauty, for a moment, Yi Wuxin was actually a little homesick. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Carved Clear's voice rang in Yi Wuxin's ears. When she saw Yi Wuxin gazing at the scenery, she walked over to enjoy it together. Yi Wuxin collected his thoughts and nodded without a trace. "Much like my hometown, only hundreds of years old." "Really? What's it like where you're from? Are there gods too?" Kakaru was obviously very curious. "There are no gods where I come from. There is a time that belongs to man. Belonging to people? Can you elaborate?" Carved Haru was instantly interested. "My hometown's social system, run by the people. Yi Wuxin smoothly memorized the points he learned from the political science textbook. He briefly introduced the economic, military, and cultural systems of his hometown for Kajikyo, explained the people of his hometown from standing up, rich, and then strong, that a thorny, arduous and great struggle journey. Kakeru listened attentively, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Every ordinary and commonplace person is striving for a better life, and is silently striving for the dream of national revitalization and national rejuvenation. This is where I come from. At the end of his words, Yi Wuxin actually felt that his eyes had gotten sand in them and his nose was a little sour. What's going on? Is this the classic far from the smell, near the odor? Where you're from? It sounds so great. Carved Haru heartily exclaimed as she raised her hand and clapped. She had always wanted the people of Rizuki to realize the pride of being human, instead of being satisfied with the blessings of the gods. Yi Wuxin described it, even though she couldn't fully understand it for a while, but it sounded as if it was the prototype of her ideal of that kingdom. I wish I could go there in person and observe and learn. Well, I'll take you there when you get a chance, but maybe when you get there, you won't necessarily think it's nice. It won't, that's a promise. Oh. Carved Haru stretched out her pinky and made a gesture of pulling a hook. She was really looking forward to it. What does it look like to truly belong to the age of man? Yi Wuxin sparingly reached over and hooked Carved Haru's little finger to complete this engagement ceremony. If he remembered correctly, this was already the second flag he had set up in front of Kajiharu. Yi Wuxin was about to loosen his little finger. Suddenly, the original wind god hot air balloon that had been traveling smoothly. It was as if it had been subjected to some powerful force and shook violently. Chapter 29, May the God of Wind fool you. With the sudden and vigorous shaking of the wind god's hot air balloon, Yi Wuxin and Kung Cheng, who had originally been chatting very well, could both suffer. It's like the passenger was sitting comfortably in the back of the car and hasn't fastened his seatbelt because he's lazy. The driver in the front row, however, is not Marshall, accelerating violently with the passengers unprepared. As a result, both Yi Wuxin and Kei Qing were shaken by this huge inertia and stumbled. Yi Wuxin is fine, although his right hand is still pulling the hook with the carved clear, but at his left hand is the railing, which is very good for lending strength. In a flash of lightning, Yi Wuxin violently stretched out his left hand and grabbed the crossbar at the top of the railing. The surface of the wooden crossbar was polished smooth, but it still rubbed his hands raw and hot. His body still under the force of inertia. He took a big step backward, but fortunately, Yi Wuxin barely managed to stand still and didn't fall on his butt to the ground. Kakeru, who was standing opposite him, wasn't so lucky. Her right hand was held back by the motion of hooking her fingers, and her left side was empty, with nothing to lend her strength to. Thus, Kakeru only had time to let out a gasp of surprise. She was unsteady on her feet, and her body fell forward with the inertia. Caught off guard, the two collided. Yi Wuxin raised his hand to hold her up. Carved Clear's soft slime squeezed Yi Wuxin's arm, so light and soft to the touch. This is the teenage girls. Yi Wuxin's breath snapped. His eyes lowered a little to see the extra purple cat's head in his arms. He didn't dare to breathe, much less want to. Just want to close my eyes and go crazy sucking kitty cat. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Carved Haru's low voice came out. Yi Wuxin lowered his head, gauging Carved Haru's expression with interest. He suddenly remembered the episode of the Moon Festival where Kakeru had her favorite dish, golden shrimp balls, stolen and eaten by Potpourri. The look on Haru's face at that moment was so adorable and aggravating that it was memorable. Kerching raised her face slightly, just in time to meet Yi Wuxin's line of sight. The corners of her eyes drooped and her brow furrowed gently in embarrassment with a hint of shyness. The corner of Yi Wuxin's mouth hooked up, polite and gentlemanly, changing the topic without a trace. It's okay, let's go help young Master Xingqiu. Earlier he said that this hot air balloon can travel thousands of miles in a day. Yi Wuxin felt that although this balloon did not fly slowly, it was still far from the level of traveling thousands of miles in a day. 1,000 miles a day? Let's go see what's going on over there with him. Apparently, Kakeru was also very surprised to hear this description. She hurriedly agreed, lowered her head, and hurriedly walked past Yi Wuxin. Nonetheless, Yi Wuxin saw it. Carved Haru's cheeks looked like they were coated with a pink rouge. Oh, girls are such a lovely creature. In Yi Wuxin's mind, that very subtle description suddenly popped up. Guess girls are made of granulated sugar, spices and something nice. That's what Kakeru is like, isn't it? It can be sweet and salty and very nice. The wind god hot air balloon, after shaking vigorously for a moment there, fell back to steady again. Yi Wuxin and Carved Clear walked into the control room one after the other. They had expected Xingqiu to be a dutiful hot air balloon pilot. He would sit in the driver's seat and meticulously maneuver the balloon. But I didn't expect it. Young Master Xingqiu was lazily leaning back in his recliner, reading a book with great interest. The second young master of the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce has been an avid reader since he was young. It was also notorious in Ryu Harbor. Also, it is said that Xing Qiu reads everything. Yi Wuxin glanced over with some curiosity. It's just a shame that it's not possible to see the title of the book on the cover. Young Master Xing Qiu, are you reading? Carving Clear saw that Xing Qiu was reading a book, so she stopped by and asked. Xing Qiu sniffed and pulled her gaze back from her book, looking up at the two people who approached her. There's a golden house in the book, and there's a face like jade in the book. Yu Hong carved Chang. Young Master Yi, why did you guys come over? Yi Wuxin saw that he was full of leisure and elegance, so he thought that the shaking of the hot air balloon just now was not a big deal. Then he replied, the hot air balloon just wobbled a bit, and we thought something was wrong, so we came over to check it out. Oh, you said that. I was just casually moving the joystick. Nothing happened to you too. Rowdy Autumn's tone rippled. Still uneasy, Kakeru once again developed her pragmatic spirit and walked slowly forward. Rowdy young Master Chio, you read at ease. Let me maneuver the hot air balloon. How is this going to operate? Kakeru walked over to the console and stared at the wooden pole with a crooked head and thought. It's just a pole. Feel free to break it. Xingqiu re-immersed herself into the world of the book without lifting her head. A wind god balloon. Is that so random? Yi Wuxin saw the bare joystick and secretly spat. It seemed that Lord Wind God's reputation for loving to touch fish had been widely spread. Even a labeled hot air balloon, whose operating system is so simple, is the essence of fishing? Yi Wuxin also stepped forward to try his hand at maneuvering. As soon as he reached out, a powerful air current swept over him. The book in Xingqiu's hand didn't hold steady, and the pages of the book whirled and flipped, and in the twinkling of an eye, it was rolled up into the sky. My book, Xingqiu exclaimed, watching the book float away like a balloon, disappearing from sight. At this point in time, Yi Wuxin was very glad that he had enough weight. Otherwise, wouldn't it be blown out of proportion like that book? Without waiting for Yi Wuxin to finish celebrating, the violent gusts of wind once again roared. The sound of hunting passed through the ears. Yi Wuxin felt as if his eardrums were being squeezed and were about to be blown flat. How? Carved Haru had just said one word before her voice was drowned out by the air currents. Yi Wuxin's eyes were barely open as he vaguely read her words from the shape of Carved Clear's mouth. Kakeru was confused. She wanted to ask what was going on. Why is it suddenly so windy? With this violent gust of wind, the balloon deviated from its original forward direction. Begin to go with the wind. Rowdy Autumn was obviously surprised as well, and, unsure of what he was doing, he ran along with the wind thumping his way to the operating lever. He tried to avoid the gust by pulling on the lever and adjusting the direction of the balloon's travel. But let Xingqiu pull left and right, wiggling that joystick. The hot air balloon is still going with the wind. This gust of wind grew bigger and bigger, and it actually formed a tornado-like air current. The hot air balloon of the wind god is wrapped up. It spiraled and spun at breakneck speed, propelled by the air currents. Ah dash! Carved Haru couldn't hold back a scream. In a flash, Yi Wuxin only felt that both his eyes were black and dim. He wasn't special forces. He hadn't been trained by the devil to fight vertigo. Unprecedented motion sickness hit. Though reason told him that under high-speed rotation, the combination of centrifugal force and inertia would cause them to squish in the direction of the floor and not be swept out by the wind. It's like a looping roller coaster. As scary as it may seem, the coaster doesn't fall off the track and passengers aren't thrown off. However, Yi Wuxin still subconsciously grabbed Carved Clear on the side, fearing that she would fall. The other hand clenched on the console. It's an unknown height in the sky. If you fall, won't you become a puddle of flesh? During the violent rotation, the sky and the earth were reversed in Yi Wuxin's eyes. With great effort, he turned his head sideways and saw that Xing Qiu was holding the joystick in both hands with his eyes closed. The joystick is useless. On the other side, Kakeru clung to his arm. Obviously, she didn't have this roller coaster ride experience and is now very scared. Yi Wuxin fought against the air currents and spoke with great effort. Don't be afraid. It won't fall. The hot air balloon spun in this stream for just a few minutes before it broke out of the wind field, but for the three men riding on it, it was a period of time that seemed as long as a century. The balloon smoothed out as the wind died down. The three men collapsed to the floor with pale faces, obviously all still reeling from the frightening experience they just had. In the middle of the day, Xingqiu spoke doubtfully, "We're still alive?" When Yi Wuxin heard this, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. He was bitterly happy after his robbery and squeezed out a miserable smile. I suspect that your father was fooled by the wind god. Chapter 30 Arrival. Xingqiu disguised as a storyteller. Xingqiu was a bit skeptical of life as he stared at the sky with a vacant expression. He was seriously contemplating the possibility that his father Sama had been snubbed by the wind god. The more I think about it, the more I realize that Pops is an ingrate. Yi Wuxin, on the other hand, calmed down and looked at the sky behind him. He vaguely saw a white circular wind circle in the distant sky. So it is. They had just crossed a long circle of dandelion winds to travel so fast. Only, was this an elaborate arrangement by Lord Wind God? Or was it a coincidence of karma? That's unknown. After thinking about it, Yi Wuxin came to a conclusion. It's mostly the loss of the wind god's divinity, along with moral decay. Kakaru, on the other hand, let out a long breath, still in the dizziness from the flipping spin she had just experienced. After fixing her mind, she realized that she was still clinging to one of Yi Wuxin's arms. However, the sense of crisis brought about by that life and death situation just now washed away her shyness and reserve. With that kind of sky spinning, it's still a real lifeline. If it wasn't for Yi Wuxin beside her who grabbed her in time, it's really scary to think about. Carved Clear staggered up, holding her forehead with one hand and thanking Yi Wuxin in a fake calm manner. Young Yi, this time, thanks to you. Yi Wuxin was still lying on the ground as he tilted his head to look at Carved Clear. You're welcome, it's a small thing. The wind was strong high up in the sky, tugging at the corner of Kakaru's skirt. Yi Wuxin's eyes were locked straight on a certain place and could not move away. And this angle, even without wind. He's still a very simple and decent boy. Some of the scenery, it really wasn't something he meant to see. Carved Haru gave a grateful smile and then looked ahead. She looked around, trying to determine the current bearing the balloon was in. After the sudden passive rush they had just experienced, they now needed to be sure that the balloon was traveling in the right direction. Yi Wuxin also patted his clothes and stood up, walking over to Carved Clear and observing with her. Below his line of sight was a glossy, mirror-like lake of water, like a turquoise emerald. It was set above the vast plains. In the distance, rocky peaks and forests of stone tower over the horizon. Yi Wuxin found the scene inexplicably familiar. Of course, there were many attractions in the continent of Tibet that he was a loyal visitor to, having been there no telling how many times. Is this the Ajwa continent? Yi Wuxin raised this guess. Carved Haru clapped her hands in excitement. That's right. Beyond Ajwa Chao is the destination of this trip, the Wahipo. Rowdy Autumn jumped when she heard the discussion between the two. He craned his neck and peered into the distance, and after double-checking, he became very excited. Looks like the wind god isn't that unreliable. Look, isn't this it? Though this is sent to the slope of no delusion. But this hot air balloon, I'm afraid no one wants to ride it a second time. Kakaru hugged her arms and teased. What improvements do you two suggest? Xingqiu was serious. He planned to go back and repair a letter to the supplier of the mun to use feedback. Let's just say, can you soften the way you cross the wind circle? It's too much of a test for the heart. Yi Wuxin made a pertinent suggestion. As he spoke, Xingqiu had already lowered the flight altitude of the hot air balloon. As the hot air balloon flew lower and lower, Yi Wuxin finally had a solid feeling of landing safely. Look, guys, what's that? Carved Haru let out a gasp. Following Carved Clear's line of sight, Yi Wuxin and Xingqiu looked over. Only a layer of black mist seemed to be shrouded in the sky above the delusional slope. From a distance, it looks like a castle inhabited by ghosts and monsters. The delusional slope was already a spooky place, but now it seemed even more eerie. Maybe it's haze? Yi Wuxin didn't think twice. Let's get in there and take a look. Carved Clear mood. Just like the immediate no delusion slope, shrouded in a layer of gloom, the wind god balloon bam, landed heavily at the foot of the mountain of no delusion slope. After Xingqiu simply grabbed some adventure gear, a few people left the hot air balloon and began to head towards the undisputed slope. As soon as they entered the delusionary slope, the sky suddenly darkened. This is, after all, the place where yin and yang meet, and it's very spooky. It's in a constant state of darkness, never seeing the sun. Luckily, Xingqiu was prepared. He took out the torches in his backpack and lit them one by one, handing them to Carved Clear and Yi Wuxin respectively. The small space on the side where the three men stood was immediately illuminated. Kakaru inquired while receiving the torch. Young Master Yi, where was the place where you hunted the wild boar last time? Yi Wuxin observed the surrounding scene and had a rough route in his head. It's near a lake. I'll try to take you there. Okay, please lead the way. With that, the three began to move forward quickly. In the pitch-black surroundings, apart from the gusts of the gloomy wind sweeping through the forest, only the footsteps of the three men remained. Yi Wuxin began to miss Walnut a little. If she was there, she might have had to improvise another poem. Carved Clear rarely came to the delusionless slope, and she found the atmosphere to be very strange, so she began to intently observe her surroundings as she walked. Xingqiu, however, found it interesting. Ghostly pagan novels often depict similar scenes as eerie, spooky, but the ghosts and goblins in the literary books are sometimes cute, and they're all great beauties. He remembered a fun story from Liu Zhizi, and the desire to tell it instantly exploded. Although they come out with a mission in mind, but the combination of work and rest, when it's time to be serious, it's time to relax or learn to tone down the mood. Thinking of this, Xingqiu slowly opened his mouth. Ahem, why don't I, tell you all a story? Good, it's a long way to go. Young Master Xingqiu, please speak. Carved Haru was in a serious mood. Tell it, tell it, tell it. I'm counting on your story to relieve my boredom. Yi Wuxin hung back. Pa dash. Xing Qiu clapped his hands together, acting as a startling effect. He began to tell the story. It is said that long ago, there was a scholar named Zhao Shang. One day, Zhao Shang was reading in his own courtyard, and without realizing it, he read until midnight. At this time, two beautiful women came to Zhao Shang's house and smiled at him. Zhao Shang sighed in his heart. There is such a beautiful woman in the world. But, Zhao Shang suddenly woke up again. How could a beautiful woman come to his house in the middle of the night? If it's not a dream, then these two women, they must both be vixens in disguise. Rowdy Autumn's tone changed. Ha? Vixens? Are they trying to eat Zhao Shang? Kakaru was obviously very curious. Yi Wuxin had seen this story, so he but smiled. Xing Qiu, on the other hand, continued to speak with great interest. Zhao Shang righteously said to the two beauties, "Go away. I am a man of study. Definitely won't be compelled by you guys." One of the women laughed. What a nerd. Since you're a bookworm, I'll come up with an epigram. If you can match the next couplet, I'll leave. This first couplet is Wushu is the same body. Only a little is missing from the belly. You too. Why don't you try to match the next couplet first? Yi Wuxin scratched his head. I'm not well read, so don't make it difficult for me. Although he had read the story, he had read it all as a dirty joke. So how could he remember the next couplet clearly? Kakaru was instead analyzing it in a serious manner. This top line means that the two characters of Wushu are very similar, just a little short in the stomach. Well, the characters that look alike are Kimoto in the same frame, with only one cross missing at his feet. Carved Haru hard to come up with a downward spiral. Yu Hong carves a good literary style. It's just a little less impressive as a couplet. After Xing Qiu complimented Carving Harvest, he continued his story. After Zhao Shang heard this epigram, he thought hard for half a day and couldn't come up with it. The woman laughed at him. A scholar? That's it? It's better if I give you the next couplet. The next couplet is fifth year even trace. Foot why not double pick? When the woman said that, she laughed and laughed. After Xing Qiu finished telling this story, he and Yi Wuxian looked at each other and smiled at each other. Filled with the taciturnity of men, only Kakohara was left pondering over the meaning of the next couplet. Why does it feel weird somewhere? We're almost there. That's the lake. Yi Wuxin suddenly pointed ahead and said. Xing Qiu and Carving Harvest followed his gesture and looked over, also vaguely seeing the dark lake. Chapter 31, Three Men Turning by the Lake. This lake, from a distance, didn't seem to be any different from how Yi Wuxin remembered it. Stars of ghostly fire still floated above, reflecting a little shimmer on the lake. The three people looked at each other, as if they had a heart-to-heart. They all held their breath unanimously, and their expressions were all serious. After all, according to their previous speculation, there might be other monsters near this lake, and that monster, most likely, was the culprit that caused Walnut and the others to be poisoned. Thinking of this, the three of them deliberately slowed down their pace and walked gently towards the lake. At this moment, the delusional slope was quiet, with only the thin sound of the three people's footsteps on the ground. The surroundings were pitch black, and apart from the ghost fire, the only source of light left was the torches in the hands of the three men. After being tempered by the fire element before, Yi Wuxin's senses were much sharper than normal people. He realized that even though it was pitch black all around him, he seemed to be able to see things in the darkness. The further he moved forward, the stranger he felt. It felt as if one's every word and action was being secretly spied on at all times. Do you guys have the feeling that someone is peeking at us? Yi Wuxin lowered his voice and quietly asked. Xingqiu immediately shook his head. Kakaro raised her eyes and looked around the room, not noticing anything. She thought Yi Wuxin was joking. Is this another ghost story? Yi Wuxin gently shook his head and did not continue to dwell on this issue. Whatever it is, it's always soldiering on and improvising. And above the treetops at the top of the tall ancient tree, the extremely hidden place beyond the three people's sight, a black bird crouched among the branches, its head tilted slightly, its sharp gaze following the three uninvited guests on the ground. As Yi Wuxin's trio got closer and closer, the appearance of the lake gradually became clearer in everyone's sight. They were somewhat surprised to find out the lake seemed to be all thick black, like a black canvas covering the ground. At first, they thought it was because the light was too low, so the lake looked black. However, when Yi Wuxin walked to the edge of the lake and brought the torch closer, in the light of the fire, the three men finally saw the lake. Not because of the light, but the lake itself appears black. Yi Wuxin directly drew a mouthful of cold air. How did this water get like this? Carved Haru paused, her tone changing a bit. Rowdy Autumn hung her backpack on a side tree by its side and crouched down to check out the lake. At once, he too frowned. They all saw the wisps of dark black flotsam floating in that lake. It was like thick ink dripping into water but failing to fully dissolve. These things, they look like the same beads as the one with the toxin. Yi Wuxin squeezed the torch in his hand and brought the firelight closer to the water. He said, pointing to the black flotsam in the lake, It seems that, just like our previous guess, there really is something wrong with the water source of the delusionless slope, and this water is full of toxins. Carved Haru raised her torch high and looked around as she opened her mouth to command, "Gentlemen, let's look around here for a while and see if we can find the monster." Yi Wuxin thought about it, and he objected as he felt that spreading out the operation would not increase the efficiency of the search. "I think it's better to act together. This place, the delusional slope, is very weird in pitch black. In case." Xingqiu laughed softly and walked over to pat Yi Wuxin's shoulder. "Young Master Yi, you're not afraid of the dark, are you?" "Who said that?" Yi Wuxin immediately retorted. "Is it hard to believe that you are afraid of ghosts?" Xingqiu deliberately said in a gloomy tone. "Nonsense." Carved Haru saw the two people talking to each other, fearing that they would forget about the main event, so she opened her mouth to discourage them. "Alright you two, let's just look around along the lake. Don't spread out too far and nothing should happen. If you find anything, let us know in time. After an hour, whether we find the monster or not, everyone will gather back here." Well, Yi Wuxin saw that Xingqiu and Keqing were determined to go, so he stopped stopping them. Carving Haru and Xingqiu took the torches and ran away in a puff of smoke. The three men began to split up at this point. Yi Wuxin had a very bad impression of the delusionless slope, even though he had been here many times, both in the game and now being in it. The place was haunted and overgrown with weeds, obviously sparsely traveled all year round, and the weeds didn't even go past their knees. In short, it's a place that's not half as popular as it should be. Yi Wuxin walked along the bushes and jungles by the lake for a long time. As he walked, he scrutinized the plants and trees around him, as well as the traces on the ground. If a monster had ever been active here, there would have been trees or grass down or some kind of footprints left behind or something. Any sign of activity is visible. Maybe it's out of the aftermath of watching too many TV shows. As Yi Wuxin walked, he made some marks on the trees he passed. The light of the torch in his hand grew fainter and faded. However, this would not bother Yi Wuxin. After all, he could already see in the dark, while he couldn't see very clearly as he could during the day. His current night vision was far beyond what a torch could illuminate. But the two men in the other place, who had also suffered the extinction of their torches, were evidently much more distressed. Carved Haru walked through the woods for a long time, and her torch went out. But the good thing was, Kakeru would often go deep into the middle of nowhere to sharpen her will. As a result, she has a wealth of experience in exploring. She also has a Jedi hairpin. Don't underestimate this one hairpin. Her hairpins, which can be used to cut grass and firewood, skin and bone her prey, and act as an alarm device. Even, it can be thrown into the water to electrically numb the fish. Get several Jedi grilled fish. Now, when encountering this sudden plunge into darkness, Carved Haru decisively removed the hairpin. Her long, silky purple hair poured down like a waterfall. Kakeru attached the thunder element to the hairpin, and the hairpin instantly turned into a light source with thunder and lightning. Although this light was faint, it was still more than enough to see the path beneath my feet. Obviously, the most unlucky one was Xingqiu. He left his expedition backpack at the edge of the lake and the torch in his hand went out again. The water element of the line of autumn couldn't help much with lighting, so he was left to brave the darkness. Only, walking alone in the darkness, no one could help but be frightened. Tiny noises chanced to come from the forest, and I wondered if it was a bird fluttering its wings or the sound of the wind through the leaves. Xingqiu held his breath, even hearing his own heartbeat. His feet stepped in the barren grass and he almost had to trip over a stray branch. Xingqiu had some regrets. Why did he act separately at that time? But it was useless for him to regret it now. He could only continue to walk forward with a hard head. It didn't take long for Xingqiu to become completely lost. Chapter 32: Xingqiu in Danger. After about a quarter of an hour, Yi Wuxin followed his memory and returned to the agreed location. He was empty-handed and had nothing to show for it. There was no sign of the monster nor did they find anything suspicious. By the time he arrived at that previous location by the lake, neither Carving Harvest nor Xingqiu had returned yet. Rowdy Autumn's backpack was still hanging from a tree. This guy, running so fast, he forgot his backpack. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but shake his head. After spitting, Yi Wuxin was momentarily bored, so he opened the system panel to check the changes in his attributes. This system also really does what it says on the tin, quiet as a chicken and usually not a sound at all. Yi Wuxin was surprised after checking it out. After the water and fire battle with Walnut that night, his fire element mastery level had a small breakthrough and was raised to LV5, and the value of his bonds with Carving Haru, Chi-Chi, and Xingqiu has achieved a breakthrough from nothing. Yi Wuxin was still checking out the other attributes when he heard a sound of footsteps from far away. He raised his eyes and looked, but it turned out to be Kakeru who had returned. Kakeru held a Jedi hairpin wrapped in the element of thunder in her hand for illumination. Her cat bun was undone and her long, silky hair hung down over her chest. Kakeru paused, her eyes scanning from left to right. Only Yi Wuxin was seen, but not Xingqiu's shadow. Young Master Yi, when did you come back? Did you find anything? I've just arrived a little while ago and there's no sign of the monster. I also have nothing. Then have you seen young Master Xingqiu? I haven't been able to see young Master Xingqiu. This is strange. Xingqiu young master has always been on time. Why hasn't he returned now? There was some concern between Carved Haru's eyebrows. Let's wait a little longer. And if he's not back yet, let's set out to find him. Yi Wuxin proposed. He still had some thoughts to discuss with Carved Clear. This search, though it seems to have yielded little, has confirmed our earlier suspicions. Since the toxin is in the lake, it's likely that the monster itself is also in the water, and it might be hard to find it if we look for it on the shore. There should be a way to lure the monster out. Carved Clear nodded after listening to Yi Wuxin's analysis. You're right, so how should we draw it out? Why don't we try throwing lightning elements into the water? Maybe the monster triggers an electrosensitive reaction and it'll show up. Yeah, Carved Haru dropped the Jedi hairpin in smoothly. As soon as the thunder element and the lake water came into contact, it flashed with blue-violet electric light, leaping in the lake water. Other than the electricity, the lake looked calm. No sign of the monster about to pop out. It doesn't seem to be much use. Carved Haru's voice was a little disappointed. It's okay, we'll try more. Yi Wuxin then joined Carved Clear and threw thunderballs into the water. The lake overcharged with a crackling sound that sounded very stress-relieving. Two people having fun. On the other hand, Rowan Autumn was walking in the dark. He has completely lost his sense of direction and is in a state of ghosting. Ghosting is scientifically explained by the fact that the instinct of biological movement takes on a circular shape. The two legs of human beings cannot be exactly the same in length and strength, but differ. When a person walks with both eyes open, or in a place with a good line of sight, the eyes constantly feed the surrounding scene back to the brain. The brain then helps to correct for the small difference and come out in a straight line. Conversely, when a person walks with their eyes closed, or walks outside at night in the dark, there is a small difference in the length of the steps taken by each foot. This subtle difference accumulates and the trajectory of the action comes out of a circle. Rowdy Autumn just keeps spinning in circles now, only he didn't realize it himself. Feeling that a thin layer of sweat had broken out on his forehead, Xingqiu stopped walking. He leaned against a tree trunk, intending to rest for a while before resuming his journey. Without waiting for Xingqiu to sit down, rustling noises came from all directions. At first, Xingqiu thought it was the sound of the wind blowing the leaves, and he paid no attention to it. Instead, the sound grew louder and louder, lingering around Xingqiu. Could it be a monster? This thought popped up in Xingqiu's mind, and he instantly raised his guard. He had quietly squeezed the hilt of his sword, just waiting for the monster to appear. He would give it a taste of the power of his Guhua sword technique. At that moment, there was the sound of clattering water. A dark shadow jumped in front of Xingqiu and seemed to have a long tail. That long tail swept directly towards Xingqiu's face. Xingqiu was startled by the black shadow that was suddenly flung at him. He ducked and dodged with a stoop. To hit someone without hitting their face. Your Excellency is so unkind to martial arts. Xingqiu flung out the rain curtain sword with his backhand. Rain lines are hard to draw. Immunization, 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 immunization. The rain curtain sword hit the black shadows. All immunity and no kill. Not good. Rowdy Autumn cried out darkly. He waved his ceremonial sword carelessly, greeting the black shadow in front of him with his attacks. He was going to make a false move and slip away. Just as he turned around, he saw in front of him another dark shadow jumping over with a thud. The dark shadows attacked back and forth, and Xingqiu was attacked from the back of his belly. This black shadow was immune to water elemental attacks, and Xingqiu knew that he would not be able to defeat it, and he quickly analyzed the current battle situation. As the saying goes, those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. You can't fight and you can't run. The other party was outnumbered, and he was bound to suffer if he fought alone. For the sake of today's plan, we can only think of ways to delay and move help first. Xingqiu then flung the Guhua sword technique in a haphazard manner while doing so. While riveted, he shouted at the sky, Kakaru dash, young swordsman Yi. Perhaps because of the fight has no place to use the strength. The line of autumn this shout is extremely penetrating. Carved Haru had already fished the Jedi hairpin out of the water, and was working with Yi Wuxian on how to lure the monster out of the water. Then he was startled by the sudden shout. It's young Master Xingqiu. It's young Master Xingqiu? The two men looked at each other and spoke in unison. The voice sounded weepy and tearful. 9 times out of 10, the line fall is in jeopardy. Yi Wuxin and Carved Harvest couldn't say much else in time. The two of them glanced at the direction from which the sound had come with great understanding, and drew their legs and ran wildly. Along the way, the two men were on tenterhooks and their bodies were like electricity. He was afraid that if he arrived a moment late, something bad would happen to Xingqiu. Fortunately, both Yi Wuxin and King Xingjian ran with very fast feet. It didn't take long to arrive at the battlefield. Yi Wuxin saw Xingqiu's fighting figure from afar and quickly threw a fireball over. Xingqiu was groping in the darkness, and Yi Wuxian's fireball spell was like sending charcoal in the snow, bringing him light. Through this brightness, Xingqiu finally saw clearly. The black shadow that had surrounded him for half a day turned out to be the summon of a pure water elf, Water Phantom Squirrel. It was just that this squirrel, like the wild boar Yi Wuxian had fought, was covered in black. When Xingqiu saw that help had arrived and the monster was a phantom squirrel, he relaxed a little. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool me that I'm small, Gyokia said and swung out with 5 consecutive sword strikes, all blocked by the large tails of 2 phantom squirrels. But his sword strokes were so fast that the squirrels had something to fear. When Yi Wuxian and King Qing heard that Xingqiu was still in his skin, they knew that he was fine for the time being and relaxed for a while. Young Master Xingqiu, go for it. Hey, 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 you two stop watching the show. As soon as Xingqiu's words fell, turbulent water suddenly gushed out from the ground. Like a sudden flash flood, all 3 men's shoes were suddenly wet. Chapter 33, The Monster Appears. This monster, is it finally going to show itself? Yi Wuxian secretly sighed. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. The 3 men had been actively searching for the monster for a long time, and now they had accidentally launched a sneak attack and sent their heads to the door. Yi Wuxian and Carved Clear gave each other a wink and quickly prepared to meet the battle. The rushing water met at their feet, forming a circular blade of water. It spun across the floor like the rotating wheel of a high-speed cutter. Filth must be removed. A very nice female voice came from the air. The voice was extremely gentle, a huge contrast to her attempt to kill at this moment. Yi Wuxian immediately reacted when he heard this voice. That voice is all too familiar. This is the most bleepable of the Tivet monsters. Pure water sprites. The pure water elf was originally a spy for Fontaine in the land of water, or Fontaine, and the pure water pixie Losha is the most famous and powerful of them all. But after the fall of the last water god, Latia turned her back on her native land of Fontaine, and lived alone in the Light Policy Villa, keeping a sight of pure water, returning to the countryside, and not asking questions about the world. Young Master Xingqiu, take care of yourself. Carved Haru rushed at Xingqiu to give an explanation, and then dodged on the ground at a rapid pace in order to avoid the spinning water blades. Yi Wuxian also flashed towards the clearing, away from where the water blades were spinning. After all, Xingqiu and Carving Harvest were both present, and he didn't want to make the openness too obvious. Yi Wuxian remembered that the pure water elves in the game were quite amiable and would not actively attack others. Whenever a player launches an attack in the game, the first line of the pure water pixie is it an assassin from the homeland? Or is it someone who is presuming to intrude on the waters of Light Cure? It is evident that she, like Barbados, is bent on touching the fish. The one who infests the water of Light Policy is the one who really carries evil hashtag. But now, the pure water sprites were actively attacking them. It's so suspicious. It's so perverse. Yi Wuxian dodged while looking towards the sky, searching for the pure water elf's main body. Since pure water is a beeping elf, we can talk about everything. Are you Latia? Yi Wuxian asked tentatively. Latia was the lord of pure water of Light Curse, the same pure water elf that Yi Wuxian was most familiar with. You won't get away with it. The pure water elf's voice came again, gentle with a cold edge. A gentle strike. A huge water ball smashed down towards Yi Wuxian. It seems that this battle is a must. Yi Wuxian stopped talking nonsense as he quickly unleashed his fire elemental power, wrapping his entire body in fire element. Then directly carry this water balloon hard. The water ball touched Yi Wuxian's body and instantly engulfed him. Young Yi, Carved Haru and Xingqiu let out a gasp of surprise at the same time. Rowdy Autumn had climbed into one of the surrounding trees. There was really nothing he could do about this monster that was immune to the water element. Xingqiu had planned to act as a cheerleader in the tree, but he didn't expect Yi Wuxian to be hit by a water balloon just as he stepped onto the field. Ah, this. Yi, young warrior, ah. Kerching saw Yi Wuxian being engulfed by the water ball and was anxious in her heart. She wanted to immediately rush over and check Yi Wuxian's condition, but as soon as Kakeru took a step, he was blocked by the flying spinning water blade. The water ball dissipated. Yi Wuxian's long body fell to the ground with a bang, and the whole person was unconscious. He also fell right on top of the flying water blade. Carving Haru and Xingqiu turned their heads. They really couldn't bear to watch any longer. Yip, the young warrior, died before he could make it out of the battlefield. Kajikyo and Xingqiu were still immersed in their grief when a dark blue pure water elf revealed itself. Her entire body was made up of the element of water, and like a bird, she leisurely fell from the air. Fountainhead. The pure water pixie swung one of her water wings and flapped it in Carved Haru's direction. Kakeru took a deep breath, seeing that his partner was in trouble. Yu Hongxing was ready to fight to the death. The sword light is like me, cutting through the chaos. Kakeru erupted with the power of the thunder element, transforming into countless sword shadows. At once, lightning and water columns met, and electricity shot out in all directions. This pure water elf is not Lofia, the Lord of Light Council. Instead, it was the contemptuous pure water sprite, Urania. Like Lothia, she had been a secret agent of Fontaine. She had originally stationed herself in the lake on the delusional slope, and when she sensed someone approaching, she left the lake early and hid in the treetops of the forest. As soon as Yi Wuxin arrived, Urania recognized him. She had once used a phantom boar and fought Yi Wuxin to test her opponent's strength. After a battle, it was discovered that Yi Wuxin wasn't very good at fighting, but after this period of recuperation, Urania's strength had also recovered a lot. Urania had thought that the men would leave after checking it out. I didn't realize that these three people didn't know better and had been looking around, disturbing her peace. After seeing that Rowdy Autumn had been left alone and had been circling the woods, Urania finally couldn't help but make her move. She planned to take care of the fallen Rowdy Autumn first. However, Urania did not expect Xingqiu like a shrimp. Before the fight even started, a bunch of people were called out with an ow. Urania was aggravated. This guy doesn't talk about martial arts. After Yi Wuxin and Carved Harvest arrived, Urania used two of her newly perceived moves one after the other. The Churning Waters of Bitterness, the Tidal Wave of Killing. Unexpectedly, these two moves were very effective and settled Yi Wuxin with fire. Urania's confidence skyrocketed. She realized that these people were nothing more than a bunch of posers. One well, it's crazy to shake people before they even fight. The other one fell to the ground after only two moves. The fight was so easy. Thus, Urania intended to strike while the iron was hot and quickly take care of Gyokyu and Kakeru as well. But what Urania never expected was this. All's fair in war. Yi Wuxin appeared to have been knocked out, but in reality, she was retreating and trying to find a way to seduce her to show herself. The name of this trick is called the bitter trick. What a pleasant life it is to be open. Yi Wuxin wrapped his body with the fire element and resisted Urania's water ball. Instead of being harmed, it recklessly ingested the surrounding water element. Then in the meantime, he pretended to faint, letting Urania think he had scored a hit. Upon seeing Urania appear, Yi Wuxin, who was originally lying on the ground pretending to be dead, immediately leapt up. Fire as I am. Burn all the beef and mash. Yi Wuxin transformed into several flames and sped towards Urania. Yes, this is a skill that he learned from Kakuharo and created after processing. The way to control the elements is to follow your heart. After comprehending the use of elemental force, Yi Wuxin quickly stole from the master and followed suit. He learned a lot of skills in this way. Young Yi, you're alright. That's great. Rowdy Autumn leapt down from the tree, and he joined the fight. In an instant, the little square of space, thunder element, water element, and fire element, intertwined and coexisted. Induction, overload, evaporation, triple reaction, and then there's Rowdy Autumn's fancy sword dance. No way. If you can't play, it's good to have some fun. Notes, contemptuous pure water sprite Urania. This monster is from the official Windrunner swordfighting Aton event, and since I was too lazy to think of a name, I just paraphrased it hee. Chapter 34 Tree Dunk carved her eye and then passed out? Seemingly sensing the tremendous energy of the elemental surges, the sky above the delusionary slope turned cloudy in an instant, and pouring rain fell. Eulania was surrounded by three people, and a few fierce looks flashed in her eyes. Fighting in a group, she was never in the vein. Yono illusion. With a turn, Urania leapt into the air and swung her wings, generating multiple vortexes of water elementals on the ground. Like a huge vortex, it sucked in the originally scattered elemental energy. Yi Wuxin was surprised to find that all that was churning in this vortex was that dark black toxin. It's the energy that caused Walnut and the others to be poisoned. Yi Wuxin took a few leaping steps, his body agilely crossing several places in a row to avoid the vortex on the ground. Beware of puddles, he bellowed, alerting Carving Harvest and Xingqiu to dodge. After all, Yi Wuxin didn't know what consequences would arise from dabbling in this toxin. At the same time, a pure water phantom form was generated in each vortex. There are phantom boars, phantom crabs, phantom birds of prey, phantom frogs. For a while, it was like a concentrated release at the zoo, with all kinds of animals running out in unison to spread their joy. The battlefield was a good one. Xingqiu was confused by the two spitting crabs, but he could only slash flat with one sword after another. Phantom flying eagles are very cunning as they hover around in the air, stirring up waves. Rowdy Autumn was so preoccupied with himself that he was completely unable to distract himself from checking on the others. Yi Wuxin flipped and dodged while launching several fireballs one after another towards the phantom flying eagle in the air, not giving them the slightest chance to catch their breath. Urania flashed to a tree, made a turning lunge, and swooped from high above, skimming towards Kakeru. Kakeru's reaction was quick as she faced the sudden flying attack of Urania. A large amount of lightning elements instantly gathered above her sword blade. Urania's form turned on a dime. Carved Haru concentrated and slashed out with his sword. Instead, Urania flew through the air in a flying spin, blundered, and flew straight up in an instant. Boom! Huge trees were cut and snapped in response. Carved Haru was momentarily stunned. Her sword unexpectedly cut empty. At the same time, Kakaru felt her backside being violently rammed. A phantom boar looked like a maddened pit bull and crashed straight into Carved Clear. Carved Haru endured the pain and turned back, slashing out another sword. The boar's carcass transformed into a puddle of water elemental, regenerating a vortex in the ground. Carved Haru forced herself to endure the pain and flashed to the edge of the tree. A soft gasp escaped his lips as he leaned his back against the half-dozen trees she had decapitated. She was always strong and never wanted to show her soft side, even when she forcefully challenged the Emperor and was opposed by the many devout followers of the Rock King Emperor. She never frowned, but now the pain came suddenly, and cold sweat ran down her forehead. Kakaru subconsciously clenched her teeth hard in an attempt to distract herself from the pain. Nonetheless, a whimper escaped from her clenched teeth. Yi Wuxin subconsciously turned his head back when he heard the sound coming from Carving Clear's side. Only Carved Haru was seen leaning against the half-trunk of a tree, her head hanging low, and Urania disappeared into an eddy of water on the ground and soared up again. She flapped one of her water wings and summoned 4 dark black balls of water. The water balloon turned in the air and then blasted towards Kakaru. All of this happened in just half a second. Kakaru still had her head down, oblivious. Yi Wuxin pulled out his leg and flashed towards the water balloon's trajectory. Before the voice arrives, the body has already arrived. Look out! Carved Clear heard Yi Wuxin shout and she raised her head. But it's too late. The 4 water balloons that were tracking were about to hit Kakaru. Kakaru had no way of dodging, so she could only close her eyes in resignation. In the nick of time, Yi Wuxin made a flying leap and blocked in front of Kerching. A dull sound exploded, and the expected pain did not come. Kakaru opened her eyes. She saw those 4 water balls, one after another, all blasted on Yi Wuxin's back. The water balloon cracked, stirring up splashes in all directions. The heavy rain of the delusional slope pattered down, and Carved Clear's face was wet. Yi Wuxin propped up the tree trunk with one hand and protected Kerching in front of him. The two were close, so close that it looked like a tree-thumping position. But the situation at hand clearly doesn't have that romantic mood. The expression on Yi Wuxin's face was hard to tell if it was pain or what. His face was very pale. His ink-black pupils were covered in a hazy layer of water mist, and his gaze was a bit lax. Yi, young Master Yi. There was a tremor in Carved Haru's voice. Why? Is it that someone who obviously hasn't known her for a few days is willing to lay down his life to protect her like this? She thought Yi Wuxin was about to die. A time of emotion, gratitude, remorse and pathos. All sorts of emotions were intertwined, and extremely complicated feelings surged into Kakaru's heart. And at this moment, Yi Wuxin did feel very painful. He ate the damage from those water balls hard in the heat of the moment and without full defense. The feeling was extremely sour, as if countless fine vortices were being generated and traveling within his body. Starting from the back where the blow was struck, it gradually spread and flowed to the limbs, to every nerve ending. After this battle, his control over the water element had originally improved, but at this moment, Yi Wuxin felt as if all the elemental forces in his body were flowing, dissipating, and being swallowed up by a mysterious energy. No, can't just be swallowed up. Kakaru, they are still in danger. I can't go down yet. Yi Wuxin's lips were bitten through by himself, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. Bursting with a powerful will, he exerted all his strength and mobilized his remaining elemental power to intermingle the 3 elements of water, fire, and thunder. Spellbound prison. A huge cage wrapped in flames of light blasted down from the sky, and Urania couldn't dodge in time and was completely imprisoned in it. With Urania bound, all the water elemental phantom creatures on the ground dissipated. Rowdy Autumn has finally gotten out of the thick of it. Urania was still trying to struggle, but the cage woven with elemental power got tighter and tighter and channeled her elemental energy into Yi Wuxin. However, this might not be a good thing for Yi Wuxin. The energy inside him that devoured everything was still expanding. As this energy expanded dramatically, Yi Wuxin's consciousness became more and more dim. Resentment, hatred, grief, fear, frustration, bloodlust, all sorts of dark and negative emotions suddenly erupted and engulfed Yi Wuxin. A low voice sounded in Yi Wuxin's mind. Give up. All struggle is futile and useless. Yi Wuxin finally lost his mind. His hands let go and his entire body fainted in Carved Haru's arms. Young Yi. Carved Haru gently shook Yi Wuxin with one hand. Her voice, in a rare moment, took on a panicked edge. In a trance, Yi Wuxin saw himself stepping into another realm. It was boundless, empty space with a heavy black fog all around. Yi Wuxin was crushed to the ground by the powerful energy. A black-robed man stood in front of Yi Wuxin, dark energy surging around him. He looked down at the paralyzed Yi Wuxin on the ground in an absolutely condescending position. Yi Wuxin could see that the energy, and the one that caused Walnut and the others to be poisoned, were no different. Damn, am I poisoned too? Who are you? Yi Wuxin used his remaining intention to discard the pressure and laboriously asked. That black-robed man sniffed and let out a few wry laughs. He took a few steps forward and stopped in front of Yi Wuxin. He then leaned down and roughly grabbed Yi Wuxin's collar, forcing him to look up. After seeing the black-robed man's face, Yi Wuxin froze. Underneath the black cloak was a face that was extremely similar to his. No, one could even say it was identical. Isn't it himself? It was the first time Yi Wuxin had seen himself from a place other than images and mirrors. He couldn't help but look up and down, satisfied. The face, I must say, looks a little handsome. Seeing that Yi Wuxin was still in a daze, the black-robed man then hooked an evil smile. He slammed his fist on Yi Wuxin's solar plexus, and his expression under the cloak was extremely cold. Yi Wuxin was smashed to the point of dizziness. The black-robed man's voice was like a glacier under the surface of the sea, a bone-chilling chill in its indifference. Think you can change your fate when you get to Tivit? Chapter 35, Occupying This Body. Think you can change your fate when you get to Tivit? Yi Wuxin was still chewing on the meaning of the black-robed man's words. His mind was filled with questions. What destiny? Who is this black-robed man? Why does he look exactly like him? Where is this place again? Yi Wuxin was just about to inquire. The black-robed man then continued to speak coldly. Your destiny is to be discarded at will, and it won't change no matter where you go. He revealed all the secrets that Yi Wuxin had hidden deep in his heart and was unwilling to show to others. What makes you, who was abandoned like trash by your parents as a child, think that you can reap the tenderness and affection of everyone in Tivit? Yi Wuxin's heart felt as if it had been suddenly strangled as he violently clenched his fists. He didn't want to hear any words about his past. He coalesced in his fist with fire element and swung it forward hard, trying to shut this ungrateful guy up. The black-robed man, however, smiled coldly across his eyebrows as he anticipated Yi Wuxin's movements, and his speed was even faster than Yi Wuxin's. With a backhand, he easily clamped down on Yi Wuxin. The black-robed man refused to give Yi Wuxin any chance to catch his breath and blasted another punch on his head. Yi Wuxin's eyes glazed over from the punch, and bean-sized cold sweat trickled down his forehead. You can't hurt me, because I am yourself. No one knows you better than I do. The black-robed man wrenched Yi Wuxin up and looked straight into his eyes. His eyes were red. His eyes were seductive and full of bloodthirsty killing intent. Don't want to hear me talk about the past, do you? Oh, what were you doing when Mom was dragged by that man by her hair, all the way from the bedroom to the corner of the stairs, and then kicked down? And what were you doing when Mom jumped in front of you in her favorite red dress? All you do is cry. All you do is run away. I didn't realize that after so many years, you're still so cowardly. No wonder they didn't want you in the first place. Yi Wuxin closed her eyes painfully when she heard these words from him, and surely, fine memories came tumbling back. It was a secret he kept deep in his heart, one he didn't want to remember and never mention to anyone. The man in the black robe who mentioned that man was his real father. Drunk, eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, vicious and violent, are the few impressions Yi Wuxin has of him. For as long as he could remember, the house was forever filled with the sound of his parents' endless bickering and wrestling. The name Heartless contained all of my mother's hatred and resentment towards that man. She hated Yi Wuxin's father, and along with him, Yi Wuxin, who was only 3 or 4 years old at the time, became an object of resentment and venting together. You're both devils. Are devils. If it weren't for you. She was always in tears and hung on to the words, having said it more times than not. Yi Wuxin thought so. Yeah, if it wasn't for him, if he hadn't been there, Mother would have been able to leave that man. She probably wouldn't have gotten into that hell and been unable to get out of it. Yi Wuxin still remembered that day, and everything seemed to be vivid in his mind. That day, the sun was shining outside the window and my mother's smile looked very bright. She put on her favorite dress and tapped her toes, fluttering like a red butterfly. As the butterflies floated down, a bustling crowd gathered downstairs. Inside and outside, they gathered around and pointed. Mother's red dress fell among them, blooming in a puddle of bewitching flowers on the ground. Extraordinarily striking. Mother was smiling so much because she thought she was relieved by this. Right? It's all your fault. If it was me at that time, I would not hesitate to kill that man. If it was me, none of the tragedies would have happened. The black-robed man's voice pulled Yi Wuxin out of his painful memories. He pressed his body close to Yi Wuxin, and dark black energy filled his fingertips. His lips pressed against Yi Wuxin's ear and spoke softly. Tivit is the dark jungle of the weak and the strong. You want to be their hero, don't you? Ha ha ha. Stop the self-deception. How can you bring happiness to others when you're so weak that you can't even protect your own mother? The dark black energy on the black-robed man's body grew stronger. But I can help you. His hand stroked up to Yi Wuxin's head, gently caressing the red and swollen area, like a loving father caressing a newborn toddler. No one will ever really love you. No one will ever care about you, except for me. We are meant to be one. The black-robed man's voice was full of compulsion. Between the drowsiness, Yi Wuxin finally understood what the black-robed man was. That would be the negative energy that lurks in his heart. His dark side. It's the evil part of his humanity. Yi Wuxin thought that when the stale wound was ripped open again, it would hurt beyond measure. But no, there was an unexpected sense of relief in him now. You're tired after carrying it all by yourself for so long, aren't you? The black-robed man gently hugged Yi Wuxin, and there was even a hint of tenderness in his gaze. Yi Wuxin gazed at that gaze and surprisingly felt a sense of reassurance inexplicably. So, let me help you share the burden. I will make what you want. The black-robed man stroked Yi Wuxin's chest and slowly integrated the dark black energy into his body. Dark black energy churned and lingered around Yi Wuxin. Yi Wuxin felt that this energy was incomparably abundant and even made him feel comfortable. The black-robed man patted him on the back as if he were putting a child to sleep. Yi Wuxin was drowsy and finally closed his eyes. The black-robed man hooked up the corners of his lips, an unfathomable smile all over his face. Man's most powerful enemy is himself. He will take over and seize this body completely. It had stopped raining on the undisputed slope. Urania seemed to be tired as she lay on her back and stopped trying to struggle. Carved Clear and Xingqiu were anxiously trying various ways to make Yi Wuxin wake up. Young warrior Yi, wake up! Carved Clear panicked and slapped Yi Wuxin's cheeks, trying to wake him up. Xingqiu also imitated the resuscitation method in the book and ruthlessly pinched Yi Wuxin's middleman. However, none of this helps. Yi Wuxin's eyes were tightly closed and he was sleeping in a stupor, peaceful as if he had gone to another world. Dark black energy was all over his body, traveling around like a snake. His skin was even tinted a light shade of gray-black. Carved Haru stared at those black energies, finding the scene inexplicably bizarre and familiar. At that time, Yi Wuxin took Walnut to the doctor and talked about what happened before. Little ghosts turn gray, he says. How come even he's turning gray now? Could it be that Yi Wuxin was also poisoned? Carved Chang was worried. Would Yi Wuxin be like the rumored zombies that suddenly mutated and stormed out? Chapter 36, Jedi Killing. And by this time, Yi Wuxin had already lost the ability to perceive everything in the outside world. In a trance, he seemed to go back to a long ago past. Those experiences of suffering and pain spun before his eyes like a walking light. When the police came to the door for questioning, Yi Wuxin had temporarily lost his speech. He couldn't say a word as his eyes widened in horror and bewilderment. The officers pried open the bedroom door and found the man foaming at the mouth and out cold on the floor. He was poisoned. Didn't poison Yi Wuxin along with him? Maybe that was his mother's last tenderness towards him. My mother's suicide note rests quietly on the bed. It's filled with her resentment, her grudges, her helplessness. There is also contact information for Grandma. It didn't take long for Yi Wuxin to see the old, windswept, white-haired woman who had hurried from the countryside. That's his grandmother. Grandma stood frozen in front of the police, numb as a statue. She didn't wail or even cry when she lost her son and daughter-in-law in one day. Police officers can only deal with such family tragedies routinely as a sign of relief. Since then, Yi Wuxin has been dependent on his grandmother. Grandma wasn't very educated and never talked a great deal. She was widowed at an early age, lost her son in her old age, and tasted the hardships of life. Life hasn't treated her gently, but she's still trying to get by. It is like a dog's tail grass in the wilderness, letting the wind blow and the rain beat it, since it is ordinary and tough. Grandma used her hunched body to hold up a small piece of sky for Yi Wuxin. She would always use her rough hands to help Yi Wuxin wipe away his tears when he cried. Shinhua-chan, don't cry. It's not your fault. Yi Wuxin's childhood passed by in a muddled manner. It wasn't until later that Grandma became so ill that her body all but collapsed completely. Her skin crinkled and clung to her bones. The body could no longer stretch and shrank into a tiny ball. She had forgotten a lot of things, but in her dying days, she still pulled Yi Wuxin's hand and rambled. Xinhua, Grandma has to go first. You have to live well. Don't follow their example. Don't do anything stupid. Yi Wuxin suddenly opened his eyes. For always running away from the past and never wanting to remember those things, he'd almost forgotten his grandmother's teachings. Don't follow their example. Don't do anything stupid, he muttered, his mind growing clearer. The black-robed man was already aiming to win, and when he saw Yi Wuxin suddenly awakening, he couldn't help but see a few moments of tension in his eyes. Yi Wuxin rolled over and kicked away the black-robed man who was sticking to his side. The kick was not light, and the black-robed man unexpectedly fell straight out several meters away. He was paralyzed, the back of his head buzzing with anger and frustration for a moment. Where did it all go wrong when it looked like he was going to make it? Yi Wuxin took 3 steps and walked in front of the black-robed man. By the time he came to his senses, the situation on the scene was completely reversed. The black-robed man couldn't help but shrink back a bit. In the previous game, he was able to gain an advantage only because he had skillfully utilized Yi Wuxin's psychological weakness, exploits his guilt over his mother, his hatred of his father, and his avoidance of that unpleasant memory from his past. And now, he felt that after Yi Wuxin woke up, It was as if he had changed in an instant. The aura he exuded was truly terrifying. Yi Wuxin clasped his arms and ruthlessly stepped on the black-robed man's chest. Did you just have fun, trying to dump the pot on me? The black-robed man's chest was dented by the stomping, and he gasped with difficulty as he spat out a few words. If you were. Yi Wuxin still remembered the revenge of those 2 punches from before, and he returned the favor by slamming his fist back. The black-robed man's face instantly twisted as he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. I'm telling you, was never my fault. Yi Wuxin spoke word by word, his voice resounding in his tone unusually firm. Every time he paused, he punched the black-robed man heavily, like he was sandbagging. Not everyone is qualified to be a parent. Why should 2 adults who can't live their own lives be blamed on a little kid? If it weren't for you. The subtext of this statement is, I gave up and sacrificed my life for you. Yi Wuxin had once carried intense self-blame and guilt for an extremely long time because of these words, but he understands now that such words it's the excuse used to avoid their choices and shift their responsibilities. Under Yi Wuxin's strong pressure, the black-robed man unexpectedly froze. He moved his mouth but could not utter a single word. You want to help me? Tell me, how do I want to help? Yi Wuxin stretched his waist and asked nonchalantly. The black-robed man pressed down the joy in his eyes as he sorted out his thoughts and tried to re-brainwash Yi Wuxin again. Don't you want this energy? Only if you identify with me from the bottom of your heart can. Woo! Before the black-robed man could finish his words, Yi Wuxin pinched his fingers and gave him another supplementary punch. Now, both of the black-robed man's cheeks swelled up high, looking suddenly a whole lot bigger. You've got a big face. Recognize you? Yi Wuxin raised his hand and slapped the black-robed man's face, snickering. Who are you to negotiate with me? The black-robed man shook his head as he gasped for air and tried to continue struggling. It's not a deal. It's just that you can't control this energy without me. Yeah? Then I'll show you a good time. Yi Wuxin let fly with a fierce kick. The black-robed man was subjected to a strong rushing force and rolled on the ground a few times, stopping far away. A sharp pain came from his entire body. Take a good look. My energy. Red flames manifested in Yi Wuxin's hands. You say I can't change my fate? It's a pity that you won't be able to see that day. No. The black-robed man knew what Yi Wuxin was going to do, and a look of utter terror permeated his face. Yi Wuxin moved towards the black-robed man, approaching step by step. The flames were in his palm, gathering thicker and brighter. You'll be sorry. The black-robed man's throat rolled with difficulty, and this step-by-step near-death feeling was like a lingering death. It puts him under a great deal of psychological pressure. Yi Wuxin didn't want to listen to him pressuring Lai anymore. He had walked over to the black-robed man and grabbed him by the collar. With his other hand, without hesitation, he pressed the blazing flames against the black-robed man's chest. The firelight shone on the black-robed man, and his expression was incomparably hideous. The flames merged into the black-robed man's chest, burning a large hole and spreading out in all directions. The black-robed man's body was like a piece of burning black fabric, and it quickly went up in smoke. A wisp of green smoke curled up and then quickly dissipated, and in Yi Wuxin's hand, there was an extra-large mass of dark black, constantly surging energy. Congratulations host, a new energy has been acquired. The system's voice came out of nowhere, and she seemed like a spectator, watching the show for a long time. Dog system, do you realize I'm almost none? Chapter 37, The Naming of the Dark. Men should strengthen themselves. This is a battle between you and yourself, and there's no point in me interfering. The system is not concerned with the matter, and gives a grandiose explanation. And, if you need help with even that problem, I'm afraid the whole of Tibet will turn into Kanria when you're allowed to be the day manager. Yi Wuxin sighed and shook his head. Don't help even if you don't. My system can be really pig, with many excuses. System jam. What is this energy? He raised the surging mass of black energy to his eyes and asked the system about it as he observed it. This dog system doesn't know when it will pop up next, and there are some doubts that should be asked once and for all. Its essence is an element. As for the source, you still need to find it yourself. Elements? Isn't there just 7 elements in the Tibet continent? Wind, fire, thunder, rock, water, ice, grass. Haven't seen this kind? You're being a typical stereotype. Who told you there were only 7 elements? The system sounds like it's in a good mood today. Ever the misanthrope, she had become noticeably chatty and made a very reasonable suggestion. Since you're the first one to be able to control it, why don't you? Let's have you name it. Named by me. Yi Wuxin made a gesture to pinch the mass of energy, and the soft touch caused him to get a little excited. He suddenly experienced a kind of scientist's joy, like the novelty of Madame Curie's first discovery of the radioactive element radium. It's dark looking and I obtained it by defeating the dark side, so I might as well call it Dark Elemental. Dark Elemental? That's an apt name. Since you've learned to waste it, I'll take my first step. The system is trying to get off the line and touch the fish again. Wait. Yi Wuxin hurriedly stopped the system. We haven't even talked about what's going on. And the system's leaving? How am I going to help Walnut and the others with the poison? There are many ways to do this. Young man, be smart. If you don't wake up, they'll bury you. Bye. The system's tone was hateful as she dropped a few quick words and left without looking back. After the system was lost again, Yi Wuxin had to fend for himself. He opened the system panel and saw that he had added Dark Elemental to his attribute bar. The level shown is LV3. Thinking that Carving Harvest and the others were still waiting painstakingly at the delusionless slope, Yi Wuxin left his consciousness space. How this dark element works will be carefully worked out later. When Yi Wuxin was unconscious and covered in black energy, Carved Clear and Xing Qiu were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Fortunately, Yi Wuxin did not continue to blacken. He was miraculously cleared. After Yi Wuxin's consciousness returned to the delusional slope, he realized that the back of his head was resting on a soft and warm area. This touch, if I'm not mistaken, he was lying on Carved Haru's lap. Yi Wuxin slightly raised his eyelids, wanting to sneak a peek at what Carved Clear and Xing Qiu were doing. Who knows? He had just lifted his eyelids up a slit when he saw the carving clear that, from this angle, it looks really stiff. It's very curvy. It's worthy of being the biggest character of the girl's size. Yi Wuxin felt that if he continued to peek, he was afraid that his brain would get hot and his nose would bleed. He then woke up leisurely. Young warrior Yi, you're awake? Carved Haru's astonished and surprised voice came immediately. Xing Qiu had been in the middle of launching an interrogation on Urania, and when he heard the news that Yi Wuxin had turned awake, he immediately surrounded him as well. Yi Wuxin pretended to look like he had just woken up and was stunned. Kokoro helped him up, her tone very concerned. Young Master Yi, are you alright? Yi Wuxin shook his head. Lord Carving Clear, how long have I been unconscious? Not for long, maybe 10 minutes? Carved Clear approximately estimated how long Yi Wuxin had been unconscious. Yi Wuxin roughly compared it to the black-robed man he had just broken his head with for quite a long time. It seemed that in the space of consciousness, the speed of time passing was different from the outside world, and it was obviously much faster than the outside world. What about that pure water sprite? Yi Wuxin twisted his head to look over. Eulania had already stopped holding up her body at the mercy of Rowdy Autumn and had obediently sat on the ground. Yi Wuxin always felt that she didn't look the same as before, and seemed to have become much lighter in color. Young Master Yi, you woke up just in time. Young Master Xing Qiu and I were planning to interrogate her. During this period of contact, Carved Clear had fully recognized Yi Wuxin's ability. She felt that Yi Wuxin was logical and helpful and would be a good partner. So, Kokoro very warmly extended the invitation. Young Master Yi, you come along too. Yi Wuxin nodded and joined in this interrogation activity together. He did have a lot of doubts that he needed to ask Urania about. Do you guys feel that she's gotten lighter in color? Yi Wuxin stared at Urania's wings. Along with Yi Wuxin's line of sight, Carved Harvest and Xing Qiu once again took a serious look at Urania. Urania's color changed to a light aqua blue, and her demeanor became very soft. It was a far cry from his previous fierce appearance, and was like two elves. It's still true. Carved Qing couldn't help but applaud. She was indeed discerning. Young Yi is amazingly observant. Young Master Yi has good eyes. Gyokia gave a thumbs up as well. Yi Wuxin didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed himself when he heard the flurry of compliments and awkward bragging from Kerching and Xing Qiu. He straightened his back without a trace and began to interrogate Urania in style. Bold and unruly people, do you know your crime? Carving Qing looked at Yi Wuxin with the air of a county eunuch and couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst out laughing. Urania stared at her two night pearl-like eyes in bewilderment. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used against you in a court of law. Yi Wuxin continued his interrogation style that combined Chinese and Western, ancient and modern. Tell me, how did you poison someone? What was your motive? Me, poisoning? Urania couldn't sit still. I never wanted to harm anyone. When these words came out, all four seats were shocked. You've initiated the attack, and you have the nerve to say you don't want to do any harm? Gyokishu asked in a bad mood, remembering the humiliation of being immune to all sorts of things. I'm sorry, I seem to be under control. Urania shook her head and hung it. She began to tell it all. My name is Urania, and I was originally a secret agent of Fontaine in the water country. After the succession of the new water god, I defected out of the country and cut off information contact with Fontaine. Urania's voice was extremely gentle like a goodnight radio anchor woman. After losing my territory, I followed the current and tumbled down to Liu. At the light ceaseless manor, I met Lord Latia, who I used to look up to the most, but she wasn't willing to accept me. Urania's words shocked the crowd once again. None of them thought that it turned out that this pure water admired that pure water? Lily, is Lily great? Chapter 38, Contracting Urania. Urania ignored the crowd's jaw-dropping reaction. Perhaps it was because she spoke of someone she admired. A gentle color rose to the expression on her face. Urania continued. Although Lord Losha rejected me, I was still unwilling to stray too far from her. So I searched around the neighborhood, and after finding this source of water in the delusion slope, I settled here. Carved Clear and Yi Wuxin glanced at each other. Based on this information alone, they couldn't tell if what Urania said was true or false, so they all listened quietly to see what would happen. A while ago, a man dressed in black passed through the neighborhood. After he left, I sensed a mysterious energy in the body of water. Yi Wuxin's eyes moved slightly when he heard this. Some mysterious black-robed man again? As for Carving Harvest and Rowdy Autumn, they were obviously very sensitive to this information as well, and they coincidentally perked up their ears. In a moment of greed, I wanted that mysterious energy for myself, but after touching that power, I fell into a deep sleep. In my sleep, I saw my own heart demon. She is much more powerful than me, and in this battle, I lost miserably. After that, I was controlled by her and became her puppet. Urania's mood was a bit low and her words were breathless. I came to my senses after being defeated by you. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you guys. When Urania finished speaking, she stared at the three people in front of her in a daze with her two night pearl-like eyes. She didn't really know if she would be able to impress the other party with this speech, or what fate she would face, if these three are going to banish her from Lizuki. And who will guard Lord Lothian? Urania's big watery eyes couldn't help but tear up at the thought. Yokia didn't seem to believe Urania's story as he frowned and snapped. Who is this man in black you speak of? I'm sorry, but he was wearing a black mask and I couldn't see his face. Besides, I'm not a Liyue native and don't really know his identity. And does he have any characteristics? Urania added thoughtfully. He finished fetching water from the lake and left afterward. If I have to say anything special, he gave off an aura that made me feel evil. Evil? Yi Wuxin repeated the word. The pure water elf was the purest and truest of life forms, and her dominant consciousness could easily crumble just because of the fusion of a small consciousness with evil thoughts. Some things seem to be able to be tied together, but there is clearly a thread missing. Young Master Yi, do you believe what she said? Carved Clear blinked her rosy red eyes and looked at Yi Wuxin. Yi Wuxin slightly pondered and nodded. He abridged what he had experienced and briefly explained it to Carving Harvest and Xingqiu. During the time I just passed out, I was also battling with my heart demons. A heart demon? Xingqiu and Kangqing suddenly looked at Yi Wuxin with incomparably serious eyes. That's right. I'm guessing that the kind of energy that we thought was a toxin before is capable of inspiring evil thoughts within a person. Urania's statement verifies this as well. Yi Wuxin was very low-key. He didn't want to reveal the fact that he controlled the dark element for the time being, so he still used that kind of energy to explain. Luckily, I defeated the other side during the battle with my heart demon, so I'm still alive and kicking. If I had failed, Yi Wuxin didn't continue on, but both Kerqing and Xingqiu had obviously already thought of the consequences of failure. If it fails, Yi Wuxin will be like the flying cloud chamber of commerce poison fellows, suddenly went berserk and hurt people, right? Or, as Urania said, being controlled by the mind and becoming a puppet of the mind, thus acting in many ways that did not come from the intention. Kerqing thought of the dark black energy that surged through Yi Wuxin's body before, as well as the way Yi Wuxin had turned gray, and couldn't help but be very afraid. She came over and patted Yi Wuxin's shoulder, snickering at him. Good thing you won, otherwise you'd be a. Even Qing herself didn't realize that in front of Yi Wuxin, she didn't have the slightest bit of the stance of the 7 stars of the glazed moon. Instead, she appeared to be very approachable. What? Did I black out? Yi Wuxin felt surprised. That's right. Oh, we were right next to you at the time and saw it clearly. Rowdy Autumn nodded her head and acted as a live witness. At the end, he threw out the question that had been bothering the crowd. Then again, if we don't find that man in black, how are we supposed to go about helping Walnut and the others with their poison? When Yi Wuxin heard this question, his mind turned and suddenly thought of a method. Since I can siphon that kind of energy out of Urania, I should be able to help detoxify Walnut and the fellows at the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce in a similar way. Makes sense. Then let's return to Ryu Harbor as soon as possible to try it out. When Kerqing heard Yi Wuxin say this, she seemed to have finally seen a ray of hope, and her heart leapt up. Hearing the three discussing the antidote to the poison, Urania's eyes also lit up. If the poisoning you speak of is by this energy, I may have a solution. Really? Several people looked at Urania in unison. But I have a request. You're in no position to negotiate now that you're under our control. However, I wouldn't mind hearing your claims. Kakaru put on the majesty of the Jade Balance Star and acted like a negotiator. Urania was a little uneasy as she waited for the three to make up their minds. It felt like a small life was being taken and her life was on the line. Therefore, she was careful to make her request. If I can, I wish to remain in Ryu and guard these waters. Urania said it euphemistically, but everyone immediately understood what she meant. What guarding the waters? Isn't that just trying to keep to Lothia's side? I live at the head of the Yangtze River. You live at the tail of the Yangtze. I think about you day after day, but I don't see you, so I drink the water of the Yangtze River together. It's really infatuation, Carve clear, Lord. Why don't you just agree to her? When Xingqiu listened to the opera in the tea house, he heard many touching love stories, and for a while he couldn't bear to be the bad guy who beat up the lovebirds. Young Master Yi, what do you think? Keqing suddenly looked at Yi Wuxin. She wanted to hear Yi Wuxin's opinion. Yi Wuxin lived up to Carve Clear's expectations and offered her advice that could be considered perfect. Lord Kakaru, I don't think this request is excessive. However, there are a few conditions that can be attached. Yi Wuxin turned his head to look at Urania, like a typical capitalist, and began to exploit the civilian workers. Urania, you must promise not to harm the people of Ryuki at will. At the same time, you must utilize your intelligence expertise to serve Ryu when necessary. Do you promise? Urania nodded, indicating that she had no objections. For Lord Lothian, it was nothing for her to return to her old ways. Lord Kakaru, to be on the safe side, it would be best if we could sign a contract with her in accordance with Ritsuki's laws. Those who break the contract will suffer the penalty of salt. Carved Qing's gaze towards Yi Wuxin was filled with admiration. Young Master Yi, you're too thoughtful. I'll leave this matter of contracting Urania to you. Chapter 39, I wish to repay Liu with my body. But, I'm not a person from Ritsuki Port. Can I also represent Ritsuki and make a contract with Urania? Yi Wuxin was still very cautious when it came to things like this that had to be signed and sealed. Hearing the concerns in Yi Wuxin's words, Keqing's beautiful eyes flicked up and smiled sweetly. Young Yi, you deserve a lot of credit for making this operation go so smoothly. It's more than appropriate for you to sign the contract on behalf of Liu. After saying that, Carved Haru turned the conversation around again. But this incident, there are still heavy suspicions behind it, all of which need your help to solve. Perhaps one day you will leave Ryu and leave this place, but as a warrior who has guarded Ryu, the doors of Ryu Harbor will always be open to you. The hints in Carved Clear's words were already very obvious, and when she said that, it made Yi Wuxin a bit flattered. Carved Qing not only invited Yi Wuxin to become a part of the Guardian of Liu, but also appropriately expressed the whip. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrade Yi still needs to work hard. It was clear that he wasn't treated as an outsider. Signing a contract on behalf of Ryu was both a recognition and meant a heavy responsibility. Yi Wuxin put away his usual playful appearance and said with a straight face, in what form, then, is the contract to be made? This will require you, young Master Yi, to utilize your ingenuity. Kakaru blinked her pretty eyes, anticipation written all over her face. Yi Wuxin looked at the aqua blue Urania and pondered for another moment. Since a pure water elf is a condensed, noble elemental life form made from the extremely pure element of water, well, using the element of water as the medium for this pact is spot on. Yi Wuxin mobilized the power of the water element and condensed 2 chapters of the contract composed of the water element in his hands. These 2 seals of contracts are similar to the principle of a disk, capable of storing the contents of the terms of the contract in the element of water. By deconstructing and analyzing the water element, the information contained therein can be easily read. Yi Wuxin wrote those clauses that he talked about before into the contract like data before handing it over to Xingqiu to go over it. Young warrior Xingqiu, please check the terms of the contract to see if there are any changes that need to be made. Xingqiu acted as the notary of the contract, and after carefully examining it, he stated that the contract was completely in line with Liu's laws and could be established. After receiving the notary's approval, Yi Wuxian walked over to Yulanya, removed the bindings from Yulanya's body, and handed her a copy of the seal of contract. Afterwards, Yi Wuxin spoke softly, Urania, if there's no problem, let's sign the contract. Urania quickly read the deed over, and she nodded, her expression calm and serene. Although she was signing something like a contract of sale, she actually felt a sense of belonging. After defecting from Fontaine, she has been in a long life of flight, constantly being hounded by Fontaine's assassins. Having lost her homeland, she is displaced and has no peace. Today he was finally able to be officially licensed to guard the waters near the delusionary slope, the place where this heart is at peace. The place where Urania's heart is at peace is her Lord Lothian. This, from today, is her new hometown. This is not a good homecoming for Urania. Without hesitation, Urania extended her right hydrofoil. Seeing this, Yi Wuxin also extended the index finger of his right hand. One person and one elf, standing opposite each other. The contract ceremony officially began. The pure water element intersected at their fingertips, radiating a bright luster. The 2 men each put down their handprints on the indenture, signifying that the oath was not to be repented of, and the contract was henceforth in force. After watching the contract being signed, Kakaru moved lightly with lotus steps and walked in front of Urania. She stroked her right hand up to her left shoulder in a very solemn pose. Carved Haru's voice was affable yet dignified. rather like a leader's demeanor. Urania, now, in the name of the 7 stars of the lunar moon, I bestow upon you the title of Lord of the Undisguised. I hope you will guard the waters and do your duty without dishonor. Urania's gentle and ethereal voice rang in the ears of the crowd. May I repay you with this body for a long time? She nodded gently, making her own vows to Ryuki. Urania, can you tell us now how to go about rescuing the poisoned person? Please don't worry. This matter started because of me, and I will help resolve it, Urania said, lightly lifting her water wings. As her watery wings gently flapped, a crystal blue luster pooled around her like a clear stream gurgling by. The scene at this moment is like being in the middle of a great purification ceremony. As Yi Wuxin and the others watched quietly, they all felt a very pure aura. Surrounding the area was surging with spiritual awareness. Extremely pure water elements. Gradually they coalesce, melt together and come together as an everclear gulp of water. Yi Wuxin had already recognized it. This is the heart of high purification degree of water purification. It is a high-level drop material for pure water elves that is so pure that it will not be diluted by any liquid. Urania's gentle, watery voice sounded once again. The goodness of the water. Water is inherently capable of purifying everything, so please bring it to your partners. With Urania's beautiful voice, the heart of pure water slowly landed in Yi Wuxin's hand. Urania flapped her water wings lightly, and with a pirouette, floated languidly into the air. I will scrutinize the waters around here again and purify all contaminated water sources. Please don't worry. I've taken precautions this time and won't be controlled by that kind of energy again. Good. If you find any trace of the man in black, please also pass on the information promptly. Thank you, Urania. The 3 men thanked Urania. I'm just making it up to you. No need to say thank you. Urania's figure disappeared along with her voice. She had quickly merged into the current to find the polluted waters. There's no time to lose. Let's quickly return to Ryu Harbor as well. Okay, cheers everyone. Kakuro made the order, and the 3 of them moved quickly. They were indeed all very concerned about the unconscious patients. It looks like Walnut and the others will finally be able to wake up. P.S. The book is back to 2 shifts a day as of today, and is expected to debut on around the Qingming Festival. For those of you who are still raising your books, I hope you'll find the time to read the first 100,000 words. Right now the read-through rate of the latest chapter is less than 1%. Probably sprinkle rice on the keyboard and the chickens will peck it out higher than that, */omega**. Let's hope the debut hauls in a stat that sticks to the writing. However, even if the stats are really bad, the author will definitely finish Walnut's plot and give her a he. You can read it as Walnut's pure love text. I'm begging you all to move your fingers and reward me with a 5-star review. Thanks again. Chapter 40, Walnut wakes up. After this effort from the 3 people, the delusional slope finally regained its calmness. Yi Wuxin, carved clear and Xingqiu, in their rush down the mountain. A unique Tivot race was launched. The 3 of them wind up with sparks and lightning along the way. Yi Wuxin also intentionally sneaked in water, and he didn't run at the front of the pack on his own. After a period of observation, he came to the conclusion that, in a way, Thor does run faster than Water God yet. In a lively race to catch up with you, they soon returned to the foot of the delusionless slope. The hot air balloon of the Wind God is still parked quietly in its original place. The crowd then took the Wind God hot air balloon once again and passed through the passage of the Dandelion Wind. With flying speed, he soon arrived at Ryu Harbor. With the help of the Wind God hot air balloon, this round trip was extremely efficient. Despite the fact that these 3 men were once again turned upside down, they had to admit it. Flying, really, is faster than running. This wave, the Wind God generically won hemp. When they returned to Ryu Harbor, it was the early morning of the next day. Not divining the inside of the hut, White Art smiled and bent down, rubbing Chi-Chi's little head. Chi-Chi, why don't you go pick a little bit of glazed bag back today? Chi-Chi blinked her big, clueless eyes. Okay, Mr. White. She bounced away, not forgetting to drop off a couple bottles of coconut milk. After arranging Chi-Chi's schedule for the day, Baijutsu raised his arms and stretched widely. This night last night was really uneventful. While rubbing his aching shoulders, Baijutsu walked out into the inner courtyard and went forward to check on the sick people. The patients, who had been making a lot of noise last night, are now sleeping soundly. Baijutsu reached out and took Walnut's pulse. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard coming from the yard. Mr. White Art, we're back. The voices of the visitors were light and quick, and it was none other than Yi Wuxin and a few of them. White Art's eyes lit up, looking very surprised. How come so fast? Have you found the source of the poison? Of course. It's thanks to young Master Yi and young Master Xingqiu that I was able to come back so quickly. Carved Haru crossed the threshold first, her eyes curved and her face beaming with joy. That's great. A few of you have really worked hard. When Baijutsu saw how happy Kakuru was, his heart rose full of hope, and he obediently stood up to welcome the 3 men. According to their previous expectations, this operation to find the source of the toxin and the antidote would probably take at least a few days as well. But Yi Wuxin and the others, not only did they pinpoint the source of the poison, they also smoothly signed a contract with Urania. And from her hand, he got the heart of pure water, a miracle antidote to poison. The operation took just under a day. It can't be called Godspeed, Mr. White Art. Try this. Yi Wuxin handed the heart of pure water to Bai Jiu. This is the heart of pure water? You guys actually got this. Bai Jutsu pressed down the exhilaration that filled his heart, his voice surprised in its excitement. Extremely pure water, containing abundant water elemental energy. This energy can purify all defilements and disarm toxins naturally. It must have been a tough fight. Bai Jutsu asked softly while placing the heart of pure water on Walnut's chest. As we all know, the pure water sprites have 18 skills and can conjure up all sorts of animals, which are not so easy to defeat. Hey, it's not that hard. Gyokia laughed nervously and scratched his head slightly shyly. It's as if the one who learned to climb trees by being hit with the immunization bonanza had nothing to do with him. Kokoro held back her laughter and didn't poke him. The heart of pure water hovered in front of Walnut's chest. Just by looking at it, one could feel the abundant energy, like a concentrated ocean. It slowly rotated on its own. As it rotated, Yi Wuxin clearly saw that the dark elements within Walnut's body were drawn out in wisps. I see. The heart of water purification, which was composed of high-purity water elemental power, was able to absorb and purify the impurities around it as if it had its own gravity. It's still a good one. The crowd at the scene, attracted by this pure power, all felt an unprecedented inner peace. With the elimination of the dark element in Walnut's body, the heart of pure water stopped spinning. The crowd stared intently at Walnut, only to see her eyelashes flutter gently and her eyelids, which had been tightly closed, open. It seemed like it had been too long since she'd been exposed to light, and Walnut couldn't adjust at once, her brow furrowing slightly, her eyes still narrowed. Yi Wuxin moved a few steps forward to help Walnut block the light coming in from the window. Walnut, how are you feeling? Bai Jutsu scrutinized Walnut's face. Hearing herself being called, Walnut finally opened her eyes. She felt as if she had slept for ages and had had many strange dreams. Walnut opened his eyes, his plum eyes turning slightly in all directions to view a circle. She saw Bai Jiao, Yi Wuxin, Carving Harvest, and Xingqiu. All four of them surrounded her in unison. Yo, why are you all here to see this hallmaster? Walnut blinked, clearly still not getting the picture. Walnut, do you remember what happened? Kokoro's clear eyes looked at her. Did I have a fever? Walnut recalled carefully. Good lord, doesn't seem to have burned his brains out. Yi Wuxin's hanging heart was also finally released, and he couldn't help but snicker. Walnut feigned anger and blankly glanced at Yi Wuxin, turning his head to introduce everyone. This is Yi Wuxin. He is. Kajiharo quickly waved her hand. Stop. During the time you've been unconscious, we've been familiar with each other for a long time. So what the hell happened? Walnut was filled with doubt. It's a long story. When young Master Yi is free, you guys can talk more slowly. Seeing that everything was fine with Walnut, Bai Shu spoke. The fellows from the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce are still unconscious, so let's go and take a look together. And so, with Bai Jutsu leading the way, the crowd headed towards the wards of the Chamber Fellows. They used the same method to wake up the Chamber of Commerce Fellows. Young Master, what's wrong with me? A fellow rubbed his head as he felt a splitting headache. The other fellow sat up as well, muttering inwardly. You guys went on a delivery and what happened after that? Remember? Xingqiu was afraid of scaring the fellows and didn't hastily give information about their rampage. He only asked questions to inspire the fellows to recall. Delivery. Oh yeah, I remember. One of the fellows began to gush. That day, we delivered the goods and the customer gave us a jug of wine. The little ones were afraid that drinking would be a mistake, and they dared to drink it only that night when they returned to the Chamber of Commerce. Yeah, I remember too. The other fellow apparently got into it as well. We drank that jug of wine, and within a few moments, we started getting headaches. We thought the jug of wine was too strong, so we reported that we didn't feel too well, and after that we went to sleep, and then I didn't know anything. Hearing the fellows say this, the crowd on the spot was instantly in a state of mind. Even Walnut, who didn't know what was going on, was keenly aware that there must be something wrong with this wine. Chapter 41, The Birds Are Closing. Xingqiu heard the fellows say this and raised his hand slightly, signaling them to pause. Is there any more wine in that jug? The fellows glanced at each other with embarrassed faces and lowered their voices. It's already finished. So, Gyokia let out a long sigh. That's okay. Do you guys remember what that client looked like? Yi Wuxin cleared his throat and asked. The guys saw the somewhat stony expressions on the faces of the people in the scene, though they hadn't yet understood what was happening, but they also vaguely sensed the seriousness of the problem. One of the fellows scratched his hair and said after a careful recollection, It doesn't seem to be anything special. He was wearing a long horse coat and had the look of an ordinary villager. That's right, no one would give him a second glance if they were walking down the street. Isn't this just a passerby? Walnut concluded. The crowd at the scene thought exactly as she did. Can you guys draw him? Or can you recognize him when you see him again? Carved Haru's eyes flickered slightly as she voiced her inquiry. The two fellows sniffed and shook their heads like rattlesnakes. Carve Haru-sama, don't make it difficult for the little ones. Seeing that the clue of finding someone from appearance was broken, Yuushin had to switch his thoughts and find another way. What did he buy some of? There wasn't much to buy, but there was quite a variety. There were silks, scented candles, incense burners, lampstands, garlands. Buying all this stuff sounds like it's going to be some kind of celebration? No, it shouldn't be a celebration. The silk he bought was pure white. A fellow shook his head and said in a small whisper. Yi Wuxin wondered, if it's not a happy event, can't it be a white event? That's something you don't know. One of the most recent festivals in Rizuki is Sacrifice, Ancestor, Festival. Walnut's crisp voice rang out, and she grinned, and clenched her little fists in excitement. During this period of time, the business of the Hall of the Living Future was so good that the threshold was about to be broken. There's a reason why you can't spare the manpower to take care of Walnut. After all, every day, many customers came to the door, requesting to order some sacrificial offerings, and everyone in the Hall of the Future Life was busy as hell. Carved Haru nodded. That's right, it makes sense to buy these things at this time. Walnut, however, shook his head and spread his hands. It doesn't make sense at all that this customer, surprisingly, didn't seek out the Church of the Past to buy these goods. Rowdy Autumn looked over at Walnut and hemmed and hawed. Indeed, it's amazing that he was able to find the source manufacturers and not give the middleman a price difference. Hey, this matter of life and death. The Hall of the Living Past is the most professional. Walnut crossed his arms, looking confident. Everyone in the scene was amused by her and Gyokyu. After tossing and turning for so long, everyone should be tired. The body is the capital of the revolution. So why don't we put this matter aside for the time being and take a good rest? Seeing that the crowd couldn't make any sense of it, Bai Zhu, as a doctor, habitually sympathetic to patients, spoke up and suggested. Walnut nodded in agreement. Even the most diligent bird has a time to rest and close. Well, it has indeed been a hard day's work for all of you, so please go back and get some rest first. Even though Kakaru was used to getting things done as quickly as possible, she understood that this incident was complicated, and she couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Young Master Xingqiu, please go back and look for clues about the customer. If he repurchases things from the Chamber of Commerce, be sure to keep an eye on him and report back in time. Gyokyo nodded solemnly. Knowing that Carving Harvest had other things to arrange, he took the two fellows and left first. After seeing Xingqiu and the others leave, Baijiu handed the heart of pure water back to Yi Wuxin. Young Master Yi, the item is returned to its rightful owner. Please keep it. Yi Wuxin didn't reach out as he raised his eyes to Baijiu. Mr. White Art, keep this for now. I also don't know if there will be any other Liyue people who will be poisoned, if they need to be healed. Although the heart of pure water was a good thing, for Yi Wuxin, it would only be of maximum value if it could help the people of Liu. Carved Harvest sniffed and turned around, her eyes burning as she looked at Yi Wuxin and Baijiu. Mr. White Art, young Yi has considered it very reasonably. This matter may also have to rely on you. She continued to add with a solemn face. I'll have the Thousand Rock Army make an announcement that if any of the people experience something similar to being struck by an evil spirit, they are invited to go to Boo Boo Lodge for free medical treatment. The specific costs will all be borne by the General Affairs Division. Is that alright? Kakaro had said so, and Baijutsu no longer pushed back. There's no trouble. Kakaro-sama is overstating it. Talking about the heart of pure water and the evil spirits, Yi Wuxin suddenly remembered something, and he quickly walked over to Walnut's side. Walnut, aren't you forgetting something? Walnut looked confused. What? Yi Wuxin leaned over to Walnut's ear and spoke softly. Where is little Yubao? Right. Oh. Walnut thought of the two of them playing house earlier and blushed, hastily summoning the little ghost out again. Previously, because Walnut was in a coma and no one could invoke the soul, so the matter of healing the little ghost could only be put on hold for the time being. It's been such a non-stop hustle and bustle that I've almost forgotten about it. I also wonder what became of the little ghost. Yi Wuxin already has a vague premonition. Even pure water can be controlled. Little ghosts are afraid. Sure enough, Walnut summoned a small, black ghost after a flurry of maneuvers. It opened its teeth and claws, heavy with resentment, and with a body full of fury. It directly pounced on Walnut. Ouch! Walnut was coldly startled, and her body couldn't help but lean back. Yi Wuxin's eyes were quick, and he hurriedly stretched out his arm, holding Walnut up, lest she accidentally fall. One side threw out a blister, trapping the little ghost in it. Not only Walnut, Even Kakaru couldn't help but exclaim, "How can it storm too?" Trapped in the blisters, the little ghost was still struggling undauntedly to break out of the cage. It seems that it has been completely controlled by evil thoughts. Seeing this, Baijutsu hurriedly threw the heart of pure water towards the little ghost. Once again, the heart of clean water comes into play. After the little ghost came into contact with that pure and innocent power, it finally stopped being restless and quieted down. Watching it gradually return to its original form, the crowd at the scene finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's strange," Walnut murmured involuntarily as he stared at the little apparition. The little ghost finally regained consciousness after being purified. It turned a corner in the blister and then clung to the inner wall of the blister. Eyeing the crowd, he seemed to make a silent protest. "Balls up, let the baby out." Yi Wuxin's fingers slightly opened and the blisters immediately dissipated. The little ghost was finally free, and it gleefully pounced on Walnut again. Walnut raised his hand to catch the little ghost. The little apparition was like a baby returning to its mother's arms, rubbing itself against Walnut's arms. Looking at Yi Wuxin, his teeth itched. He inexplicably felt a surge of jealousy. "But I really shouldn't have let the little thing out." Chapter 42. Liu is haunted by ghosts. Jealousy aside, Yi Wuxin still didn't forget about business. He walked over and held out the heart of pure water to White Art. Baijutsu held out his hands and took them respectfully. "Thank you, young Master Yi. I will definitely take good care of it." If there really were still poisoned people of the lunar moon, they would definitely need the heart of pure water to get rid of the poison. It's just that when a few of them who have the eye of God, when witnessing the guy's poisoned rampage, the scene was still contained in time. But what if it's a situation where none of them are present? Baijutsu didn't even dare to continue imagining it. He prayed inwardly, "Never, never, never, never have any more poisoned Ryuki people." The emperor had fallen, and the peace of Liu must be guarded by the mortals. The burden is on them. After White Art collected the heart of pure water, he said goodbye to those 3 people left at the scene. "Gentlemen, since the little ghost is back to normal as well, I'll go ahead and get busy, so make yourselves at home, and please feel free to yell at me if you need anything." "Mr. White Art, I'm sorry for the trouble." "Thank you, Dr. Bye. Come to the past life hall for tea sometime. Oh, remember to bring Chi-Chi." The 3 men thanked Bai Jiao and watched him leave. Baijutsu's gate looks a little heavy, as inside the house, everyone's mood. Seeing that Baijutsu had left and the little ghost had returned to normal, Kakaru began to continue arranging things. I have to say that Kakaru is a great leader. She has developed excellent professionalism and habits in managing Lizuki. She always manages to get every to-do item all straightened out and organized from a mess. "Walnut, do you remember what I told you last time?" Carved Haru walked over to Walnut and asked from a distance. Walnut's eyes gleamed. "You mean, someone has reported that the house is haunted, right? I went to the delusionless slope before, just to investigate this matter, but I didn't find anything unusual over there. Just picked him up." Walnut turned his head towards Yi Wuxin and nudged his mouth. "Haunted? I may have traveled, but I'm not a ghost, and it's the real deal. It's not even a change of clothes." Feeling Walnut's line of sight, Yi Wuxin's brain buzzed, and he even had a hint of doubt in himself. How come so many strange things happened to Liu once he crossed over? In this hall master's opinion, perhaps it is because the ancestor festival is fast approaching and everyone misses their deceased relatives. This feeling of longing will also be perceived by the ancestors, and some of them will specially send dreams. If the thoughts are too deep and obsessive, some people experience hallucinations and the like. Walnut stroked the little ghost's round head and gave this explanation. "This seems to make complete sense, but would it really be that simple?" Yi Wuxin lowered his eyebrows slightly and half-heartedly looked at Walnut. "Has there been a similar situation in previous years?" Walnut nodded. "Yes, a few sporadically." Carved Haru listened to Walnut's explanation and pondered slightly, then spoke worriedly. "Let's hope it's as you say. In any case, I'll ask the 2 of you to help keep an eye on this matter." After saying that, Carved Clear turned her head to look at Yi Wuxin again. "Young swordsman Yi, when you are free, please tell her clearly what happened during the time that Walnut was unconscious." Yi Wuxin nodded, making to give Carved Clear an affirmative look. "I always have the feeling that the other side will have another next move, but we're in the open and he's in the dark, and now that we neither know who he is nor what he's up to, we can only wait and see what happens first." Carving Haru's words made Walnut listen to them with suspicion and confusion. Why did it feel like so much had happened while she was passed out? According to Kakaru, it seems like things are going to get more complicated. Walnut couldn't help but inquire. "The other party you're talking about?" Kakaru shook her head slightly helplessly. "The man in black from Urania's mouth, and the customer who gave the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce fellows their drinks. That's all the information we have so far." Looking at Kerching's worried and sullen face, Yi Wuxin couldn't help but comfort her. "Lord Carving Harvest, when the car arrives, there will be a way through, and when the boat arrives, it will naturally straighten out, so you don't have to worry too much. Walnut also patted Kar-Ching's shoulder. That's right, to combine labor and rest, the enemy does not move. I lie flat. With the intention of teasing Kakaru, she tucked the little ghost into Kakaru's arms. Do you want me to send you the little ghost for a few days to help you out? Yi Wuxin looked at Clear's reaction and instantly felt very amused. The way Kakaru was holding the little ghost was like holding a hot potato. Both her arms straightened, holding the little apparition, and her whole body froze. Yi Wuxin looked at Walnut again. I only saw Walnut's exuberance and a look of triumph in his scheme. Kakaru was a bit teary-eyed when a ghost was suddenly shoved in her face. She hadn't had much contact with Walnut before and didn't know each other very well. Now that I look at it this way, Walnut, what an interesting person. Walnut, I'll take your kind offer. Only, I'm afraid, it won't get used to going to my place. Kakaru's voice stuttered as she held up the little ghost and felt the strange touch. Bringing home the ghosts like this. No, can't even think about it. Yes. Seeing that Kakuharo didn't knock his head with his sword, Walnut's guts grew. It seems that Yuhong carving harvest is not that difficult to get along with. Kakaru, you're not afraid of ghosts, are you? Walnut purposely emphasized the word ghost and spoke mysteriously. While doing so, he carried the little ghost back so that Kakaru could relax his arms. No, Kakaru desperately shook her head. The General Affairs Division has business. I'll leave you. Gentlemen, don't forget what I've asked you to do. Kakaru dropped that and ran off in a panic. Gee whiz, I wish he wasn't always so busy. Walnut muttered as he looked at Kakaru's distant back. You're still talking about her. During the time you were unconscious, the people of the Hall of the Past Life were busy. Yi Wuxin had a watchful expression. When you go back, I'm afraid you'll be busier than her. Walnut tugged at the corner of his mouth with a smug grin. Hallmaster who was not like Yuhong carving Ching, who had to strive for perfection in everything and do everything himself. With a guest of honor like Zhong Li's guest of honor, can you still not learn how to touch a fish? Let me guess. Who was it that said they wanted to go to the Hall of the Living before? Go. Yi Wuxin was tugged by Walnut's sleeve and brought back to her section of the hospital room. Walnut saw his suitcase the moment he first woke up. It was just that there were too many people there and she didn't have time to organize it. The Hall of the Living World is now at a time when it is in need of people. From today onwards, you are the exclusive guest secretary of this Hall Master. You're exclusive? Yi Wuxin was so gorgeous that he couldn't help but start greasing his mouth. That's right. Walnut first gave Yi Wuxin a hi-hat and then dug a deep hole for him right after. So, Guest Minister Yi, can you help this Hall Master carry the boxes? Dao is 1 foot tall. The devil is 10 feet tall. It turned out to be waiting for him here. Yi Wuxin shrugged and walked over to the box. Where did Walnut learn this capitalist style? No, Li Yu emphasizes business. But Walnut is the head of the hall that monopolizes the entire funeral industry, and was originally Li Yu's capitalist. Yi Wuxin resigned himself to his fate and was about to pick up the box when he heard Walnut fire off a series of questions. Young Yi, you should not have seen the contents of the box, right? Also, who changed the clothes of this hall master? Chapter 43, A young girl's feelings are always poetry. Walnut's voice was brittle, with a hint of suspicion in its tone. In fact, when she asked those two questions, she didn't think about it all that much, just for seeing his suitcase, and the clothes that had been changed. Puzzled by the birth of her doubt, and with her heart in the right place, it was natural for her to ask. But the atmosphere of the scene, after she asked those two questions, it was as if a vat of brine had been ordered in the soy milk, and it instantly solidified. Suddenly, a hint of embarrassment was revealed. In the midst of the awkwardness, a few ambiguities were brought out. Even the straight-talking Walnut realized it as an afterthought. This awkward question, why on earth would she ask? She's a fast talker. Why can't your brain keep up? Pretend that nothing happened, that you didn't notice anything. Wouldn't that be nice? Yi Wuxin also completely did not expect that Walnut would suddenly ask these two questions. His hand, which was carrying the case, couldn't help but shake a few times. Walnut picked up the pot of water that hadn't boiled yet, causing Yi Wuxin to suddenly recall the charming scenery of that night. The garden is full of spring light. Can't it be covered by just a few pieces of clothing? Yi Wuxin's thoughts drifted and couldn't help but start reliving the flashbacks. Walnut is a big smart guy. Seeing Yi Wuxin in such a baffled and silent manner, how could she not understand? A young girl's feelings are always poetry, and in her ignorance, she has a kind of sobriety and understanding. Walden's face burned red all of a sudden, red to the point that the roots of his ears were slightly hot. She was tempted to speak up, to ask for a definitive answer, but immediately wanted to stop. If it was really him, how was she supposed to live with herself and how would she face him in the future? But if I don't ask for clarification, I'm afraid I'll be tossing and turning tonight, and I won't be able to sleep. This matter was like a thin silver needle hanging at the tip of her heart. not knowing when it would suddenly fall. Walnut looks ahead and thinks about it. A wise man doesn't talk in the dark, and a walnut doesn't play dumb. Not wanting to be the Riddler who held something back but let others guess what was on her mind, she finally relented. It can't be. It's really you. Carefully, Walnut tried to voice his guess. Yi Wuxian's thoughts would have flown leisurely back to that night. He was in the middle of a heart attack when Walnut's voice pulled him back to reality. Ahem. Yi Wuxian thought back to that full of spring light and felt that his throat was a bit arduous, so he subconsciously cleared his throat. His brow furrowed slightly and his teeth clenched as he pondered how to explain. Those books of yours, Hall Master, seem to be very interesting. Ha. That's one that this Hall Master has read through the sea of books and treasured for many years. Do you want to come along and take a look? His own collection was complimented, and Walnut thought he had a rare encounter with a fellow traveler. She was so happy that her mind instantly went offline for a few seconds. But soon, she reacted and hastily renewed it again. That means you've seen my suitcase. What about the clothes? Don't you dare try to change the subject. Walnut was ashamed and indignant, and her tone, unconsciously, took on a bit of aggressiveness. Yi Wuxian shook his head somewhat helplessly. This girl, there's a real doggedness about breaking the mold. What could he do when she insisted on piercing this window? I didn't change the subject. No one in the Hall of the Past has time to look after you, so I'll have to do it for you. Yi Wuxian spread his hands. What he said could be the truth. No half-truths. The matter of taking care of Walnut, or Jade balanced Star-Lord's painstakingly. Please half a day. He before a mouth to agree. You had a terrible fever that night, and your whole body was rolling and burning. You kept tugging at the collar of your shirt yourself. I see that you are really difficult, and the original piece of clothing is too thick, so I had to give you a cooler piece of clothing. Walnut sniffed. The whole person is speechless. Speechless to the Bungbu Live. To think that I was once unconscious, naked and changed like a little child who couldn't take care of herself. Her face then flushed for a moment and went white for a moment. It's like singing Sichuan opera and playing face-changing. I can't help but curl my toes, always trying to pick at something. If you feel like you're getting the short end of the stick, Yi Wuxian carefully, sizing up Walnut's cloudy face, fearful that she might do something drastic in a fit of shame, so he put on a pitiful, all at the disposal of the Hall Master expression. I could also pretend to be unconscious and have you change my clothes once, twice, 3 times, Yi Wuxian said, taking out his original Pikachu pajamas, which had been burned to shreds by Walnut, and stuffing them into Walnut's hands. Nah, this way, we're even, right? That's pretty equal and reasonable thinking. But Walnut didn't dwell on that. The reason she was stunned into silence was, following Yi Wuxian's words, Walnut vaguely recalled that night's dream. She dreamed of many strange scenes, dreaming up images that I can't even think of. She and Yi Wuxian, so and so. Inside, Walnut let out a groundhog squeal. How could she have such a dream? Are you afraid you've been burned out of your mind? Although Yi Wuxian had a handsome face that was a hit with millions of people, she, Walnut, would definitely not be the one to see color. Walnut's face reddened and his eyes kept flickering. The breasts, originally concave, surprisingly bulged with a throwback curve, up and down, together and together. Her slender fingers were clenched so tightly that her bones turned a little white. Yi Wuxian couldn't guess what was in Walnut's mind and thought. She was deeply shocked because of the matter of changing clothes. It was only with patience that he continued to coax her gently. You believe me. You were burning up and in a critical condition and I just couldn't do anything about it. It's not impossible if you want me to be in charge. Walnut shook his head vigorously, trying to shake the images out of his mind that shouldn't be there. Yi Wuxian looked at Walnut shaking his head and felt strange. What the hell is wrong with Walnut? It can't be that the dark element hasn't cleared up and you're getting headaches again, can it? He leaned down and held Walnut's head gently in place. Instead, Walnut's eyes dodged around, not daring to look at Yi Wuxian. Walnut, say something. Are you having a hard time again? Yi Wuxian pulled Walnut's face over and made her look at herself. That look didn't matter, but Walnut's breath suddenly hitched. The two were close, very close, a distance that was meant to be a little shy. Yi Wuxian held her head again, giving her nowhere to hide her gaze. Walnut had to look straight over, and the two of them met eye to eye. She clearly saw that Yi Wuxian's black and white eyes had, at some point, given birth to so many red blood filaments. What's wrong with your eyes? Red as rabbits? Yeah. Yi Wuxian rubbed his eyes. They did feel very sore, hot and dry, probably not rested. Where is the lack of rest? The pressure is not rested. He hadn't closed his eyes for days. Walnut heard Yi Wuxian's muffled, slightly tired voice. Her heart suddenly fluttered. Chapter 44, Youngjio. That's right. Walnut suddenly came to mind. The night she had a fever. The cool night breeze swept past them, but all she felt was foggy-headed and burning. It was Yi Wuxian who carried her on his back, all the way over the mountains and back to Liu Harbor. While the delusional slope was near the northern border of Liyue, Liu at harbor was located in the southernmost port. These two places are so far away. The two of them were strangers at the time. Strangers who have only known each other for a few hours and played house together. Yi Wuxin could have left himself as a burden in the wilderness to fend for himself, but he carried himself on his back, continuously, without even taking a breath, and ran so far. Walnut still remembered that, at that time, Yi Wuxin had traveled a long distance. His back and face were all covered in sweat. Walnut also accidentally tasted the salty flavor. Yi Wuxin ran in such a hurry just to send her to the Unabomber's lodge to see a doctor as soon as possible. He also got caught up in the flap as a result. Though Walnut doesn't know the specifics at this point, but just by listening to Kakoharu's serious tone alone, she knew the seriousness of the matter. Looking at Yi Wuxin's eyes that were filled with red bloodshot eyes, Hu Tao's eyes moved slightly. Her vermilion lips opened slightly and she asked softly, "What has happened in the days I've been in a coma?" Hearing Walnut ask this, Yi Wuxin's expression eased as he finally let out a light breath. It doesn't appear to be another flare-up of Walnut's condition. His hanging heart relaxed. Yi Wuxin lifted his upper body and pulled Walnut to one side of the table so that she could sit down. She also thoughtfully poured her a cup of hot tea to drink while she listened. "It's a long story. After you passed out that day," Yi Wuxin told everything that had happened during the period of time between when Hu Tao suddenly fell unconscious with a fever and when she regained her sobriety. Of course, he wasn't stupid yet, not including some of the details of what happened between the two that night. Yi Wuxin only spoke vaguely. That night, Walnut burned so badly that she tried everything on her own to no avail, and ended up using the water element to help lower her temperature. When Walnut heard Yi Wuxin say this, he really believed it. She thought again about her dream that night. 2 red clouds crept up to her cheeks. People were thinking about helping her cool down and she was having those kinds of dreams. Oops, that's not good. Walnut straightened his spine and took a quiet sip of tea. She hid her inner nonchalance with the action of drinking tea, and put on a face that nothing had happened. During Yi Wuxin's narration, Walnut's tea was refilled several cups in a row. She also urged every now and then for Yi Wuxin to also drink some tea so as to moisturize her throat. But after hearing Yi Wuxin speak, the back of the group back to the delusionless slope was attacked by the Urania thing. Walnut's face was also becoming more and more grave. It was not only because she was worried about the safety of the people of Liu Harbor, but also because she was doubly moved by what Yi Wuxin had done. Although, Yi Wuxin didn't add to the story and boast about it, deliberately exaggerating his own credits. But Walnut had been keenly aware, if there is no Yi Wuxin, it was impossible to find the cause of everyone's poisoning so quickly, and Urania wouldn't have been subdued so smoothly. Then she waited for the antidote of the heart of water purification. I do not know how long to wait. Compared to all that, what with looking at the boxes and changing clothes, it doesn't matter. Yi Wuxin was still narrating in as calm a tone as he could. He didn't want to cause too many emotional fluctuations in Walnut, but the gaze that Walnut looked at him had already hidden a few points of appreciation and admiration, even though she didn't realize it. That's how it happened. But don't worry too much. Light always triumphs over evil. After Yi Wuxin finished speaking, he gave a victory gesture at Walnut. Instead, he saw Walnut's good-looking plum pupils staring straight at him. The eyes seemed as if they could pinch out water. Looking at Yi Wuxin's back was hairy. "Is that something on my face?" he couldn't help but ask. Walnut shook his head in quick succession. "Hakai Yi, you are truly a great benefactor to me." Walnut's mind has always been jumpy, and she was full of enthusiasm when she suddenly came up with this. "There's nothing wrong with that." Yi Wuxin carried her back to see the doctor, and gave her medicine and fed her, and also helped her cool down the temperature at night, taking care of her in every way. He also busied himself by running back to the delusionless slope to fight monsters and find antidotes. It's almost like you're more attached than your own father. If it wasn't for Yi Wuxin, maybe she would still be unconscious by now. Walnut wasn't one of those spoiled little males from home who would take others' kindness to her for granted. Her grandfather taught her from a young age to show appreciation for the kindness of others. Walnut isn't a hard-hearted person either. She wouldn't be able to accept it peacefully and without gratitude after knowing that Yi Wuxin had done all these things for her. Therefore, she spoke wherever she thought of, directly treating Yi Wuxin as a benefactor. Yi Wuxin was like a monk in 2 feet, puzzled. He didn't want to take credit for it. After all, carving harvest, Xingqiu and White Art Chi-Chi, everyone had put in a lot of effort. "Walnut, you flatter me. Guest Minister Yi, you are modest. The benefactor is above. Please accept Walnut's obeisance." Walnut directly stood up, bent down with a solemn face, and made a big bow at Yi Wuxin. Yi Wuxin received this great gift from Hu Tao and heard her call herself Ungong. It was just one word away from his ideal title. Yi Wuxin was still a simple and kind-hearted teenager by nature. Walnut called him Ungong and he was embarrassed. He hurriedly helped Walnut up. "Paul Master, you mustn't be polite." Saying that, He hasn't forgotten to take advantage of the opportunity to get himself some favors. Then my room and board at the Hall of the Living passed. Small things, all small things. This hall master has it all covered. And the salary. Yi Wuxin struck while the iron was hot. Mora is outside the body. As it were. As you wish. Spend it. Walnut waved his hand to show he didn't care. As the master of the Hall of the Past Life, you even look down on life and death. What do you care about a few moras? And also a big capitalist of Lazuki who monopolizes the funeral industry. Can't it be described as a rich and powerful one? Even Zhongli, who has no concept of mora and spends money without blinking an eye. I'll take it all at every turn. Can't afford it. Raising a Yi Wuxin is a piece of cake. Yi Wulong's eyes were filled with hot tears of gratitude. This hall master can handle it. Go back and sign a contract of sale first. After that, you'll officially become this hall master's person. Selling? Walnut hemmed and hawed with a devious face and pushed Yi Wuxin in front of the box without saying a word. We've been delayed for so long. Let's get back. The two gathered their things together and walked to the front room. Mr. White Art, let's go back. Walnut waved goodbye to Baijutsu. Yeah, how come I don't see Chi-Chi? She's gone to pick herbs, so be careful on your way. Bye. White Art smiled slightly on his face and hurriedly sent the scout away. Walnut don't know what kind of crooked mind again. Luckily Chi-Chi is not here. After saying hello to Baijutsu, Yi Wuxin and Hu Tao then walked out of the door of the Unabomber's lodge, shoulder to shoulder. The sun outside was warm on them both. Walnut? What's going on? That. Just called. You call me again? Chapter 45 Gossip. Young Geo. Walnut was dry and shouted it out in a big way. She also deliberately stretched the end of her voice. Let there be a little bit of petulance in that cry. Yi Wuxin had saved her life. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be returned in kind. Since Young Geo wanted to hear it, she'd just call out. It's not like it's going to matter. Yi Wuxin listened to this delicate cry and was very flattered. He walked with Walnut's suitcase in his arms, feeling his arms full. It was as if his mood, too, was illuminated by that bright sunlight. It rains and pours in general. It became warm and fuzzy as the days of tension and gloom were swept away. His eyes curved up slightly and he teased Walnut contentedly. Didn't hear you, eh? Again? Kong. Walnut thought that Yi Wuxin really didn't hear him. She raised her voice again, crisply. Yi Wuxin still wasn't happy. He shook his head. Louder. Or not. Now. Walnut immediately responded. This man. He got an inch. It was clearly a deliberate attempt to catch her out. It's too much. But Walnut had always been quirky, so how could she be easily molested by others? She clenched her small fists and almost instantly had a ghost of an idea. Standing tall and far away. Naturally, I can't hear you. Yi Wuxin was 1.8 or so tall. Walnut isn't even 6'6" yet. When walking side by side with Walnut, Yi Wuxin was a whole lot taller than her. Walnut needed to tilt her head slightly when she looked at his face. Born this tall? What can I do? Yi Wuxin puffed out his chest and raised his head. It's not like it's up to him to decide how tall he is. Walnut's watery plum pupils dripped. Just put your ears closer together. Why don't you squat down? I can't reach it. When he heard Walnut say that, Yi Wuxin stopped and slightly bent his upper body. Walnut then stood on his tiptoes. She reached out a white hand and put it on Yi Wuxin's shoulder. Using the force, he brought his lips to his ear again. Yi Wuxin deliberately tilted his head so that Walnut could get a little closer more easily. Being shouted at by Walnut in his ear. It's such a pleasant thing to think about. Hey! Yi Wuxin had already prepared his mind fully. The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up as well, and his smile was so full it was spilling over. Walnut took a deep breath. Grace! The cry was saved up, like a Liangshan warrior. It's full of Zhang Fei-style bravado. Just about to add, Big Brother is right. At first glance, I heard Walnut's growl. The box in Yi Wuxin's hand almost fell to the ground. His eardrums buzzed. Heads are going to roll. Yi Wuxin was still holding Walnut's suitcase and couldn't free his hands to cover his ears. Walnut smiled triumphantly with a wry grin on his face. Plum eyes were curved into crescent moons. She jumped in front of Yi Wuxin and hitched up her arms. Good as new. He looked to his savior. Hey, did you hear me this time? You're trying to murder a benefactor. Let's see if you still dare to tease this hallmaster. Hurry up. Yi Wuxin lifted a stone and smashed his own foot, and had to suffer in silence. The two of them continued on their way, and soon walked past the pond filled with white lotus blossoms and 3 or 5 koi carp weaving through it, and arrived at the street of Liu Harbor. As soon as I walked down the street, there were more passers-by. The crowd around it was bustling and hot. Walnut and Yi Wuxin, two people shoulder to shoulder, walked through this busy street. Some of the stallholders saw Walnut from afar, and would have been talking to the people on the sidelines, having a word or two. Suddenly he was silenced. Walnut isn't a big fan of shopping for that very reason. Of course, It's not like you don't like it right off the bat. She tried shopping before, seeing all the new and fun things that she couldn't help stopping to ask the price and buy it for her home either. Some street store owners, however, may be too superstitious. Or maybe it's the matter of ghosts and gods that is filled with awe. In their eyes, Walnut was the master of the hall of the past life. At the sight of a pecan, one immediately thinks of death. One immediately thinks of coffins. One immediately thinks of funerals. One immediately thinks of cremation. One immediately thinks of ghosts and spirits. One immediately thinks of reincarnation. Some of the Lazuli people's imaginations are only able to leap forward so much at this level, so they couldn't help but grimace when they saw Walnut on their doorstep. Hall master, sorry, we're closing early here. Others just waved their hands and didn't say a word. Just get on with it and silently pack up the stalls. That's weird. Is business all over? Walnut was puzzled at first, but the more encounters she had, the more she got it. It's not that the stores aren't in business. It's because you don't want to do business with her. While only a small percentage of such, but little by little, Walnut didn't like to hang out in front of the booth anymore. She's an interesting enough person herself. Why do you have to make a fool of yourself? So, in this downtown where people come and go, Walnut walked straight and true without looking away. Yi Wuxin was a little less so, although, by general rationalization, guys generally don't like shopping very much. But Yi Wuxin had just crossed over a few days ago. First-timers are still fresh to Ryu Harbor. Before that, he was trying to save Walnut. I've been so tired of running around that I haven't even gotten a good feel for the business culture of Rizuki. Now that I've finally stolen a moment to myself, I happen to be walking down Commercial Street again. A wide range of goods are displayed in various stores and stalls. It instantly attracted Yi Wuxin's gaze. It's just a shame that there's still a big box to hold. Otherwise he'd be tempted to drag Walnut in for a stroll with him. So, he had to walk around and look around to get his fill. Yi Wuxin's senses were already much sharper than normal people. Again, he kept his eyes and ears open and looked around. In this crowded downtown, also really gave him to hear some gossip. Look, isn't that the past life hall master? Master of the Hall of the Living? As soon as Yi Wuxin heard these words, he immediately pricked up his ears and listened carefully. The voice, though muffled by the din of the downtown. However, Yi Wuxin's sense of hearing was very sharp and heard it clearly. It's true. You see, there's someone else on the side? This young man is so handsome. Is the brain afraid that it is not too good? That's right. It's not too bad to be that close to the hall of the past life. Yi Wuxin frowned when he heard these idle words. What are these two? How dare you tell the hall of the living? He was just about to snap when he heard the thinly veiled voices of those two again. Hey, by the way, did you know? Something big happened recently. What? Come on. The man's voice had the look of a man who couldn't stop eating his melon. The other man's voice lowered, pretending to be mysterious. Liu is haunted. What? You've seen it? I haven't seen it, but I've heard so many people talk about it. They say that it's the Church of the Past that's doing the trick. Chapter 46, Entering the Church of the Past Life. It's the Church of the Past Life that's behind this? But why are they doing this? The tone of one of them, full of doubt. Another swore as if he had seen it all. Hey, what's there to think about? Isn't it just to earn more Mora for the Ancestor Festival? But what does a haunting have to do with Mora? You don't get it, do you? As long as it's haunted, of course the business of the Hall of the Dead will be good. I see. No wonder I always see a bunch of people coming in and out when I pass by the Hall of the Living in the past few days. That's just it. But what a black heart. Things come in small packages. These two were chatting quite a bit as you spoke to each other. Yi Wuxin was furious when he heard these two people's malicious speculations out of thin air. In a formal trial, there's also the benefit of the doubt. These two people are so good. They just said a few words and finalized the crime of the Church of the Future Life? Yi Wuxin clenched his fists and held his breath. He looked over in the direction of the voice, trying to find the two mouth breathers. Sure enough, those two were leaning against the corner. Raising his hand to cover his mouth, he looked like a thief. Yi Wuxin engraved the appearance of these two people into his mind. This revenge, Mr. Yi will remember it first. If Walnut hadn't still been there, he'll go right up to them and give them hell. Let these two people learn a good lesson and never dare to gossip about the Hall of the Living World again. And those two backstabbers. Originally, he was still sneaking a look at Walnut and Yi Wuxin while gabbing away. Suddenly feeling the line of sight Yi Wuxin cast over, his scalp suddenly went numb. Yi Wuxin's brows were glooming and his eyes seemed like sharp ice blades with a morose anger. The hearts of the two men sank right down in fear. Scary. That sight looks like it's going to kill someone. The two people who only dared to speak ill of the Hall of the Living beings behind their backs shriveled up. Has it been discovered? Obviously a dozen meters away. Around still so noisy. How can you possibly hear it? Guess it's a coincidence. Or maybe the guy's eyes are just naturally meaner? Despite this comforting thought, they were still in a panic and their mouths were not broken. Hurriedly, he dug into the crowd. turned the corner, and disappeared from Yi Wuxin's sight. Seeing the two people leave, Yi Wuxin was lost in thought. It seems that the matter of Rizuki's haunting, still have to find the time and investigate more closely, lest Walnut be placed on this trumped-up charge and suffer again. Yi Wuxin did not expect that the business of the Hall of the Living Future would still be speculated upon in such a way, full of malice. Walnut was only 13 when he took over the Church of the Past, and how did she come to be a little girl for all those years? Walnut she? I don't think, heard the gossip, did she? Yi Wuxin thought while lowering his head to look at Walnut. Only Walnut was still walking with his spine straight and his eyes unblinking. There was no pause in the footsteps. It looks like nothing happened. Luckily, it was for the best if she didn't hear it, lest the good mood of just out of the hospital be spoiled by these gossipers. Yi Wuxin slightly lowered his eyes. When he looked at Walnut, his gaze always became unconsciously tender. It's a far cry from the kind of scared to death look he just gave me. As he did so, Walnut felt the sight he cast from the corner of his eye. Walnut couldn't help but stop and look up. She had just raised her head and happened to meet Yi Wuxin's eyes. Those eyes of his were beautiful, like deep pools of ink-black water. Long eyelashes covered down. The corners of his eyes drooped slightly, a very soft arc. Walnut had, subconsciously, wanted to look away, avoiding that line of sight from Yi Wuxin. He pretended not to see anything, but somehow, it was like she was firmly held in those eyes. Can't move it. Just stared for a few seconds. Walnut suddenly had a strange feeling. She stood in the midst of the hustle and bustle of the time seemed to pause, and everything around them seemed to stand still, but plainly, stopped, stationary. It's her, and there seems to be something between the eyes of two men. It flowed. Yi Wuxin had only wanted to take a look at Hu Tao to confirm that she hadn't heard those slanderous words, but Walnut suddenly raised his head and looked straight at him. It was as if Walnut had been hit with a stasis point and stood motionless. Those plum pupils didn't blink either. There were two lovely blushes on her cheeks. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly. How can she look at herself and still look dumbfounded? At this time, Yi Wuxin had become an uncomprehending straight man of steel. He pressed on, not knowing what Walnut was thinking or why he stayed, so he bent down and cocked his head closer to Walnut. Walnut? He spoke to break the stillness. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't. No. Walnut finally came back to his senses when he saw the face that had been enlarged by his proximity. She blushed and panicked, eyes averted, racking his brain for a reason. Finally came up with one for her. Your eyes are too red. Come back with me to the Hall of the Living to rest. Walnut hurriedly dropped the words and picked up the pace on his feet. She deliberately tensed her face, but she couldn't stop her mind from wandering. That feeling of time standing still just now. That's so weird. It's all the result of that unintentional stare down. So, one must never casually lock eyes with Yi Wuxin. Walnut narrowed his eyes and came to this conclusion. In front of the Hall of the Dead, old Meng, the ceremonial herald, had just sent off a group of clients and welcomed their hall master. Hall master, you are finally back. Old Meng had tears in his eyes. The Ancestor Festival is approaching, and customers are ordering goods one after another. On top of that, these days there are always people running to the Hall of the Living Past, saying that the house is haunted. I want to ask the Church of the Living God to perform a puja to exorcise the ghosts, but the hall master was away, and the exorcisms they went to perform were always poorly organized. Customers have said it doesn't quite work. They've been downright busy these past few days. Hakiai Zhongli has been missing all day again. Now, finally, someone who can run the show is back. Old Meng, let me introduce you. This is Yi Wuxin. He's the new guest secretary of the Hall of the Past Life. Walnut pulled Yi Wuxin over and introduced him with an enthusiastic face. Old Meng looked at Yi Wuxin and was a little stunned for a moment. How did this man suddenly become a guest minister? But he didn't freeze for very long, maintaining the warmth of service from the Hall of the Past. Oh, Hakai Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. We've met before. Hall Master these days can be Yi guest secretary is taking care of you. Old Man rambled on as he did so, while taking the box in Yi Wuxin's hand. He sent it to Walnut's room. When he entrusted Yi Wuxin to look after Walnut, Old Meng didn't have much in his heart. Boys at that age are usually grossed out. It's just too much to ask him to take care of a patient. It's just that they can't spare any manpower in the Hall of the Living Dead, not to mention running out on a whim to find a caregiver. However, within 2 days of seeing Walnut, he came back alive and well. Old Meng felt that he was completely overanalyzed. This teenager is obviously taking good care of the hallmaster, and he's suddenly become a guest of the Hall of the Living World? I also wonder what kind of PY deal these two made. Chapter 47 Exclusive Guest Secretary of the Hall of Past Lives Master. Those little thoughts in Old Meng's heart were naturally unknown to Walnut and Yi Wuxin. After seeing Old Meng leave, Walnut reached out and tugged on Yi Wuxin's sleeve. Hakai Yi, do you want to sign the deed of sale first? Or do you want to sign the deed of sale first? The corner of Yi Wuxin's mouth twitched. Come on, he didn't have a choice. Hall Master, is it to sign some kind of contract of sale? Hey, you're coming with me. Walnut curved the corners of his mouth and mysteriously pulled Yi Wuxin's arm towards the interior of the Hall of the Living. It was the first time Yi Wuxin had come to the Hall of the Living past, and this place was very different from what he had imagined. In his rather scanty imagination, the Church of the Dead will be like some kind of funeral parlor, casket store, wreath store, or something like that, decorated like a hearse, with various coffins, urns and offerings. The atmosphere was eerie and cold. Never in a million years would I have thought that the Church of the Past would have nothing to do with these words. When Yi Wuxin entered the Hall of the Living Past, he realized that there was something else inside the Hall of the Living Past. He had a trance-like feeling of entering a peach blossom. Previously, he had this idea that Walnut was a glazed moon capitalist, just a vague speculation. However, when Yi Wuxian walked through the anteroom where the past life hall received customers, walking further through a winding, meandering succession of corridors, passed through several large and small quadrangle courtyards. It was only after arriving at the atrium of the Hall of the Living Dead, seeing is believing, and the trench of the Hall of the Dead gave him a strong sensory impact. Yi Wuxin only felt, this is not the Hall of the Living. I'm afraid it would be more appropriate to call it the Palace of the Living. Here, it was no less than the wealthy and powerful Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce. But unlike the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce's kind of elegant Jiangnan garden-style buildings, the interior of the Church of the Future is more atmospheric and calm, with a simple and elegant architectural style, diaphanous tiles, green brick walls, gray slate. Because of generations of Walnut family heritage and restoration, it has quite an antique flavor. Beneath the eaves of each compound hangs a string of reddish lanterns, swaying in the wind. It adds a lot of vibrancy to this quaintness. Walnut brought Yi Wuxin into a room in the atrium of the Hall of the Living. This is where she has her day-to-day office and handles customer orders. Yi Wuxin sat on the chair that was carved out of some unknown precious wood. Once again, it's like Grandma Lu in the Grand View Gardens, up and down, taking a good look. Seeing Yi Wuxin's gaze fall on top of an azure-colored celadon vase, Walnut then smiled cheekily and said, "This is my father's grandfather's great-grandfather's great-grandmother's dowry, passed down from that generation. It's beautiful." Yi Wuxin had been completely dazed by what Walnut had said about seniority relationships. Walnut picked up a pen on the table and dipped it in the ink, began to seriously write Yi Wuxin's contract of sale. Yi Wuxin, exclusive guest secretary of the 77th generation Hall Master of the Hall of the Past Life. Walnut was heard writing and reading it out in a discordant manner. The exclusive guest secretary sitting across the table couldn't help but thump inwardly. Just sold out to Walnut? He looked apprehensively at the scroll spread out on the walnut tabletop. Sensing Yi Wuxin's eager gaze, Walnut stopped her pen and looked up with a broad smile. "Gu, don't worry, Liu is a country that honors contracts. This Hall Master guarantees that this contract is fair and reasonable." Yi Wuxin couldn't help but spit inwardly as he listened to Walnut's words. "I believed you. Capitalists can be big liars. Black can be made white, and overtime can be described as a blessing. A sellout can be described as fair and reasonable." Soon after, Walnut finished writing the deed with a small hand. "Here, Hakai Yi, please take a look." Yi Wuxin took the ink-scented scroll and began to roughly read it. Walnut's handwriting is not at all in tune with Wan Xiu, and is quite a bit of wild cursive, though Yi Wuxin read it with a bit of effort. But his gaze was precise and direct, and he landed on the salary line with a swipe. Guest Secretary Yi Wuxin's salary is a profit-sharing system, based on the Walnut Hall Master's salary, settled at a 5-to-5 split. Walnut nodded, indicating that he had read everything correctly. Yi Wuxin held the scroll in his hands and blinked in confusion. He thought he had misread it. After receiving Walnut's affirmation, he was ecstatic inside. Does that mean that one's paycheck is 50% of Walnut's paycheck? Walnut is the head of the hall, eh? Put in the blue star. Is not it a female president worth several $100 million? Split the paycheck with her, and in a few years you'll be worth over $100 million? This looks like pretty good, doesn't it? Yi Wuxin then dropped his gaze to the responsibility line. Guest Secretary Yi Wuxin does not need to handle the specific business of the Hall of the Past Life, but must follow the instructions of Hall Master Walnut at all times. There are no chores to take care of, just listen to Walnut. Yi Wuxin secretly calculates. This one looks a little bit of a sellout, but there doesn't seem to be much of a pit. Listen to your wife. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Yi Wuxian continued reading further. After that, it was the same as what Walnut had agreed with him before. The Church of the Wayfarer has all-inclusive food and lodging, and various reimbursements on public accounts. The parties enter into this covenant voluntarily, and this covenant shall remain in force for a long period of time. Those who violate the covenant will be punished by eating the rock. After reading this contract, Yi Wuxin couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern for Walnut's career. Is this what she calls a contract of sale? Who's working for whom here? Anyway, full room and board. More a reimbursement. 50-50 split of salary and parishioner. The point is that it doesn't have to work yet. Ryu Harbor. There's even this kind of big philanthropist? Yi Wuxin was moved to tears. It seems that the worries I had about the contract of sale, it's all about the small-mindedness of the walnut. The pattern is small. Yi Wuxin even changed the way he looked at Walnut. His eyes were burning with passion and, this isn't Walnut. This is clothesline. Walnut's back flinched at Yi Wuxin's affectionate gaze. Did I not write it with enough subtlety and euphemism? You've been seen by Hakai? No. We have to hurry up and get Hakai to sign it. Hakai, have you finished reading? Sign it if there's no problem? Walnut handed the pen to Yi Wuxin and urged without a trace. Yi Wuxin did not hesitate, and with a wave of his hand, he brushed down his name. He was afraid that if he signed a little slower, Walnut would change his mind. Walnut stared at Yi Wuxin's signature, unable to look away. After seeing the dot where he wrote the last stroke of the word heart, Walnut beamed. I didn't realize that signing a contract of sale would go so smoothly. Outlanders are just so easy to fool. Walnut's mind has conjured up payday. Yi Wuxin guest secretary's expression of remorse and regret was gone. Chapter 48, Thread in the Walnut Hand. The thought of Yi Wuxin's deflated expression made Walnut inexplicably happy. I can't even wait to jump right in on payday. The more she thought about it, the more the smirk grew on her face. It's all going to be covered up. After Yi Wuxin signed, he looked up and saw Walnut's giggling look. This silly big girl, did you think of something funny again? What are you laughing at? Hall Master? Ah, no, nothing like that. As if suddenly poked and prodded, Walnut acted as if nothing had happened. Stroke a strand of his hair to hide the panic inside. Ahem, this Hall Master is wondering, where you will live in the future? So many rooms, just anywhere. Before Yi Wuxin could finish, he was interrupted by Walnut. Walnut held out his hand and pointed to a few of the lines. As the exclusive guest secretary of this Hall Master, it is to be on standby at all times. Oh, that. So, you're going to live next door to this Hall Master. Come over here. Walnut took away the deed of sale and dragged Yi Wuxian up from the chair again. Yi Wuxin thought that the next door that Walnut was talking about was a compartment in some courtyard, but he did not expect it all, with Walnut leading the way. Once again, he passed through the various connecting corridors and courtyards of the Hall of the Living Past. Along the way, they also met three fellows and maids. They all greeted Walnut and Yi Wuxian very politely. Walnut smiled back and greeted them one by one. After watching Walnut and Yi Wuxian walk away, the fellows and maids were still gathered and whispering. Who is this little brother? I'm told it's a new guest. Guest secretary? I see that this person is young. I'm afraid that he is a bit of a come-on. The Hall Master would not be. The iron tree has blossomed? Going to fall in love? Shoo, quick, don't talk nonsense. Just you wait. I've been there. The kind of look the Hall Master gave him. It doesn't fool anyone, but this little brother is quite a looker, and I like it when I look at him. Che, stop dreaming now. Walnut pulled Yi Wuxin into a courtyard and stopped. Look, this is it. Along with Walnut's voice, reflected in Yi Wuxin's eyes. It was a tall Chinese villa. It was magnificent, taller than the one in the dust song jug. Yi Wuxin tilted his head and looked at this huge villa and couldn't help but ask. Hall Master, by next door you mean? As the name suggests, it's next door. So what's the problem? This. Yi Wuxin scratched his head. He never thought that. The next door that Walnut was talking about turned out to be the next room in the same villa? Is there such a thing as a good thing? Don't be this and that. It's written in black and white. You have to listen to this Hall Master. Walnut shook the roll of the contract away, fearing that Yi Wuxin would forget the terms on it. This side, that's your room. This side, is this Hall Master's. Walnut led Yi Wuxin through several screens and pointed to 2 rooms. Guest Yi, go rest first. Someone will bring you refreshments later. In this way, Yi Wuxin, under the careful arrangement of Walnut's giddy, he went into his room and, groggy again, he collapsed on the big bed. He didn't even have time to scrutinize the specific furnishings and decorations in the room. Just know that it doesn't look austere at all, with shelves filled with antiques from who knows what era. It was all like a dream. Yi Wuxin lay on the big fluffy bed in the room, having a sense of relaxation of being back inside his own home. He suddenly remembered the game where Walnut lived in his dust song jug. As soon as he could, he ran to ask Walnut, "Are you used to being here?" Walnut said, crossing her arms each time and blinking her plum pupils. "You've got the mountains and the water and the food and the fun. It's nice. Well, besides, you've been so nice to me. I love it here." And he's asked many times, undeterred, "Won't the Hall Master entertain me?" Walnut would hold his hand to his chest each time, grinning as he said, "That's fine, as long as you're not shy about going to the Hall of the Living. As long as I'm not busy, You're welcome to come anytime. Oh, he stuck bugs in the game many times over for that statement. Only then did he finally manage to get stuck inside the Hall of the Past. But there are no pecans there. It was empty. Nothing but grayed out decals. Walnut the big liar. It says, "You're always welcome." But he waited until the day he came to the Hall of the Dead. I can't believe I've been waiting for this for over a year. Thinking like this, Yi Wuxin inexplicably felt that his eyes were a little sour. I guess he's really tired. But, Walnut. And why was he suddenly so nice to him? What Yi Wuxin didn't know was that Walnut has just swindled his savior into signing an unequal treaty. The conscientious hall master, who was still a little bit upset after doing the big bad, Yi Wuxin, was lying on the bed, and after thinking about the walnut, I had wanted to take advantage of this rare free time to ponder the use of the dark element, but it's like a lazy person having to think about reviewing a text before going to bed. This is simply a very anti-human thing to do, an unlikely task. As soon as he started to move his head, all the fatigue that had built up over the past few days came flooding back. With that, Yi Wuxin drifted off to sleep before he could even begin to think about it. Walnut had originally had people send snacks and fruits to Yi Wuxin's room. After the fellow had seen it, he came over and reported that guest minister Yi had fallen asleep. That fast? You fell asleep as soon as your head hit the pillow? Walnut waved his hand. Never mind. Looks like he's exhausted. Let him be. Thinking of the red blood in Yi Wuxin's eyes and the circles with a hint of auburn in them, and the suit that I burned myself in earlier. Inside, Hallmaster, who was even more overjoyed. Why don't you bring me that fabric? Which horse is it? Hallmaster? The mate trailed off in wonder. There's just too much fabric in the Hall of the Living Dead. After all, it's often necessary to order life jackets and whatnot for some clients. With what dude knows about pecans? Don't guess what's in Hallmaster whose mind. You can't understand if you guess and guess. Just say what you have to say and ask questions directly. The one my grandfather left behind. Walnut's fingers tapped mindlessly on the table in his room as if he were playing a piano. Old Hallmaster, that horse. I know. Master, please wait. The fellow stomped off, and in no time at all, carried the piece of fabric Walnut had asked for. So, in these two rooms separated by a wall, Yi Wuxin lay on the bedpan and huffed and puffed. Walnut ambled over to the table and carefully cut out, with scissors, the heirloom fabric her grandfather left behind. Chapter 49, Reorganization of the Festival of Ancestors. Walnut put that heirloom fabric that, according to Yi Wuxin's height measurements, cut down a whole big piece of then fold the fabric in half down the center and cut out the look of a button-down tunic. Every time I think about how I burned the clothes of Yi great benefactor, Walnut just couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It was always on her mind. Then why don't we just sew a new one for Hakiai with our own hands? Produced by Cao Sang Tong. Quality is guaranteed. As the head of the Hall of the Dead, he could not fail to master the art of making birthday suits. Besides, Walnut grew up without parents. Lost my grandfather again when I was 13. Though the Hall of the Living World has no shortage of food and clothing, and there are many fellows and maids, but Walnut's peers are far fewer in number. Growing up, she didn't have many little friends to play with. Her hobbies, besides composing poems alone to the moon, and sewing all kinds of crafts, she hand-sewed the Choo-Choo Man pillow that was in the box earlier. The Qiankuan Taigua hat that Walnut now wore on her head was also remodeled by herself. Originally, the hat was made by her grandfather, the 75th generation of the Hall of the Past Life, passed down to Walnut. Because the hat wasn't quite the right size, Walnut took a day and a night to took the old hat apart by hand and changed it to my size. She was very dear to the hat that, every time I see it, I think of my grandfather. The hat, a constant reminder to her that to take on the double responsibility of the Mei Sang Tong for life and death. Walnut puts his hat on properly every time he goes out. Plumeria sewn into the side of the hat. It was picked by Walnut from his own plum tree. Those plum trees were still planted by hand, one by one, by her grandfather, who took her with him. Now, it has grown into a whole flourishing and lush plum orchard. At this time, Walnut was holding the pieces of fabric that, up and down, left and right, all kinds of gesticulating. What should be a better style for Ya Hakim? But there was a fellow, who ran in hurriedly. Hall Master, a few customers have come outside and placed a large order, wanting you to help exorcise the ghosts. Oh, Walnut dropped the fabric in her hands and narrowed her plum eyes. Is it time for this Hall Master to step in again? The fellow nodded busily. They're still waiting outside. Come on, let's go together. Walnut remembered something else as he headed out the door. That's right, wake up Hakai as well. Okay. Thus, Yi Wuxin hadn't slept for long before he was woken up by the sudden arrival of the order. He's in great shape, though, just a little nap. It's also a better rest than if you used to sleep for 10 hours or more. As soon as they walked into the front lobby of the Hall of the Past, they saw several clients sitting in the waiting area. The customers saw the walnuts, did a double take, and immediately stood up. Oh, Hall Master Hu, you must help us. A few customers were as excited as if they had seen a savior, and their tone was very excited. Yo, it's a new client. What's going on? Walnut led Yi Wuxin and walked to the clients in a graceful manner. Yi Wuxin carefully sized up these few customers. They were only frowning and listless, and it looked like they hadn't had a good night's sleep. Hall master, my child, for the past few days, has been crying non-stop when it gets dark. No matter how I coax it, it can't be coaxed. Hall master, mine at home too, always says he sees black shadows floating around. Hall master, I always feel like there's something staring at me. Is there a severe ghost and apparition? Yeah, nights. A couple of clients, you and I, added to the conversation, but they scared themselves first. Walnut cocked his head and spread his hands in mock contemplation. So did you guys see anything? Nope, we didn't see anything. Walnut sniffed and shrugged with an air of confidence. Since you didn't see it, it's no big deal. Leave it all to this hall master. After a pause, she added, leave your addresses, and when the evening comes, I will naturally go over there. When the customers heard Walnut promise so, the stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. Hall master, you must come. They repeated their instructions, fearing that Walnut would let them off the hook. After Walnut promised again and again that he would be there to help exorcise the ghosts, the clients finally left in company. After seeing the client leave, Yi Wuxin immediately wanted to start preparing for the exorcism ceremony. Originally, he had planned to wait for his free time to investigate the Liu haunting incident carefully. Clear Walnut's back. Unexpectedly, the client came to him on his own and gave him a lead for nothing. Hall master, do we need to do anything to prepare? But Walnut looks as innocent as ever, and doesn't take the client's claim of being haunted seriously. As per usual, the incense burning and exorcism bit. Whatever. With that, Walnut called a fellow over and handed him the preparations for the exorcism ceremony. Yi Wuxin has naturally seen Walnut fool skeptical customers like this. Still, he asked uneasily, in case what they say is true, I don't sense a ghostly presence. Walnut shook his head. But, I always thought that it was because the atmosphere of the traditional ancestor festival in Rizuki was so heavy. Whenever this holiday season comes around, people overly miss their loved ones and it makes people panic. Saying that, she looked towards Yi Wuxin, her plum blossom pupils containing hidden expectations. Hakai Yi, do you have any solutions? Yi Wuxin was puzzled. It's refreshing to have the ancestor festival format be a little more lively, divert people's attention. In this way, what bumping into ghosts, haunted, such things, should be much less, right? Walnut still thinks that the reason for the haunting of Ritsuki is due to the psychological implication of everyone as the ancestor festival is approaching. It was obvious that Walnut was serious. She frowned, pondering a solution. Yi Wuxin immediately thought of the Qingming festival in his hometown. In addition to sweeping graves and honoring loved ones, there are many other customs of Qingming. When he was little, his grandmother would make him green dumplings to eat, take him kite flying, and go trekking in the wilderness. There's also a fun egg clinking contest at the elementary school. In a group of children's competition, he is always the egg king. The textbook also says that the customs of the Qingming festival include kuju, tug of war, swinging on a swing, and so on. Hall master, I have a plan. Speak up. Yi Wuxin then introduced the Qingming customs of his hometown to Hu Tao in detail. Walnut listened intently, his eyes growing brighter. Hakai Yi, where did you come up with all these sneaky ideas? Walnut's eyes were glowing. The customs Yi Wuxin spoke of inspired her a lot. I used to get my hands on from the various ancestor worship payoffs, but I didn't realize it was possible to do this kind of novelty. Then, this past Life Hall's ancestor festival event is all yours to plan. What's the best step for us to start promoting it? Yi Wuxin smiled faintly. Let's start with the food. Who would say no to good food? This hall master thinks the same way. Let's go find Xiang Ling. The two are full of foodie basics and hit it off right away. Thus, Walnut took Yi Wuxin and headed to Manmin Hall. Chapter 50, Heart to Heart? Boiled fish with shrimp dumplings. Manmin Hall is a restaurant in Ryu Eat Tiger Rock. Very grounded. The store isn't very big, but it's incredibly popular. This restaurant specializes in the most universal flavors with the most universal ingredients. The most exquisite craftsmanship to make the most delicious dishes. Central Plains hash. Delicious and inexpensive. Yi Wuxin and Walnut had only just gotten to the vicinity of Manmin Hall. Then he heard Master Mao, the owner of Manmin Hall, warmly greeting the guests. They also smelled the dishes in the store, and a pungent aroma came out. Yi Wuxin and Walnut, the cravings in the stomachs of the two, were instantly seduced. It smells so good. Walnut took a deep breath. The two men stopped in front of the Manmin Hall and poked their heads around. Looking into the store, a young girl with two twisted braids tied into two circular loops was running around the store, setting hot food on the tables of customers. She is Xiang Ling, the daughter of Master Mao and a runner and chef at Manmin Hall. More than that, he was the one who was going to subvert the Ryuki culinary world in the future. As soon as Walnut saw Xiangling's back, he couldn't help the smile that appeared on his face. Shannon is so much fun. Walnut loves to tease Shannon. She tiptoed into the Manmin Hall and hid behind Shannon. Then he reached out his right hand and patted Shannon's right shoulder. Before Xiangling could react, Nutmeg swooped down and crouched to Shannon's left. Shannon was tapped on the shoulder. She turned her head from the right, confusion written all over her face. Hey, who is it? After Xiangling turned her head, she didn't see Walnut, but saw Yi Wuxin. This little brother looks handsome, suave, and yucky. His actions, however, were completely at odds with the aura emanating from his body. Only he was standing not far behind himself, secretly reaching out to jerk a handful of potpourri. Potter cocked his head, like a kitten whose head had been petted, and make a purring sound. Shannon was very puzzled. Just now, did this little brother shoot her? Hey, what can I do for you? Yi Wuxin secretly jerked off the potpourri, and was even discovered by Xiangling. He hastily withdrew his hand and smiled in slight embarrassment. Hello Shannon. Sorry. Hey, how do you know me? Shannon wondered even more. At that moment, however, Walnut circled around to Shannon's back from the left side and once again reached out to tap her on the shoulder. Now, Shannon finally reacted. Walnut, you're bad. Hey, Humph, this chef is too generous to talk to you. Shannon clasped her arms and gave a haughty tilt of her head. Feel free to sit in the empty seats. She warmly greeted Walnut and Yi Wuxin and sat down. The two, Walnut and Yi Wuxin. It was supposed to be a refreshing change of pace for the Ancestors' Day festival. Now that he smelled the aroma of Manmin Hall's food, he had temporarily thrown business to the back of his mind. They were beautifully prepared to order their food and have a feast first. What would you two like to eat? I can make anything that's not on the menu. Shannon patted her chest very confidently. Boiled fish, Yi Wuxin and Walnut, the two said in unison. Walnut looked at Yi Wuxin with a flash of doubt in his eyes. Shannon smiled and winked. Looks like everyone enjoyed the dish. No problem. This is our Manmin Hall's signature dish. What else? Shrimp dumplings. The two men who were asked, once again, spoke in unison. Xiangling saw that these two were so in tune with each other, can't help but stare at them, cocking his head left and right. Confusion was once again written all over his face. The two of them, they must have done it on purpose, right? You two really have the same heart. Wait a moment with a stomach full of questions, Xiangling, running to the stove to give Master Ushi a hand. Yi Wuxin looked at Potpourri who was shaking his head to the side. Xiangling, please add another order of golden shrimp balls. Oh, okay, Shannon responded as she added wood to the fire. Walnut stretched out his fingers and knocked on the tabletop in front of Yi Wuxin. Hakai Yi, boiled fish with shrimp dumplings. Why do you like to go with that too? Well, boiled fish is hot and spicy and fragrant. This is a moving dish. Shrimp dumplings, on the other hand, are crystal clear, fresh and purely elegant, and are called Jing dishes. These two dishes, moving and moving together, just like a talented man and a beautiful woman, complement each other well. Yi Wuxin tried to recall Walnut's words and repeated them without a trace. Walnut was bluffing him again. How did Hakai know what he was thinking? Is it possible that there are people in this world who can, like her, more bull than Mr. Storyteller? Or is this the fabled destiny of a natural pair? No. What was she thinking? It's getting outrageous. Walnut shook his head hurriedly. But what Walnut doesn't realize is that there's no such thing as a heart-to-heart. All because Yi Wuxin was too familiar with her. While waiting for the food to be served, Yi Wuxin really had itchy hands. He sneaks in a handful of potpourri every now and then when Shannon isn't looking. Potpourri did seem to enjoy having his head rubbed, too. Simply, he sat next to Yi Wuxin. Right next to him, Yi Wuxin and potpourri sat huddled together, and became even more reckless. The feel of the potpourri is delicate and soft, fluffy and silky. It feels so good and cozy. Jerking potpourri is fun for a while, all the time. Why do you like potpourri so much? Walnut narrowed his plummy eyes. I don't know what breed the potbelly is. Can I get you one in a hurry? She raised the corners of her mouth and smoothly stroked Potpourri's big soft face, deliberately teasing Yi Wuxin. No, never. Yi Wuxin hastily shook his head. Doesn't Walnut realize that? Is Potpourri the Vesta of Rizuki? Sorry, you two have been waiting. Xiangling came over with those 3 aromatic dishes. He burst out laughing when he saw Potpourri and Yi Wuxin sitting in a row. Potpourri seems to like you. Potpourri purrs. Please enjoy your meal. Shannon put all 3 dishes on the table and was about to turn around and leave. Shannon, why don't you come along and eat too? We still have a good plan to discuss with you. Walnut took Shannon's hand and told her to sit down and eat with her. That's great. Just as well the store isn't busy right now. Shannon sat down next to Walnut. What's the good plan? Hey, hey. Xiangling couldn't help but lean her body to the side when she heard Walnut laugh like that. She subconsciously assumed that Walnut was going to catch herself again. Look at you. It's so true. I haven't even done anything yet. Walnut spread his hands. Oomph. It's not you. Always teasing me. Shannon beamed. Xiangling, let me introduce you first. This is the guest minister of the Hall of the Past Life. Yi Wuxin. Oh, so it's the new guest secretary. Please take care of me. Xiangling was very lively and gave Yi Wuxin a please take care gesture. Yi Wuxin also smiled warmly and formally said hello. Hello, Shannon. I've heard a lot about you. Hey, let's just eat while we talk. People. The three men picked up their chopsticks together. Yi Wuxin first chucked a golden shrimp ball and fed it to Potpourri. Xiangling, we came here this time to invite the Manmin Hall that, together with Past Life, we are launching new dishes for this ancestor festival. When Xiangling heard Yi Wuxin say this, she immediately became interested. What's the new dish? Green dough. Chapter 51 Wind Slime. Catch them alive. Green dough? Is it a green, donut-shaped food? Shannon held her cheeks in one hand, her eyes widening slightly. As a veteran chef, Shannon has devoted years to researching and inventing the latest recipes. In her mind's eye, she had vaguely visualized what a green donut should look like. It feels like, would be a great new dish then. Yi Wuxin watched as Xiangling stopped her chopsticks and seemed to be very interested. Then he struck while the iron was hot and went on to add, Xiangling, think about it, in the twilight of spring, March, the yang energy is born and everything is revitalized. On the occasion of this ancestor sacrifice festival, the food jointly produced by the Past Life Hall and the Manmin Hall, it can be used as a tribute to the ancestors, but also as a snack for everyone after tea and dinner, or when you go out to walk in the green. Wouldn't it be beautiful? His voice was light, but his tone unconsciously leaned toward Walnut. It carries a tone of self-concerned expansion of business without fear of the eyes of others. When she heard Yi Wuxin say this, Xiangling's eyes glistened and her curiosity intensified. Out for a trek? Are you going to host another event? That's right. Walnut swallowed the piece of shrimp dumpling in his own mouth and reached out a hand to put it on Xiangling's shoulder. Next, the Church of the Past Life also intends to launch a kite-flying activity for the Ancestor Festival. Write everyone's thoughts or wishes on top of the kite by hand. The kites are then flown high in the sky, so that they float around with the wind. In this way, the ancestors will be able to feel their true feelings both in the sky and on the ground. Yi Wuxin and Walnut, the two big louts gathered together. Shannon then managed to be fooled by these two. The more she heard Walnut talk about the plans for the Hall of the Living Past in this way, the more. This activity is simply too feasible and normal. Compared to the previous Manmin Church of the Past Life. Order a table for the funeral banquet, get a table for free, order more, get more. This kind of activity is extremely lacking in beatings. Simply to be normal too. Not at all like Walnut can come up with activities well. Shannon seems to have seen the food stand selling green dumplings that you set up by yourself at kite-flying events and ancestor festival ceremonies. Surrounded by everyone in Ryu Harbor, the green dumplings were quickly snatched up just as soon as they came out of the oven. The golden mora was piled up into a huge mountain of gold that could not be moved. Thinking about it, Shannon's eyebrows couldn't help but raise upwards. The eyes turned starry as well, even as the mouth watered. She had this look in her eyes that made Walnut's heart flutter and couldn't help but quickly draw away. His own original hand that was intimately resting on Xiangling's shoulder. Hey, Shannon, why are you looking at me like I'm an ingredient? I'm not an ingredient. Xiangling, summoned back to her senses by Walnut's staggering voice, raised her arm and wiped the corners of her mouth, and swallowed again. She came up to Walnut and looked at the other woman with wide eyes. Walnut, it's really a good idea to be impressed. I think this plan is great. It's perfect. Hey, Walnut was suddenly surprised to be complimented so much by Xiangling. You know, in the past, when she discussed the activity she wanted to do with Shannon, she was almost kicked out of Manmin Hall with a stick by Shannon. Actually, this is all what Hakai came up with. I'm just the mover of ideas. Walnut waved his hand and introduced Shannon rather appreciatively. Yi Wuxin scratched his head in embarrassment. He was also just a mediocre porter. So it is. Well then, let's get going without delay. I can already see that the hot mora is beckoning me, Shannon said and scuffed up, her love of food and mora filling her with action. Leaving? Where to? Walnut had another shrimp dumpling stuffed in her mouth. She clearly hadn't caught up with Xiangling's train of thought. To look for ingredients. Of course, before Xiangling's words fell, she had already run out of the door of Manmin Hall. I'll go ahead and wait for you in the countryside. Yi Wuxin quickly fed the last golden shrimp ball to Potpourri, and immediately followed by standing up as well. Hall master, then let's quickly follow them as well. Aha! Well, Walnut stared fondly at the shrimp dumplings and boiled fish that hadn't been eaten yet, and put down her chopsticks while holding back her heartache. If she had known that Xiang Ling would be so optimistic about their plan this time, she should have said it a little slower. These three people were all quite fast on their feet, and in no time at all, they reached the outskirts of Ryu Harbor. After all, it was the first time he tried to make this kind of ancestor festival food, and Walnut didn't want to play around with it randomly and smash the signboard of the Hall of the Past Life yet. She then asked Yi Wuxin for advice. Well, what ingredients are we looking for? Hakai Yi, what are the green dumplings made of in your hometown? Yi Wuxin turned his head to look at Xiang Ling. She was looking around, standing not too close. She should not be able to hear the conversation over here. Not wanting his thoughts to interfere with Shannon's play, he moved to Walnut's ear and spoke quietly. In my hometown, the outer skin of green dumplings is usually mugwort and glutinous rice law. As for the filling, there are shredded bamboo shoots, mushroom meat, sesame seeds, crushed peanuts, red bean paste, salted egg yolk, whatever you want to wrap. It all sounds great. Hey, Shannon, I know what I'm looking for. As soon as Walnut had finished listening, he staggered again and called Xiang Ling over. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but hold up his forehead. The family wife is so hairy it's funny. Walnut told her the green dough ingredients that Yi Wuxin had told her about, in its entirety. Again, Shannon listened, tapping her chin with her finger in thought. These ingredients are great, but it always feels like there's a little bit of crackling missing. Crackling? Wouldn't it be nice to add a little Jedi cloud pepper in there? Walnut, crackling doesn't mean spicy flavor law. Let's just take a casual look around first, and if I see a favorable ingredient, I'll let you know. The three men then spread out around and started looking for ingredients. Not a moment later, Shannon's voice could be heard. I've found it. Come over here you guys. Walnut and Yi Wuxin ran over to the sound of the, I'm sure it's going to be Shannon's favorite ingredient. Only to see, on the ground not far away, there were 5 light green wind slimes, a large one with 4 small ones, jumping around in a circle. This is it. Let's go catch it, and make sure it's alive. Ha, live. The freshness of the ingredients is very important. Ah, this. Walnut winced. Hakai Yi, can you do it? Hey, it's a piece of cake. Yi Wuxin immediately agreed and charged towards the 5 wind slimes. Can this small request still be difficult for Hakai Yi? But once he started catching it, he realized it wasn't at all what he thought it was going to be. Chapter 52 Slime Sprout. Yi Wuxin had thought that with his hallowed status of heavenly reason, catching a few living wind slimes would be a piece of cake, easy as pie. But as soon as he rushed into the slime pile, he was surrounded by 4 small wind slimes. The large wind slime, on the other hand, was holding back a gust of wind, and its round body looked like a balloon that, boom, popped up, squeezing his eyes into a shape. Rushing at Yi Wuxin, he spat out a circle of air cannons. 4 small wind slimes, on the other hand, flapped their tiny wings as if they were spanning a fire pit, and circled around him and jumped around. 00000000. Yi Wuxin was turned around by these 4 little ones, but he remembered Xiang Ling's words and was so intent on catching them alive that he didn't dare to do it just yet. If you accidentally miss and kill it, the ingredients won't be fresh. The only good news, though, is that because the system gives the hang, the wind slime couldn't hurt Yi Wuxin, but instead, it allowed him to gain control of the wind element. But his wind elemental couldn't hurt a wind slime either is all. And so, in this atmosphere of non-interference, of vegetable chickens pecking at each other's throats, Yi Wuxin then fought and played with these wind slimes. It was a joy that only he could experience. I'm afraid, the 5QQ fudge-like wind slimes are soft and bouncy and so much fun to poke. The air cannons blown over by the wind slime were all taken away by him without a care in the world. He threw back the air cannon, blowing the wind slime up and flipping it over and over in the air. It didn't take long for them to get acquainted. The 5 wind slimes also played jumping goat with Yi Wuxin. He jumped up and wind slime followed suit. He crouched down, and wind slime then held the wind field as well. Yi Wuxin took advantage of the large wind slime's power buildup and jumped onto its head, shooing it into mid-air. Fly away. It's a good thing this isn't in Mond, or wouldn't we lose our flying license? However, Yi Wuxin then turned his mind to think. He didn't even get the wind wings. How could he talk about dangling them? The few small wind slimes on the ground, blearily, watched as Yi Wuxin lightly flew high and lightly fell down. I just hate that my wings are too short and my body is too round. I just can't fly. Walnut and Xiangling stood to the side, or the first time to see, Tibet continent. There are people and nature get along with such a harmonious scene. Both of her were deeply moved by the scene. There's no killing or pillaging, but it's nice. Seeing Yi Wuxin and the wind slime playing like this, Xiangling and Walnut even had some hidden envy in their hearts. So that's how wind slime can be played? Wind slime is round and spicy and cute and has tiny wings that can't fly. Who would have nothing to do with actively attacking them if they hadn't started it? How wonderful it would be to have one as a pet. Shannon's big, fluttering eyes. Walnut, this he hacky eye of your family, where did he come from? He seems to be very special. He's as picked up as potpourri. Walnut said so casually, her brown double ponytail, swaying gently in the wind. It is indeed a pickup. Nothing wrong with it. Did he pick it up too? Shannon sniffed, clasped her arms, cocked her head, and, looking at Walnut and then at Yi Wuxin, his gaze was filled with a playful look. In her experience of picking up potpourri, this picked up cheap guest secretary. I'm afraid it's really special. Hey, Hakai Yi, how are you going to bring these wind slimes back at the same time? Let me think. On the side of Yi Wuxin, who was paying homage to the wind slime and blowing air cannons. When he heard Walnut ask that, he stopped and started thinking. Wind elemental lifeforms. Then how about just using the wind to bring them back? Yi Wuxin quickly mobilized the wind elemental power and blew the 5 wind slimes up. Wind slime desperately fluttered his little wings, afraid that if he didn't pay attention, he would give it a fall. After they realized that Yi Wuxin's wind field, which had lifted their entirety, was not going to be dropped to the ground. Finally happy as a small child, she gently flipped in Yi Wuxin's wind field and followed him back to Liu Harbor. On the way back, the three also encountered a weak, pathetic and helpless grass slime. Its head is crowned with red flowers, creating a perfect camouflage in the grass. But how could this disguise fool the eyes of the Crumbs traveler? He could tell at a glance that there was a demon in the flower's perversity. Yi Wuxin ran in front of the grass slime, and after patiently tutoring it, he was happy to gain control of the grass element. Originally, Yi Wuxin did not intend to take away this grass slime, but after Xiangling's soft words and strong demands, Walnut finally promised her that they will definitely keep this grass slime in captivity, in his own big garden, provide Xiangling with the freshest raw herbs to serve as her special ingredient and provide her with crackling inspiration. And so, on this day, many of the people of Ryu Harbor saw this magical scene. Walnut and Shannon, with a suave young man, walked into Lazuki Harbor. It's just that this teenager is not an unusual person at a glance. There seemed to be a very soft wind field around that teenager's body. Wind slimes floated lazily among them, flapping their small, muscular wings naively. A grass slime with a red corolla was following him like a green Q-tip jelly, bobbing its head and bouncing around. It was the first time that the people of Liu Harbor had seen a living slime that could be so close to people. It didn't take long for the news to spread throughout the city. Yi Wuxin's keen ears heard many whispered speculations. What slime spirit turned into a human? What slime immortal? What slime demon god? Surprisingly, there was the great elemental envoy. Yi Wuxin did not move on the surface, inwardly, but with a great deal of recognition of the Eater's ability to summarize he was satisfied with the title of Great Elemental Envoy. After all, he's in Summoner's Canyon. Quartz blind a few face rolls keyboard, can be a set of seconds of the light of the human pillar. When he walked to the Manmin Hall, Yi Wuxin had wanted to give a few wind slimes to Xiangling. Shannon, however, waved her hand back and forth. Hakai Yi, this wind slime is alive and kicking, and it's also quite cute. It's all too much to eat. Just keep it up and I'll find some other ingredients to replace it. It was almost dusk when a few people were tossing around like that. Walnut remembered that there was an exorcism to be performed. She and Yi Wuxin then bid farewell to Xiangling and hurried back to the Hall of the Past Life with those slimes. After all, after settling down these slimes, they still had to catch up and go help exorcise the ghosts of the people of Ryu. Chapter 53 Unscientific Exorcism 1. When Walnut and Yi Wuxin rushed back to the Hall of the Past Life, the sky was already getting dark. The fellows had prepared the items needed for the exorcism ceremony and were waiting for Walnut to return to rush to the client's home together. But their jaws almost dropped in shock when they saw the string of slimes Yi Wuxin was carrying behind him. Yi hacky eye. This is for tonight's exorcism ceremony? Old Meng stood at the entrance of the Hall of the Past Life and stammered. Before Yi Wuxin could open his mouth to explain, Walnut then came to a sudden realization, his eyes glowing, obviously inspired. Hey, Old Meng, that's a very good thought Having an army of slimes join the funeral procession at the Church of the Past is guaranteed to be a refreshing experience for our clients. Saying so, she jumped to Yi Wuxin's back in a flash and reached out to poke the rounded body of the grass slime. The grass slime immediately shrunk into the shape of a flower at her scare, turning into a bud without a word. Under Yi Wuxin's patient coaching, the several slimes became wimpy and well-behaved, like little submissive packs, not daring to resist in the slightest. Walnut was more than happy to see slimes so obedient. In the most normal of tones, she uttered some of the most frighteningly whimsical thoughts. Hakai Yi, since you have a way to make slimes behave, when you're free, let's catch all 7 types of slimes. Catching 7 kinds of slimes? Hallmaster, who was really thinking out of the box. Now, not only the fellows, even Yi Wuxin was stunned. Collect all 7 slimes to summon the divine dragon? The corners of Yi Wuxin's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but open his mouth to spit. He. You don't understand this, do you? This is all the wisdom of this hall master. Walnut shook his head gently, full of smugness. Her 2 long brown ponytails followed suit, looking lively. Think about it. 7 types of slimes make up the professional team of the Hall of the Past. Slimes bouncing around when the funeral opens, plus various elemental reactions. It's what Shannon calls a crackling sensation that customers will find refreshing and worth every penny. As Walnut spoke, a long line of slime funeral processions had appeared in his head. Hall Master, please stop for a moment. Yi Wuxin waved his hand and hurriedly dragged her back from that wonderful fantasy. This whole forming a slime team thing is still a long shot. We need to get the exorcism done first. The clients are waiting. Ooh-hoo, then it's a deal-o. And the slime specialty team of the Hall of the Past is all yours. Walnut was afraid that Yi Wuxin would change his mind in the future, so he hurriedly spread the task out to him. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but cry and laugh, so he could only promise first. The 2 settled slime in the large garden inside the Hall of the Past. A few slimes loved the environment, like fish swimming into the water, and were exceptionally happy, especially the grass slime. It suddenly had a group of brothers and sisters, and soon crowded with the exotic plants in the garden. Even those wind slimes began to circle around the tall tree trunk. Seeing that the slimes were well adapted to the environment here, Walnut and Yi Wuxin were relieved to leave. They took a bunch of fellows and, following the addresses left by the clients who commissioned the exorcisms, soon the appointed place was reached. Sure enough, a couple of customers were already waiting ahead of time. Hall Master, you are finally here. The clients saw Walnut and rushed to greet him. Are a few of you all living together? Walnut looked at the clients in front of him and cocked his head, his mind thinking of something else odd. No, don't talk nonsense, Hall Master, we're just neighbors. The clients waved their hands in a huff. They were having a hard time with Walnut's jumpy thinking. If my wife heard such words, I'm afraid that even after exorcising the ghosts, she wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Everyone, since Hall Master Walnut has arrived, please rest assured, the Hall of the Past Life will definitely help everyone solve their problems, get rid of the evil spirits, and return peace and purity to everyone. Yi Wuxin opened his mouth and comforted those few customers, making them relax. That's right, if this Hall Master steps in, no matter what demons or monsters, we guarantee that a wave will send them all away. Walnut pulled out a red-hot burning stick and quickly got into the swing of things. She directed the guys from the Hall of the Living Past to set up the props needed for the exorcism ceremony in each of the several clients' homes. Then they lit the special tranquilizing incense of the Hall of the Past Life. Demons and evils out, blessings in. Walnut waved his burning stick and mouthed the words. For a while, the homes of these few clients all had curls of green smoke rising, and a faint scent emanating from them. It's a scent that smells so refreshing that you can't help but drift off to sleep. The clients were soon yawning. Earlier, on the way here, Walnut introduced himself to Yi Wuxin. This special tranquilizing smoky incense was customized by the Hall of the Living Past specifically to find the boo-boo-boo-loo, and has gone through many adjustments and improved formulas. Lighting this incense has a calming effect on the mind, reduces anxiety and promotes sleep. According to Walnut's idea, while it's true that demonic gods and ghosts exist, but many customers suddenly feel haunted, often to scare themselves. Therefore, through the exorcism ceremony, lighting incense at the client's home, so that they can sleep better, coupled with the exorcism ceremony to bring the psychological implication, haunted matter will be solved. Walnut was still pretending to perform the exorcism. Some of the customers were unable to hold on to the tranquilizing incense and went to bed first, but Yi Wuxin is feeling more and more strange. He was inexplicably distracted, as if there was a hidden energy in the space around him. Is it really a ghost? Walnut, did you feel anything? Like the presence of a ghostly spirit, or an apparition? Yi Wuxin lowered his voice and quietly asked Walnut. No. Walnut stopped moving his hands and shook his head back and forth. Yi Wuxin no longer dwelled on it. He closed his eyes and carefully felt it. As he perceived this energy, Yi Wuxin finally remembered. It's the dark element. Yi Wuxin didn't have a very clear concept of how to utilize the dark element. After all, he hadn't seen anyone else use a dark elemental move, and there was no place to steal it. Other than knowing that being attacked by a dark elemental could inspire evil thoughts within a person, he knew almost nothing about this energy. Thus, Yi Wuxin broke, and he didn't attempt to suddenly comprehend that. Solely, he stood still and quietly released the energy of the dark element. Roll over and ask for more positive reviews and help to push the book. Thanks. Chapter 54 Unscientific Exorcism, 2. Just as Yi Wuxin guessed, quietly releasing his energy, almost turned himself into a walking dark elemental cedar when the guys from the pastimes, and the customers on the floor. But suddenly, one after the other, there were horrified cries of alarm. Even the knowledgeable Walnut violently tugged on Yi Wuxin's sleeve. Hakai Yi, look, what's that? As Yi Wuxin opened his eyes, he saw a cloud of dark black energy is surfacing in the shadows all around the client's home. Like black cinderblock gremlins poking their heads in. Yi Wuxin recognized at a glance that all of these black cinderball-like energies were dark elements, because as Walnut said before, according to the accumulated experience of the Church of the Past Life over time, the exorcism ceremony has to create enough sense of atmosphere to bluff the clients. So, instead of lighting bright candles in their clients' homes, they just symbolically lit a few that. The client's home was dimly lit with shadows everywhere. Those dark elemental energies then continued to converge in the shadows, gradually forming a half-man-tall black shadow. But the black shadow did not attack them. Just still standing in the shadows. It looked eerie and spooky. This kind of ghost is more frightening than one that moves. It's a ghost. It's a ghost. The guys from the pastimes, and the customers on the floor. The sight of the half-human tall black figure was a moment of nonchalance. Walnut also squeezed the burning stick in his hand, breathed deeply and, though she didn't expect that this exorcism ceremony would actually drive out the ghosts but she, as master of the Hall of the Past Life, had already planned to use her own tranquilizing fire. Burn away all impurities and banish all demons. Yi Wuxin, however, narrowed his eyes as countless thoughts flashed through his brain. These dark elements, converging in the shadows, come from the shadowy. Could it be that the dark elemental and shadow are still somewhat related? No wonder the system was praising him for his good name. Yi Wuxin quickly recalled the haunted situations described by the customers. As soon as it's nighttime, the baby cries and can't be coaxed. Kids always say there are black shadows floating around. It feels like someone is watching you. He had vaguely come to the conclusion that, maybe, these dark elements, this is the real reason why clients say their homes are haunted. Thinking of this, Yi Wuxin walked towards the black shadow formed by the dark element. He had complete certainty of subduing this dark elemental black shadow. Yi Haka-king, you have to be careful. Walnut saw Yi Haki just like this, defenseless and unarmed. He walked toward the dark figure that, she was so worried that she busied herself with following. The fellows from the Hall of the Living Future looked at the black shadow, and their faces were grave. They were all very fearful. Earlier when Walnut was in a coma, they have also been invited to perform several exorcisms to fool their clients. Every time, as the Hall Master said, they went through the motions, and nothing happened. This time, once the Hall Master stepped in, he exorcised the real ghost. It was fortunate that the Hall Master and Hakai were there, or else they would really be scared to death. To the surprise of everyone there, when Yi Wuxin walked up to the dark elemental shadow, the other party still didn't attack. Instead, he immediately, as if hungry, pounced on Yi Wuxin. With the contact with this energy, Yi Wuxin immediately felt it. This was not a life form formed by dark elements, just pure dark elemental energy. It has no sense of autonomy, so it doesn't attack. Instead, because of the attraction of the rich dark element in Yi Wuxin's body, the elements are attracted to each other and spontaneously have to blend in. When Walnut saw that black shadow violently pouncing on Yi Wuxin, he immediately showed displeasure. With quick eyes and hands, she quickly dragged Yi Wuxin back. This black shadow is really evil. How can it still pounce on Hakai? Walnut suddenly and inexplicably felt a surge of jealousy. She pursed her lips, her gaze cold and, a butterfly-shaped cluster of fire appeared in his hand with a swoosh. Yi Wuxin hurriedly pressed her hand. Leave it all to me. Walnut was grabbed by his hand like this, and the fire held in his heart dissipated. She nodded and loosened Yi Wuxian's cuffs that she had tugged on. Yi Wuxin wasted no more time as he quickly collected all of these dark elements in front of him. This was followed by a series of visits to each client's home, scouring them for dark elements. As it were, it seems that the clients, at last, will be able to sleep soundly tonight. After taking care of that, Yi Wuxin and the others were ready to call it a day and go home. Those clients who didn't fall asleep thanked them. Hall Master who, thanks to the Hall of the Living World, we will definitely pay a visit some other day to formally thank you. Walnut didn't care and waved his hand. This is the duty of the Hall of the Past Life. It's a small matter. Yi Wuxin and Walnut walked out of the client's home together. This exorcism went so smoothly that it took just under an hour to complete. Yi Wuxin felt that after this, he seemed to have comprehended some of the ways to use the dark element. When Walnut and Yi Wuxin, with the fellows from the Hall of the Living Future, walked past the stores along the street, they were suddenly summoned by a shopkeeper. Would you like to come in and take a look, gentlemen? For the first time in his life, Walnut was a bit surprised to be solicited. Boss, is your house still open? She stood still and didn't move a step. Our family is in the night market business. There is no such thing as closing early, but it's been such a downturn lately. If this keeps up, the store will have to be sold. The shopkeeper's face was sad, and he looked at Walnut with anticipation in his eyes. You are the Hall Master of the Hall of the Past Life. aren't you? I've heard that because of the haunting, people don't want to go to the night market anymore. Can you help exorcise the ghosts? Hearing such a request from the shopkeeper, the enthusiastic Walnut Hall master immediately agreed. Please don't worry, I will help. Yi Wuxin had originally secretly planned that tonight will be a carpet sweep of Port Lazuli to collect all the dark elemental energies, so that the people of Ryu Harbor could regain their peace. At first glance, he suddenly had a good idea when he heard this shopkeeper's request to exorcise the ghost. Boss, please don't worry, we'll help you exorcise the ghosts tonight. Yi Wuxin patted his chest and agreed in one breath as well. Thank you guys, good things come to those who are good. You guys are really great people. When the shopkeeper heard that both Walnut and Yi Wuxin had agreed to help exorcise the ghosts, he was all smiles. He nodded his head and thanked him. Grateful again, he watched the people of the Hall of the Past leave. Yi Wuxin pulled Walnut and walked to the large square in the center of Liu Harbor. Do you want a refreshing change of pace, Hall Master? Chapter 55 Fancy Social Death. Pecan Shaker. Walnut Hallmaster has been working to make the services of Past Life Church refreshing and insightful. When she heard Yi Wuxin say this, she immediately became interested. Good lord, Hakai Yi, do you have any more good ideas? Walnut stood in the center of the square, both hands clenched into small fists and raised to his chest in excitement. Yi Wuxin, on the other hand, hooked up the corners of his lips and revealed a very mysterious smile. The mountain man has a plan. When the fellows of the Hall of the Future Life saw the Hall Master and Guest Minister Yi in this state, they felt bad in their hearts. There's no telling what kind of fancy exorcisms these two horns will come up with when they get together. Guys, come to life. I'm going to trouble you all to set up the grounds first. Walnut immediately ordered it down, and the fellows then quickly began to move. With 7 hands, they soon erected a large screen painted with an exorcism charm. Even all those instruments that hadn't been used before were set up. All of them are the special funeral instruments of the Church of the Past Life, with oboe, shang, cymbals, gongs, and touch bells. Various kinds. Shelves and platforms have also been erected around the square. On the shelf, high up in the air, the great lantern of the Hall of the Living Past. The orange light brought a touch of warmth to the cold night, and on each platform, an incense burner was placed. A little bit of tranquilizing incense. The mist rises and smolders. Yi Wuxin nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, it has that flavor. He called over the fellows in charge of the music and, with a crappy knowledge of music theory, began to teach them the tunes they were playing. Well, that's probably the rhythm. Da 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 da. Yi Wuxin was naturally pentatonic, and the fellows were scratching their ears. Just know that the effect that Hakai Yi wanted to achieve seemed to be a very jovial rhythm. Got it? Yi Wuxin looked at the fellows with an expectant face after gesturing and singing that tune. The guys shook their heads back and forth. Yi Wuxin frowned. The fellows rushed to comfort him. It's fine, Hakai Yi. The hall master said that playing music and whatnot is all about the atmosphere. In particular, due to the special nature of our service, we are often asked by our clients to change our repertoire on an ad hoc basis. So don't be bound by the score at any time, just play at will. After listening to the fellow's explanation, Yi Wuxin gave a thumbs up. Indeed, music and all that is about as spontaneous. He then summoned Walnut and the rest of the fellows together. This exorcism ceremony focuses on making a scene. How it's done. The more the people know about it, the better the effect will be. I'll start by teaching a few moves. When Yi Wuxin was a granny pig, he would make some flags to the audience every now and then for the sake of the program. If XXXXXX, a live stream XXXXXX, responding to audience requests, he cultivated a body of artistic bacteria. What twerking, Tarzan next door, calories, Little Apple, learning to meow, all of them are his best tracks. However, just to be on the safe side, he first taught the simplest of all, the pecan shake. Yi Wuxin snapped his fingers and the fellows in charge of playing music immediately played. The melody isn't exactly the same, but it's good enough. The mellifluous sound of the oboe was so penetrating that the people who lived in the neighborhood heard it. Curious, they stepped out to find the source of the sound. Yi Wuxin picked up the soul invocation prop from the Hall of the Living and raised his hands to the side of his cheeks. This is an easy move to learn. Let me show you how it looks like this. He shook it like Walnut shook that emoji. This maneuver, he took a mineral water bottle and practiced it as soon as he had nothing to do, so he did it in a very standard way. The fellows who were forced to learn the dance moves felt a little embarrassed but also filled with a sense of novelty inside. They've never had a cheerful exorcism like this before. It's always mysterious every time. Walnut looked at Yi Wuxin, his eyes shining straight up. It's easy to learn and the effect is drawn out and refreshing. That's it. It's her ideal exorcism dance. Awesome. Everyone learn. Walnut took the lead and grabbed a handful of exorcism talisman paper and shook it as well. The point of this maneuver is to keep smiling. And, definitely, add a witty look to the mix. Is that what it looks like? Walnut grinned a small grin and winked his plummy eyes again. Yes, 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 yes. The hall master did a standard job. That's the look. Watch as Walnut and the guys pick up on the move and get into the groove quickly with the accompaniment. Yi Wuxin then stopped the movement of his hand. Then play the music. Then dance. He used the fire element to condense into several small flames, scattering them over the top of the clearing. Let these flames join the Shake It Up team of the Church of the Afterlife. Outside the General Affairs Division, Kokoro had finished her day's business and was preparing to go home. This is? Someone setting up a barbecue stand in the square? Hearing the oboe sound that was faintly coming from the square, Carved Haru narrowed her eyes and looked carefully in the direction of the square. It was just a smoky place that seemed to be bustling with activity. The Thousand Rock Army on the side hurriedly reported. Kokoro-sama, I heard that it was the Hall of the Past Life that was performing an exorcism in the square. Carved Haru sniffed and was silent. Such a lively exorcism ceremony should be prepared for the previous haunting. The Thousand Rock Army was cautious. Lord Kokoro, should we blow them away? Ah, no need. I'll go over there too. Kokoro braced her hands on the railing. Please pass on the order that the Hall of the Past Life conducts a large-scale exorcism on the eve of the Ancestor Festival. Please ask all the people who are plagued by evil spirits to quickly head to the vicinity of the square to participate. Gotcha. With a smile on her face, Kokoro walked down the high steps of the General Affairs Division. To be able to pull off an exorcism ceremony like this, I'm sure, it's all the ghost ideas of Walnut and young Master Yi. Carved Haru's heart was very pleased. She felt it at last. A vividness that only comes in times of human rule. The sight of the exorcism ceremony. Soon after Carved Clear spread the news of the exorcism, the crowd of onlookers grew. Walnut stood in the center seat position with the guys scattered around her. Around the square, clusters of leaping flames filled with movement. Walnut's plum pupils glowed in the light of the surrounding fire. It seems to cleanse the world of all evil. The crowd of onlookers was infected by the cheerful atmosphere of the scene. Some, already unable to resist following the beat of the music, started bobbing their heads and clapping their hands. A leap of faith. Those who were slightly more daring ran to Yi Wuxin's side and asked him, "Can you teach me?" "No problem. It's very easy. Everyone jump together. One jump and you'll know it." Yi Wuxin put on a big smile and looked very enthusiastic. That was the effect he wanted. As a result, more and more people participated in the exorcism ceremony of the Church of the Past. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but hum an off-key song. Me and you are like the blue sky. Me and you are like a full garden. Me and you are like a warm light. Closer, closer. Chapter 56 Yoon Sumayor's Inspiration. The Hu family's strange daughter grows up. Wakuyu Tea House. Lee Yu's famous theater company Yun Han Society is affiliated here. Yun Han Society's leading celebrity and top pillar, Yoon Suinxian, had just finished performing a song on stage. She also heard the mellifluous sound of the oboe outside and followed the sound to the second floor. Yun Han Society's manager, Yun Ning, had been standing there watching for quite some time. Rhyming, it's so lively out there. But what's going on? Yoon Sumayor walked forward with some curiosity. Yoon Sumayor, it's the Hall of the Past Life holding an exorcism ceremony. You see, the two men stood in front of the railing on the second floor, overlooking the crowd in the square, only to see that, under the leadership of Walnut, many of the people of Liu Harbor danced the Walnut Shake, which was quite a spectacular scene. That's interesting, Walnut Hall Master. Yoon Suinxian bowed his head and contemplated. The Hu family's strange daughter is growing up. The fire butterfly lifts its wings and rejects the demonic evil. A storm of inspiration whistled through Yoon Sumayor's mind. Her hand unconsciously curled in the shape of an orchid finger. And outside the Wayu tea house, the two Grovers, who had just finished drinking tea and listening to a tune together. With his hands behind his back, he walked gracefully to the square. Xingqiu looked at the crowd of people dancing in unison to the Walnut Shake and couldn't help but joke with Zhongli. Haksai Zhong. What? It's not even the end of the year yet, and the Hall of the Living Future is already charging for results? Bell's eyelids fluttered slightly and he raised his eyebrows, sighing while holding his forehead. Walnut alone is enough of a headache. Is this another one? Can't handle? However, when Bell got a little closer, upon seeing that Yi Wuxin was weaving in and out of the crowd, trying to dispel the dark elementals, his gaze fell slightly. It's no wonder that is really a later generation. A slight smile appeared on Lord Emperor's face. It seemed that he could feel more comfortable touching fish going forward, not only for seeing the efforts of Yi Wuxin and Walnut, it was also because Zhongli saw Carving Harvest standing at the back of the crowd with a serious face. Once again, he felt that the Emperor's decision to abdicate was incomparably correct. Kokoro watched as so many of the crowd danced together to the Walnut Shake, watching them mingle and work together to exorcise the evil spirits for a common goal. It was a joyful experience. Both a twinge of doubt and a vague sense of envy grew within her. How did everyone at the Church of the Past come to be so grounded? Whether it's the Thousand Rock Army, or the people of Ryu, Whenever he saw her, he always called out respectfully, "Kakaru-sama." However, it was not Kakaru's intention to passively become the high and mighty Yu Hongxing. Kakaru wished very much that she could be the more approachable Tamame star who easily mingled with the masses. Yi Wuxin once again heard some cynical voices during this exorcism ceremony. They whispered and got high on themselves, badmouthing the Hall of the Past and Walnut. Saying anything is self-referential and sympathetic to the Church of the Past. Blah, blah, blah. There's no way. Walnut isn't Mora. It can't be everyone's favorite. Yi Wuxin collected the dark elements while secretly engraving all those people's faces in his mind, and paid special attention to the direction they left. After removing all the dark elements attached to the surrounding masses, it was almost midnight. Yi Wuxin double-checked that there was no dark element left at the scene, so he signaled everyone to stop. Thank you all very much for participating in this exorcism ceremony, and I'm sure that with everyone's joint efforts, all those previous disturbances will disappear. Walnut was still uneasy. She made a point of adding, "If there are any more questions, the Hall of the Past is always welcome." Her eyes were bright, like twinkling stars in the night sky. Some of the people who were previously very squeamish about the Church of the Living God, seeing her sincere gaze, he couldn't help but feel some guilt inside. After personally participating in this group exorcism activity and seeing all the efforts made by Kosaido to exorcise the evil spirits, their impression of the Church of the Past has been greatly changed. It turns out that the exorcism ceremony is not as scary as I thought, but it can also be so interesting. They understood, without a moment's hesitation, that, instead of talking about the Mei Sang Tong, they are afraid to talk about death. But as an ordinary person, who can escape birth, old age, sickness and death? And Walnut Hallmaster, a young girl who works so hard every time. Thinking of this, they looked at Walnut's gaze, no longer as shunned as before, but filled with gratitude and admiration. Even the tone of his voice became very warm and kind. "Hallmaster, I really appreciate it. Luckily, there is the Hall of the Past Life Inn." "That's right, I'll definitely pay a visit someday. If the Hallmaster doesn't mind, I hope to visit the Hall of the Living often and ask for a cup of hot tea." The surrounding people, one by one, expressed their gratitude to Walnut for the Hall of the Living. It was the first time that everyone in the Hall of the Past Life felt this kind of lively atmosphere, and they were all very happy for a while. After all, in the past, customers always came to the door with a sad face and a thank you. Where is this heartfelt gratitude? Hakai is truly a mastermind of planning ghosts to come up with this kind of exorcism ceremony. It was with great difficulty that Walnut finished his courtesy and allowed the people to go back first. The guys started packing up. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yi Wuxin stood not far from Walnut, his gaze resting on her all the time, a light smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the results achieved by the event. Not only was his strength greatly strengthened, but he also succeeded in helping the people of Liu. Above all, he'd love for everyone. All of them can recognize from the bottom of their hearts the Church of the Prayer for Life, the double responsibility that the Church of the Prayer for Life has taken on, and the dedication of all of them. Walnut raised his head and looked at Yi Wuxin from the gradually dispersing crowd. She blinked her plummy eyes and felt them get slightly moist, but the corners of his mouth suddenly raised in a great arc. Yi Wuxin nodded slightly and gave her a thumbs up. Walnut cocked his head and suddenly compared it to a wink. The two just stood there in silence, smiling at each other. Even Kajikio, who had stood back and watched for a long time, originally thinking to go home as soon as she had finished thanking the Hall of the Future Life, nor did he want to rush up and ruin the atmosphere between these two. She waited patiently until the crowd had dispersed before walking gingerly over to them. "Kakaru-sama, what brings you over?" The sharp-eyed fellow saw Carved Clear and immediately greeted him respectfully. Kakaru smiled. "I'm not a Tamame star during off hours, just call me Kakaru." "Kakaru." Walnut waved at her. "Did you see all that?" "That's right." Carved Haru nodded her head and, "Thank you, all of you, for your efforts in guarding Ryu Harbor. I'm sure we can all sleep well tonight." Chapter 57, A Little Lesson. The Great Demon King's Appearance. Did you sleep well? When Yi Wuxin heard Carved Clear speak in this manner, on the surface, he was unmoving and nodded in agreement. In his heart, he was muttering, the majority of the people are certain to get a good night's sleep, but some people, that may not be the case. After all, he had been taught by the master of the hall about holding grudges. The Hall of the Past Life is out. All demons and monsters retreat. Walnut reached out to hold Carved Haru's shoulders and patted her on the back. Carved Haru didn't dodge at such an intimate gesture from Walnut, but instead nodded solemnly. "That's right, it's getting late. Everyone's had a really hard day today, so I'll go back to rest quickly." After bidding farewell to Carved Clear, Walnut and Yi Wuxian returned to the Hall of the Past Life with their fellows, and Yi Wuxin was secretly thinking about it all along the way. How about a little lesson for the uneducated and mouthy? When he and Walnut had separated and returned to their respective rooms, Yi Wuxin began to utilize the dark elements he had mastered. He realized that after the night's harvesting of the dark elements, his mastery level of the dark element has risen to LV6. It was also the element he currently had the highest control over. Combining the darkness-related abilities of various online games, Yi Wuxin quickly comprehended the use of the dark element. The attributes of this element are related to darkness, control, all darkness, whether it be the darkness of light or the darkness of shadow, or the evil and darkness in a person's heart can intensify the use of this element. As a result, Yi Wuxin was greatly strengthened in the darkness of the night. He transformed himself into a shadow, blending into the shadows of the ground, flashing from one shadow to another, and so, extremely quickly, he slipped out of the Hall of the Past. After controlling the dark element, as long as there were shadows, Yi Wuxin could travel at will. Yi Wuxin followed his set plan and carried out a carpet cleaning operation in Liu Harbor. He wandered through the dwellings of all of Port Lazuli, taking down all of the dark elementals that had not been removed. Though, he doesn't know the source of the dark element yet, but it had already become a top-tier dark elemental controller. None of the people of Luna Harbor knew that while they were sleeping soundly, there was a shadow that came swiftly, and departed swiftly. Clean up that nightmare that had plagued them for so many days. During this big cleanup operation, Yi Wuxin also found those who had spoken ill of the Hall of the Past life in passing. Seeing those people sleeping soundly, a smug smile appeared on Yi Wuxin's face. Humph, dare to speak ill of Walnut, even if it turns into ashes, he'll have to raise it out. After a busy round, Yi Wuxin began to use the power of the dark element. He easily controlled the minds of those few people, and in turn, their dreams. Yi Wuxin's domain of divine sense. The passers-by who had spoken ill of Walnut awoke from a dark haze. It's so dark, as if under the spotlight of center stage. They were in a place where they could barely see a little bit, but other than that, there was infinite darkness all around. Nothing to see, nothing to be seen. They rubbed their sleepy eyes and glanced at each other. Zhang-san, why are you here? I have to ask you, where is this Ali C? The two men looked at each other, then at the three remaining men. And who are you? The three remaining ones also had confused and horrified looks on their faces, wide-eyed. Never mind that, are we dreaming? Hearing so asked, Zhang San directly gave Li Si a punch. Does it hurt, old man? Li Si let out a cry of pain and squatted down, covering his stomach. Yi Wuxin, who was still in the shadow state at this time, smiled evilly in the darkness. In the realm of his divine sense, everything is incredibly real, and even dreams have an impact on reality. Do you know your sins? Yi Wuxin spat out a few words slowly in a grim tone. You are who? Panic filled the hearts of several people as they heard the demonic whisper. They opened their eyes wide, trying to see who was really talking. But in this darkness, where you can only recognize the outlines of 5 fingers, their eyes were cracking open and they couldn't see the source of the sound. Who is it? Hearing the other party ask this, Yi Wuxin snorted coldly. The men who were in the darkness, hearing the creepy voice of the, couldn't help but wince and fall to the ground with a weak foot. Can't see anything. It makes them brainstorm all kinds of horror scenarios. The reason why he hadn't shown up yet was because Yi Wuxin had been thinking about it. What kind of face should he show up with to give these guys enough of a deterrent? But the psychological quality of these guys is, obviously, very poor. We haven't even started. Why do you look so scared? Maybe seeing some figurative scenes would make those guys feel better inside? Yi Wuxin thought that since he was trying to make these people reflect on their words and actions, deeply aware of their mistakes, then he should have risen slowly from above the throne of God, wrapped in flames and black mist, surrounded by the horrors of the 18 layers of hell. With this, the show's effect should be pulled full circle. As his mind moved, the entire divine sense space began to change steeply. The ones who were originally paralyzed on the ground felt the ground shaking under their feet. It was as if an earthquake had shaken them. A blood moon rises. There was suddenly a bright light in the middle of what had been a dark space. So these guys are looking at. Beneath their feet lay white, ghastly skeletons, and they sat paralyzed on top of them. A few of the men looked like they had springs up their asses and immediately bounced. And when they saw the scene around them, they couldn't help but have their legs go weak and fall down again. All around them, a boundless sea of swords, mountains of corpses and blood. This situation is a frightening sight that can only be found in the hell of Shura. Though there was no sound, they all seemed to all hear, unceasingly, cries and screams. Directly in front of them rose the tall throne of a god intertwined with light flames and dark shadows. Above the divine throne, Yi Wuxin transformed himself into the image of the great demon king and sat on it, looking down on them. Within his own divine consciousness, he was the absolute master. With the appearance of the great demon king Yi Wuxin, the few people who were trembling on the ground, they immediately felt a huge pressure, as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down on them. They had to prostrate themselves on the ground, not daring to move a muscle, afraid that if they are not careful, they will fall into hell and never be able to recover. Just like those situations that are happening around them. Chapter 58, Yi-style middle-aged disease, exorcising evil and cleansing the evil true monarch. Yi Wuxin quietly sat on top of the divine seat that had been conjured up with his mind and did not open his mouth to speak. On one side, there was the sight of the Thuli hell, and on the other side, there was endless silence, and the more silent one is in such a scene, the more one is doubly disturbed. The few people on the ground, bearing the suffocating pressure of the, full of confusion and panic. None of them knew what mysterious force had pulled them here, but they didn't dare to open their mouths and go to the black shadow above that divine seat to ask for the truth. One person was so psychologically weak that he did a double take and fainted directly from fear. There was also a man who was shivering in both strands and kept shivering. First it ticked and ticked, then it let out a torrent of water and ran down, and there was the sound of murmuring water. Zhang San, who was slightly more daring, raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose, and his eyes were filled with a look of disgust. He finally pressed on, reaching out a hand and poking the man on his left in the dark. The other person was like an inanimate puppet, frozen and unresponsive to any amount of poking. Zhang San poked Li Si on the right again, and the other shivered like an electric shock and rolled to the ground. Zhang San's plan to encourage others to ask questions failed. Seeing the men so indomitably frightened by this illusory spectacle, they could not take care of themselves. Yi Wuxin shook his head repeatedly. Zhang San could only swallow a mouthful of saliva under all odds, hesitated again and again, and tremblingly asked for the exit. "Excuse me, you, who exactly are you?" Hearing Zhang San ask this, Yi Wuxin's mind quickly flashed through the various experiences he had had since crossing over. He weighed his words for a moment, lowered his eyes to the few men on the ground, and spoke in a cold voice. "Mysterious travelers to and from the other side, ruler of all the elements, the light of righteousness, the true ruler who drives out evil and purges it." In this empty space, Yi Wuxin's voice was like a 10,000-foot iceberg that came crashing down. It's a long string of words, both odd and obscure. Barely better understood are the words mystery, Lord, and true Lord, paired with the burning throne, the eerie black shadows, and the boundless, miserable landscape around them. In the hearts of those few people at the bottom, like a great river going east, it stirred up thousands of heavy waves. Survival instincts erupted, making them not care about fear. Couldn't help but open his mind to this true Lord. Exorcise evil and purge evil. True Lord, you are the immortal of Liu? Immortal, immortal. I'm not an evil spirit or demon. That's right. Immortal, you must investigate clearly. Zhang San's brain has always been active. He fell to his knees with a thud and took several steps forward. Immortal, I have an old man and a young man. Just do me a favor. Speaking, snot and tears a grab, lift the sleeve a wipe, and paste all over the face. Yi Wuxin once again experienced the mood of the old subway grandfather looking at his cell phone, but he had a stroke of middle-agedness and remained nonchalant. This night, with the blood moon in the sky, is a preview of the crime that is about to be made known to the world. I will bathe in the flames of this fire. In the name of heavenly justice, judge the grievous crimes you have committed. Repent to this endless dry bones in purgatory. After Yi Wuxin uttered this line that he himself couldn't understand, he added a normal one. Tell me all about your crimes, in their entirety, or else. He didn't continue with the next half of the sentence. When you have done something wrong in your life, you are very afraid of ghosts knocking at the door in the middle of the night. The men began to weep bitterly, reflecting on the transgressions they had made in their past lives. True Lord, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was wrong from the beginning. From stealing a neighbor's yellow chicken and cooking it when he was in his crotchless pants, to pulling all the glazed lilies out of the flower beds. From a young age, going to private school to hide from parents to skip classes and skip school. By the time I grew up, as soon as I had a moolah, I headed for those weird pin moolah caves. These things were told one by one. Yi Wuxin had listened for a long time, but had yet to hear the point. He gradually lost patience. Then he coughed softly and prompted. You have maligned and vilified others behind their backs, and this immortal has heard it all. Vilification? Vilification, muttered several people. Their thoughts, at this reminder, were suddenly as torrential as a flooding and rushing river. Immortal, I know I'm wrong. I used to say that Spring Fragrance Kiln engaged in shady business. It's all my fault. Yeah, we made it all up, because Inga doesn't care for us. I went around saying that Manman Hall's food gave customers food poisoning because I was jealous of Manman Hall's good business. When I see that the Past Life Church is engaged in exorcism activities, I say that the Past Life Church directs itself and intentionally makes ghosts. I really deserve to die. Yi Wuxin narrowed his eyes, warning all over his gaze. It seems that these people are repeat offenders. They never put themselves in other people's shoes, so everything they look at is less than ideal, abnormal, and out of place, without realizing that the real problem was with themselves. After Yi Wuxin listened to their painful confessions, he issued an icy warning word by word. Going forward, all of you keep your mouths shut and apologize to all the people you've hurt to barely wash away a bit of your earthly sins. Otherwise, there will be no second time for such a penance session, and what you see now will be your downfall. A few people sniffed and glanced once again at the appalling scene around them, nodding their heads in agreement. We will definitely go door to door and apologize. It will all be done with care and never again. Immortals are generous. Thanks. Thank you. Several people were busy kneeling down as they typed assurances. Yi Wuxin stopped talking nonsense as he withdrew his divine sense space and everything returned to darkness. Hopefully, these guys will wake up from their dreams, realize their faults, and do what they say they're going to do. After performing this great drama, Yi Hakiai felt that his acting skills, as well as his soul, had been sublimated. Saying middle-of-the-road lines feels unexpectedly soothing. He went back inside his own room in the Hall of the Past and began to sleep contentedly. Early the next morning, at the crack of dawn, the Church of the Past welcomes new customers. Like an ant on a hot pan, Bai Shu anxiously circled around the entrance of the Hall of the Past Life. Every now and then he looked up at the closed doors of the Hall of the Living. Crunch! Finally, the door opened. As soon as the door to the Hall of the Past Life was opened, Bai Jutsu quickly rushed up. The fellow who opened the door was sleepy-eyed, and his walk was still wobbly, obviously not awake. White Art grabbed his mate's arm and shook it desperately, his tone very anxious. Where is your Hall Master? Hall Master? Probably still sleeping. Mr. White Art, what do you want with her? Dude shook his head to dispel his own sleepiness. Chi-Chi is missing. Chapter 59, Departure in Search of Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is missing. The mate chewed on the words. The residual sleepiness scared out of him. No wonder he had only opened the door when he saw the White Art. Mr. Bai Jutsu. The Hall Master was obviously busy all yesterday. Should not have had time to bury 7-7 ah. The fellow stammered, but he also muttered straight in his heart. It shouldn't really be that the Hall Master was warm-hearted again, right? No way. Please call out your Hall Master. The aura on Bai Jutsu's body was frighteningly cold. Mr. White Art, please wait a moment. I'll go report to the Hall Master. The fellow's heart sank as he hurriedly dropped the words and ran away. He jogged all the way to the backyard and woke up all of Walnut and Yi Wuxin who were still asleep. As soon as these two heard that Chi-Chi was gone, they hurriedly climbed up. When Walnut and Yi Wuxian arrived at the front hall, it was then that he saw Bai Jutsu sitting there with his head drooping and listless. The hot tea the fellow had made for him was still on the table, untouched by a single sip. As soon as he heard the footsteps of someone rushing over, Bai Jutsu looked up with a huff. Walnut, have you seen Chi-Chi? Bai Jutsu stood up and took 3 quick steps to Walnut's side. I didn't. How did Chi-Chi lose it? Walnut shook his head and answered dryly, with a puzzled look on his face. But Bai Jutsu clearly wasn't convinced. It's like crying wolf too many times. Walnut has tried to bury Chi-Chi one too many times, and it's no wonder Bai Jutsu was the first to suspect her. Baijio couldn't care less about propriety, and tugged on Walnut's sleeve as he, Stop it, tell me where Chi-Chi is? Was it buried by you? It really wasn't me this time. Walnut stared at her torn sleeve and frowned. When Yi Wuxin saw that Walnut was wronged like this, he rushed forward to pull Baijio away. Mr. White Art, please calm down. I was with the Hall Master all yesterday. There's no way it could be her. You sit down first and speak slowly. Yi Wuxin dragged Bai Jiao away and pressed him onto a chair in the waiting area to the side and began to question him carefully. When did Chi-Chi lose it? I haven't been back since I went out yesterday to pick herbs. Bai Jutsu leaned back in his chair, full of frustration. Walnut clasped his arms and winked. Yesterday, before she walked out of the Boo Boo Lodge, she asked Bai Jiao why haven't I seen Chi-Chi? Bai Zhu's answer was that Chi-Chi had gone out to pick herbs. I've searched a few of her usual picking spots last night, but I didn't find anyone. Bai Jutsu shook his head. He seemed to have been up all night and was in poor spirits. It should be due to the fact that he had been searching for Chi-Chi all night and hadn't rested. Yi Wuxin paced a few steps within the room and spoke softly. Mr. White Art, don't be in a hurry. Chi-Chi has the eye of God. She shouldn't be in any danger. How about this? You go to the Jade Balance Star and post a finder's notice. The Hall of the Past Life will send out manpower this time, and we'll all head out together to look for Chi-Chi. There's strength in numbers. We can definitely get Chi-Chi back. We can only do this first. Thank you, Young Yi. Bai Jutsu let out a long breath and, Hall Master, I'm sorry, I was really in a hurry just now. Don't you mind? It's okay, I understand all that. Let's get moving and find Chi-Chi here. Walnut waved his hand to show he didn't care. What herbs did Chi-Chi go to pick? Before sending Bai Shu away, Yi Wuxin asked again. It's a glazed bag. A glazed bag ah. Yi Wuxin pondered. The glazed pouch usually grows on cliff faces and is still difficult to collect, often requiring climbing on top of the cliff face. And Chi-Chi is a zombie, and she has a bad memory, and she gives herself edicts. When picking herbs on the cliff face, Chi-Chi would occasionally get stuck underneath the cliff and would never give up, no matter how many times she failed to climb the cliff. The edict must be lifted in order to resume normal operations. Maybe Chi-Chi is stuck, picking medicine. Yi Wuxin guessed this way. Don't worry, Mr. White Art. I'll bring her back safely. He arched his hand and sent White Art away. While speaking, Walnut had already explained the affairs of the Hall of the Past Life and made preparations to search for Chi-Chi. Hakai Yi, let's get going. The two of them soon left Liu Harbor and followed the collection route of the glazed bag to look for Chi-Chi. The glazed bag is widely distributed in Liu, mainly growing in a number of places such as Li Sha Jiao, Bai Shui Yuan, Lone Cloud Pavilion, and Account Yun Town. In the process of looking for Chi-Chi, Yi Wuxin was incomparably looking forward to the arrival of the night. If it was at night, with shadows everywhere, he would be able to utilize his dark elemental abilities and turn Ryu upside down very quickly. But it's broad daylight, and shadows are few and far between. After Yi Wuxin and Walnut dribbled across a few rivers and over a few mountains, he looked at Walnut's tired and slightly red face and couldn't help but say in a warm voice, Hall Master, in the future, this kind of thing can all be left to me. Just wait in the Hall of the Past Life at ease. Walnut hurriedly shook her head, her mouth muttering, if I'm not mistaken, Chi-Chi got lost this time because she had to help me pick herbs. Right. Yi Wuxin didn't expect Walnut to be so perceptive. He had no choice but to nod. Walnut stood at the edge of the cliff. She looked into the distance, her tone ghostly. I always felt that Chi-Chi broke the boundary between life and death. A person who had already died had gained eternal life in the form of a zombie. The price is that she will always carry the painful memories of her past with her. She will also lose her head and her sense of taste, and she will not be able to live and die like a normal person and step into the cycle of reincarnation. Isn't such eternal life really just another form of death? Walnut, facing the beautiful scenery of the heavy mountains of Liu, suddenly said this thought she had about life and death. The wind at the edge of the cliff blew the tips of her hair and the hem of her dress. Gently, Yi Wuxin chewed her words over and over again, and for a while, he didn't even know how to retort. If one believes in the idea of reincarnation, one will not feel that death is a terrible thing. We all have to die, so we should cherish what we have, live well while we are alive, and then go to the afterlife without any regrets after death. Walnut obviously thinks so, and that's why he's always trying to send Chi-Chi to reincarnation so that she can be freed from her zombie form. Yi Wuxin took a few steps forward. Walnut, although Chi-Chi is a zombie, she is still alive after all, and she wants to live very much. I know you all have good intentions and want to help her, but this is the kind of thing where you have to ask the person in question. Although reincarnation can lead to a new life, each reincarnation means a complete severing and forgetting of the previous life. Maybe there is something or someone very important to Chi-Chi that is an obsession in her heart. So, she would rather live in her zombie form than step into a new reincarnation? Would you rather live with this inhumanity? Walnut nodded plausibly. Don't worry, I will respect Chi-Chi's thoughts and never think of sending her to the afterlife again. Chapter 60, The Lost Treasure Book of Home Traveling. Yi Wuxin and Walnut searched all the way along the place where the glazed bag grew. They saw a lot of hardy growing glazed bags. Small purple flowers bloomed like bells, facing downward. They grow on bare cliffs and show no signs of having been collected. Where on earth would Chi-Chi go to pick the glazed bag? On this journey in search of Chi-Chi, whenever they met pedestrians, Yi Wuxin and Walnut would go up to inquire and ask them about Chi-Chi's whereabouts. But all the responses I get are blank shakes of the head. Never seen it. Blah blah blah. The more places they searched and the more people they asked, the more anxious the two became. An inexplicable sense of unease gripped them. When they came to the foot of the mountain near the town of Mingyun, Yi Wuxin saw an old man hoeing from afar, so he once again ran over to inquire. Hello old man, can I ask you something? May I ask if you've seen it? A little herb-picking girl in a blue and purple dress? Hearing Yi Wuxin's inquiry, the old uncle put his hoe up on the ground. He pressed against the hoe and squinted his wrinkled eyes as if trying to remember. Is the little girl short and dull? It's that way. Have you seen her? The old man nodded and, I think she was holding a can of milk, drinking it the whole way, and I told her to be careful not to choke on it. The old man stroked his white beard with a grin on his face. Hearing the old uncle describe it like this, Walnut and Yi Wuxian were immediately certain. This little girl that the old man is talking about must be Chi-Chi. Yes, that's her. That's right. Not that I'm saying, it's a lot of. To come out and pick herbs at such a young age. The old man rambled on, shaking his head with a heartfelt look on his face, then suddenly paused as if he had thought of something. He frowned, carefully sizing up Walnut and Yi Wuxian. You too, you wouldn't be the parents, would you? Yi Wuxin was bowled over by this old uncle's brain and spirit of gossip, and choked up at once. Wouldn't it be, if we could have a baby that big? Of course not. Walnut hurriedly waved both hands. I'm still a kid myself. Oh, the old man realized. He looked left and right with an I-get-it-all look on his face and reached out and pointed in the direction of the front. You guys are looking for her, right? She's headed for the mountains. Thank you so much, old man. The two were very happy to finally get a useful clue. After they said goodbye to the old man, they jogged all the way to the hills of Mingyun town. Sure enough, the cliff face here was empty, with only a few traces of where the glazed bag had grown. They should all have been picked by Chi-Chi. Yi Wuxin and Walnut searched their way along the underside of the cliff, but the two searched for a long time, but there was no sign of Chi-Chi. Could it be that Chi-Chi didn't return to Boo Boo Hut because she was stuck at the bottom of the cliff by the edict? The sun was already sinking towards the west and it looked like the day was almost over. They still got nothing. I wonder where the hell Chi-Chi is and what she's going through. I also do not know. White Art will be anxious to what? The two climbed another hill and saw the glazed bags growing on the side of the cliff. The ones around here haven't been picked by Chi-Chi. Walnut was so full of frustration that she couldn't help but gather her two small hands next to her mouth and yell at the valley. 7777. But she called out many times and no one responded. All she heard was the echo of the wind in the empty valley. Where the hell did it go? Walnut sat down on the edge of the cliff, head hanging down, both feet wobbling mindlessly. She felt the soles of her feet burning and blistering. Don't be discouraged. If there are clues, we'll find her. Let's look around again. Yi Wuxin squatted beside Hu Tao and softly comforted her. The sun had sunk, and the two men saw a little bit of light appear at the bottom of the valley. There were also gusts of smoke that drifted up, as if someone had built a campfire. Walnut, look there. Hey, let's go see if it could be Chi-Chi. The hearts of the two men were also like the bonfire that had been lit, rekindling hope. They soon reached the vicinity of the bright light, but unfortunately, it wasn't Chi-Chi. Instead, it's the camp of a group of treasure thieves. It was their dinner time, so they lit a campfire and prepared to cook and eat. In addition to the campfire, torches were lit around the campground. It's better to look for treasure every day than, after this job, dude can kind of retire. They seem to be having a good time, whistling and chatting. In the spirit of not missing any clues, the two men walked in and started asking around. Yi Wuxin didn't want to sidestep and cause a conflict, so he asked politely, hello several, excuse me, may I ask if you've seen a little herb-picking girl in a blue and purple dress? What little girl? Didn't see it. Go. A few members of the treasure stealers, seeing these two uninvited guests, chased them away with great impatience. The treasure thief who was burning the fire, and who had been adding to the campfire, suddenly he panicked and threw what he was holding quickly into the fire. This movement was keenly captured by Yi Wuxin, and he immediately felt very suspicious. A stream of water elemental convergence shot straight through, completely extinguishing the bonfire. Dare to put out my fire. Shame on you. The leader of the treasure thieves cursed and was about to have a seizure. Yi Wuxin completely ignored him and took an arrow step to the extinguished bonfire. Up! Walnut struck 3 times, and a few heavy blows directly knocked that treasure thief leader to the ground. Big brother, the few remaining treasure thieves, seeing that their boss had collapsed, instantly didn't dare to move. Yi Wuxin reached out from the extinguished fire and picked up the object that had been cast in. By the looks of it, it appears to be a notebook. The cover of the note had been burned and tattered. The inside pages are also burnt and yellowed at the edges and the page edges are curled up. Yi Wuxin flipped open his notebook. He recognized, at once, this notebook, something that Chi-Chi carries with him, because Chi-Chi's memory is poor. She can only remember things that happened within 2 or 3 days. To make sure her daily life goes smoothly, she carries a notebook with her every day and keeps notes to remind her of what she has to do. This notebook, the essential treasure trove of 7/7's home travel, would be taken with her wherever she went. Yi Wuxin quickly flipped to the last few pages of the notes, on which was written in a beautiful script. Yi Wuxin, brother, coconut milk. Mr. White said it was Brother Yi, not Brother Coconut. X month, X day, go pick clear hearts today. X month, X day, today to pick glazed bags. Chapter 61, The Abducted Chi-Chi. Seeing the burnt paper with yellowed edges and the few lines of beautiful handwriting on it about Brother Yi, Yi Wuxin's fingers that were pinching the notebook clenched tightly, and the bones crumbled like whitened rocks. He was desperately trying to contain his anger. Here's a note from Chi-Chi. Yi Wuxin's voice sank as he coldly spat out these words. Her, people, where? No, I don't know. It's picked up. The leader of the treasure thieves, who had fallen to the ground, buried his head in his chest and covered his stomach with both hands. His body arched into a shrimp, obviously in pain. The surrounding treasure thieves' minions, without their backbone, all had panicked colors on their faces. How dare you lie? Believe it or not, I'll send you to see Prince Yen tonight? Walnut saw the head of the treasure thieves this look of renegade. His calves collapsed straight, and he made up another hard kick. Don't look at her. She's not tall, but she's strong. The leader of the treasure thieves, who had originally fallen to the ground, rolled to the feet of his minions with a grunt after she kicked him in this way. Then wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground in front of his chest all red. Seeing that the boss has fainted and died, a few of the treasure thief minions were so scared that they took a few steps backward. Say, where's Chi-Chi? Walnut let out a furious cry, and butterfly-shaped flames loomed in her hands. Yi Wuxin also walked up to the leader of the treasure thieves, and after making up a few kicks in a row, he still didn't feel relieved. His eyes widened in anger as he looked at the treasure thief minions. The few treasure thieves were so frightened that they shivered and begged for mercy, on the verge of crying out, "Little auntie, and this master, spare us, I'll confess it all of it." Their hands, which had nowhere to rest, scrunched the corners of their clothes. "Hurry up and don't ink." Yi Wuxin raised his chin, his eyes narrowing dangerously. A few treasure thief minions nodded their heads busily. "A few days ago, a man approached our chief and asked if he wanted to make a deal. The conditions given by the other party were very tempting. Our chief was momentarily haunted. So, he agreed." Walnut sniffed and hugged his arms. "There's someone? What kind of person?" "It's a man dressed in black. He's very mysterious, with a black mask. I don't know who he is." Men in black. Yi Wuxin secretly pondered. Maybe this person, and the man in black from Urania's mouth, were the same person. What are his characteristics? The treasure thief minions thought for half a day and stammered. His entire body was covered by a black robe, so nothing could be seen. Only know that he walks as if his feet don't touch the ground, floating lightly. He also spoke in a strange voice, without any intonation, like he was coming from a very empty place. Walnut furrowed her brows. She always felt that such a description seemed to have been seen somewhere. "So what's the deal he's going to make?" "He promised that he would pay us 200 million more after the deal was done." "The content of the deal, is that zombie little girl, is called Chi-Chi, right? So, we've been squatting stiffs everywhere these days." "No, 7-7. Yesterday, finally squatted. For us." Yi Wuxin's face was ironclad, his anger causing his eyes to glow red, terribly red. "No, how could you guys have kidnapped Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi had the eye of the ice god. Subduing these few minions should be effortless, and it was unlikely that they would be kidnapped easily." You don't know." This treasure thief's voice slowed down, as if he was trying to weigh his words. "We often go treasure hunting in the area and this little girl comes by every now and then to pick up herbs and is always holding coconut milk. We are very impressed with her. At the very beginning, we saw that she was alone, and she was clumsy in picking herbs, so she was very easy to bully anyhow. So we thought, He paused, not daring to go on, and turned the conversation around smoothly. "But, to our surprise, she fights like a... well, in short, she's very powerful, and we didn't take any advantage. So, this time, our leader came up with an abduction to make sure the deal got done. We tried to coax Chi-Chi with coconut milk by telling her about a nice place with lots and lots of coconut milk. Unexpectedly, she didn't remember anything that happened before at all, and as soon as she heard that there was coconut milk, she followed us very nicely." The treasure thieves kept their heads down and their voices lowered. They were afraid of angering the two people in front of them, and secretly raised their eyes to glance over as they spoke. Yi Wuxin resisted the urge to beat these people to death and continued to ask patiently, "Where have you taken Chi-Chi?" "It's a small village near Stonegate. I think it's called Ajiwara village." We had expected that the men in black would be waiting there. Unexpectedly, we were greeted by a grandmother who was so warm and welcoming that she met us and gave Chi-Chi a can of coconut milk and the ticket for extracting the mora as well. After that, we left. "Granny?" Walnut couldn't help repeating. "Yeah, it's just a granny, the kind that looks kind." The treasure thief nodded repeatedly. "Where's the ticket?" On our chief." There was a treasure thief junior who said that while groping around on the leader's body, finally a piece of fabric was fished out of the lapel in front of his chest. "That's it." Yi Wuxin reached out and took the piece of fabric, examining it carefully, but to his surprise, there was not a single word written on it. "It's just a blank, most ordinary piece of fabric. Is this the ticket you were talking about?" Yi Wuxin shook the fabric away. "That's right. Look, it says, with this note go to the Bank of the North and withdraw 200 million mora. And here's the seal of the Bank of the North." One of the treasure thieves stared at the fabric and read it out, and reached out with a fervent hand. Yi Wuxin looked at this treasure thief's serious face, not like he was lying at all, and for a moment he thought he was blind. He handed the fabric to Walnut. "What? Nothing's written? Why are you guys talking out of your asses?" Walnut also scratched his head in great confusion. The treasure thieves stared and shook their heads in bewilderment. It clearly says, "Perhaps you have been deceived by some blindfold." "No, it can't be. Black and white. How can it be fake?" The treasure thieves are still reeling. Yi Wuxin put the fabric away and quickly organized the messy clues. In front of them, there are ordinary villagers who give poison wine to the fellows of the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce. And in the back, there are old grannies who give coconut milk to Chi-Chi. Why? Would these ordinary villagers get mixed up with that mysterious man in black? Could it be that the man in black gave them something too? Have they all been bribed by the man in black? What are they trying to coax Chi-Chi into doing again? Yi Wushu couldn't make heads or tails of it, but he knew that he had to move to that small mountain village as soon as possible. Not a second to lose. The longer the delay, the more dangerous Chi-Chi would be. He took Chi-Chi's notes with him as well, and in the process hung a few of the treasure thieves from the camp's large trees. You guys, you better pray that Chi-Chi is okay, or else, Yi Wuxin said and made a wink at Walnut. Walnut nodded, understanding. Together, the two of them wended their way to the location where Chi-Chi had been abducted and sold. Chapter 62. Breaking into a small mountain village at night. The crickets chirping in the grass on a windless night was annoying. The two of them, Yi Wuxin and Walnut, were more anxious than the squeaking crickets. On the way to the stone gate, some unknowing gargoyle crashed into both of their guns. It was instantly razed to ashes by the two men, except for two slimes, a rock slime and a thunder slime. Yi Wuxian still remembered Walnut's wonderful best idea, the slime burial brigade. He captured all two slimes he encountered alive and dropped them into his backpack. With that pinch, he only had the ice element left to gather the 7 elemental powers from the original Gods game. It's really going to drive OCD for someone who is a collector. A stone door, as the name suggests, is a door made of 2 huge stones, located in the border zone between Ryu and Mond. It is the northernmost region of Ryu, and the national boundary between Ryu and Mond. An Ajiwara village is located near Ishiman, which also has a famous viewpoint in Rizuki, Mizusawa Ajiwara. After rushing to Ajiwara village, Yi Wuxin originally wanted to sneak in unnoticed. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by a villager before he could get to the entrance of the village. Who are you? What are you doing here? This villager's face was full of wariness as he stared at the two of them with a deadly stare at Walnut. We are passing through and want to go to Mon City, but it's too late in the day to make the journey, so can we stay here for a night? Yi Wuxin's eyes rolled. Not wanting to reveal his purpose, he pulled a casual lie. After knowing that Chi-Chi was sold to this village, Yi Wuxin was filled with doubts about this village and also developed a feeling of resistance. Liu has always been a simple people. This kind of human trafficking thing, why in the end will happen? He preconceived the villagers here as bad guys. If it wasn't for the fact that Ryu still had the law, she really wanted to just knock the other side down and barge in. Who knows? The other party did not believe him when he heard this. Instead, he stared at Walnut, displeasure in his eyes. Who are you fooling? Think I'm stupid? Isn't this the master of the Hall of the Past Life? People are afraid of being famous. Walnut clenched her fists, her tone very annoyed. If you know it's this hall master, why don't you quickly get out of the way? Get out of the way for what? Even if the 7 stars of the glazed moon come today, they can't let you in. Walnut didn't want to be general with this villager. Who knows that the other side is just a sinew, stopping them both, not letting them enter the village, and straight to the ground with a big grin. Step over me if you can. Couldn't have imagined, could you, that this hall master would flash? Walnut laughed triumphantly and shooed past him. Wait, you stop right there. Do you have a warrant? Who wants to search your village? What is the offense of breaking and entering? A village is a village and a private home is a private home. I'm not afraid of hooligans who can fight, but I'm afraid of hooligans who are educated and still manage to mess around. Even a smooth-talking bird like Walnut was getting wrapped up in him. In the midst of the clamor, many of the villagers of Ajiwara village had gathered at the entrance of the village, pointing their fingers. What's going on here? So much hustle and bustle in the middle of the night? Village chief, you're here. These two are trying to break into our village. An old man with silver hair and a snow-white beard approached. The villager who had stopped Yi Wuxin hurriedly jumped up from the ground to greet him, and complained in an aggrieved manner. A look of a little daughter-in-law being bullied. I wonder what the two of you, visiting this small mountain village in the middle of the night, are doing? The mayor of Ajiwara village stroked his white beard with a grin on his face. For some reason, Yi Wuxin had a strange feeling. He always felt that this village chief was a typical smiling tiger. On the surface, they seem to be very kind, but in fact, like tigers, they are very vicious behind their backs. He fought back his inner discomfort and said in as polite a tone as he could muster, Hello village chief, we are passing through here and would like to borrow a night. Who knows? This white-bearded village chief waved his hand before he could finish listening. Young man, our village has always been hospitable. It's just that it's really inconvenient lately. Why is that inconvenient? This inconvenient thing is naturally inconvenient to tell outsiders. The white-bearded village chief snorted with Yi Wuxin as if he was speaking in a tongue twister. That's it. Go back you two. Come back when you two are free. I'll be sure to entertain you next time, haha. Nearby villagers chimed in, eyeing this village of old hooligans. Walnut and Yi Wuxin were silent for a while. It was hard for a strong dragon to suppress a snake, let alone this group of ordinary villagers. Neither Walnut nor Yi Wuxin were great villains. Neither of them could do something like brutally beating up the people of Liu and then forcing their way into the village. But they all remembered Chi-Chi's well-being. This group of villagers, the more they blocked them from entering the village like this, the more they were here. There's something odd about this village. It's almost as if it's a bald tick, plain as day. That's just it. Have you guys seen Chi-Chi? Yi Wuxin suddenly asked a question as he carefully observed the expressions of the group of villagers. Now that it was over, he wasn't afraid of spooking the snakes. At night, it's all about him. As long as Chi-Chi was in this village, even if he dug up the ground, he would be able to find Chi-Chi. As expected, being asked so unguardedly, the group of villagers' performance could be described as brilliant. What's 7, 8, 8? What are you talking about? Never seen it. That's right, we only have old bones here, not little girls. Gentlemen, please return. There is no one here you are looking for. Yi Wuxin hadn't said what Chi-Chi was the entire time, but these villagers obviously already knew that Chi-Chi was a person, or a little girl. Upon hearing these masked replies, Yi Wuxin and Walnut looked at each other and concluded almost immediately, Chi-Chi must still be here. Moreover, this group of villagers was clearly covering something up. Sorry, since it's inconvenient, we won't bother you. See you again sometime. Yi Wuxin pulled Walnut away and quickly left the village entrance. Walnut was puzzled but cooperated by pretending to leave. The two hid behind a large tree and looked away from the village entrance. There were just a few more people there, apparently stepping up their guard. Walnut asked quietly, Hakai Yi, do you have any solutions? Yi Wuxin nodded and smiled mysteriously. I can turn into a shadow and slip in. What? Walnut covered his mouth, shocked. How many secrets does Hakai Yi have? This village is weird. You try to protect yourself. I'll go in first to find Chi-Chi. Yi Wuxin didn't dare to waste time and hurriedly barked. Okay, you be careful too. I'll meet you nearby. As soon as Walnut's words fell, he saw Yi Wuxin transform into a puddle of black shadows. Chapter 63, Indecent Assault. In the village of Ajiwara, it was a dark night, with only the lights of the stars in the village. A few villagers patrolled the perimeter sporadically with lanterns. They raised their eyes and looked around, muttering under their breath. Brothers, for the sake of the emperor, must guard the village. Can't let anyone in. But little did anyone know that black shadows were passing through their periphery. Like the wind, it was silent and unobstructed into the village. This shadow was none other than Yi Wuxin, Emperor. He gave a silent thought in his mind, not thinking much about it. Subsequently, Yi Wuxin merged from one shadow into the other and started making visits from house to house. Yi Wuxin first slipped through the doorway into the first house near the entrance of the village. The family had turned out the lights and gone to bed early. Fortunately, Yi Wuxin possessed night vision and could see the situation in the darkness clearly. He had only just entered the room when he heard thunderous snoring. The owner of the house was blindfolded and sleeping soundly. The puddle of black shadows incarnated by Yi Wuxin traveled across the floor and soon inspected the house in detail. He didn't notice any suspicious signs. Just when Yi Wuxin wanted to leave, the owner's white kitten, kept at home, was lazily balled up and lying on the bed. But as if sensing something, he suddenly lightened his hand and jumped down to the ground. Its round eyes stared, glowing green and bright in the darkness. The four claws of the meat pad stepped over Yi Wuxin's body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Wuxin couldn't help but jerk the kitten's belly. The kitten, like an arrow shot out of the air, flew on all four legs and went straight for the corner. The little gray mouse, who had been trying to get out to feed, instantly squeaked and scurried around for his life. The kitten and the mouse are engaged in a big game of catching up with each other. Yi Wuxin did not have time to continue to enjoy this game of cat and mouse. He slipped silently into the next house and continued his search for Chi-Chi. But he checked many homes before and after, but found no trace of Chi-Chi. There are many houses in this village, but most of them are abandoned. It is supposed to be affected by the urbanization of Ryu Harbor, and most of the villagers have moved away from their original locations. Most of the remaining residents are middle-aged and elderly people who have not yet moved. The whole village looks peaceful and tranquil. If he hadn't known in advance, as well as witnessed the strange behavior of the villagers, it's hard to believe that Chi-Chi was trafficked here. Yi Wuxin stopped in front of the next room. The room was inhabited by what appeared to be a newly married couple. The doorframe is also decorated with bright red satin. On the outside of the house, there were brand new red double happiness window clings. Yi Wuxin slipped into this room as usual and was about to start a new round of search. The next moment he heard a strange noise. Hatsu. Brother Autumn. People are so hungry. The newlyweds, like glue, were probably savoring something delicious. Yi Wuxin didn't even think that he would run into this kind of thing. He was somewhat awkwardly stunned in place and unconsciously pricked up his ears. In the spirit of nonchalance, he stole a glance at the bed. Instead, all I could see was the high-arched, writhing quilt that was writhing madly, like a little monster, arching restlessly inside. Is that cold? Yi Wuxin raised his eyebrows. He who had wanted to steal a lesson in passing, secretly wondered. He took a deep breath afterward, keeping his mental strength strong, acting as if nothing had happened. He began to wander around the house, but gradually, guttural cries filled his ears. The woman's voice grew higher and higher pitched, even faintly carrying a hint of a crying tone. Oh, Brother Autumn, please, spare Xiaochu. Apparently, the two had started fighting. Neither can the road be a place where you can't see the road. It's not like we can continue to turn a deaf ear and pretend that nothing is happening. Yi Wuxin could only blush and exit the room. Brother Autumn? Xiaochu? He repeated it again in his mind. It always seemed like I'd heard those two names somewhere before, but there were far too many famous passers-by in Ryu Harbor. A lot of times, Yi Wuxian also swept through the game. In this situation, it was impossible to remember who these two men really were for a short time. Having been delayed in the progress of the search by the fight between these two, Yi Wuxin accelerated his speed. As he watched, he had already strolled through the entire village, but he still hadn't found any trace of Chi-Chi. A strong sense of unease gripped him. He jumped to the tallest house in the village and blended into the shadows of the chimneys. Resweep the entire village. Didn't spot Chi-Chi, but when you stand tall, you see far. On the distant mountainside, a bit of bright light managed to attract Yi Wuxin's attention. It wasn't inspected there. Yi Wuxin didn't think much about it and quickly used the shadows to weave towards the place where the bright light was. Ajiwara village has a beautiful view of the mountains to the north and the water to the west. That bit of bright light is located halfway up the mountain behind Ajiwara village. After getting close to the bright light, Yi Wuxin realized that this was a very old shrine. It seems to be because the villagers often come to pay their respects, and the roadside is cleared of weeds. The shrine, however, was eerily arranged. On either side of the shrine's doorframe, white silk fabrics were draped. Under the blowing of the night wind, it fluttered gently and looked eerie. At first glance it doesn't look like a shrine, it looks like a spirit house. Yi Wuxin frowned. He didn't want to scare the snakes. As usual, he transformed into a shadow and sneaked into the shrine. He melted into the shadows of the ground and raised his eyes upward. And yet, unable to help it, he drew a cold breath. On the offering table in the center of the shrine, there were dishes and fruits for offerings, all still fresh. Apparently it had only just been placed a short time ago. A bull-thick white candle sits in the center, and in the absence of wind, the flame flickers. The candles were lit on either side with incense and green smoke, and seated behind the offering table, enshrined, it was the person Yi Wuxin had been searching for a long time, Chi-Chi. She was like a Buddha statue, quiet and motionless. For some reason, Yi Wuxin didn't have any of the elation of finding Chi-Chi. Instead, two feelings, doubt and panic, intertwined in his mind. He rose slowly from the shadows of the ground, revealing himself. Then his lips moved slightly and he called out softly, Chi-Chi? Although it was confirmed that there was no one else around here, but Yi Wuxin didn't dare to scream too loudly. He was afraid of disturbing something else. When Chi-Chi heard his voice, she slowly raised her eyelids as if she had been awakened from sleep. She blinked her rosy red eyes and stared expressionlessly at Yi Wuxin, then spoke coldly. Who are you? Chapter 64, The Strange Chi-Chi. Who are you? Hearing this cold, icy voice, Yi Wuxin's throat felt as if it was being strangled by a large, invisible hand. He had been fully prepared. 9 times out of 10, Chi-Chi would forget all about him if he lost his laptop. But at first glance, he still felt some slight sense of frustration when he heard Chi-Chi ask that. It's like having your own sister who suddenly disowns her brother. But Yi Wuxin quickly adjusted his mood. Since Chi-Chi doesn't know him anymore, let's get reacquainted. He spoke aloud. Chi-Chi, I'm Yi Wuxin, Brother Yi, Brother Coconut. He said a long list of epithets in quick succession, carefully observing Chi-Chi's expression with each one. But Chi-Chi remained unresponsive, and a displeased color crept into her round cheeks. Seeing that Chi-Chi didn't recognize himself, Yi Wuxin had a flash of inspiration and took out Chi-Chi's notebook. Look, here's your notebook. Yi Wuxin held Chi-Chi's notebook up to her and asked her to recognize the handwriting on it. The edges are burned a little, but the contents are not missing. Who knows? Chi-Chi just drops her eyelids and doesn't even bother to look at it. Chi-Chi, do you remember? He pressed on undeterred. Chi-Chi turned her back, not wanting to look at Yi Wuxin. I told you I don't recognize you, so get out of here. Chi-Chi let out a chortle. What about the white art? Do you remember Mr. White? Yi Wuxin raised his voice and continued to pursue. Rory, don't blame me for being rude to you. Hearing these cold words, Yi Wuxin pinched his palms, pinching them to the point of raw pain. He really couldn't think of anyone else she could remember, given Chi-Chi's memory. Walnut, do you remember Walnut? Damn it, don't mention that bad woman. With her droll voice, Chi-Chi spat out these words full of contrast. She scuffed up from the offering table and jumped to her feet, rich ice elementals surging around her. wrapping the entire shrine in moments. Her cloak hunched and the light purple braid behind her went up and down. It exudes a chilling aura. The shrine was filled with her ice element, and the temperature inside plummeted to below zero. Yi Wuxin's cold hairs stood up in unison and he couldn't help but take a few steps back in a row. Mention of pecans. Why did Chi-Chi suddenly blow up? But Yi Wuxin quickly shook his head again. Nope, this isn't Chi-Chi. The voice was 7-7. The figure was 7-7. All of that was correct. But the little girl in front of her was clearly not Chi-Chi again. Chi-Chi always spoke dully and slowly, always talking while reminiscing about something. One sentence gets broken up into several words by her. She never looks like this. Who are you? Yi Wuxin clenched his fists and couldn't help but ask back. True name. The true lord of saving suffering and doom. The child of raising the dead and returning the wreckage. Chi-Chi snorted and said slowly. She jumped off the offering table and took a step towards Yi Wuxin. You're not her. Who the hell are you? Yi Wuxin didn't dare to make a casual move. Before he could figure out the situation, he was afraid that if he made a move, he would hurt Chi-Chi. 7-7 pressed forward with each step, and Yi Wuxin retreated with each step. This Chi-Chi in front of him saw that Yi Wuxin did not dare to make a move. She cocked her head and raised her eyebrows slightly, softening her voice. Brother Yi, I was just teasing you. Chi-Chi turned around gracefully, her short skirt floating up, chubby little legs wrapped in bandages. Only the small, white section at the very top was exposed. After spinning in a circle and stopping, she softened her voice again and spoke. Brother Yi, look, I'm Chi-Chi. Her voice was soft and sticky, like an incredibly normal little girl. Seeing this deliberately cute Chi-Chi, Yi Wuxin was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if his brain was stuffed with mush and he couldn't make any sense of it. He didn't dare to make an easy move nor did he dare to casually make contact with Chi-Chi. One could only take one step at a time, and be forced by Chi-Chi to retreat to the corner until there was no way to retreat. His back rested against the frozen wall of the shrine, like against a piece of ice that wouldn't melt for 1,000 years. Chi-Chi stopped in front of him, cupping her cheeks in her two small, fleshy hands and tilting her head slightly. Brother Yi, why don't you take a good look at Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi pouted and blinked her big eyes slowly. Now, are you going to believe it? Almost instantly, Yi Wuxin was shaken. So soft and cute Chi-Chi. Looks like Chi-Chi everywhere except for looking a little smarter. For a while, he was really confused. One could only remain silent, thinking about how on earth to take it. Ah, my neck is sore. Yi Wuxin was too tall. Chi-Chi tilted her head like this to look at him, and within a while she felt her neck was tired. She stretched her arms like she was doing calisthenics and shook her head from side to side. 1277, 2277. After this soft gymnastics, Chi-Chi then stretched out her small white hand and pulled Yi Wuxin downwards. Brother Yi, you're really strange. You weren't very chatty just now. Why are you mute now? Yi Wuxin was touched by Chi-Chi's hands, and a piercing coldness instantly spread around his body. He was tugged into a crouch, on a level with Chi-Chi's height. Chi-Chi came closer to Yi Wuxin and stared into his eyes. Yi Wuxin's eyes dodged around, not knowing where to look. Seeing Yi Wuxin's appearance, Chi-Chi pouted and twisted her delicate fingers. She lowered her head, and her voice dropped low and slow. Brother Yi, do you not recognize Chi-Chi anymore? She lowered her eyes and bristled, her voice resigned. Long eyelashes fluttered up and down. Her eyes, vaguely misted with water, were soon gathering again into little tears. It hung on her eyelashes, stubbornly refusing to roll off. Don't, Chi-Chi, don't cry. Yi Wuxin's hands were busy. He clumsily had to go wipe Chi-Chi's tears. It's my fault you're Chi-Chi. Hearing Yi Wuxin say this, a smile finally surfaced on Chi-Chi's cheeks. Brother Yi, bad. You bully Chi-Chi. She still had a little tear in her eye. It's my fault. Yi Wuxin scratched his head. He was really confused by Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, can you tell me what's going on? The tone was full of wonder. Brother Yi, come closer and I'll tell you. Chi-Chi stood on her tiptoes and grabbed Yi Wuxin's collar with one hand, face to face, and came to his ear. She'd only just said 2 words. Bang! A loud bang came. The door to the shrine fell to the floor. Walnut, who had met him outside the village, waited left and right, but could not wait for news of Yi Wuxin. She saw the ice elementals surging on this side of the shrine from afar. Then he hoofed it and ran all the way over here. Unexpectedly, she had just kicked open the door of the shrine and saw such a scene. Walnut narrowed his eyes dangerously. Yi guest minister, what are you doing? Chapter 65, The Lying Morex. Walnut's tone, in addition to being puzzled, also carried a hidden anger. When she saw the dense ice element, she thought that Yi Wuxin and Chi-Chi had encountered some kind of trouble. Walnut came all the way over here in a hurry, only to see a scene that made her break her defenses. She broke open the door of the shrine, and had only just stepped inside when he saw Chi-Chi and Yi Wuxian face to face, next to each other. That look of sticking together couldn't have looked more intimate or obtrusive. Walnut clenched her pink fists and raised her eyebrows upside down. The gaze that looked at Yi Wuxin was filled with all anger. Looks like I came at a bad time? Yi Wuxin moved his lips and just wanted to open his mouth to appease Walnut. She, however, flickered her eyes and hummed softly. A sharp ice blade that flashed with dazzling light condensed in her hand in an instant. With a bone-piercing coldness, it stabbed straight towards Yi Wuxin's chest. During the process of Chi-Chi gradually approaching him, Yi Wuxin had long sensed that something was wrong. But looking at Chi-Chi in front of her, she said Brother Yi in every breath. She has a lovely expression, a soft voice, and she's so dedicated to acting. Him, as co-stars in a rival play. It was decided that once again, the trick would be showing the self-mastery of a veteran artist. Yi Wuxin just stuck to Chi-Chi, not dodging or dodging, as if he was oblivious. The corner of Chi-Chi's mouth lifted up in a cold smile as she picked up on Walnut's remark. Not a good time indeed, almost disturbing the good things of this seat. No don't. Walnut was originally distracted and still waiting for an explanation from these two. The next moment, her panicked voice cut through the night sky of Ajiwara village. The emergence of the ice elemental caused the temperature of this shrine to plummet to -105 degrees Celsius. Walnut drew in a breath of cold air and snapped his eyes wide in disbelief at this scene. What was happening in front of her eyes once again surpassed her perception. It was even more difficult for her to accept than seeing Yi Wuxin and Chi-Chi posting. Chi-Chi thrust the ice blade, which was glistening with a cold aura, into Yi Wuxin's chest without hesitation. Yi Wuxin was caught off guard and stabbed, the ice blade freezing a large thick layer of ice in front of his chest. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and Walnut was completely too late to strike. Her flames flew to Chi-Chi, and were fended off by her opponent with ice. Again, ice and fire collided and instantly melted each other. Droplets of water rolled down onto the ground and were instantly frozen as ice again. Yi Wuxin shivered his hand, covered the ice blade in his chest, and slowly fell at Chi-Chi's feet. Eat, drink, and be well on your way. In desperation, Walnut made several times the amount of Ansatsuki fire. The scorching flames flew towards Chi-Chi at an extremely fast speed, finally forcing her back. Walnut rushed to Yi Wuxin's side in 2 arrow steps and sat on the ground on his knees, checking his condition with his hands and feet. The ice element was almost covering Yi Wuxin's entire chest and was still spreading rapidly towards the rest of his body. Walnut reached out, and just as he touched the ice elementals, the bone-chilling coldness almost instantly froze her hand to Yi Wuxin's chest. Yi Wuxin. Walnut shook her head unconsciously. It was really hard for her to accept what was happening in front of her. With his empty hand, Yi Wuxin held Walnut's small hand and a light squeeze was given to try and convey a little message to her. But Walnut was so immersed in his great grief that he didn't notice. Shadow Emperor Ye's face was pale and white, and his dark pupils were filled with confusion. His lips, black and purple with cold, opened and closed with difficulty and, breathing like a swimmer, he spat out a few weak words. Chi-Chi, you, what, why? This 7-7 has obviously let his guard down after one hit. She was in the center of the shrine, pacing leisurely on her little short legs. Brother Yi, don't you think that the current Chi-Chi is more powerful? She said softly, changing her face again. This immortal and incorruptible body can only be put to good use with this seat. Walnut frowned and shouted angrily that, who the hell are you? Who am I? What a great question. Chi-Chi rested her fingers against her chin, rubbing them gently. She turned her head to the entrance of the shrine and reached out. How about you ask them? When Walnut looked over, the entrance to the shrine was empty and there was no one there. But Yi Wuxin had already sensed it, and the sound of messy footsteps gradually came from far and near. It seems that the villagers of Ajiwara village, who heard the noise coming from the shrine in their sleep, rushed to check out the situation. Not long after, a dark layer of onlookers had already gathered in front of the shrine. When the white-bearded village chief saw Chi-Chi, he respectfully led a group of villagers into the ancestral hall and began to kneel. Lord Emperor, is it you who is awake? As soon as the village chief's words fell, the ground fell to its knees in unison. Chi-Chi, she spoke quietly with a slight nod, reunite with those who are around Morix, and Mora will be blessed. The crowd on the ground smiled with joy when they heard her say that. You have finally come back to life. The transmutation ceremony worked. Great. This is great. Some even started to get so excited that they were dancing and crying. Emperor? Mora? Walnut, who was originally immersed in grief, was instantly nonplussed. What the hell are you guys talking about? Yi Wuxin heard this group of people calling out the name of the emperor, dutifully acting his part. He almost couldn't strain himself to break. It seems like there are so many bad things about the gods touching the fish. The real emperor, Mr. Zhongli, lives in the port of Liu, is kept in the hall of the past life, and daily wanders about in the earthly world, listening to the theater to point to the most popular actress, walking the bird to buy the most expensive eyebrow, living a lavish life like dirt. Veteran gamers, Who doesn't know what's going on? It was only the common people of Ryu who were subjected to this kind of deception. Walnut was shaking with anger as he saw the Rock King Emperor being impersonated by the villainous Chi-Chi, pointing at her with one hand. Wake up, you guys, the Emperor has long since passed away, and I personally organized all the ceremonies to send him off. When this 7-7 heard Walnut say this, she hugged her arms and her eyes were full of contempt. How could it be resurrected? And resurrected in her? Walnut tries to wake up these deluded people, but finds that it's a complete lull in the conversation. Instead, they began to brainwash Walnut with your words in mind. Hush, little girl, such ungodly words must not be spoken. Since the Emperor can be sent away, he can naturally return. Why don't you believe when the miracles are right in front of you? Yi Wuxin was still lying on the ground, acting diligently. He darted around, integrating the various clues known to him, running through the ideas in his head. Combined with the reaction of the people at the scene, he finally roughly understood. Chapter 66 Extrapolation. By integrating the various clues, Yi Wuxin came to this conclusion. It seems that the reason why the villagers of Ajiwara village abducted Chi-Chi, it's all about helping this so-called emperor with the so-called reincarnation ceremony. This big bad guy, first posing as an emperor, managed to compel the entire village. He pretends that he is the soul of an immortalized emperor who needs to be resurrected through a transmigration ceremony, subsequently asking the villagers to help by purchasing the items needed for the transmutation ceremony from the Flying Cloud Chamber of Commerce. He also joins forces with the treasure thieves and uses them to abduct Chi-Chi to the village. Then by holding a transmigration ceremony, he occupies Chi-Chi's body. And this bad guy who took Chi-Chi's body, if I'm not mistaken, in all likelihood, it's the one that both Urania and the treasure thieves mentioned earlier. The mysterious man in black. And this man in black is inextricably linked to the dark elemental. The dark element can control a person's mind, and inspire evil thoughts within them. This was, perhaps, the reason why the man in black was able to successfully bring the villagers under control. Thinking of this, Yi Wuxin felt that he couldn't continue lying down any longer. He and the 7-7 in front of him must still have an unfinished battle. Yi Wuxin raised the hand that was covering the ice blade and lightly swung it. The thick frost that originally covered his body had all disappeared in an instant. Even the ice elementals of the entire shrine were all taken away by him. Thanks to the 7-7s, Yi Wuxin finally obtained the ice element and gathered the power of the 7 major elements. He felt good, as if he could already start summoning divine dragons. In the shrine, those villagers, who were originally frozen to the, but he was still touched, inwardly admiring the great power of the emperor, who was able to freeze the entire shrine at will. After Yi Wuxin ingested all the ice elements, their bodies finally began to slowly warm up. Seeing that the ice and snow that covered Yi Wuxin's body instantly disappeared, Walnut first slightly widened his plum eyes, and then a look of elation that was hard to hide surfaced on his face. "Hi Kai Yi, how are you doing? Is it going to be alright?" she asked in a loud voice and also used her hand to feel around Yi Wuxin's chest to check his wounds. "Yeah, the wound. How did it disappear?" Ha, I'm fine, not hurt at all." Oh. Yi Wuxin waved his hand, and his legs slightly fired as he tried to jump up from the ground. Walnut confirmed that Yi Wuxin was fine, but then she violently pounced on his chest and, burying his little face deep, hole, there, 2 small fists clenched and pounded hard and carelessly. "You just, literally, scared the out of me, idiot. I'm fine, aren't I?" "Yes, what a pity. This hall master is missing another client." Walnut's voice, muffled, came out. Yi Wuxin felt that there was a slight warmth in his chest. His hand lifted and paused in the air again, but in the end, he couldn't resist and reached out to gently rub Walnut's head. "It's okay, I'll be fine. I made you worry." And Chi-Chi, who was kneeling in front of the crowd, when he saw Yi Wuxin awakening, his eyes changed slightly. "You, how are you okay? This can't be." She had done it herself, and had watched, as the ice blade plunged into Yi Wuxin's chest. Not half bad, but what went wrong? Yi Wuxin ignored her, and with his slender fingers, he combed Walnut's slightly messy hair smooth, then spoke in a warm voice. "Well, Hall Master, don't forget, we have business to attend to." Walnut sniffled and looked up a little embarrassed. She looked angrily at 7-7, her voice cold. "Daring to impersonate Lord Emperor, the Hall of the Past Life will send you on your way today." "Oh, want to send me on my way?" Chi-Chi repeated Walnut's words deliberately, a smile full of mockery appearing on her face. "Come as you may. If this seat frowns, it is not called Morex. As for this container, if it's broken, it's broken. Just get another one." "You." Walnut clenched her pink fists and was momentarily speechless. She couldn't help but frown. Yi Wuxin helped Walnut up and stood up himself. He moved his legs, which were lying numb, and his eyes rolled slightly as his head was rapidly thinking of a solution. This bad guy, now occupying Chi-Chi's body. If one goes heavy-handed, one might succeed in forcing the bad guys out, but it also means that Chi-Chi's body will take a lot of damage. Even in Yi Wuxin's mind, Bai Zhou's anxious and uneasy face appeared. Don't worry, I'll bring Chi-Chi back safely. This wasn't just a promise from the Hall of the Past to Baijutsu, it was also something they had to do. Walnut, find a way to bring these villagers out first. Yi Wuxin leaned over and whispered in Walnut's ear. Walnut nodded. Despite the fact that these villagers are under control, they are guilty of kidnapping Chi-Chi and organizing a transmigration ceremony. But essentially, they're not guilty as charged. Walnut strikes fire in his hands, and his face assumes a ferocious look of. She opened her teeth and claws and took a step towards those villagers. Your emperor, now that he can't protect himself, if you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. Who knows? These villagers have been brainwashed and have completely lost their judgment. When they heard Walnut say that the emperor was in trouble, for a moment, no one refused to leave. Instead, they have taken a stand. Even if we die, we'll die with the emperor. Yes, swear to defend Lord Emperor to the death. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but hold his forehead when he saw the group's anger at the scene. Walnut is always so hairy. It seems that she will have to be taught the essence of the wisdom of those old ancestors in the future. What with Sun Tzu's art of war and the 36 stratagems and all that? Don't be silly, they are all sworn guardians of Morex. They will not be easily deterred by you. 7-7 laughed fiercely, and huge ice elemental power surged around her. Almost instantly, it once again froze the entire shrine. Both Walnut and Yi Wuxin could drive the fire element and were not affected by anything, but those ordinary villagers, all over their bodies, were instantly covered in ice and snow. It was as if their expressions and movements were going to be frozen. All that was left was his teeth clashing violently up and down. It was in this instant that Yi Wuxin thought of a solution. This Chi-Chi drives the ice elemental and has a bad impression of Walnut. It showed that she wasn't a repellent shell of a completely lost soul. Her sanity, it is possible to be awakened. Don't struggle. You wouldn't dare hurt me, and you can't persuade them. Chi-Chi was still laughing triumphantly as dozens of ice blades gathered around her body. All of you, go to hell. Chapter 67, The Pure Land of the Heartless. With the words of 7-7, numerous ice blades wrapped with ice elements that emitted coldness were wildly projected in all directions. These ice blades were not only flying towards Yi Wuxin and Hu Tao, but also towards the many people in the shrine. An indiscriminate attack on everyone in this space. The ice blade cut through the air and was about to stab the crowd. The people on the ground, one by one, were wide-eyed. The emperor they believed in, who had promised them countless amounts of mora, was now going to kill them with his own hands. He's going to kill them with his own hands. For a moment, they were shocked, their mouths wide open, but they couldn't even shout a scream. All of them froze in place, even forgetting to run away. It was too late. Yi Wuxin quickly cranked up the ice element. Up, a tall wall of ice, instantly generated in the center of the shrine. Separate all the ordinary people from the madness of the 7-7s. The ice blades flying at high speeds hit Yi Wuxin's ice wall and instantly broke and shattered, crackling and falling to the ground. 7-7 stared at the broken ice scattered at the foot of the ice wall, and her face instantly sank. She didn't understand how this person in front of her could block her attacks 3 times. Hall Master, you quickly find a way to lead them to evacuate. Leave it all here to me. Yi Wuxin turned back and hurriedly admonished. He had enough certainty to defeat his opponent, but this battle would inevitably spread to the surrounding crowd. Even Walnut is inevitably exposed to danger. Walnut looked left and right, very torn for a moment. Yi Guest Minister, you yourself must be careful. Although she was mindful of Yi Wuxin's safety, she saw that these foolish people were incapable of defending themselves. She could only clench her teeth and let Yi Wuxin fight with 7-7s alone. She then began to move in, driving the entire population out of the shrine. The people who had been dumbfounded came back to their senses, and at Walnut's reminder of the. Finally, amidst screams and cries, he rolled and crawled his way out of the shrine. Seeing that Walnut and the people had evacuated this side of the battlefield, Yi Wuxin finally stopped tying his hands. He moved his legs, one step at a time, towards Chi-Chi, who had a puzzled look in her eyes. Since you control Chi-Chi, might as well. Let me just use magic to defeat magic. Yi Wuxin slowly opened his mouth, his voice carrying an irresistible pressure. Watch this move. Chi-Chi almost subconsciously tried to run away when she heard him say that at first, but obviously, it was already too late. As Yi Wuxin's words fell, the dark elemental-generated field of divine sense expanded rapidly beneath his feet. Almost in an instant, the entire shrine was engulfed by this energy. This skill, during his last self-appointment as the true lord of exorcising evil and cleansing evil, when he interrogated the mouth-breathing villain, it was comprehended by a burst of inspiration during the use of the dark element, because of the similarities and differences with Thor's one-mind Pure Land. Therefore, he named it Mindless Pure Land. Outside of the shrine, It was with great difficulty that Walnut was able to drive the people, who had lost their souls, all to a safe area before settling them down. She had wanted to immediately return to the shrine to join the battle and help Yi Wuxin defeat the crazy 77s, but as soon as she turned around, she saw the entire shrine, all covered by a dense black mist. It was like a black dome descending from the sky, forming a massive boundary within a radius of hundreds of meters. Walnut hurried to the vicinity of the boundary and reached out to touch the dark black mist, but before her fingers could touch the layer of black mist, they were immediately bounced off by an invisible pressure. Hakai Yi, you must do your best. Walnut tore his voice away and shouted, then immediately shook his head and, you're so good, you'll definitely be able to defeat your opponent. Within the heartless Pure Land, Chi-Chi was engulfed by the dark elemental field that was suddenly created. Panic and disbelief hung over her round face, stabbed by his own ice blade, and still alive and unharmed. You can even use the power of the ice element. If that's all there is to it, so be it. What puzzled her even more was that why did this mortal in front of him even know how to utilize the dark element? Could it be, he's from there too? Chi-Chi couldn't figure it out. Her throat wriggled involuntarily, and she spoke hesitantly. You, where the hell are you? I'm your ing father. With Walnut out of the picture, Yi Wuxin finally resumed his keyboard warrior nature and began to spit fenugreek. It's been so long since he's spoken Zwan that he's about to become a bit jaded. However, to Yi Wuxin's surprise, after hearing him say this, 7-7, she was a little surprised, her mouth slightly open, those fuchsia eyes flashing rapidly. This is true? Ha! Yi Wuxin's jaw snapped back like a subway grandpa. He was never expecting that such words could be believed. After hearing Yi Wuxin's words of Zwan, finally a rational explanation for what was happening in front of me. The it that occupied Chi-Chi's body was originally an advanced lifeform generated by the dark element. In that dark place, in the course of days and months, it is only after absorbing numerous desires, grievances and evil thoughts, all kinds of negative emotions that it has an autonomous consciousness. It didn't know exactly why Yi Wuxin was able to utilize this dark elemental power, but if what the other side says is true, he's the father of the dark elemental, all of this, then, simply makes too much sense to be reasonable. 7-7 froze and stood still. Her gaze toward Yi Wuxin was no longer filled with hostility. Yi Wuxin simply didn't know that the other party had thought of those little things that he was in a very happy mood with the sudden addition of a child smasher. Couldn't help but drive the dark elemental while letting loose a song that those who stand in the way are guilty, and there is no way back from regret. Sentence in the name of the Father. Along with his weird singing voice, the dark elemental's own kind of powerful spiritual power attacked towards 7-7. Since they both know the dark element, the competition is who is more hungover. Chi-Chi was caught off guard and was controlled by that powerful spiritual force. The two controls met within her frame and a splitting headache hit her. For a while, Chi-Chi was in a schizophrenic state. She crouched to the floor with her head in both hands, as if there was a ticking time bomb inside of her. Yi brother, unforgivable, please help me. Ah, damn it, Chi-Chi is like that. 1 minute normal, the next minute crazy, 1 moment awake, 1 moment lost. While looking at Yi Wuxin, the normal Chi-Chi was already in tears. The out-of-control Chi-Chi, however, grimaced, her eyes filled with resentment and indignation. Chi-Chi, sorry. When Yi Wuxin saw Chi-Chi in this state, 10,000 pangs of guilt arose in his heart. He hadn't thought that he would put Chi-Chi in such a painful situation. 7-7's big rolling tears seemed to fall on his heart, etching him with raw pain. Yi Wuxin suddenly thought of the backstory of Chi-Chi's, the way that edict was lifted. It's just that, when Baijiu did it, it was just a routine thing, and there was never any real feeling. What about him? Yi Wuxin couldn't think in time. He quickly ran to Chi-Chi, crouched his body and, twisting and lifting his arms, he slowly embraced her, and said carefully that most like you. Before he could see Chi-Chi's reaction, he was engulfed by the sudden bloom of light from the eye of the ice god. In this moment, the past and the future intertwine. Yi Wuxin touched the eye of the ice god, and he suddenly saw that as the ordinary herb-picking girls, that Chi-Chi's life. P.S. At the request of the group, the Chi-Chi chapter will be placed in the extras that follow. I don't know why, every battle can be written as a sand sculpture style, not once normal. Really call people bitter bar. The author's cell phone was scrapped and sent for repair, and now he's digging out his 6-year-old cell phone and using it, and it's a giant laggy mess, so he's not going to be able to respond to your messages for a while these days. So I'd like to thank all of my friends for all of the gifts they've given me. Chapter 68. Why does it look like a nesting doll? At the same time, the long-lost system prompt sound sounded in Yi Wuxin's mind. Under the guidance of the system, Yi Wuxin finally understood the secrets of the depths of space and time in the Tibet world. In Tibet's spacetime, time is not a linear forward river. Rather, The past and the future are intertwined with countless hours of space and time. The past can influence the future and the future can influence the past. Yi Wuxin gathered the 7 elemental forces of Tibet and inadvertently fused them. As a result, he was able to control the light element of Tibet, and thus gain time and space-related abilities. Because of his bond with Chi-Chi, he managed to return to Chi-Chi's past. In that parallel time and space, Chi-Chi once again made the same choice. But this time, the outcome has been very different. Yi Wuxin was personally involved in the turning point of Chi-Chi's fate, succeeded in changing her past. Live on. I'll be waiting for you in the future. As they parted, he said this to Chi-Chi. When Yi Wuxin re-entered this side of the space of the shrine, it was only then that time began to flow again in the heartless Pure Land. Brother Yi, it's so good, I see you again. Chi-Chi cried out in a milky voice. Her eyes, which had been clueless, became clear and penetrating. Chi-Chi will live with you. Together. Yi Wuxin nodded. Although he didn't know how long Chi-Chi's memory could be kept, it was obviously enough. And the evil spirit formed by that dark element had already been forced out of Chi-Chi's body. It's floating over the heartless purgatory, reverting to a black man's appearance. Damn it. Damn it. It's all because you've spoiled the good things of this seat. Seeing that Yi Wuxin's strength far exceeded his own, it went crazy and roared unwillingly, lunging towards Chi-Chi, wanting to invade her body again. As the corners of its black robe hunted and fluttered, Yi Wuxin clearly saw, underneath its black robes were all highly condensed, churning dark elements. It was a monster with no entity. No wonder it was thinking of invading Chi-Chi's body. However, it really had bad luck, and had only just come into its own when it met Yi Wuxin. For Yi Wuxin, even the most powerful monsters were big experienced babies. You give up, he said, dispersing the heartless purifier so that Walnut could be more involved as well. How is he going to develop intimacy with his wife if he brushes all the monsters by himself? Or maybe it seems good to recognize me as a father? The dark elemental evil spirit was clearly enraged by these words, but in the face of absolute strength, it could only scratch its head. Walnut was outside the boundary and tried all sorts of ways to get inside, even though she already had a preliminary understanding of Yi Wuxin's terrifying, even somewhat bizarre strength. But for some reason, Walnut's heart burned beyond measure as he was isolated outside the boundary. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, spinning around in circles. Couldn't imagine the image of Hakai being harmed. Just thinking about it made my body uncomfortable. After seeing the boundary finally disperse, Walnut immediately rushed inside the shrine with flying speed. She saw the black man who had been forced out and was clawing at the air, wandering around and, Hakai, are you alright? Hey, all the best. Yi Wuxin gave her an okay sign. Let us, together, end this fight. Walnut and Chi-Chi both nodded. True name, the true Lord of Doom. Farewell. The two of them, Walnut and Chi-Chi, made their skills almost at the same time. Yi Wuxin bound the dark elemental evil spirit in place so that it could not move. Ice and fire, meeting at the evil spirit's torso. It instantly broke up its soul and turned it into countless fragments. Various voices of resentment resounded throughout the space, like an uncountable number of people, talking about their resentment and anger at the same time. Ears are going to be blown off. Chi-Chi couldn't help but raise her hands and cover her ears. Walnut, who heard these voices, suddenly widened his plum pupils. This is, Yi Wuxin's ears, too, were filled with magical sounds as he quickly collected all the dark elements that were flowing in the space. Peace was restored to the shrine. Only a faint sob came from where the dark elemental evil spirit had been staying. How else? Yi Wuxin frowned and was just about to step forward to make up for it. Walnut blinked his plum pupils and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Hakai, wait. Paul Master, what have you found? She's not the monster she just was. Just a normal soul. Yi Wuxin was dizzy from listening. He stopped his hands and looked at Walnut. What do you mean? Perhaps it is. And this spirit has been appropriated as well? Now she was freed after we dispersed that evil spirit just now. Oh, Yi Wuxin came to a realization. He turned his head to look at the mass of souls again. Good lord, why are you like a condom? Layer after layer? Oh, don't hit me. The soul whimpered and her voice came out. Walnut crossed her arms and jumped in front of her. You're from Liu Harbor? You should know this Hall Master, right? Yes, I know you. Hall Master who? I am not a bad person. The translucent soul rose to its feet, and the crowd on the spot saw that she was a very young woman in a Ritsuki-style costume. Hall Master who? I have something. Can I ask for your help? Walnut obligingly patted himself on the back. This is the responsibility of the Hall of the Past Life. So feel free to rest assured that it's all wrapped up in this Hall Master. What's the matter? You tell it quickly. Chapter 69, A Scapegoat. Under the curious and somewhat expectant gazes of the crowd, this departed soul of Liu Harbor began to tell his story. Hall Master who? I was killed by someone. Please, you must help me do it. Her tone was sultry and full of sadness. The crowd at the scene had all had a premonition that this soul, seeing the presence of the people from the hall of the past life, would more than likely be begging for a favor from Walnut, but they never expected the other party's first words to be shocking. Killed by someone else. Looks like a death sentence. And who is the murderer? Yi Wuxin's expression, which had originally carried a bit of cynicism, became somewhat serious. Walnut couldn't help but frown even when she heard her say that. Don't be in a hurry. Whatever grievances you have, speak them all slowly and make the causes and consequences clear. Aha! Soul nodded and looked to Walnut. Hall Master Hu, my name is Xiao Jing. Originally, I was the maid of the young lady of the family of the owner of the Manhwa merchant house in Liu Harbor. Manhwa Commercial Bank. Walnut raised his hand to prop up his chin. It used to be a very big merchant house in Liu Harbor, but then it fell. I have some impression that the shopkeeper seems to be called Dan Gongright. That's right, Dan Justice is my lord. Kyo paused and slowly stood up. All of her body was translucent, exactly like those ghosts Yi Wuxin had seen in the original God game. Receiving Xiao Jing's affirmative answer, Walnut seemed to have thought of many things as well. As she continued, this Lord Dan, to put it mildly, is also a poor man. Manhwa Merchant Bank is an old name in Liyue Harbor, but after the Bank of the North moved in, a lot of similar money changers have fallen out. Dan Gong's business has suffered a change, and he has lost his daughter. In his old age is really pitiful. At that time, in order to bury his beloved daughter in a generous manner, he had sold the Manhwa Chancery and invited the Church of the Past Life with a heavy amount of money, and organized a very luxurious burial ceremony. Unexpectedly, as soon as her words left her mouth, Xiao Jing suddenly shook her head and her voice choked up. Hall Master Hu, you don't know, my lady, she's not dead at all. She didn't die, but, at that time, I clearly saw her remains, although, it was already completely disfigured. Yes, I remember, Lord Dian's daughter, it's Ms. Hua Chu, right, she committed suicide by throwing herself into a well, right? Walnut recalled carefully. Hearing Walnut say this, Kyo desperately shook her head, her emotions close to the edge of collapse. Yes, Mrs. Hua Chu, she's not dead at all. The one who died is me. Flower Beginnings. Yi Wuxin silently recited the name. He felt that there seemed to be a sense of familiarity. It should be a character that had appeared in the game. Kyo covered her face with her hands, as if she was very reluctant to remember the past events that made her sad. Miss Hua Chu and I, we grew up together since we were young, and our relationship has always been very good. She also always said that she treated me as her own sister. But, suddenly, Kyo's emotions became unusually agitated. It was she who pushed me into the well with her own hands that day. What? The crowd at the scene couldn't help but draw a cold breath when they heard the cause of her death. Combined with the eerie atmosphere of the shrine where the transmigration ceremony had just been held, goosebumps rose on his body all of a sudden. Being pushed in? Chi-Chi repeated Kyo's words, her eyes showing deep compassion. Kyo nodded heavily. But why is this? Why is she doing this? Aren't you two good sisters? Walnut, who had issued a series of questions, had a puzzled look on his face. Although it is only a maid and young lady, this kind of master and servant relationship, but grew up together, should be very close to the talent, right? Yeah, how could you lay such a cruel hand on them? Even if they're plastic sisters, it's not like they're going to take a life, right? Yi Wuxin also couldn't help but ask, because indignation showed in Kyo's gaze, and she squeezed her fingers tightly. She fell in love with a pedagogue and wanted to make a private marriage with each other. However, the pedagogue's family is very poor, and the master can't see him and doesn't approve of them being together. Miss told me that she wanted to elope with Mr. Teach, but I didn't think that the elopement she was talking about was to find someone to take her place. As Xiao Jing recounted, an aura flashed in Yi Wuxin's mind. Manhwa merchants, Hana Hatsu, Mr. Teach, and throwing in the well. The clues strung together, and he suddenly thought of some hints of the plot that he had seen before in the game. What was the name of the man you said was teaching? Jianqiu. His name is Jianqiu, Kyo said indignantly. Even if I were reincarnated, I would never forget the names of these two people. Hana Hatsu, Kan Chu. I know. Yi Wuxin read these two names and suddenly, his eyes lit up. You, what do you know? Kyo asked numbly. Walnut and Chi-Chi, too, looked at Yi Wuxin filled with puzzlement. I saw these two tonight, right here in Ajiwara village. Yi Wuxin recalled the wallowing of the newlywed couple he had heard when he had explored Ajiwara village at night. Xiaochu and brother Chiu, aren't they Hanachu and Kanchu? That's right, they're right here. Seeing that what he had said had been affirmed by Yi Wuxin, Xiao Jing nodded, looking very relieved. And at that moment, Yi Wuxin finally remembered that the bits and pieces of the plot he had learned from the game just matched the story this little scene was telling. Yi Wuxin was once in the downtown area of Port Lazuli in the original God game. That is, 2 such notices were seen on the bulletin board in front of the General Affairs Division, on the Crimson Cloud Slope. Both of these announcements were made by the General Affairs Division of Lazuki. The first notice is saying, recently, there has been a situation of water contamination in Himyunpo. Jingtai has dispatched professionals to handle the situation urgently, and soon the water source will be as clean as ever. The Thousand Rock Army would like to remind you that you can take water from the tiger-eating rock for the time being. If there is any disruption of the order, dirty water source, we will report to the Dry Rock Army, will be severely punished. The second notice says, the cause of the water contamination has been identified as a young woman who threw herself into the water. The Chien Army is deeply saddened by the tragedy of the deceased and her family. In order to protect the privacy of the deceased and her family, the name of the deceased will not be released. It seems that the woman who threw herself into the water and polluted the water source of Crimson Cloud Slope, as stated in these 2 notices, is none other than Lord Dian's daughter, Hua Chu. It was also on this bulletin board that Yi Wuxin had also seen such a sales advertisement. It was the owner of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce, Lord Takon, who put it up. Recently, the unfortunate death of my daughter, Hua Chu, caused my heart to collapse. Today I am transferring an old mansion to bury my beloved daughter. This mansion was originally Manhwa Chancery Building, facing the sea sunrise, spacious and elegant. Now because of the transfer of funds for the sake of the transfer, hope that those who come to make good use of it. Those who are interested should go to Eat Tiger Rock and talk with Lord Dan in detail. If what Xiao Jing said was true, then the one who threw herself into the water at that time was not Ms. Hua Chu. Instead, it was the scapegoat in front of her, the maid Xiao Jing. As Yi Wuxin thought this, he couldn't help but bring a few moments of sympathy in his gaze towards Xiao Jing. Chapter 70, The Hall of the Living will return justice to you. Do you believe what I'm saying? Kyo's voice was hushed and seemed very unsure. Chi-Chi, trust you. Chi-Chi swung her chubby little hands around and whispered softly to comfort her. Chi-Chi, being one who has died once, understands how you feel. As she said that, she looked at Yi Wuxin and Walnut again. Brother Yi is very reliable person. Who? Hall Master who? Will definitely help you too. That's right. Walnut's face was grave. The Church of the Past will shoulder double the responsibility. You trust me, it will be to your satisfaction. Yi Wuxin nodded back. I think what you say is true. As a matter of fact, he did meet Hanahatsu and Kensho in the game. Once, it was at a tea house near Stonegate. Hua Chu and Jianqiu were sitting there drinking tea. Hua Chor claimed to be the second daughter of the owner of Manhwa Trading House. Special trip to travel far away. First time I traveled far away from home and was not too comfortable and only took one person with me. And the only such person is Kenshu. For his part, Kensho claimed that he had been an arithmetic teacher at Eat Tiger Rock for several years before. He's now an employee of the family of the head of the Manhwa Chambers. The trip was to protect Missy along the way. The bulletin board at the Stonegate still has a message from the 2 men. May Lord Iwaki bless us with a smooth journey away and a life of our own in a new land. I only hope that the painstaking planning and the mistakes made together before were not in vain. According to the plot, Hua Chu, who was already dead, appeared at the stone door. This was enough to show that the one who died was not Hua Chu. There must be someone else. And what they both say about the painstaking planning and the mistakes they made together really makes you think hard. The second time we see these 2 is in the Sea Lantern Festival episode. Mr. Zhu, who sells sky lanterns, said that the sky lanterns in Liu City are very mysterious, so we must go to see them with our own eyes when we have a chance. But Huacho and Zhenxiu said they had to hurry and didn't have time to go back to the city to see the lanterns. The 2 of them bought a sky lantern and did not go back to Liu Harbor to light it. Instead, the traveler is invited to escort them both up the mountain to release the sky lanterns. There are lights you can't see and homes you can't return to. All in all, Hua Chu and Jianqiu, these 2 people were indeed suspicious. Yi Wuxin looked at Xiao Jing. Having the trust of the people on the scene, she seemed to be much calmer. Thank you guys, I had thought that no one would believe me. So you have not been able to pass on to the next life because you are not willing to do so? Walnut frowned slightly. The duty of the Hall of the Past Life is to put every soul in the ground. Xiao Jing was afraid that Walnut would send her directly to the afterlife, so she quickly nodded her head. I know that, Hall Master, and I won't give you any trouble. Previously, I had been following Hua Chu and Jianqiu, and wherever they went, I followed them. I'm upset, really upset. I just want to ask them, why on earth did they do this to me? They traveled all the way here to Stonegate and lived in seclusion in this village, and I followed them to Stonegate. But then, suddenly that monster came and I was controlled. Right, I'm sorry. Kyo, you don't have to feel sorry. Seeing how polite and courteous Jing was, Walnut waved his hand and, what do you want us to help you with? If we can, the Hall of the Past Life will certainly do our best. Walnut said this in a rather chivalrous manner, and Jing looked at her gratefully, and squarely said, Walnut Hall Master, I want justice. And I still have an unfulfilled wish. Alright, this hall master promises you that he will return justice to you. Kyo floated up in happiness when he heard Walnut's promise. Hakai Yi, you know Hua Chu and Jianqiu, where they live, right? Walnut looked to Yi Wuxin for confirmation. Thinking that he had inadvertently stumbled upon the low roars and murmurs between the beds, Yi Wuxin couldn't help but laugh evilly. Yes, quite impressive. Then let's go. We're going to confront that Hua Chu and Jianqiu right now. Aha! Everyone together. Chi-Chi also fist-pumped. She felt empathy for Kyo and had completely sided with him. And 7/7s is not happy with Hua Chu and Jianqiu, the two who only cared about their personal self-interests. Bad people who treat other people's lives as if they were nothing have also developed a very strong aversion. The three men, along with Kyo's spirit, walked out of the shrine and further down the mountain. On the way down the mountain, Yi Wuxian wrote the message into the water element and threw it into the mountain stream. He reported what was happening here to the secret agent, Urania, and entrusted her to pass it on quickly to Ryu Harbor. After all, Baijia and Kakuharu, at this moment, might still be anxious about the matter of Chi-Chi being lost. They need to be given a chill pill as soon as possible. Under the leadership of Yi Wuxin, everyone soon arrived at the house where Hanahatsu and Kensho lived. The lights in the room were dark and it should be that these two have gone into the hibernation time of the Magi after their big night's work. This is it. Yi Wuxin stopped in his tracks. Walnut gave him a wink and, Hakai Yi, go wake them up and let them come out to confront each other. Seeing Walnut being so windy and adventurous again, Yi Wuxin couldn't help but pat her on the head. Hall Master, as the old saying goes, the way to use an army is to attack the heart as the top and the city as the bottom. Battle of the heart is superior. Battle of the soldiers is inferior. Whether you're doing business, fighting, or interrogating bad guys, learn to outsmart them. Well, what's wrong with calling out for a confrontation? Walnut shook his head in disbelief. Even Chi-Chi and Kyo were a bit confused. Yi Wuxin opened his mouth like a warlord and explained, we are not the 7 stars, nor are we the 1,000 Rock Army, and do not have the power to convict and interrogate prisoners. Calling each other out to confront each other rashly like this will surely be met with strong resistance from both of them. Think about it. If you were the one who made the mistake and someone else confronted you and made you admit your mistake, and once you admit your mistake it is a capital offense. In such a situation, would you easily confess your guilt? Wouldn't you also try to cover it up by all means? Although they have committed the crime of murder, but according to Liyu's law, the conviction also needs to have enough evidence. If the other party refuses to admit, can you torture them to make them confess? When Walnut heard him say this, he immediately felt that it made perfect sense. That's right, Liyue is a land that honors contracts and laws, with tens of thousands of strict codes. Under the constraints of this code, each agency does its own thing. The Church of the Past is not the General Services Department and does not have any function of convicting prisoners. Previously, when they tried to enter Ajiwara village to explore, they were turned away by the villagers for similar reasons. Hakai Yi, then in your opinion, what are we going to do? I've got an idea. Let's do this. Yi Wuxin called the crowd over and formed a small circle, muttering and confiding. The episodes related to Hanahatsu and Kanshu are available in the game, but they are fragmented and can be viewed at the relevant locations. The plot of these chapters is based on the second creation on these fragments of the plot. As to whether or not it will backstab Crumbs, the author is indifferent. Anyway, the plot of the book and the game are not exactly the same, at least irrelevant. Chapter 71. After Yi Wuxin finished his plan, Walnut was once again impressed by his ghostly ideas and couldn't help but clap his hands in encouragement. Guest Minister Yi, hurry up, hurry up, this hall master can't wait. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, within a short time, Yi Wuxin followed the established plan and, laying his dark elemental field around Hanahatsu and Kansha's house. According to his plan, since he couldn't physically lynch these two, then, mentally, disintegrate and break the will of the opponent, he followed the literary depictions of the underworld. In the heartless Pure Land a vision of an extremely horrifying 18 layers of hell was manifested, and set himself in the image of Hades. Walnut and Chi-Chi, on the other hand, were arranged by him to become the black and white irregulars. Here, and you guys, how did you get to look like this? Xiao Jing looked at those horrible scenes around her, and the three people in front of her suddenly turned into a weird appearance. She couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm. Good, scary. She covered her eyes with her hands, daring only to look out between her fingers. It's just in this place. It's just a blindfold. Yi Wuxin explained as he began to manipulate Hua Chu's spirit. Walnut raised both hands to the side of her cheeks, moved her long, dark fingernails and, rushing at Chi-Chi, he made a face like he was scaring a child. Chi-Chi was so scared that she was about to hide behind Yi Wuxin. Chi-Chi, you have to act scary. I'll teach you. Walnut shook his head. pulled Chi-Chi out from behind Yi Wuxin and began to instruct her on the cultivation of an actor. Coming. After Yi Wuxin dragged Hua Chao's soul into the heartless Pure Land, he rushed at Walnut and Chi-Chi and gave them a wink. So, who black impermanence and 7 white impermanence, began to jump up and down to go up to hook the soul. Yi Wuxin, on the other hand, sat squarely on the throne of Yama and began to watch the show. Walnut lifted his arms and dangled his long, black fingernails. Like a standard zombie, he thumped over to Hanahatsu and clattered the shackles around her neck. Flower beginnings. Walnut called her name in an eerie voice. Hanakoro opened her eyes in a daze as the heavy black fog cleared. A scream ensued. Miss Hua Chu, who had lost her color, suddenly saw the 2 ferocious black and white invincibles in front of her. Both men wore tall hats and had shackles and handcuffs in their hands. The black one had a ferocious face, with red marks painted on his face with blood. The white one was as pale as paper and spat out a long tongue. And all around were green-faced brats, torturing and tormenting a multitude of souls. The screams are coming and going. Hua Chu also smelled the strong odor of blood that filled the air, and she immediately felt very uncomfortable. Thinking she was dreaming, she shook her head desperately, trying to wake up from this horrible dream. Hu-Hei Jiangyu, however, grinned his narrow mouth and hemmed and hawed. Hua Chu, be good and come with us. She took the end of the long shackle and led Hanakoro through the miserably narrow path. Hanachu cried out while being dragged forward by her. She stumbled, almost tripping over herself. You guys, who are you? Get off of me. Get off me. Walnut didn't say anything, just turned back and continued to look at Hanachu with that weird smile. Speak again and I'll eat you. Being scared by her like this, Hua Chu immediately swallowed back all the whimpers in her throat. A few people walked to the center of the large hall, and Yi Wuxin's eyes lit up when he saw the main character had arrived. His low voice rang out. Hua Chu, your young life is over. Do you have anything to say when you come to this Yama temple today? Yang life is over? Yen Luodian? Hanachu's head buzzed and her eyes widened in disbelief. Please, my lord, the king? Ah no, your highness, please be clear. Changing several names in a row, Hanakoro's cheeks hung with panic. My daughter is not yet 20 years old. How can her Yang life be over? I beg you to be clear about this. Without waiting for Yi Wuxin to speak, Walnut spoke quietly. Hua Chu, you've done something that harms heaven and earth. This official has made an exception and taken back all of your Yang life. When Hanachu heard this, she suddenly shut her mouth tightly and stopped talking. After a long moment, she seemed to finally think of the wording and began to defend herself. My lord, what are you saying? I can't understand. Xiao Jing was so furious that she cloaked her hair and floated leisurely behind Hua Chu. Miss, it's only been a few days and you don't remember me? Hearing Xiao Jing's voice filled with sorrow, Hua Chu's back stiffened. Her neck turned backward with difficulty. When she saw Kyo, she wanted to say something, moved his mouth, but couldn't get a word out. When Walnut saw that she was still trying to renege, he spread out the prepared incriminating statement and read it aloud in a righteous manner. Hua Chu, a native of Liu, the daughter of Duke Dayan, the head of the Manhwa trading house. She was in love with Jianxiu, a teacher, but Lord Dayan disliked Jianxiu's family's poverty and did not approve of you being together. You wanted to elope with Jianxiu, but you were worried that if you suddenly disappeared, Lord Dayan would surely go around searching for his daughter and cause trouble. Thus, you plotted painstakingly and drowned your maid, Xiao Jing, and replaced yourself with her corpse, creating the illusion of your own death, thus succeeding in hoodwinking the Duke of Dayan. Walnut read aloud, and then shook out a piece of paper pleading for Hua Chu to have a clear look. Hua Chu, do you know your sin? Hanahatsu's head shook like a rattle, pretending to be calm. She was mentally stronger than the crowd thought. It's not me. I'm wrongly accused. There must be a mistake somewhere, folks. Yi Wuxin didn't want to continue watching her lame acting skills, so he spoke with a deep voice. Aren't you curious as to why we know so much? Hua Chu stared with wide eyes as if waiting for Yi Wuxin's answer. Your crimes, Kanshou has told all. Yi Wuxin spoke with a feigned regret. Upon hearing Jianxiu's name, Hua Chu's small face instantly turned white. Kanshou said he originally just wanted to be recognized by Dan Kung through his own efforts, but you couldn't wait for that day, and quietly pushed your own maid down the well. Hua Chu's face grew paler and paler as her tears welled up in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. He originally wanted to turn you in immediately, but remembering his old feelings, he was momentarily spooked and overwhelmed before agreeing to go far away with you. According to Kanshou, this whole thing was all planned and manipulated by you from start to finish, and he's been the one being led around. Although Yi Wuxin's disengagement plan was a bit detrimental, but it's true that it's a common trope for interrogating prisoners. The tears that had been building up in Hua Chu's eyes finally exceeded the capacity of the eye sockets and rolled down one after another. Encountered Jianxiu such betrayal, her psychological defense was completely broken. As if he had lost his backbone, his legs fell limply to his knees. Walnut and Chi-Chi couldn't help but sigh as they listened to her uptempo sobs and looked at her twitching shoulders. Chapter 72, Is it worth it? Though Walnut and Chi-Chi couldn't help but feel some compassion when they saw Hua Chu grieving like this. However, Yi Wuxin and Xiao Jing felt the complete opposite. Hannah Chu's tears, to both of them, seemed to be remorse that doesn't come from a genuine place is no different than crocodile tears. At the very least, Hannah Koro didn't show the guilt or apology she should have towards Xiao Jing. Hua Chu, raise your eyes and look around. You will be in this infernal hell, suffering eternal punishment and pain for eternity. Yi Wuxin's voice was filled with majesty, skillfully speaking these lines that he had seen countless times on television and remembered by heart. Hannah Chu instantly cried even more when she heard these threatening words. Yi Wuxin paused, changed his tone, and began to follow the advice. But this king remembers that you are young and ignorant, so as long as you are willing to admit your mistakes, you will only be subjected to this first level of punishment. Do you have anything else you want to say? Hua Chu shook her head in despair, her face pale and her heart ashen. Kanchu is right. I planned everything, and he had nothing to do with it. Yi Wuxin shook his head as he looked at her in such a broken state. Hua Chu, you don't need to try to take all the faults onto your own head. This king knows everything. Jianqiu conspired with you to make such a mistake, and he can't escape the blame. Who knows? Hannah Koro was tearful and even more sad. Her head hit the ground with a thud. No, 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 it was all my idea. Please, my lords, spare Jianqiu. He's still very young. It's all my fault. Qiu's gaze was vacant, staring blankly at Hua Chu. She was so good to Jianqiu, but to herself. The camaraderie of growing up together seemed so ridiculous. The remaining three were silent for a moment when they heard her say this. Although they hadn't carried out an interrogation on Jianqiu yet, they didn't know how the other party would react and if they would put all the fault on Hua Chu. But Hua Chu's current reaction was beyond their expectations. According to Yi Wuxin's previous prediction, husbands and wives are birds of the same feather, but they fly apart in times of trouble, especially these two evil men with evil hearts. After he had used this method of separating the two men, these two dogs should be biting back at each other. Dog eat dog. How is it that after already learning that the other party betrayed him, Hua Chu is still willing to take all the blame? Want to make a last-ditch effort to protect Jianqiu? Even Yi Wuxin, a straight man of steel, couldn't help but be moved by Hua Chu's infatuation. That's just it. You can sign the pledge first. The matter of Jianqiu will be considered by the king. Yi Wuxin waved his hand, indicating that he was unwilling to say more to Hua Chu. Hannah Chu, sign it, right? Walnut once again spread out the incriminating documents and placed them in front of Hannah Chu. After raising her hand and wiping her tears, Hua Chu carefully read the charges. A single stroke was then added to it. All the faults, from planning to execution, were committed by Hua Chu himself. Jianqiu had no knowledge of the whole process and had nothing to do with it. She bit her finger and pressed her handprint on it end to end. Walnut lowered her eyes and saw those words written down by Hua Chu, and couldn't help but measure her face. Hua Chu's expression was unusually determined, already determined to take all the blame. This puzzled Walnut. Is this what Hannah Hatsu calls love? To do such cruel things to others in order to be with the one you love? But to protect the one you love, you are willing to take all the blame? Walnut couldn't figure it out. She shook her head and put away her guilt. Don't you have anything to say to Qiu? Walnut couldn't help but ask. She just couldn't figure it out. On the side, Qiu was already a ghost, but you could tell that her face was gloomy and in a very bad mood. Being reminded by Walnut like this, Hua Chu finally came back to her senses. Sorry. She turned and bowed heavily to Qiu, knocking her own forehead on the corner. Xiao Jing, I dare not ask for your forgiveness for committing such a transgression. I only hope that you can pass on to the next life soon and forget all these unpleasant memories. If there's an afterlife, I'm willing to work as an ox to make up for what I owe you. Hannah Hatsu sobbed, the ground wet with a large portion of her tears and blood. Qiu was silent and didn't say anything. For her, what's done is done, and it can't be undone. What's the point of more apologies and reassurances? Seeing that Hannah Koro had signed the guilty plea and had apologized to Qiu, Yi Wuxin then put her soul back and brought Jianqiu's soul over. Then again, using the same method, Jianqiu also became a male lead. Kancha's performance was very different from Hannah Hatsu's. First, he resisted death and denied his guilt, but after hearing that Hua Chu had already confessed and pushed the fault away, Kancho covered his head in pain. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Hatsu wouldn't do this to me. He murmured this, but his tone grew firmer. It must be you guys who are lying to me. I'm not going to fall for that. This guy, he's so confident in his relationship with Hannah Hatsu. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but hold his forehead. In short, you and Hua Chu have made such a big mistake. Neither of you can escape death. Yi Wuxin pretended to be fierce. Primary she. Jianqiu suddenly shook his head. She's innocent. It's all me. I cajoled her. We have a child. But if the father of the first year finds out, I'm afraid that something will happen to her and the child. That's why I came up with this. I'm the one who deserves to die. I'm the one who deserves to die. The crowd at the scene, though they hated what these two had done, but none of them are professional, ironclad judges, and all of them find it a huge headache for a while. There's something to be said for the hateful. It seems that the trial judge really isn't that good. Yi Wuxin once again waved his hand, allowing Walnut to greet Jianxiu to sign the pledge. So, the crowd got a copy of the crime that was the opposite of Hanahatsu's, diametrically opposed. Seeing that these two were both taking all the blame on themselves in order to clear each other's name, the Qing official couldn't solve the family's affairs. Yi Wuxin was already not going to think about this matter anymore. It was better to leave this kind of headache to the iron-faced Jade Balance Star to decide. Seeing that her grievances finally had a chance to be aired, Jing finally showed a hint of a smile. Walnut had already planned to send her to the afterlife. Instead, Kyo squirmed and spoke his last wish. The Walnut Hallmaster had thought that the love between Hanakoro and Kancho was already enough to subvert her perception of relationships, but I didn't realize that in fulfilling Kyo's last wish, once again, her view of love has been successfully refreshed. Chapter 73, The One Who Wants to Meet. Kyo, what is your last wish? Hearing Walnut inquire in this manner, Xiao Jing lowered her head in some embarrassment. She repeatedly pinched her fingers and blushed. I'd like to see him again. Him? Who is he? His name is Yu Chuan. We were, before, very good friends, Kyo recalled, carefully. Before, we used to swim together at the beach. But, I haven't seen him for a long time now. Yu Chuan, silently reciting this name in his heart, Yi Wuxin quickly remembered this man named Yu Chuan. Yi Wuxin had once met Yu Chuan at Yaoguan Beach in the original God game. At the time, he was crouching on the beach looking for something. After Yi Wuxin greeted him, Yu Chuan explained that he was waiting for a girl. This girl, who often wore very pretty clothes, came to hang out on the beach at Yaoguan Beach. At first glance, she's a young lady from a big family. It should be someone Yu Chuan likes, but Yu Chuan said he hadn't seen her for a long time either. He felt that the girl must have missed him and must have left him some token in the beach, so he comes to the beach every day, looking for messages or gifts left by the other person. But unfortunately, he could only find crabs and star snails and nothing else. It seems that the girl Yu Chuan is waiting for is Xiao Jing, who has passed away. It's hard to see each other again. Faint sadness surged to his heart, and Yi Wuxin softly spoke. It's not too late. Let's get moving and get going. He removed the heartless Pure Land, only to realize that it was already light outside. Previously, Yi Wuxin had submitted a message to Urania, and she quickly sent it to the Liu harbor. After receiving Yi Wuxin's message, Carved Clear issued a transfer order to the nearby Thousand Rock Army at the first opportunity. The Thousand Rock Army men quickly rushed over, and after arriving at Ajiwara village, they waited for Yi Wuxin's dispatch as instructed by Carved Haru. Hanachu and Kanchu are guilty of murder. Please bring them both back to trial quickly. Yi Wuxin gave a wink to Walnut, who immediately handed the signed confession of guilt from Huaqiu and Zhenxiu to a Thousand Rock Army leader. They actually confessed so quickly? Young Yi is so tactful. The leader of the Thousand Rock Army couldn't help but admire the two incriminating letters after reading them. It's just a matter of using a few tricks. It's not enough. Yi Wuxin waved his hand, very modestly. He turned his head to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, do you want to go back to Boo Boo Lodge first? If you haven't gone back for so long, Mr. I must be very anxious. Chi-Chi blinked, then nodded curtly. Yi Wuxin rubbed Chi-Chi's little head and handed over the notebook she had lost earlier. This notebook, you can slowly repair it sometime. However, you probably won't be able to use it either. 7-7 took the notebook and respectfully bowed to Yi Wuxin and Walnut. Brother Yi, Walnut, thank you for saving Chi-Chi. Walnut had gotten used to the sight of Chi-Chi running away at the sight of herself. It was very disconcerting to suddenly hear her thanking herself. She jumped in front of Chi-Chi and put both hands on Chi-Chi's shoulders. Chi-Chi didn't dodge. She wasn't scared now, and she didn't hate Walnut anymore. She's been buried by Walnut many times before, and has described Walnut as hot, dead, and fake smiling. But now that Walnut and Yi Wuxin have come all night to save her, another glimpse of Walnut's obsession with the matter of the order of life and death, Chi-Chi suddenly understood Walnut's good intentions, sending every dead person to the afterlife. That was the simplest way for Hall Master Hu to care for others. Then you have to follow Chai-Enjin's brother, and never, ever just trust a stranger's coconut milk. Walnut deliberately aggravated the latter half of his sentence. Chi-Chi was busy nodding her head like garlic. After entrusting these things to the Thousand Rock Army, Yi Wuxin and Hu Tao headed to Yaoguan Beach under the leadership of Xiao Jing. Yaoguan Beach is on the easternmost part of Liyue's Great Beach, with a pleasant view. Kyo was a ghost, and wasn't slow to float. I also wonder if Yu Chuan will be there today. With such a doubt, Xiao Jing couldn't help but accelerate the speed at which he floated along. It didn't take long for them to reach Yaoguan Beach. a few people started looking along the shoreline, and, soon, the sharp-eyed Yi Wuxin spotted Yu Chuan, who was crouching on the ground. Sure enough, he wasn't lying when he said he came here every day to look for it. He was carefully searching for something, very focused, and did not notice Yi Wuxin's arrival of them. As soon as Xiao Jing saw Yu Chuan, she, who had been anxiously floating around, suddenly quieted down. Near the countryside is more timid. Seeing Yu Chuan, Xiao Jing was suddenly shy and she hid behind Hu Tao. Hello? Hu Tao rushed at Yu Chuan and greeted him. Anything? Yu Chuan stared at the ground, his two hands continuously groping in the sand, without raising his head. I'm in the middle of something. Are you waiting for someone? Walnut got right to the point, explaining why he was there. Yu Chuan's hand that was rummaging around suddenly stopped. He stood up and quickly walked over to Walnut and Yi Wuxin. His eyes lit up as if he had been looking forward to it for a long time. That's right. It's a very pretty, missy-like girl. Have you seen her? Yi Wuxin looked at Yu Chuan's happy and radiant look and was still pondering on how to politely word it. Kyo has passed away. That's a fact that can't be changed. What should I tell Yu Chuan to keep his mood from being too sad? Before he could finish his thought, Walnut was as straight as ever. She had always felt that people inherently die, and had long ago become completely desensitized to this matter of life and death. The person you're looking for is Kyo, right? Unfortunately, she has left. Leave? Yu Chuan scratched his head doubtfully and didn't seem to believe it. Where did she go and why didn't she tell me in advance? She left this world. Hey! When Yu Chuan heard Walnut say this, he took a big step backward. His body shook and he almost couldn't stand. Walnut hastened to comfort him. And, you shouldn't feel too bad. After all, people die. Walnut's reassurances didn't work. Water vapor quickly filled Yu Chuan's eyes. He hung his head, unable to say a word. The atmosphere of the scene became heavy, and Yi Wuxin sighed lightly. Yu Chuan, Xiao Jing should have gone to the afterlife a long time ago, but she still has an unfulfilled wish, so she has been lingering in this world, refusing to leave. Wish? If she has a wish, I'll fulfill it for her. Yu Chuan tracelessly wiped his eyes with his sleeve, his tone unusually firm. Yi Wuxin patted Yu Chuan's shoulder. It's not hard. I just wanted to see you again. Regarding questions like it's not the master and Walnut falling in love, why should they write about anyone else? Unity is here to respond to the confusion of some readers. I'm going to have Walnut and the protagonist, by witnessing 3 different romances, Hanahatsu and Kanchu, Kyo and Yuechuan, Walnut's parents. It provokes them to think about relationship issues so that they can confirm their feelings with each other. And then later on, after writing the big wedding and filling in the daily routines and the holes buried earlier, it's pretty much over. Hey! Chapter 74, His Decision. Kyo wants to see me? Where is she? Yu Chuan hastily huffed and pulled Yi Wuxin's sleeve tightly with some loss of composure. Yi Wuxin raised his head and looked in Walnut's direction. Kyo, come on out. The Walnut hallmistress was very sensible, and she quickly dodged aside and a spot was made for Xiao Jing and Yu Chuan so that these two could catch up. Kyo was crouching on the ground, his body curled up. When Yu Chuan took a first glance at Xiao Jing's translucent body, it was as if his entire body was nailed to the spot. Because he didn't want to bring too much pressure to Xiao Jing, Yu Chuan quickly adjusted his emotions. He lowered his eyes and smiled a little coyly. Kyo, are you playing hide and seek with me? Xiao Jing had originally been hiding behind Walnut, but she couldn't help but sneak a look at Yu Chuan again. Her cheeks had long been streaked with tears. The two men suddenly struggled to pull off another smile as they looked at each other. Yu Chuan, you are actually here. Yu Chuan heard her choked voice. His mouth pursed together as he forced himself to suppress his emotions. With some difficulty the steps of the, yeah, it was really hard to wait for you. I'm almost done picking up crabs and star snails here. Yu Chuan walked to Xiao Jing's side and raised his hand, but only touched the air with a slight coolness. Xiao Jing's fingers, too, passed smoothly and unhindered through Yu Chuan's body. Walnut and Yi Wuxin stood in the distance, quietly watching the scene. The two men looked at each other, neither of them speaking. The sea breeze was blowing in gusts, the beach was empty all around, and the sound of the wind echoed in every direction. Yu Chuan sighed lightly as he withdrew his hand. In the middle of the day, he seemed to remember something again. He pulled something shiny out of his pocket. Kyo, I'll show you this. It was a translucent glass bottle. This is the drift bottle we put out together at. It came back? Kyo's eyes widened slightly. Yu Chuan nodded and said softly, that's right. I come around here every day looking for, sometimes too tired to sleep on the beach once in a while. One day I fell asleep leaning against the reef, and to my surprise, I woke up to this drift bottle, which was lying on the beach. Yu Chuan said as he opened the wooden cork of the bottle. It's incredible, isn't it? Look, there's a wish inside that we made earlier. He took the rolled up piece of paper from the drift bottle and unrolled it slowly. Xiao Jing and Yu Chuan, be together all the time. Kyo looked at the somewhat blurry, but still legible handwriting on it and mumbled out, even if death do us part. That's right. Oh, that's the vow I made back then. Wherever you go, I'll be waiting for you. But, Kyo's voice trailed off with a choked sob. The sadness prevented her from saying a single word. Not a single word. Yu Chuan just wanted to raise his hand to touch her head. Then he retracted his hand as an afterthought. I heard them say you're going to the afterlife soon? Looking at Yi Wuxin and Walnut in the distance, Yu Chuan lowered his voice and asked. That's right. That's the Hall Master of the Hall of the Past Life. Walnut. Kyo lifted his chin in Walnut's direction. She's a very warm person and promised to protect me all the way. So don't worry. Yu Chuan looked up to the sky. The sun had already risen from the azure sea level and climbed halfway up the sky. Once you're gone, it'll be a long time before I see you again. It can't be helped. Kyo's head dropped, and his voice got lower and lower. Yu Chuan, promise me that what happened on the note won't count. It's me who broke the contract first. Yu Chuan suddenly reached out and covered the part of her mouth. No nonsense. He turned his head in Walnut's direction and, Hall Master who? I would like to ask you for advice on one thing. Walnut had felt empty inside with an unknown emotion. She was pulled back by Yu Chuan's voice and hurriedly responded. Don't be polite. This Hall Master will know everything. Can the Church of the Past help with the wedding? Or would you like to be our wedding witness? What? Walnut's plum blossom pupils, which had always been clear and bright, were tinted with the color of confusion. Even Kyo opened his mouth into a round OO shape. Her gaze was full of surprise. What kind of wedding are you thinking of? A plutonic wedding? Yi Wuxin couldn't help but ask. He'd heard similar things at Blue Star. Underworld marriages are a superstitious practice that, in short, involves finding a partner for a dead person. Some superstitious people believe that young boys and girls who have died, or who are orphaned and, if they are not allowed to marry, they will be forced to live in a lonely grave. Their ghosts will have no peace and go around. This leads to disturbances in the family home and the withering of the blessings of future generations. But an underworld wedding is never held for two ghosts. Yuechuan and Xiaojing in front of me. A large living person and a ghost are clearly out of place in this situation. Walnut scratched his head and, Yu Chuan, I can well understand your feelings, but the Hall of the Living has never organized this kind of ceremony. And, Walnut thought about it, but swallowed the second half of the sentence. She was tempted to say that it wouldn't make much sense. Those who have died cannot be brought back to life. Those who are alive have a long way to go in this world. But seeing Yu Chuan's sincere eyes, Walnut could not figure out what is the so-called meaningful. She twisted her head to look at Yi Wuxin, wanting to consult Hakaye's opinion, but realized that the other party was also frowning deeply, so she could only stop for the time being. Kyo was stunned for a long time before he finally came back to his senses. She spoke with some agitation. Yu Chuan, you can't be like this. I'm already a ghost. See, she floated around Yu Chuan, trying to make him wake up a bit. There's no such thing as marriage between humans and ghosts. What else more? Yu Chuan is still so young. There will always be a good girl who likes him. Don't you want to marry me? Yu Chuan suddenly asked this. His tone was ghostly and seemed to be filled with loss. Of course not. Ah, no. Xiaojing hastily shook his head, and after responding, he immediately nodded again, and immediately shook his head again. She was getting wrapped up in herself. So do you want to, or don't you? Yu Chuan's voice softened and asked warmly. Chapter 75, Master of the Hall of the Living, officiating at the wedding. Hearing Yu Chuan's soul torture like this, Xiaojing hesitated for several seconds. She looked fixedly at Yu Chuan, her two translucent hands rubbing against each other, looking very anxious. On the other side, Walnut couldn't help but look up at Yi Wuxin. Perhaps it was because of the sight of Yu Chuan and Xiaojing, these two people who had already been separated by yin and yang, but they were discussing the marriage of the two with incomparable seriousness. It was the first time Walnut had encountered such a thing. Her heart swirled with a feeling she had never felt before, but she couldn't say why. Yi Wuxin sensed her gaze and made a shushing gesture with his index finger, signaling Walnut to be a good audience and watch patiently for a while longer. Finally, after half a day's tussling, Kyo nodded heavily. I do. As she nodded her head, a big smile surfaced on Yu Chuan's face. He took Kyo and walked over to Walnut. Hall Master Walnut, can you be the officiant of our wedding? Host? Are you guys really going to? Walnut subconsciously waved his small hand, about to refuse. I've only done funerals, never weddings, and I've never been married and don't know the process. It shouldn't be, well, complicated. Yu Chuan scratched his head in some embarrassment. I've been to a few weddings before and can probably remember the flow. There are mainly welcoming the bride and receiving the bride, paying respect to the husband and wife, entertaining the guests, and making trouble in the bridal chamber. Kyo recalled carefully, her eyes twinkling with a few shy looks. That's similar to the custom back home. Yi Wuxin opened his mouth and spoke back. He looked at Walnut and gave her an encouraging look. Hall Master, seeing as the two of them are so infatuated, why don't you just agree to it? It's also a piece of merit. Ah, then it would be good for this hall master to give it a try. Perhaps the hall of the past life, too, can expand a new business on this. Walnut's clear voice rang out, adding some lightheartedness to the somewhat dreary air. Seeing that Hu Tao had agreed to the request, Yu Chuan and Xiao Jing were both very happy. Walnut frowned a little bitterly after thinking about it. It's just that there's not a lot of time to get ready, and there's not much around here. It's hard to throw a refreshing wedding. Hearing Hu Tao's concern, Yu Chuan and Xiao Jing did not care. For them, it is the thought of each other that matters, and the wedding program is just the icing on the cake. Hall Master Walnut, it doesn't matter. Cumbersome etiquette is not important to us. Yes, I'm happy and content to have the opportunity to have this wedding. Yi Wuxin also leaned over, and in Walnut's ear, whispered, Hall Master, don't worry, I'm here. I can set up whatever scene and atmosphere you want. Walnut's eyes lit up when she heard his words. Right, oh, I almost forgot about Hakaya's skills. So, what kind of wedding do you two want? Yu Chuan immediately looked at Xiao Jing. I'll listen to everything you say. Kyo blinked and voiced his thoughts. Actually, I've been dreaming for a long time, to have a beach wedding. I really love the sea. I always thought that if I could walk with Yu Chuan in a beautiful wedding dress, with white clouds in the sky and the blue sea in front of me, surrounded by fragrant white flowers, with birds singing melodiously, there needn't be a lot of people that, the two of us made a sea vow in a scene like this. A sea vow? What a very romantic idea. Yi Wuxin complimented heartily. The scene described by Xiao Jing was very similar to the surroundings of Yaoguang Beach, and didn't require him to use too many special abilities, but Yi Wuxin still did his best to conjure up tall coconut trees, green lawns on Yaoguang Beach. There is also a trail lined with flowers of all colors, and the ground is covered entirely with petals. Wow! Awesome! Xiao Jing and Yu Chuan were filled with surprise as they looked at the scenery, and both couldn't help but applaud. Yi Wuxin smiled faintly and smoothly changed both Xiao Jing and Yu Chuan into their wedding clothes, dressing them up as well. It's amazing. Are you the immortal of Lazuki? Looking at the changes that had occurred around them and in themselves, Yu Chuan and Xiao Jing once again marveled in unison. I'm just an ordinary guest secretary of the Hall of the Past Life La. The most powerful one is still our hall master. Yi Wuxin waved his hand and shifted all the credit to Walnut. Walnut hemmed and hawed. Hakayi is very powerful. Oh, both of you. Why don't we get started? Yu Chuan raised his own arm, and Xiao Jing then put her hand on his arm vacantly. Seeing such a sight, Yi Wuxin had some sadness, but the two main protagonists of the wedding laughed without a care in the world. Walnut took a deep breath and began to officiate the wedding. Last night, this hall master observed the sky at night, and today is an auspicious day of the zodiac, very suitable for a marriage. On this day of great fortune and joyous celebration, we are here at the beautiful Yaoguang Beach. Welcome the happy coupled groom Yu Chuan and bride Xiao Jing. Yi Wuxin cooperated by sending applause for her. And now, I declare the wedding celebration officially open. Along with Hu Tao's lively words, Yu Chuan looked towards Xiao Jing, and both of them had a gentle smile in their gazes. According to the tradition of Liu, the first item on the wedding agenda is, the bride and groom worship heaven and earth. One bow. Worship heaven and earth. May you absorb the aura of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon. From now on, with one heart and one mind, you will be yours for life. Walnut maintains the professionalism that officiating a funeral service cultivates, and the wedding officiation is open-ended. Yi Wuxin cocked his head and surveyed her, instantly feeling that Walnut was a very qualified MC. Under Walnut's guidance, Yu Chuan and Xiao Jing faced the sea and bowed respectfully. Number 2. Worship your parents. Walnut paused. There were no guests of the parents of the newcomers here. There were only two spectators, her and Yi Wuxin. Unexpectedly, before Walnut could even open his mouth to suggest skipping this one, Kyo then immediately gave a salute and said, the two of you have saved my life and can also be considered my new parents. This wedding, without the two of you, would never have been held successfully. Therefore, I wonder if you two, can you accept this bow from Yu Chuan and I? Hearing that Xiao Jing wanted to worship herself and Yi Hakiai, Hu Tao blinked her pretty eyes and paused for a moment. She turned her head to look at Yi Wuxin, her small face slightly reddening. Hakai Yi, do you agree with this proposal? Such a good thing. Yi Wuxin naturally would not refuse. He nodded quickly, adding at the end, for the wedding to go on properly, the rituals are all just a formality. So the wedding went on. Two bows. Worship the high church. May the two of you carry our blessings and expectations, and from now on the two hearts will be happy with each other. The best of both worlds. Walnut's crisp words had just fallen. Xiao Jing and Yu Chuan then rushed towards her and Yi Wuxin, bowing in unison for a long time before raising themselves. Number 3. Couples worship each other. Hey, please turn around and stand face to face. Bride and groom. Xiao Jing and Yu Chuan stood obediently and looked at each other with some embarrassment. 3 bows. The two of you are here today to fly together and tie the knot. May you be together for the rest of your lives on the 3 Lives Stone. Walnut gave his heartfelt blessing. She truly hoped that Xiao Jing and Yuchuan would be like the story of the 3 Lives Stone, where they would be born into a beautiful marriage in each of their lifetimes. After finally officiating this special wedding, Walnut's nose was slightly sore. Eyeing Xiao Jing and Yuchuan's face that was full of happiness, Hu Tao couldn't help but think freely. I wonder, what would your own wedding be like? Chapter 76, The Fight for the Water. Under the presidency of Walnut, the wedding between Yin and Yang ended smoothly. Walnut obediently pulled up Yi Wuxin's sleeve. You two, let's just hang around here for a bit, and grab whatever you're whispering about or want to do together, huh? Kyo looked at Walnut gratefully. She had expected that after the wedding, the Walnut Hall master would hoof it and urge her to go to the afterlife. However, she didn't expect the other party to be so thoughtful and set aside some more time for her and Yuchuan to spend together. We'll all be back here before the sun goes down. Walnut made a face, pulled Yi Wuxin, and walked towards the distance very consciously. It's a deal. Thank you both. Your great kindness is unforgettable to Yuchuan. Yuchuan shouted loudly behind the two. Indeed, his time with Kyo was running out. Walnut tugged on Yi Wuxin's sleeve and strolled aimlessly on the beach. The cool ocean breeze blew over her, her twin ponytails swaying slightly behind her. Gu, busy with the affairs of the Hall of the Past Life all day long. It's been a long time since this hall master came to the beach. Really? Then you need to combine your labor with pleasure. Mora is important, but nothing compares to being happy and having fun. Yi Wuxin casually continued his words. Walnut quickly shook his head. The words are true, but you also know that in this world, every day, people are born, old, sick and die. So, the Hall of the Past Life also rarely has a closing time. Moreover, this hall master has to shoulder his responsibilities and not smash the signboard of the Hall of the Past Life. Yi Wuxin took long strides and slowed down his pace. In fact, as the manager of the Hall of the Past Life, you can train some more excellent fellows, so that you can reasonably touch the fish yourself without having to be so busy. Touching fish? A puzzled look crossed Walnut's face. It's not really about fishing, it's about resting and relaxing, taking time out of your busy schedule. Yi Wuxin explained, and Walnut let out an "oh," an expression of realization on his face. Actually, I've thought about all this before, but after trying it a few times, it became clear that guys never quite get the trust of their customers. Ordinary funerals are fine. Once you encounter any exorcisms or the like, you must have this hall master come out for the clients to feel at ease. Walnut, with her hands behind her back, spoke of her distress. Let's see, there must be a way to bring out the potential of the pastime fellows. When we get back, I'll help you make a detailed training program, so that every fellow can be unique. At that time, the Church of the Past can continue to grow bigger and stronger, opening branches to 7 countries like a chain store. Yi Wuxin's eyes gleamed as if he had seen that the Kosaido Mon branch, Kosaido Inazuma branch, as well as the way the Hall of the Living Past envelopes the 7 kingdoms. Guest Minister Yi, you are not only a great benefactor to this hall master, but also a great nobleman to this hall master. Walnut stared straight at him, his eyes burning. Hall master, you're overstating it. Being complimented by Walnut can be a real pleasure. Yi Wuxin's eyes were sinking with laughter, and he touched his neck somewhat blushingly. Seeing an embarrassed look on Yi Wuxin's face, Walnut turned the conversation around again. It seems that this hall master's decision to pick you up was truly brilliant. She sounded jubilant. Since Hakai has said so, the growth and development of the Hall of the Living Past is just around the corner. By now, the sun had risen to mid-air and the sea shimmered and sparkled like a sprinkling of crushed silver. Walnut looked at the turquoise blue water and smiled like a flower and said, Hakai, why don't? Let's have a water fight. A water fight? Do they have games like that in Rizuki? Yi Wuxin wondered. Walnut looked at him with a look of who are you underestimating? And started to talk about it with a serious face. Isn't water fight a very common game? Moreover, the port of Ryu is a rich one, the largest trading port among the 7 kingdoms, with travelers from different countries coming and going every day. Therefore, Liyu's culture is characterized by compatibility. The customs and cultures of many other countries can be successfully integrated and turned into Liyu's specialties. Yeah, Yi Wuxin tugged up Walnut's sleeve and headed for the sea. Stepping onto the soft, somewhat slightly damp sand of the beach, Walnut supported Yi Wuxin with one hand, lifting each foot and, take off your own shoes and socks, revealing a pair of delicate feet. Hakai, would you help me collect my shoes? I'm guessing that you seem to have a big bag that you can't see? You found all this out. Ha! Yi Wuxin couldn't help but praise Walnut's observation skills. He took Walnut's little brown leather shoes, and the cute red plum socks, and put them in his backpack. Walnut huffed and puffed his way into the shallow water. Her beautiful legs looked even whiter and more delicate against the sea. Hakai, watch the move. Walnut raised a wave with his hand and rushed at Yi Wuxin. Yi Wuxin also pulled up his pants leg by hand, even though this maneuver was very redundant. For him, drying clothes is a matter of minutes. As soon as he got out of the water, his clothes got wet from the splash of water raised by the walnut. "Hall master, have mercy," Yi Wuxin shouted in panic. He didn't want to get wet yet. Walnut heard him say that, but his hands came on more vigorously. This hall master has always gone all out. How can there be talk of letting go? Huge waves were created under Walnut. Just as Walnut's wave was about to pounce on Yi Wuxin's clothes, with quick eyes, he quickly dodged to the side and managed to avoid Walnut's wave attack. Walnut was nonchalant and continued to splash a series of waves at Yi Wuxin. "In that case, don't blame me for striking." Yi Wuxin let out a bad smile and stretched out both hands in front of his chest to gesture a few hand signals carelessly. Water transportation. Water dragon bomb jutsu. A huge water bomb was thrown at Walnut. Walnut jumps to the side but can't dodge it in time. Half her clothes were wet and clinging to her body. Yi Wuxin's gaze flickered. Well, although it has nothing to do with concave and convex, but it is also a different kind of beauty. Walnut stomped his feet in the water in exasperation and, "Aha! You cheated." Chapter 77. "I didn't know." Yi Wuxin would never admit it. "You clearly are." Walnut was furious. As she spoke, she bent down and scooped up a large handful of water. "You are not allowed to use elemental abilities. Whoever uses it is a puppy." Good. All yours." Yi Wuxin raised his hands to show that he surrendered. The two began to fight water fights in the most primitive way possible, with you holding a handful of water and me holding a handful of water. Crystalline droplets of water glistened in the air, moving further and further away from the shore to avoid the splashes of water hitting the other. The two men. It soon went waist deep in the ocean, but no one cared. Walnut was far from being able to match Yi Wuxin in terms of physical strength and endurance. Soon, Walnut's clothes were completely soaked. Her ponytail was also wet, as if she had just come out of the bath, carrying a different kind of beauty. Compared to Walnut's wet appearance, Yi Wuxin's clothes were much better. The wind off the beach was crisp and cool, blowing on both of them. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he looked at the wet clothes clinging to Walnut's body. "Hall master, your clothes are wet. Let's stop here. Be careful of catching a cold later." Walnut looked at Yi Wuxin's clothes and then looked down at his own. The contrasting differences were so obvious that she clenched her small fists, her good nature coming to the forefront. "It's not even close to being a winner." Yi Wuxin shook his head somewhat helplessly. He began to let the water out on purpose so that Walnut could get to shore sooner. As Walnut's next splash hit, Yi Wuxin stood straight in place without moving his feet. His feet sank into the loose sand and suddenly felt a little ticklish. Something seemed to be crawling up the backs of his feet. Yi Wuxin let out a cry of pain as his toe was caught by a crab. He lifted that foot in pain. Bracing himself on one foot, he would have been unsteady, just in time again, to be hit full of seawater by a wave that Walnut swooped over. Yi Wuxin's feet slipped and his entire body slid under the surface of the sea on his back. "Hakai Yi!" Walnut suddenly heard Yi Wuxin's exclamation of surprise, and at first glance saw him disappear into the sea level. She forcefully pushed aside the splashes of water and ran towards Yi Wuxin's place. However, she ran to the place where Yi Wuxin had disappeared, but found nothing. Inside Walnut's heart, a very strong sense of panic suddenly welled up. Yi Hakai, where are you?" she cried out in panic, looking around. Walnut was afraid that Yi Hakai would disappear again as suddenly as he had appeared, but she searched around and couldn't find it, and great frustration surged through her. Just as Walnut was on the verge of despair, the sound of clattering water rang out behind her. Yi Wuxin swam around the bottom of the sea, deliberately avoiding cat and mouse with Walnut. It was only after he saw Walnut stop dead in his tracks that he, dripping wet, got out from behind Walnut. "Hall master, I'm here." Hearing the familiar voice, Walnut jerked around. Beads of water were still hanging from Yi Wuxin's hair, dripping down his hair. "Ipecac is fine." Without a word, without even thinking, Walnut lunged forward and hugged Yi Wuxin. "Hall master, what are you?" Walnut jumped into Yi Wuxin's arms. The two's bodies were close together, and Yi Wuxin's brain was wooden, as if it had lost the ability to function. He didn't know why Walnut had made such a move. Possibly, even Walnut himself is not sure. "Why are you trying to scare me?" Walnut's voice was low and resigned. Her cheek leaned against Yi Wuxin's chest and her arms closed in, locking him tightly in her arms. Yi Wuxin did not expect at all that because of his actions, Walnut would have such thoughts as being frightened. Hearing Walnut complain like that, he reacted with the afterthought that, if you suddenly disappeared into the sea yourself, if you weren't completely unconcerned, you'd be worried, wouldn't you? He raised his hand and rubbed Walnut's little head somewhat dotingly, apologizing softly. Hall master, I'm sorry, my bad, don't ever do that again. I get worried and upset when you suddenly disappear. Walnut, in a rare case of not being eloquent, bluntly stated what was on his mind. Yi Wuxin's eyebrows slightly raised. Hall Master, am I to understand that you care a little about me? Humph, not at all. Walnut's got his mouth like a dead duck again. This Hall Master is just worried that if you disappear, I'll lose another client for nothing. Oh, yeah, but not me. What's different? Walnut deliberately played dumb. Yi Wuxin paused as he wrapped his arm around Walnut's slender waist and bent his body slightly. His heart started beating fast again because he was going to do something he had never done before. I've always just cared about you. Yi Wuxin pressed his face against the side of Walnut's cheek and said softly in her ear. His voice is so close that each word was like a fine raindrop, hitting the pecan heart with a splash. Despite having vaguely anticipated what Yi Wuxin was going to say, still, Walnut didn't know what to say for a moment after his duplicity. To say that he didn't care about Hakai was a complete ghost story and a lie. Since her grandfather's death, Walnut has always acted like a young adult, presenting herself as a one-woman show. She handles all kinds of complicated affairs of the Hall of the Living, goes in and out of the delusion slope in the dark night, composes poems to the moon in the deserted place. Everyone else just thinks she's eccentric, and no one has ever been able to get on the same wavelength as her and into her heart. Only Yi Hakim, he'll play with her patiently, would try to understand her ideas and go along with all her shenanigans, will make her something to eat, and knows what she likes to eat, will take care of her in every possible way. When she's sick, it will help her improve the business form of the Church of the Dead, will help her with all sorts of complicated things. Under his all-encompassing carpetbagger care, Walnut didn't know that either. Since when had he himself been paying extra attention to Hakaye's every move? Chapter 78, The First Kiss. It's long gone. In Walnut's little head, thoughts were flying like falling leaves in the sky. Having always been a loner, self-indulgent, and even appearing somewhat withdrawn from himself. Since when has there always been that tall, little follower-like figure around? Ever since picking up Yi Hakai at the delusional slope, except for the time when he accidentally passed out, the two just stayed together, like the most taciturn, best of partners. When was his own heart, again, stolen? Walnut couldn't think of anything, but she finally stopped acting like a dead duck and her voice softened. When you say always, since when? From the first moment I saw you, TCH, it's only been a couple days and you're greasy. Walnut made this comment with a wide grin on his face. Yi Wuxin was non-committal. The first day he's talking about is still far away in Blue Star. Hakai Yi, then you must always care about me in the future as well. Don't change your mind. Walnut's plumed pupils dripped, deliberately slowing his tone of voice. If you can't do it, he cannot blame this Hall Master. Yi Wuxin's heart suddenly panicked. He had a bad feeling that Walnut was going to pull something again, but before he could dodge out of the way, Walnut's small hand flicked up. Once again, he precisely pinched the itchy flesh around Yi Wuxin's waist. You're welcome. This Hall Master knows where your soft spot is. Walnut divinely finished the second half of his sentence, still applying gentle pressure to his hand. Ha. Hall Master, spare my life. Ha. Yi Wuxin confessed repeatedly, laughing so hard that his entire body was shaking. He tried to escape Walnut's clutches, but Walnut held him tight, giving him no chance to escape. Yi Wuxin swayed left and right, unable to break free, and once again planted himself backward, falling into the water with Walnut. Just like when the two of them unintentionally fell together because they were playing house tying their aprons. Still laughing from being tickled, he couldn't defend himself in time and gulped down a lot of seawater. For a moment, the taste of seawater filled his mouth, bitter and salty. Cough. Yi Wuxin began to stifle his violent coughing. Walnut did something bad and it eventually backfired. Flustered and furtive, she used the buoyancy of the seawater to drag Yi Wuxin to the shore. Yi Wuxin pressed his chest and tried to spit seawater out. Are you trying to murder your own husband? Finally said the words. Yi Wuxin raised his eyebrows and Walnut was ashamed and angry. She lowered Yi Wuxin to the ground and pressed her two small hands on Yi Wuxin's chest, helping him squeeze the water from his lungs. He also separated a hand to touch Yi Wuxin's head. Hakai Yi, are you, like, in over your head? Hearing Walnut speak with such venom, Yi Wuxin shook his head repeatedly. This guy, when will we hear something coaxing come out of her mouth? Yi Wuxin pressed down on Walnut's small hand and rolled over onto his back. He leaned forward, his tall frame holding Walnut back. Yi guest minister, what are you going to do? Walnut didn't finish his sentence. Yi Wuxin had lowered his head and suddenly kissed her red, moist lips. It's like eating jello, sweet and soft, for two people who have set their minds on each other and started a relationship. At this level of relationship, there aren't that many taboos. Walnut didn't dodge. She didn't move a muscle and allowed Yi Wuxin to slowly deepen this kiss, but her body was tightly tensed, obviously having never experienced such a thing, and inevitably a little nervous. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her mind in turmoil. Hakim Yi is hugging himself. Yi Hakai's lean arm, warm body, and powerful heartbeat. Yi Hakim's smile, Yi Hakim's face, Yi Hakim's soft lips and tongue. Walnut couldn't think of anything else in his little head. She gradually relaxed and hooked both her hands on Yi Wuxin's shoulders, responding in a raw manner. Yi Wuxin originally thought that Walnut would struggle or push him away, but none of it. She's been good. It went so well that he was a little surprised, but soon, both men's thoughts stalled. Only endless sweetness remains. Liangjiu. Long enough for Walnut's mouth to get a little sore. Walnut wanted to rub his cheeks and was worried about being found out. It must have been very embarrassing to be found out. Seemingly sensing Walnut's entanglement, Yi Wuxin finally released her with intent. Walnut blushed and didn't say anything for a long time. The two leaned against each other and lay on the beach. Walnut rested her head in the crook of Yi Wuxin's arm. The afternoon sun was warm, coupled with a gusty sea breeze. Soon they were drying their clothes. It's so nice to be in the sun. It makes you want to sleep here so much, Walnut said lazily. Well, it's nothing important anyway, so we'll just stay in the sun a little longer. Yi Wuxin wrapped his arms around Walnut. As if Walnut remembered something, he suddenly and deliberately acted fierce. This hallmaster's first kiss is gone. You're responsible. Will do. Yi Wuxin busily responded. Then, recalling Walnut's previous venomous words, he couldn't help but deliberately tease her. Actually, my first kiss is long gone. Hearing Yi Wuxin say this, Walnut's mood instantly sank a little. Her brows knitted up, her little face puffed out in anger, and she couldn't help but reach out and poke Yi Wuxin. Hey, get it straight. When, where, and with whom? Yi Wuxin raised his hand and flicked it on Walnut's head. Taken by some little villain. Walnut covered his forehead, unsure, and continued to press the issue. Who the hell is it? You're so smart. Come and guess? Yi Wuxin continued to tease her. Walnut's voice was muffled, looking less than happy to learn this. Oof, I didn't realize that you already had another dog. What dog? Is that you? You're the dog. Who the hell is that guy? Of course you are. Ha? Yi Wuxin's eyes were dark and shining. It amused him to watch Walnut's face full of doubt and flying jealousy, but not wanting Walnut to continue to misunderstand, he began to explain carefully. One night, there was a comatose little villain, who took advantage of my inattention. Alas, this Hakai really can't help it. Yi Wuxin pretended to be sorry. Walnut slightly widened her plum pupils, her eyes watery and filled with incredulity. Her little face was also flushed. You mean, shouldn't? Walnut muttered, her voice getting lower and lower as she no longer dared to continue further. Could it be that all those things she thought were dreams were actually true? It was rare to see Walnut's expression of defeat like this. Yi Wuxin hooked up the corners of his lips and smiled very smugly, as the hall master thought. At that time, you were like an octopus. I couldn't push it, so I had to be obedient. Walnut shook her head as she stared straight at Yi Wuxin's face with a burning gaze. Yi Wuxin was furious at her stare. Hall master, what are you thinking? If that's the case, this hall master guarantees in the name of the past life hall that he will be responsible for you. Walnut mumbled his words. Hakaya's heart surged with full of emotion because of Hallmaster whose promise. He stopped continuing the nonsense topic and hugged Walnut tightly. Chapter 79, Dad's Obedience Curse. The warm sunlight beating down on the two. The sand on the beach, too, was soft and warm from the sun. Listening to Yi Wuxin's strong and powerful heartbeat, Walnut wrapped her arms around him as well and hugged him back. Thinking about how Walnut stayed up all night yesterday and stayed up until her eyes were red, Yi Wuxin was afraid that she would be exhausted. He rested his chin against Walnut's rounded forehead and coaxed her gently. Hall master, it's still early. You can sleep for a while if you want to. Walnut heard this, but suddenly shook his head. I'm not sleepy. She tightened her arms around her, hugged her hard and, it was as if they were afraid that if they let go, Yi Wuxin would disappear. It wasn't until after Yi Wuxin loosened his arm a bit that, Walnut didn't even spill the beans. Instead, like a kitten, she rubbed herself into his arms, seeing Walnut all gooey like that. A very insecure look on his face. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but wonder, cousin, have you hugged me enough? It's not like I'm going to run away. Walnut didn't let go of his arm after he teased him. Instead, his body arched forward, sticking tighter. I can't sleep. I'm afraid that if I fall asleep and wake up again, you'll be gone. How can that be? What's going on in your little mind? Yi Wuxin laughed and joked with Walnut. That's not necessarily true. Walnut, however, blinked, his expression serious, his tone ghostly, and said, a long time ago, a man said to me, Walnut's cuddle is a daddy listening spell. As long as I hold him, he's good and never leaves. But this big liar, when I woke up, he was gone. Yi Wuxin sniffed and gently patted Walnut's back with his hand. He sighed softly and didn't answer. Hearing Walnut mention his father, Yi Wuxian had a vague feeling that, Walnut will now say, It should be one of the things that used to break her heart. Walnut's voice was light, no emotion audible. The sea breeze blew her voice away, all the way into Yi Wuxin's ears. Those two big liars. I've obviously heard it all. They talked to Grandpa and said something about running out of time and having to be quick or something like that. I wanted to know where they were going, so I kept following them wherever they went. Yi Wuxin's throat knots moved slightly as a sour feeling surged through his heart. Walnut is a lot like him. He's also a child who grew up without parents. How could he not understand how Walnut felt? That night, I also deliberately slept with them. I thought that I must keep an eye on the two of them and never fall asleep, but then I got really sleepy. Speaking of which, Walnut's voice took on a somewhat self-deprecating tone. Why do you think I slept through it? Yi Wuxin didn't know how he should coax Walnut, so he had to be honest. It has nothing to do with whether you sleep or not. They want to go, there's always a way to leave. Walnut didn't continue to speak. Yi Wuxin suddenly felt that his chest was warm. Walnut's tears, like a warm current, were heavy on his chest. He hastened to look down at Walnut. Walnut avoided his eyes, but buried his face deep. She couldn't help a twitch in her shoulder. Tears had filled Walnut's eyes. Her reddish lips were tightly closed to keep herself from letting out a sob. Yi Wuxin's heart was filled with unspeakable sadness. He hugged Walnut tightly, soothing her. Maybe after letting Walnut talk about it and cry, she'd feel better. Or maybe it's slightly better to hear your own story and see that someone has it worse than you. Thus, Yi Wuxin also spoke quietly. Actually, my mom and dad, they left a long time ago, too. Walnut's petite frame shook and she couldn't help but sniffle. Yi Wuxin tried to use a calm tone as much as possible and began to narrate. He told Walnut his story. In a nutshell, to Walnut, after my grandmother died, I was alone and traveled around the continent of Tibet. I suffered a lot before I came to you. Yi Wuxin explained his crossing in this way. Walnut had not expected at all that Yi Wuxin's childhood would be like this. Listening to those saddening past events, Walnut, who had a great capacity for empathy, temporarily forgot his own sadness. Her emotions calmed down, and instead a pang of heartache welled up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my emotions and reminded you of these bad things too. It's okay, everyone has to go through their darkest moments in life. It's just that for me, it might be a little early. It's all in the past. A moment of sadness is nothing. After you're done crying, you still have to try to move on. Move forward, grit your teeth, get through it, and you'll be fine. It was rare for Walnut to hear Yi Wuxin say such words, and she nodded heavily. And, while you don't know where your parents went, but I'm sure that as long as the two of them are still alive, there will be a chance to find them again. Is it really okay? Walnut asked with some disbelief. Yi Wuxin rubbed her head, his tone very serious. It's okay, cousin, to always have a good faith. Walnut finally smiled slightly, and her mood brightened as if the rain had passed. What did you just call me? Hall Master? Yi Wuxin was uncertain. Everyone else calls me Hall Master. You're not allowed to. It's refreshing. Refreshing. Yi Wuxin saw that Walnut's mood had changed for the better, and he himself was finally relieved. What should I call my girlfriend's nickname? This question I have long thought about it. Oh, well, tell me what there is. Peachy, 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 Peachy. And if you don't mind, there's wife, daughter-in-law, darling, little darling. Seeing that the more Yi Wuxin spoke, the more carnal and outrageous he became, Hu Tao hurriedly stopped him. Stop, just pick one. I've helped you think of a name, so if you still call me Yi Haki, won't I be at a disadvantage? Walnut was deep in thought. What should she call Yi Haki? Why don't we let you gentlemen think about it? And Walnut won't use his little brain. This hall master is hungry. Let's go find something to eat. Obey, your wife. You don't scream hey. Walnut stomped her foot and made a move to hit Yi Wuxin, who hurriedly ran away. The two chased after each other, leaving a long trail of footprints on the beach. The sea breeze blew gently on the sides of both their faces. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but say as he admired the beauty of the sea and sky. Love. Walnut was a little puzzled by. She struggled to piece together the words that Yi Haki had said. Auntie washed the railroad? Walnut stopped dead in his tracks. Haki Yi, what does this mean? It's a very touching story. Chapter 80, Auntie washing the railroad. Stories? This hall master loves to hear stories. Walnut was looking for crabs on the beach while urging Yi Wuxin to tell the story. Let me reminisce about reminiscing. Yi Wuxin responded while making things up in his head. Look, there's a crab there. Yi Wuxin reached out and Walnut swished over, lifting the crab. Auntie washing the railroad. Is a story that has been passed around a lot in my hometown. What's a railroad? It's a road made of iron with trains running on it. Yi Wuxin was talking nonsense with his eyes open. A train? Is it a car wrapped in flames? Walnut cocked his little head curiously. In her mind's eye, a wagon wrapped in blazing flames sailed by. No, the The train is powered by the energy of fire. It's as fast as flames, but it has the disadvantage of not being able to stop whenever and wherever it wants, and can only travel at a set time and on a set track, and only on railroads. I get it. A train off the rails is like a horse and buggy off the reins, and something big happens. Walnut nodded and made an apt analogy to show he understood. As she spoke, she caught a few more crabs with her quick eyes, once again filled with idleness. She skewered the crabs into a whole string and waved it in front of Yi Wuxian proudly. Hey, you keep talking. Yi Wuxian cleared his throat and began to tell the story he had made up. There was a young girl whose family lived in a very remote mountain village. The small mountain village is so remote that only one train passes through every day. The young girl would be curious to run over and watch the train whenever she heard it coming. The train stops at her house, at this platform, every time, for 5 minutes, not a minute more, not a minute less. But the young girl had never been on a train before, and she didn't know where those who got on a train would be taken. As Yi Wuxian spoke, he smoothly took an inventory of the crabs in Walnut's hand. There are 8 in total, which should be enough for 2 people. They cleaned the crabs inside and out. Then the sharp-eyed Walnut spotted a campfire. She quickly lit the firewood and set the clean crabs on the fire. The 2 men sat down side by side against the fire and began to make a clear crab stew for dinner. And then what? What happened? Walnut, eyes on the crab, urged. Yi Wuxian continued to open his mouth and preach. One day, when the maiden went to see the train chirped and stopped at her home station. Walked down a lot of passengers with big bags and in a hurry. One passenger was walking so fast that he accidentally squeezed his snack bag. The potpourri in the bag fell all over the floor, and when stepped on by the passengers coming and going, it broke into many pieces. Potpourri? Potpourri is delicious. Walnut blinked his plum pupils and sucked in his saliva. That's right. And at that moment a gentleman in a dark blue uniform with white gloves came down from the train. The gentleman was of a straight figure and gentle countenance, and was supposed to be a steward on the train. He mouthed the words, "The station is all dirty." Then stooping down, he picked up all the potpourri that had broken into crumbs on the floor and cleaned it up. That's a very attentive and clean gentleman then. Walnut turned up the heat a bit and the soup gurgled and churned. That's right. The young girl stood there frozen after the passengers had all walked away. After the gentleman cleared the platform, he looked up and saw the young girl standing on the empty platform. He smiled slightly and saluted the young girl in greeting. Wow, Mr. and Maiden. Seems like it would make a great romance? Walnut fanned the heat above the saucepan with her small hand. Yi Wuxian shook his head, but the maiden did not hear a word of what he said, but only saw that gentleman's mouth move noiselessly, for the train had come to a stop and was about to start, and the rumbling had risen, drowning out all the voices of Mr. The gentleman gave a hasty wave and jumped on the train, and the train took him away. Ah, gone away ah. A note of regret showed in Walnut's voice as she put out the fire, her voice becoming excited again. The crabs seem edible. Yi Wuxian fished out the crab and slightly blew it to cool it a little and handed it to Walnut. Walnut patiently peeled back the shell. The sweet aroma of the crab meat immediately dispersed all around. And then what happened? Walnut asked as he chewed crab meat in his mouth. Later, the young girl would come to the platform every day at a fixed time. She used to carry little buckets of water and clean the platforms and tracks, just before the train arrived. Railroad washing? Why would she do that? Walnut wondered. Yi Wuxian took a bite of the crab and others have also asked this question. Oh, the young girl will say, I like the railroad every time law. And then what happened? As time went by, the teenage girl became an ant. Everyone said that there was an ant there who loved the railroad so much that she would wash it every day. So she really likes the railroad? Walnut cocked his head and asked with a puzzled look on his face. What do you say? Yi Wuxian asked rhetorically. I suppose it's not so much that she likes railroads as it is to see the gentleman who loves cleanliness? Is that why she comes every day to wash the railroad? Walnut voiced his guess, and Yi Wuxian nodded in relief. So smart, got it right away. Then why didn't she get on the train and go to that gentleman? Does that gentleman know that she washes the railroad every day? This young girl, silly, and resilient. Walnut's mind was filled with questions. Yi Wuxian reached out to rub her head. I don't know. But there are times when there are things that are too late to say for various reasons. After you miss it, you'll never get to say it again, right? So, anti-washing the railroad actually means I like you, persistently and consistently love you. Hearing Yi Wuxian finish the main theme of the story, Walnut was puzzled. Anti-washed the railroad. Had to wash the railroad because she didn't say so. Walnut repeated softly, feeling as if the story was full of regret. Her plum pupils dripped. Attach your ear quickly. This hall is going to tell you a secret. Yi Wuxian quickly swallowed the delicious crab meat in his mouth, then obediently tilted his head. Walnut rested her chin and whispered in Yi Wuxian's ear. Anti-wash railroad no. I like you better than anti-wash railroad. Chapter 81. The little walnut who wasn't what he said he was. Hearing this sudden confession from Walnut, the corners of Yi Wuxian's lips couldn't help but curve upwards. It curved into a great arc. He's in a mood like, I was hungry. And suddenly a whole bunch of pies crackled down from the sky. Short of money to spend, suddenly millions of moolah fall from the sky. How could it be so good? He tried to lighten up a bit, to hide the smirk, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. Walnut's soft hair brushed against his cheek in the ocean breeze. So do I. There are many times as many ants washing railroads. The two leaned against each other with their heads cocked, in a happy mood, blowing in the cool ocean breeze. I just confirmed my feelings, and I can't stop talking about it. You say one thing, I say another. One thing, no one thing. Telling each other stories from their past lives that the other was not able to be a part of. Time soon moved to dusk. The sinking sunset colored the clouds and the sea in gold. We should get back then. Yeah. There was a hint of melancholy in Walnut's voice. After Xiao Jing left, Yu Chuan will have to walk this journey alone. She couldn't help but feel, it can't be helped. Birth, old age, sickness and death are the laws of nature, and there is no way for ordinary people to defy the laws of nature. As the head of the Hall of the Past Life, you should have seen many similar things, Yi Wuxian faintly said. He pulled Walnut along the shoreline, walking slowly. Both wanted to extend the ride, as if that would alleviate the sense of loss in their hearts. Walnut's small hand, tightly clutching Yi Wuxian's slender fingers, suddenly let out a sigh. Will we be like that later? These words from Walnut were not at all like something that a past life hallmaster could say. Yi Wuxian was a bit puzzled for a moment. I thought you had long since looked past all that. Why do you think so today? It's not because of. Walnut swallowed the latter part of his sentence and fell silent without continuing. Yi Wuxian smiled evilly and shamelessly picked up. Don't worry, your husband, me, is no ordinary person. You guys, it's too early to be screaming like that. Hearing Yi Wuxian say this, Walnut was successfully distracted by him. Two blushes crept onto her cheeks once again, and her bright plum blossom pupils were suddenly tinted with a shy look. Yi Wuxian mused. Actually, I don't mind helping you get your name right sooner. He. You. Who wants you to right the ship? Walnut was tongue-tied and winded. With her head down, she couldn't help but get lost in thought. The scene of the Hall of the Past Life with all the lights and colors and blowing was already floating in his mind. Soon, the two walked to the appointed place. Yu Chuan and Xiao Jing were already waiting there. Both Yi Wuxian and Walnut's footsteps were a bit heavy, and they couldn't help but slow down a bit again. But the two people, Yu Chuan and Xiao Jing, clearly had no regrets anymore. Thank you both once again. Your great kindness is unforgettable to Yu Chuan. Yu Chuan was an iron being and didn't notice the special features at all. He rushed at the two men again, bowing deeply. Xiao Jing, however, was a fine-minded one. She saw the hands held by Hu Tao and Yi Wuxian, and somewhat curiously surveyed the two people in front of her. Then, unable to hold back her gossip, she finally did ask, You too? Walnut's face reddened a little, but said, with a big smile, the two of us are together. Oh, and that's thanks to the two of you, for daring me to confront my feelings. Wow, a love interest. This is really great. I've always thought that you guys are perfect for each other. A pleased smile appeared on Kyo's face and he couldn't help but applaud. At the previous wedding, Hu Tao had sent them so many blessings. Yu Chuan also couldn't help himself and started searching his brain for idioms to send to Hu Tao and Yi Wuxian. Ah, is that so? Then I wish you too. Long life, entwined, intimate, like glue, like hunger. Walnut's face burned red again. Yi Wuxian coughed lightly, frantically stifling his laughter. When Xiao Jing heard Yu Chuan's idioms that were like wolves and tigers, she couldn't help but hold her forehead and gave him a blank look. Yu Chuan felt her blank stare and giggled, scratching his head. You two must remember to invite me for a drink on your big day someday. Yes. Walnut hurriedly obliged, fearing that he would think of more horrible words. The sun is about to drop below sea level. The setting sun's rays are about to dissipate. Walnut glanced at the falling light and didn't say anything. Shall we get going then? Xiao Jing faintly uttered these words and gave Yu Chuan another deep look. Husband, take care of yourself and be well. All at your mother's service. The corners of Yu Chuan's eyes drooped as he formed his arms into a circle and gathered Xiao Jing in his arms. Kyo's translucent fingers brushed Yu Chuan's cheek. You still look a little better when you smile. Kyo said this. Yu Chuan then pulled out a big smile. As Walnut watched the scene, she quietly squeezed Yi Wuxian's fingers tightly and couldn't help but lean in his direction. After bidding farewell to Yu Chuan with a heavy heart, Hu Tao and Yi Wuxian then escorted Xiao Jing all night long and rushed all the way to the delusional slope. After arriving at the undisputed slope, Walnut brought Xiao Jing to the place where between life and death was located. This was a secret known to all generations of hall masters of the Hall of the Past Life. Walking through that door is the realm of the dead, commonly known as the Netherworld. This is it, Walnut said softly. Xiao Jing nodded and thanked Walnut and Yi Wuxian once again. She waved at the two men and took a step towards the junction of life and death. As he was about to step through that door, he suddenly looked back again, in the easternmost direction. She then walked in without hesitation. Walnut watched this quietly without speaking, until Xiao Jing's figure completely disappeared behind that door. Walnut finally let out a light breath. The emotions that had been weighing on her mind were dissipating. There are a lot of things that happen that are hard to accept at first, but when you actually experience them, they seem to be okay. Finally, I have accomplished a matter of the heart. When we go back, this hall is going to take a good nap. No one will want to disturb me. No one will bother you. Hopefully. Yi Wuxin looked up at the sky. But who made you the main character? Chapter 82 Yi-Style Swing Theory. The Serene Harbor of Ryu. The second half of the night's chapter. Because of the matter of Chi-Chi and Xiao Jing, Walnut and Yi Wuxin, who had been busy for a whole day and night in a row. At this moment, I finally returned to a familiar place, the familiar hall of the past life. At this moment, when all is silent, the fellow did not guard the front of the hall, but thoughtfully left a door open for Walnut and the others. The two hurried inside and through the garden where the slimes were kept. Even the slimes were clumped together, sleeping soundly. After walking into the large villa, Walnut stood in front of the door of his room, yawning while waving his hand at Yi Wuxin. Good night, Hakai Yi. Yi Wuxin didn't mind her calling herself this way and waved his hand with a smile. Okay wife, good night oh. With that, he reached out and gently pinched Walnut's little face. You, big bad. Walnut stomped her foot. She was so ashamed and angry that she couldn't speak, and her white cheeks instantly turned red. So blushing slightly, she quickly opened the door to her room and dove in like she was running away, watching the door to Walnut's room as she closed it with a thump dash. Yi Wuxin smiled and shrugged his shoulders. So it's so easy to be shy. He walked to his room and briefly cleaned up and primped. Then he flung himself into the big, fluffy bed and fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, the system leisurely came online once again, telling him the skills and bond levels that had been upgraded over this period of time. Afterwards, half informing and half forcing, he instructed Yi Wuxin to complete a series of lucky draws. Yi Wuxin and Walnut's bond level leaps. He also smoothly obtained the Dust Song Pot, Billions of Moira, and the 5-star Divine Soldier's Staff of Protecting Mo from the raffle system that he had been longing for quite some time. However, after seeing the pile of things, Yi Wuxin couldn't raise any interest. There is a sense of entering the time of the Magi and the blandness of not wanting anything. His bond level with Chi-Chi had also gotten a breakthrough, but the system had no intention of giving him a draw. What's this for? Walnut and Chi-Chi can't be treated differently, because you chose Walnut as the only object of your heart's desire. There's no reward for bonding with someone else. The system cleared its voice and opened its mouth to explain. It still works like that? That doesn't make sense, does it? Yi Wuxin was originally sleepy and yawning. He shook his head when he learned of the big blow. The system paused for a few seconds, mulling over the reply. There's no problem with that. Life is like this. There are gains and losses. Why don't you go to heaven if you take advantage of everything? Well, you say so, but there is no problem. It's just that this laborious bull Tianli. I don't deserve to be inappropriate. Seeing the system swinging like this, Yi Wuxin also followed suit and decided to lie down from then on. He opened his arms and collapsed backwards, his entire body swinging into a big zigzag shape as he lay down beautifully in the divine sense space. If he wants to swing for the fences, there's no stopping him. You asshole, do you have any idea what you're talking about? The system was furious, indignant, and totally hateful. Her tone was filled with a sense of loss that everything had been paid for by mistake after all. Yi Wuxin closed his eyes and didn't move a muscle as he leisurely spoke his thoughts. The Tibet world turns without me, but Walnut can't do without me. The system sniffed and fell silent, not squeaking. After a few seconds of pause, she suddenly spoke in a sultry voice. What if Tibet will be destroyed? Destruction? Don't joke about that. Yi Wuxin waved his hand. He didn't believe a word of this nonsense about the destruction of the world. No kidding. This system was born to train Tenri's successor and save Tibet. The system was filled with rare patience and explained seriously. Yi Wuxin rested his hands behind his head, pondering the meaning of the system's words, raising a successor to save the world. A bold idea suddenly popped into his head. I don't suppose I'm the only one chosen and groomed, am I? He spoke with certainty. The system froze for a moment, uncertain. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, tentatively, what do you mean by that? Meaning, did you, also, pick a lot of other people? The system was silent again. This system is called Tenrikyo nurturing. Nurturing doesn't put your eggs in just one basket, does it? So, you've also chosen a lot of people, trying to pick and choose from them, to train a qualified next Tenri, am I right? Yi Wuxin did not stop talking about this reasonable guess of his, and in the end, he even became a little angry. What's with this damn system and trying to make him roll when it comes to Tibet? Not bad for you to have been discovered. you really are very smart. The system suddenly burst out laughing and, so, knowing all this, are you going to choose to give up, or are you going to carry on? Well, I'd be tempted to give it up if I wasn't missing one. Yi Wuxin swings for the fences pretty thoroughly. He paused, and inquired, again, can you tell me what is above the divine principle? I'm sorry, I can't talk right now. Hey, what can't you say? You're just completely off base with that line of thinking. Yi Wuxin began to use his sophistry skills to fight the system. When you say that Tibet is going to be destroyed, such a heavenly matter is not something for us ordinary people to worry about. If there's something above divine principle, then who will worry if he doesn't? If he's not the savior, who is? If he's not in charge, should I be? The system was once again silent when it heard these classic swinging theories of Yi Wuxin. The first person to swing for the fences in Tibet is really you. Yi Wuxin waved his hand. It's good for your health to swing reasonably and on demand. As long as I don't voluntarily roll, no one can roll me. But I'll reconsider those questions you mentioned about giving up and all that. For a while, the system didn't know how to refute him. She did seek out a lot of proto-god lovers, trying to get them to grow into solo tenri and successfully take over Tibet. But so far no one has succeeded in the object. However, Yi Wuxin's statement clearly gave her another way of thinking. Look upward for ways and answers, and don't expect ordinary people to grow into the divine principle. So she sighed softly. Then, without a word, he went offline. Yi Wuxin saw that the system was gone and finally began to sleep beautifully. On the other side, Walnut had been so sleepy that he had thrown himself headfirst into his bunk and tried to sleep, but she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. I wonder what Hakayi will be doing next door. Does he have insomnia? Or does he sleep like a baby? Walnut thought this, and the more he thought about it, the more sober he became. She simply climbed up and turned the light back on. As soon as Walnut raised her eyes, she saw the pile of fabrics on the table, spread out. The dress that was originally intended to be given to Yi Wuxin, but it was delayed by a series of things happening one after the other, so that it's still spread out on the table, unformed. Walnut began to pick up the needle and thread and worked through the night on the unfinished dress. As a family, you have to be neat and tidy. It's only right to dress neatly too. Chapter 83, Female Cardinal on the Line. Hall Master Hu's bedroom. Under the dim lamplight, Master Hu, the tailor, was crouching in front of the table. The light struck her shadow against the wall, creating a blurry black mass. Vaguely visible were the movements of the shadows. Walnut held the cut fabric in one hand and the strung needle and thread in the other. She stitched the silk thread through the edges of the fabric, stitching them together. Her plum pupils stared unblinkingly at the needle and thread, and she mumbled something and began to recite her limerick. The thread in the hall master's hand, the clothes on the guest minister's body. The stitches are closely sewn, lest the wind be missed. Walnut recited the poem as she wrapped her needle and thread around the fabric below, turning a corner before piercing it up. Perhaps because she was so focused on composing the poem, she accidentally poked her finger. Ouch! Hiss! With a pained whimper, a few bright red beads of blood suddenly oozed from Walnut's fingers. Beads of blood tumbled and fell onto the top of the fabric spread out in Walnut's hands. Oh no! Walnut stared at the blood seeping out of his clothes with a worried frown and a chagrined look on his face. Though the fabric is a dark color and not obvious at first glance, but when you look closely, you can still see some brown blood. Walnut frowned and put down the work he was doing. She started by briefly treating the wound on her hand. Start thinking seriously about what to do with the blood on your clothes. After she glanced at the bright red plum blossoms on her hat, which she had set aside, she was suddenly struck by an idea. She rummaged for red and green silk threads and strung two of each. A new design was then neatly embroidered on the fabric where the blood had stained it. Walnut's newly embroidered on pattern perfectly hides the blood staining of the fabric. It also adds a touch of liveliness and cuteness to that dark color. It was a red peach with two green leaves. After embroidering this pattern, Hallmaster Hu narrowed his plum blossom pupils, the corners of his mouth rising up to express his great satisfaction. Finally finishing sewing the whole dress, Walnut folded it neatly, flopped headfirst onto the bed, relieved to be asleep. With nothing on your mind, you naturally sleep well, having fulfilled a wish. When Walnut slept, he slept straight through to the next day's sunrise. Yi Wuxin woke up and waited left and right, but did not see Hu Tao wake up. He slept heavily last night, completely unaware that in the next room, Walnut was still picking a fight with a piece of clothing. Yi Wuxin thought, it seems that Hutu is really exhausted, so just let her sleep for a while longer. In a moment of boredom, he wandered blindly along the garden, strolling to the kitchen of the Hall of the Living Past. In the kitchen, the cooks and guys were working feverishly. Yi Wuxin was momentarily curious, so he walked in. Guest Minister Yi, what brings you here? A fellow stopped what he was doing and asked in wonder. One must know that the Zhong Hakiai of the Hall of the Past Life would never patronize a place like the kitchen. This stoveroom is heavy with grease and smoke. You'd better stay outside. Don't come in. Be careful of the grease and smoke puffing on your clothes. The chef, who was busy at the side, also hurriedly said. Yi Wuxin smiled and looked amiable. That's okay, I still want to learn how to cook from you. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? No, you're too polite. Just call me Master Li. I've been coming to this Hall of the Dead for years. Master Li washed his hands with water and picked up a butchered blackback base in his hand. Start snappily filleting the fish. Master Li, is this going to be boiled fish? Guest Minister Yi has a good eye. Our hall master, has loved this dish since he was a child. That's right, and I remember the shrimp dumplings. Yi Wuxing glanced at the green shrimp that were alive in the bucket of water on the side, so he started to help pick the shrimp threads. Seeing that Yi Hakiai was so approachable, Master Li's words opened up. Yes, these two dishes Chef Li easily slices the black back base into crystal clear fillets, he said as he picked the bones off the fish. These two dishes are the former hallmaster and his wife's specialty. The former hallmaster and his wife? Yi Wuxin instantly thought of Walnut's father and mother. Yes, it's a shame they left early. The hallmaster lost his mom and dad early. Gone early. Where did they go? This I do not know. I only know that it was to go out of town. And suddenly it was gone, and it hasn't come back in all these years. Haven't been back. I don't suppose they passed away? Yi Wuxin asked carefully. Well, that's unknown. Although the Hall of the Living Past has never held a funeral for the former master and lady, it's hard to say everything after so many years without ever returning. The cleaver in Master Li's hand paused on the counter, then added, I remember. The hall master was less than 5 years old. The years are unforgiving. A flash, so many years have passed. This where the two are still fine. How come they don't come back to visit once? What's more, when the old hall master passed away, the hall master was only 13 years old at the time, or she single-handedly organized the funeral for the old hall master. Alas, sins! Master Li spoke with a regretful emotion, followed by a heavy sigh. Yi Wuxing cleaned all the green shrimps in his hands and placed them in the pottery urn. A little more salt was poured into it in preparation for pounding the shrimp into sliders. He pounded the shrimp meat with his jade pestle and mortar, lost in thought for a moment. Combined with what Master Li had said, the Hall of the Living Past hadn't held a funeral for Walnut's mom and dad, and both of them should still be alive. But what in the world could make them so heartless as to leave behind the Hall of the Living, and their aged father, and young Walnut, and never return? Yi Wuxin did not think of a reasonable cause, but the favor did give him some clues. At the very least, his speculation that Walnut's mom and dad were still alive wasn't completely unfounded anymore. Originally, Master Li, whose cooking skills were already perfect, was like a tiger with the help of Yi Wuxin. He soon had it ready, a hearty and tasty lunch. See the steaming hot, soon-to-be-ready meal. Yi Wuxin had just wanted to say goodbye when Master Li patted his shoulder and heartily praised him. Guest Yi, I didn't expect you to have such a talent for cooking. You must come often in the future. I am willing to accept you as a close disciple, teach you all of my life's best skills. Yi Wuxin opened his mouth and just wanted to refuse. Master Li added leisurely as if he had seen through everything. You don't know, our hall master, grew up eating my cooking. This time, Yi Wuxin couldn't find any reason to refuse. Master Li, it's a deal. I'll definitely come over more often. Master Li smiled and narrowed his eyes in relief. I probably do not have the gift of writing, or else that reader why not look at me twice? I am afraid of the reasonable. Tossing and turning every night. Open the data to take a look. This data was originally bad, and now it is even more downstream, full of countless big words. Pouncing. Chapter 84 Mutual Gifts. Inside the dining room of Kajamusha Hall, because of the first time to fall in love, confirming the relationship, excited to sleep all night, who hallmaster, gorgeously overslept again in the morning. Walnut, who had managed to wake up, was now sitting at the large table with a groggy head. Yi Wuxin sat next to her, propping up his chin and looking at her. Walnut shook his head and rubbed his plum pupils again. Suddenly there was a feeling of being late for class and embarrassment. She was full of thoughts, as if a lot of things had become different. In the future, she and Yi Hakiai, everything became different. She had just sat down for a moment when the waitresses put boiled blackback sea bass and shrimp dumplings on the table. After sneaking a few glances at Yi Wuxin, he hurriedly left with a gossipy look on his face. It's my hallmaster's favorite food again. Walnut looked at the large pot of red-colored boiled fish in front of him. Yi Wuxin smiled and picked up a spoon to give Walnut a large piece of fish. Try this first. I purposely ran to the kitchen and gave Master Li a hand. This dish of his is no less than Man Hall. Walnut's little brain suddenly popped into Yi Hakiai's face, blackened by smoke and fire. She snorted out a laugh. You seem to enjoy cooking. Yi Wuxin raised his arm and shook his head. Nonetheless, the average person doesn't have that kind of taste. He said this with a bratty little look on his face, carrying himself with an air of subdued handsomeness. In other words, only my wife can taste my handiwork. Walnut's heart suddenly missed a few beats. She originally thought that her heart wouldn't beat faster easily anymore, but she didn't expect that Yi Wuxian's 3 or 2 careless words would once again stir up waves in her heart. So Walnut silently shut up and buried his head to concentrate on the fish. The table became so quiet that Walnut even tried to make a little noise so she could hide the sound of her pounding heart. After once again pinching a piece of boiled fish for Walnut, Yi Wuxian spoke quietly. Master Li said that he would accept me as a close disciple and teach me his life's best skills. Walnut bit into a piece of fish and froze for a few seconds. The chopsticks in his hand were poking into the bowl, poking holes in the fish. This is so unfair. Before, I was so persuasive and asked Master Li to teach me how to make boiled fish. Master Li, however, said that he had long since closed his doors and was no longer accepting disciples. Now how can rush to accept you as a closed disciple? Yi Wuxian deliberately tensed his face and said expressionlessly, Momo, do you know about gambling stones? That's certainly true. Don't forget, Liu is the land of the Rock King. A connoisseur knows whether there is one or not, looking at all the mediocre, similar raw stones, but an experienced and sharp-eyed master can always tell, at a glance, who is the stubborn stone and who is the diamond in the rough. This hall master cooks. It's not that bad, right? Teach with your heart, you can still be taught. Hearing the other person imply that she was a stubborn stone, Walnut was indignant and her little face bulged with anger. It's just a billion bit hard to eat. However, Master Li is old, so don't give him a hard time. Why didn't I realize before that you were so toxic? Walnut couldn't think of a rebuttal for a moment, so he buried his head and continued to eat the fish in silence. After the pleasant lunch, Walnut came close to Yi Wuxian with a secretive smile. Come with me, this hall master wants to give you a gift. What a coincidence, I was just about to give you one too. Oh, Walnut slowed his pace. What are you sending this hall master? No surprises if you know ahead of time. Well, Walnut took Yi Wuxian's hand and accelerated his speed with another slip of the tongue. She couldn't wait to give her gift to Yi Wuxian and couldn't wait to see her gift. Dang it! Walnut hugged the dress and showed Yi Wuxian the results of her busy night. Did you make this? Receiving the piece of clothing with both hands, Yi Wuxian was a bit incredulous. It's so awesome. How could there be such a mindful and amazing Momoko? The litany of praise overflowed. Walnut was very pleased with herself. Crossing her slender waist with both hands, Yi Wuxian spread out the piece of clothing and a familiar feeling came over him. He looked up at the clothes on Walnut's body and then down at the clothes in his hands. He was about to say the words couple's suit when Walnut gave him a sharp shove. Quickly go and change and show it to this hallmaster, Walnut said while also pulling open the door to Yi Wuxian's room. 2 small hands shoved hard against his waist and pushed him in. Then blushing, he leaned his back against the door panel. Phew, Walnut rubbed his chest lightly in relief. The self-deluded hallmaster who still thought that he could easily cover it up by virtue of his quick eyes and hands. Yi Wuxian was dumbfounded as he held the piece of clothing. It was the same color as Walnut's dress. You could even feel it. It was the same fabric. The size is also just right. It looks like it was specially made for him. Yi Wuxian's long, slender fingers brushed over the pattern embroidered on the walnut. The fine, neat stitches are a much improved embroidery than the choo-choo man pillows we've seen before. Peaches and leaves. I didn't realize, but there are a billion romantic cells in my wife. Yi Wuxian changed his clothes quickly and felt his handsomeness soar a few degrees. He pulled the door to his room open with a flourish. Wow! As he opened the door, Walnut leaned unsteadily and fell into his arms with an ow. Why are you leaning over here? Be careful. Yi Wuxian's quick eyes and hands held up the walnut. Emma, scared the hell out of this hall. Feeling that Yi Wuxian's hand was resting on a strange place, Walnut suddenly blushed. She popped up like an electric shock. You look very, very good in this outfit. Walnut hid his inner panic and stammered for a topic of conversation. By the way, what are you getting me? Hey. Yi Wuxian smiled wistfully. In passing, he took out his JK uniform from earlier. Wow, it's beautiful. Walnut's plummy eyes turned into starry ones. What girl wouldn't love a cute and cuddly uniform? A short pleated skirt and a plain white blouse, warm and compact bow tie, instantly captured Walnut's heart. Go on, get changed. Yi Wuxian followed suit and did as he was told. Using the same maneuver that Walnut had pushed him, he pushed Walnut into the room. Actually, this one was originally thought of as a harem spec before the setting of the piggyback being Tenri. Hey, if I had known, I would have said a mediocre and good son. With the author's shallow experience of reading romance novels, 200,000 to 300,000 words should be enough to get married and have a bunch of babies. Chapter 85, Apology at the Door. Room. Walnut hugged the JK uniform, filled with novelty, and kept looking up and down. She'd never seen anything like it in Ryu Harbor. Walnut was filled with anticipation, wondering what she would look like in the outfit. For a moment, she felt very expectant. Soon she had the short skirt and shirt changed. After changing into these two, Walnut began to stare at the pair of white stockings in contemplation. Hey, what's this one? She said this with her mouth, but her hands moved quickly, putting her socks on neatly as well. Walnut surveyed her new outfit with satisfaction and couldn't help but twirl around joyfully. The cap of the pastor's hall was slightly more dignified with this outfit, and was removed by Walnut. Walnut then hummed softly and pulled open the door to the room. Hey, I've kept you waiting. Yi Wuxin had been guarding the door. Looking at Walnut's JK costume, he brightened up and secretly rejoiced in his mind. That's what it feels like. Walnut put two long brown ponytails, loosely tied. The slightly curly ends of her hair hung down to her waist. Slightly cinched navy collar long sleeve top and a blue plaid pleated skirt. It looks fresh and lively. White stockings. The length is roughly above Walnut's knee and below the hem of the skirt, just enough to reveal that white, slender leg. This modest set of JK uniforms perfectly embodies the essence of the uniform on Walnut. There's nothing revealing about the whole, but it's full of an aesthetic beauty. Once you look at it, it's hard to look away. How's that? Walnut himself was still pleased with the outfit. She asked with a few chuckles in her voice as she spun around triumphantly. Yi Wuxin glanced at Walnut's chest. There is still a flat plate there. Even with such a well-fitted shirt, it didn't feel buttoned up at all. He nodded, smiling slightly. Sure is your size. Walnut stretched her arms and looked around. She didn't hear the meaning in Yi Wuxin's words and said naturally, not too loose, not too tight, not too long, not too short. It does fit. Before Yi Wuxin had a chance to answer, Walnut's plum blossom pupils turned around again in a nimble manner. She found a new business opportunity. If we promote this style of clothing, will Kajamusha Hall be able to expand its new business? Yi Wuxin pondered. It may not be appropriate to be a birthday suit, and this style is not for everyone. It's not a birthday suit la. Walnut hurriedly waved her hand. The Hall of the Past Life can also open a customized clothing store. It would be a shame if people couldn't wear this kind of clothing if it's so nice. That's a good thought. After giving Walnut an affirmative reply, Yi Wuxian also began to think about the possibility of promoting similar clothing in Liu Harbor and even the whole of Tibet. At that moment, the voice of a fellow from the Hall of the Living Future shouting came from far away. Hall Master, there are people outside looking for you. After he ran over, he just braked his feet and his eyes fell on Walnut. Hall Master? The fellow's eyes widened with a shocked look on his face. Walnut cocked his head and couldn't help but flirt. What? Just changed into new clothes and you don't recognize this Hall Master? No, cousin. It's just so special and pretty that I didn't react at once. The fellow scratched his head. Honestly. Walnut spread his hands. There's always a time when you get tired of wearing the same clothes. Come on, let's go outside and see who it is. In front of the door of the Hall of the Living, a large wave of people had already gathered before the Walnut Hall Master even came out. The gourd-eating crowd watched the fun and crowded around, pointing and jabbing and exchanging words. Why is the Hall of the Living Dead so busy today? What's going on with these guys? I don't know. Wait and see. Look, it's coming out. Hall Master whose outfit is so beautiful. What a novelty style. I'll have to ask her where she got it later. As Yi Wuxin and Walnut sure walked out of the door of the Hall of the Past Life, they saw such a scene. There was a large circle of flowers and fruit baskets at the entrance to the Church of the Past Life. A few people were mortared on the front steps of the gate, their upper bodies, all naked and unclothed. And, on each man's back, without exception, was a large bundle of bare sticks of wood. As soon as they saw Walnut come out, they rushed forward and gave a big salute. Seeing these old acquaintances, Yi Wuxin secretly smiled and calmly put up his arms. It seems kind of sincere to come up with that kind of apology. These few big brothers were the same ones who had been severely taught a lesson by Yi Wuxin earlier because he had heard him badmouthing the Hall of the Living. Last time, they were seized by Yi Wuxin into the divine consciousness space and encountered some threats and intimidation from the true lord of exorcising evil and cleansing evil. It's as scary as being possessed. 4 days on end, he was terrified inside, couldn't sleep or eat, and when he closed his eyes, he recalled those horrible, hellish scenes. During the time that Yi Wuxin and Walnut went to look for Chi, they started going door to door to apologize as they had promised. However, they made several visits to the Hall of the Living God, but all of them had a closed door. Every time, he was mercilessly told by the staff of the Hall of the Living World, the Hall Master has gone out today and has not returned for the time being. Today, finally, they were given the news of Walnut's return. You guys, what's this about? Walnut stopped dead in his tracks and kind of subwayed the old grandpa to look at his cell phone. Seeing these people make such a big bow to her, she crossed her arms with one hand and was filled with confusion. Walnut's head was filled with great confusion. After all, it's the first time that the Church of the Past has seen such a customer. Hall Master who? Please you must forgive us. Forgive? Forgive what? Walnut was still unsure, and she couldn't help but lean towards Yi Wuxin's direction once again. It always felt like being close to Yi Hakiai would give him a lot of security, and a lot of things could be safely handed over to him. Zhang San, the leader of the several people, saw that Huta didn't know what had happened and had to explain in detail. Hall Master Hu, I'm really sorry. In the past, a few of us, we always went around spreading rumors about the Hall of the Living World, saying that the Hall of the Living World was unlucky or something. He repeated again the original story of what a couple of guys had done before that was so unethical. As they spoke, the expressions on these people's faces were all pained, and they did seem to be deeply repentant. While listening, Walnut raised his eyebrows and narrowed his plum pupils. Hall Master Hu, we all know we're wrong. People are doing what the heavens are doing. It's not unrewarded. The time has not yet come. I swear to God I'll never do or say such assholish things again. Please do forgive us. Chapter 86 Walnuts Borrowed Flowers. Hearing bits and pieces from the mouths of the surrounding masses who were rich in the spirit of melon eating quickly connected the whole thing together and understood what was going on. They have always been full of a sense of justice, and when they met such an injustice, they immediately drew their swords in righteous indignation. The eaters stood in the shade and began to shake their heads in unison. Point your finger at the guys and cite some strong moral condemnation. Not that I'm saying, a couple of brothers, that's where you're wrong. That's right, I heard Grandpa say the past life hall in the glazed moon harbor these years. The successive hall masters are diligent to serve everyone, without half a word of complaint. Everyone has seen and remembered the hard work of Hall Master Walnut all these years. Surprisingly, there are still people gossiping. It's really sinful. Yes, a group of people from Jiji Shengtang were still doing the exorcism dance in the middle of the night. Since then, my house hasn't been haunted. It's all thanks to them. Alas, it's true that when one sits in the hall, the pot comes from the sky. You guys do owe me an apology, and if you ask me, it's long overdue. The eaters looked at the thin and scrawny Walnut, and then at the coy bad guys. I felt that their faces were a bit hateful, and it was not easy for the Walnut Hallmaster to run the business of the Hall of the Living World. Under the comparison of the two, for a while, everyone looked at Walnut with a little more respect. Yu Wuxin listened to the flurry of condemnations from the people who were eating the food. His face was expressionless, and inside he was smug and deep in his heart. That's pretty much how he wanted the show to turn out. And Walnut stood next to Yu Wuxin, looking at the dramatic scene in front of him, with some mixed feelings inside. Was this belated apology finally waiting for her? Regarding those rumors about the Hall of the Living World from certain people in Liu Harbor, Walnut, as the head of the Hall of the Past Life, had of course heard about it a long time ago. A long time ago, she was also approached by fellows with suggestions that, for example, the General Affairs Division was commissioned to issue a clarification announcement, or to hold a press conference on the Hall of the Living Dead, but they were all rejected by Walnut, who really didn't see the need for them. Walnut might still be holding a grudge when he first started taking over the Hall of the Living Past. After a long time, it gradually became a bit indifferent, reaching the realm of deafness. In peacetime, there was no war or strife in Ryu Harbor, and life was uneventful and peaceful. It is normal that people tend to be squeamish when they talk about death. The cleaner is the clearer, and Walnut will not give himself up and shirk his duties in the Hall of the Past because of any malicious misrepresentation or ill-intentioned speculation. However, it was always the fact that these people ran to apologize that released those suppressed feelings of aggression within Walnut. Seeing that Walnut had remained silent, the crowd around him threw accusations again from time to time. A few people were like ants on a hot pan and finally couldn't stay up. They looked at each other and tried to speak. Hall Master Hu, please, can you forgive us? Walnut sniffed, waved his hand, and said in a deep voice, this apology is appreciated by this Hall Master. You guys go back, and take your things back. The Hall of the Past Life doesn't need these. Several people felt very uneasy when they heard these faint, emotionless words from Walnut. Zhang San breathed deeply, then with a heartbeat, he removed the bundle of wooden strips he was carrying on his back. Pulling out one of them, he respectfully handed it to Walnut. Hall Master Hu, we consulted ancient texts and learned that people in ancient times needed to apologize by carrying thorns. That's why we carried these thorns over. I am willing to accept your scourging and promise never to commit this transgression again. Yi Wuxin looked at the slender thorn and narrowed his eyes slightly. Thorns work, but it's probably a little more in keeping with the wife's temperament to have a small whip or something. That won't be necessary. Walnut continued, waving his hand in denial. Such trifles will not be on my mind. Several people could not hear the meaning of Walnut's words, and for a while they looked left and right, not knowing what to do. Just then, Bai Jiao brought Chi-Chi over as well. With all this activity, did we come at a bad time? White Art smiled and snorted. No. Is there something Mr. White came over for? Walnut opened his mouth to ask, and with that he looked at Chi-Chi and made a face. I brought 7-7 here today specifically to say thank you to the two of you. Thanks to you guys this time, Chi-Chi was able to return safely. We're both Liu people. It's all what we should do. It's not worth mentioning. Walnut replied very officially. Chi-Chi bounced up to her and shoved a large bag of stuff into Walnut's hand. Thanks. Chi-Chi is going to give you and Brother Yi the best tasting coconut milk. Walnut had originally been trying to mend her relationship with Chi-Chi, but was bitterly disappointed that whenever Chi-Chi saw her, she slipped away and hid far away. Now that she saw Chi-Chi being so enthusiastic about herself, her mind went blank and she actually froze. There was a pause of several seconds before Walnut came back to his senses. Thanks, she spoke in a small voice. The scene in front of her was like a dream to Walnut. Many of the people of the Liyue harbor expressed their recognition of the Hall of the Living. Those who had spoken ill of the Hall of the Past Life made a special trip to the door of the Hall of the Past Life to apologize to her. Even Chi-Chi, who was afraid to avoid her, gave her a whole big bag of her favorite coconut milk. All these things that had happened today gave her a half-dreamy feeling of unreality. Is this a dream or not? Walnut asked himself silently. She suddenly pulled over Yi Wuxin's hand and quietly pinched it hard. Seeing Yi Wuxin draw a cold breath, his face acted as if nothing had happened. Feeling the warmth pass through the other's hands, Walnut finally had a sense of reality. What caused all this change must be because of Hakai. She smiled and opened her mouth at the few people who had taken the blame. Since you brought this pile of gifts here, it really wouldn't be appropriate to take them back. Tomorrow is the Festival of Ancestors, so this Hall Master will offer flowers as an early warm-up activity for the Church of the Dead. All these flowers and fruits, share them with everyone, Walnut said as he waved at the fellows of the Hall of the Past Life. Yes, Master. The fellows, with 7 hands, quickly unwrapped the flowers and fruit baskets and distributed them to the onlookers at the scene. Everyone who was a spectator actually got to eat a large watermelon. He was so happy that he was able to thank Nostradamus in succession. Seeing this situation, Walnut struck while the iron was hot, and in the process gave a wave of advertisements to the Church of the Past. On the day of the Ancestor Sacrifice Festival, the Hall of the Past and the Hall of 10,000 Folks will carry out a joint big payoff, the details of which I won't disclose for the time being, but I assure you that this event will be refreshing. Everyone is welcome to participate. Chapter 87, There are specialties in the arts. You're responsible for eating. Really? A brand new Ancestor Festival? Wow! So much to look forward to. Hall Master who? We will definitely participate in the activities of the Hall of the Past Life. Great! I've long felt that the Ancestor Festival is too dull. It's time for something fancy. The onlookers, while nibbling on the fruits distributed down by the guys from the Hall of the Past, enthusiastically gave Walnut a shout-out. Seeing how much everyone was looking forward to the Ancestor Festival's activities, Walnut's prune eyes curved into crescent moons. For a while, in front of the door of the Hall of the Living, there are eating melon, chatting, hilarious, people bustling. The air is full of joyful and pleasant atmosphere. Under this noisy, chaotic, and boiling atmosphere, Walnut quietly pulled Yi Wuxin and shook his arm. Hakai Yi, thank you. Walnut's voice was very soft, but it was still heard by Yi Wuxin. He had wanted to be an unsung hero behind Walnut, but Walnut had always been very perceptive. When she heard from a few apologists such unorthodox phrases as warning from the immortals and punishment from the gods, she didn't even need to think about it and knew that it must be Yi Wuxin's handiwork. Who else would it be but him? Yi Wuxin laughed with some embarrassment. As Hall Master whose exclusive guest secretary, from now on, I won't let anyone speak ill of the Hall of the Living World. Walnut blushed slightly, like a soft feather gently brushing against her heart. The corners of his mouth involuntarily rose, and Walnut could only lower his head to hide his smile. The masses of melon eaters in front of the door of the Hall of the Past Life were soft in their hands and short in their mouths. Although they were eager to gossip about Hall Master whose romance on the spot, they pressed their curiosity for the time being and dispersed one after another. There's still something to do in Bubulu. We'll go first too. Bai Shu and Chi-Chi also arched their hands and bid farewell to Hu Tao and Yi Wuxin. See you at the Ancestor Festival then. Bye. See you tomorrow. Eyeing Bai Jiu and Chi-Chi's figures disappearing around the corner, Walnut looked at Yi Wuxin and proposed, let's go to Manmin Hall together and see the progress of the Green Doze research. It does need to be looked at before Shannon makes too many strange flavors. Yi Wuxin pondered and nodded in agreement. Old Meng, you come over here for a moment. We still need to prepare these ahead of time tomorrow. Walnut called Old Meng over and carefully explained some of the things that needed to be prepared for the Ancestor Festival. He also took the big bag of coconut milk that Chi-Chi had sent and stuffed it into Yi Wuxin, preparing to bring it along to Xiangling as a new ingredient to inspire her. If Chi-Chi can eat the coconut milk-flavored green dumplings, he should be happy too. After that, the two of them held hands and took a walk, pacing slowly toward Manmin Hall. Along the way, the two walked side by side and received a lot of surprised stares. In these days of coming to Liu Harbor, Yi Wuxin was completely accustomed to the sights cast over by the crowd. Perhaps it was because Yi Wuxin's own temperament was so outstanding that no one could help but take a few more glances. Or perhaps, Walnut, who has always been a loner, suddenly pairs up with someone. But whenever Yi Wuxin and Walnut appeared together, it was as if they came with a big magnet on their bodies. Almost everywhere you go, you are the center of attention among the crowd. After the two of them walked into the Manmin Hall, Hu Tu, in a rare move, did not tease Xiangling and greeted her steadily. "Little Shannon, we've come to see you." Xiangling was standing in front of the stove in Manmin Hall thinking hard. When she heard Walnut's voice, she immediately raised her head. "Yo, Walnut, young Yi." There was still a cloud of white flour on Shannon's right cheek. On the counter in front of her was a smattering of greenish-colored gnocchi. There are large and small heads, round and flat shapes. It was obvious that the serious Master Shannon had put everything else behind her in order to develop new recipes. Yi Wuxin placed a large packet of coconut milk on the table and waved his hand at Xiangling in a polite greeting. "Walnut, you look great in that outfit." Shannon's eyes fell on Walnut's uniform. Without waiting for Walnut to speak, Xiangling stared at the hand she was holding with Yi Wuxin again as she asked with some curiosity. "Hey, what are you two doing? Shouldn't we? The two of us together." "Ha ha ha." Walnut's voice squeaked low in a moment of shyness. Xiangling cocked her head, raised her eyebrows, and approached Walnut with a nosy face. "Oh, I can't tell. It's only been a few days since I saw you, and you've already taken care of a handsome guy? This hallmaster is loved by all and flowers bloom." The red-faced Walnut is still a loquacious bird. No wonder he and you have such identical tastes. "I see." Xiangling had a look of realization and saw through everything. Walnut wiped the flour off of Xiangling's face with a smooth hand and hurriedly changed the subject. "Xiangling, how is your research on the green dough coming along? Do you need this hallmaster's help?" Walnut, with all his cooking bacteria, was once again on the verge of stupidity. Her small hands had quickly reached for the green dough on the counter. Don't ever, hallmaster Hu, don't dare to be." Xiangling was so scared that she couldn't even speak properly when she heard that Walnut wanted to help. She spread both hands out, making a show of trying to shield the green donuts in front of her who were dangerously close to being poisoned. "Gee, I should have known it was." Walnut withdrew his claws and shook his head with a regretful look on his face. Refusing this hallmaster's help is a loss for Manmin Hall. "Yo." Saying that, she turned around and pulled Yi Wuxin again. But I've brought you a good helper." Clank. "It's our great divine chef Yi." Hearing that Walnut had suddenly given himself the title of divine chef, Yi Wuxin was embarrassed by this typical behavior of a beauty in the eyes of a lover. He spoke in a muffled voice. "Hall Master, you are too flattering." "Xiangling, don't listen to her. I am just doing odd jobs law." "Great divine chef Yi, don't be modest. It's great that you can help." Instead, Shannon applauded cooperatively, and then gave Walnut a heartfelt pat on the back. "As long as it's not the Walnut Hall Master himself, I'm relieved." Seeing that Xiangling was so unsure of her cooking skills, Walnut couldn't help but stomp her foot in anger. The floor of Manmin Hall shook. "Hey, is this Hall Master's cooking really that bad?" Walnut, in authority, once again addressed the crowd's souls. Master Yuo, who had been busy, also looked back. "Walnut, don't you just stay there and rub fumes with them? If you want to eat something, Master Yu will make it for you." Receiving such favoritism from Master Yuo, Walnut couldn't help but flatten his lips. Yi Wuxin had a shallow smile hanging at the corner of his mouth and reached out to rub her head. "There are specialties in the arts, so you just take care of the food." But Walnut couldn't find a rebuttal for a moment, and she added slowly, "If you don't cook and just eat, won't it look like this hallmaster is very capable of eating?" Yi Wuxin saw her dripping plum pupils and continued to smile lightly. "It's a blessing to be able to eat." Shannon looked at the two in front of her and let out a sigh, shaking her head. "It's just nice to have someone to spoil." She looked over at the busy Master Ushio and beamed. "Pops, I want to just eat and not move too." Chapter 88, Naming the Ghostwriter. Hearing Shannon's muttered voice, Master Mao cheerfully turned back to Xiangling and deliberately blanked her. "Xiangling, don't forget, you're the one who's going to dominate the Ryu Harbor's culinary world in the future." Motivated by Master Mao, Xiangling was instantly energized. "Well, Pops," she greeted Yi Wuxin and Walnut, showing them the results of her busy day. "Young Master Yi, Walnut, you guys came just in time. Come and try the green dumplings I tried to make and see if they're good," Shannon said as she smoothly opened a large cage drawer sitting by the stove. "As soon as I opened it, the steaming heat instantly hit me. A faint scent of freshness filled the air. In the cage drawer, there is a small green ball that has been steamed. All are samples of Shannon's experiments. Each one is as warm and green as jade and just looks so fresh and crisp." "What flavor is this?" Yi Wuxin asked curiously as he surveyed the round and lovely green balls. "Each one is different. Oh, you can try them all," Xiangling explained, while poking Walnut's thin waist with her finger, signaling her to try it first. Walnut looked at those lime green blobs, and his head recalled the everlasting flavor of the clear heart fried slime gel. With so many green balls, It's a good bet that they're all some kind of exotic flavor. Walnut stumbled repeatedly, refusing to eat first. Yi Wuxin then took the lead and picked up one of them with his chopsticks and tasted it first. Smooth and soft with a light grassy flavor. One bite and you can feel the filling inside. The inner filling seems to be made of fresh meat and spring bamboo shoots, carefully prepared with the right ratio and savory flavor. Xiangling, you're amazing. This green dumpling is so delicious. Yi Wuxin swallowed the green dough and his face was filled with intoxication. He sincerely marveled. When Walnut saw Yi Wuxin's reaction to trying it, it didn't seem to be a strange ingredient yet, so she finally took the plunge and chucked up a green donut. Walnut brought the green dough to his mouth and just took a bite. The rich, refreshing sensation instantly spread through her mouth. Cool. Wow. This is minty. Shannon smiled and nodded. How's it going? Springy and refreshing in the mouth. What a great flavor. Great idea. Walnut couldn't help but punch Xiangling and give her a thumbs up. Soon, the two tried out those green balls developed by Shannon. There are sweet dumplings with sweet nectar as the main filling, bitter dumplings with lotus seed and almond filling, spicy dumplings with jumbo pepper filling, and sour dumplings with raspberry jam filling. All sorts, only what they could not think of. There is nothing that Shannon dares not match. However, despite the odd and unexpected fillings, but the vast majority of the flavors were greatly approved by Walnut and Yi Wuxin, the two taste-testing masses. Inspired by these whimsical thoughts of Xiangling, Yi Wuxin was also bursting with inspiration. He and Xiangling proposed that the famously Yudish immortal jumping wall wrapped in green dumplings. As soon as Shannon heard his idea, she lit up. It's not bad that you can't forget to sacrifice the immortals even on Ancestors' Day. Walnut couldn't help but nod repeatedly as well. The production process of Senju wall is very complicated, and its ingredients include a variety of precious ingredients such as ham, shrimp, crab, matsutake mushrooms, and so on. In order for the wall of fairy jumps to be smoothly wrapped into the tiny green dumplings, all the ingredients were cut into tiny dices by Yi Wuxin, combined with a fresh and flavorful broth. It is slow simmered. With Yi Wuxin's help, everyone quickly stewed the pot of mountainous delicacies. As soon as the lid was lifted, the rich aroma of the Xian jumping wall wafted out from the Manman Hall, attracting many pedestrians to linger in the vicinity. Even some greedy pedestrians have already asked Master Mao if Manman Hall has developed any new dishes. After the soup gradually cooled down and condensed into a frozen form, Yi Wuxin successfully wrapped the immortal jumping wall into the small green dumplings, similar to dunking a soup dumpling. You only need to reheat it again and then you can bite into the delicious soup inside. After the success of the development of the Sensawal green dumplings, Yi Wuxin also used a similar method. With Xiangling developed a coconut milk jelly green dumplings. Fantastic. So many varieties of green dumplings. They must be very popular. Walnut was afraid of ruining the food by interfering, and acted as a cheerleader for the chefs from time to time from the sidelines. So many flavors of green dough. Yi Wuxin stared at those various flavors of green dumplings, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. We can use a blind box offering to pique people's curiosity. What's a blind box? Walnut asked curiously. It's that the buyer doesn't know exactly what flavor of green dough is in it until they buy it. In this way, the mystery of the flavor is preserved and the sales of the green dumplings are guaranteed to some extent. It's also going to be a little bit of a highlight of this joint big payday. Hearing Yi Wuxin's explanation, both Walnut and Xiangling were very excited. Both of them felt that the blind box idea was very feasible and should work well enough to achieve the desired refreshing effect. Shannon cocked her head, thinking, blind box, that's nice. Shouldn't it have another catchy name? Yi Wuxin pondered slightly. Green dumplings with a fresh flavor in every bite. How about this series, called Flavors of Spring? Spring Flavor. It's a great name. Shannon's words had just fallen. Inspired by Yi Wuxin, Walnut suddenly had a bright idea, and a subtle smile appeared on her face. As good as that name is, this hall master has come up with an even more gimmicky name that it's guaranteed to be an instant hit as soon as your blind box of green dumplings goes on sale. Wow, what kind of name is that? When Xiangling heard Walnut's pretense of secrecy, she instantly turned her head to look at Walnut and inquired curiously. Yi Wuxin was also curious as he pricked up his ears. The green dumplings are soft and sticky, tender in the mouth, sweet but not greasy to eat. How about calling it Spring Kisses? My hall master wow, you're really a naming genius. Shannon suddenly narrowed her eyes and smiled wistfully. She rested both hands on her cheeks and pressed them against Walnut's small face. Walnut, be honest, what does a kiss taste like? Chapter 89, Ancestors' Day. Seeing Shannon's face with gossip written all over it, Walnut hurriedly shook his head. This kind of thing, how can I know it? Her voice trailed off and she almost ate the last few words. Shannon pursed up her mouth tightly and stared straight at Walnut. Obviously, she doesn't believe in this crap. Even Potpourri, who had been squatting by the stovetop in front of Master Mao's heel, diligently burning the fire, ran over curiously. It stared at Walnut. tilting its head left and right. No, you quickly and honestly, have you two ever kissed? When was it? Slippery, tell me the truth. Under Shannon's repeated questioning, Walnut's little face, once again, turned into a reddish apple. She had always been eloquent, but suddenly she became clumsy and didn't know how to answer. Having just talked about getting a name, Walnut pressed on, not even thinking about it in detail. She simply felt the soft, cute touch of the green dough. It did look a lot like the kiss she remembered. Art is always from life and above life. Walnut's gaze flicked to Yi Wuxin, asking him for silent help. Yi Wuxin could only shrug his shoulders, stating that he was not good at dealing with this kind of gossip, and that he really loved it. Seeing that Walnut was half silent, Xiangling deliberately rubbed her flushed cheeks, soft cheeks, not only red, but hot. Shannon shook Walnut's shoulders with both hands, a hint of emotion in her voice. Walnut, you've changed, you've really changed. Hall Master who could only continue to remain silent, was now ashamed and angry. Her two watery plum blossom pupils glared at Yi Wuxin. She thought there was anger in her gaze, but in reality, that plum blossom pupil water waves full, shy and timid, live like in seduction. Yi Wuxin stood behind Xiangling and felt Walnut's burning line of sight. He couldn't help the knot in his throat moving. In order to match Walnut's performance, Yi Wuxin even winked to show that he was really innocent. Shannon watched as the two men interacted, silently, with all those things she couldn't understand flowing through their gazes. All she could do was lower her head, silently grumbling. It's true, women are not as big as they used to be. Wow. Shannon, stop talking now. Walnut clenched his two little pink fists. Okay, why don't we continue to discuss how many green balls we should prepare tomorrow? Yi Wuxin very stiffly changed the topic. That's heartbreaking? Shannon snickered, loosening her grip on both of Walnut's shoulders. No, give it back. She pushed the pecans in front of Yi Wuxin. Shannon, bad. The three of them hemmed and hawed and soon had a plan to sell the blind boxes of green dough as well, just waiting for the day of the Ancestor Festival to go on sale in limited quantities and make a fortune. Day 2. Lizuna Harbor. It was a beautiful sunny day with no clouds. The fellows from the Hall of the Past Life had already carefully decorated the Liu Harbor in advance. They had placed all kinds of beautiful bonsai on both sides of the large and small streets of Ryu Harbor. Cold pines, new willows, hickories, all kinds of trees and flowers that can't be named decorate Lizuki Harbor into a big garden. The Ancestor Festival is not like the Sea Lantern Festival, and it is not suitable for that kind of joyful atmosphere, but under the arrangement of the Hall of the Past Life, it has a kind of chic and elegant beauty. The fellows were still in the plaza in the center of Lizuna Harbor, as Walnut had arranged, and many stalls were set up, peddling various goods. There's a special prayer kite made by Kaito. There are also scented candles, flowers, all kinds of sacrificial offerings, everything. They notified many of the vendors in Lizuna Harbor in advance and everyone was very interested in the event. Have set up stalls on the sidelines. For a while, all kinds of gadgets and knickknacks were in abundance, and the streets were filled with people, as if they were in a fair. Xiangling was also drumming away, ready to sell her blind box of green dough. Following Yi Wuxin's suggestion, she set up a billboard by the stall. The words "A spring kiss is like a first love" are written on it. Shannon had only just braced the billboard when curious people gathered around. Spring kisses, what is this going to sell? Do you get your first love as a gift with your purchase? The crowd gathered around the billboard and speculated while having fun. Shannon ripped out her voice and placed both hands in the shape of a trumpet, shouting crisply, "Take a look and see. The green dough blind box will let you experience the heartbeat of a first kiss." Walnut also giggled and came over and started yelling, "The Hall of the Past Life, the Hall of all mankind, has a joint big payoff. Buy one get one free. Buy more and get more. Don't miss it, soon." There were 3 layers in front of the green dumpling stall, surrounded by the people of Liu Harbor. The 3 of them, Xiangling, Master Mao, and Potpourri, kept counting and dividing the green dumplings, and were very busy. Walnut and Yi Wuxian wandered over to their own kite stand. So many sold already. Ha! Walnut was very surprised to see the large list of directories that the fellow had jotted down in his ledger. Hall Master, I'll explain to everyone that this is a customized prayer kite from the Church of the Past Life. As you said, so many people were particularly interested and wrote their wishes in broad strokes on the spot. Satisfied, Walnut walked around the kite stand and she saw that everyone was carefully writing down their wishes. I hope the whole family is in good health. I love Mr. Yunsumi so much. May someone always be happy, even when I'm not around. There's nothing I want to write about, so I'll just wish you a happy wedding and an early baby. I want to be rich, want to take good care of you for the rest of your life. I hope that when I grow up, I'll become the 7 stars of the glazed moon. When will Daddy be back? May it be so every year. Wishes come in all shapes and sizes, and they all hold good wishes for everyone. In order to ensure that the kite was successfully flown, Yi Wuxian quietly used a bit of wind elemental force. Soon the crowd's kites were flying high into the sky like birds. The Church of the Past has hung bells on each of the specialty kites. For a while, the sound of jingling bells in the sky into a wonderful symphony. The form of the kite was also finalized by Yi Wuxian and Walnut together. It is a variety of auspicious drawings. There are happy on the plum blossom, fish leaping dragon door, 100 birds facing the phoenix. The year is full of money, 5 blessings at the door. Of course, the one that sells the most is the kite modeled after the emperor's prototype, the dragon rising to the 4 seas. In front of the General Services Division, Nimbus cupped his pipe and leaned over the railing, exhaling smoke rings absently. This year's Ancestor Festival is really special. Next to her, Kakaru was resting her cheeks, looking at the crowded street. This must be the work of that young warrior. Oh, which one? It's a very mysterious man, the new guest minister of the Hall of the Past. I've heard about it, so why don't we go around the side as well? Chapter 90 Vegetarian Coconut Goat. Hearing such a grounded proposal from Ning Wang, Carving Ching immediately raised her hands to express her approval. The two were just about to walk down the steps of the General Affairs Division when they saw a fellow from the Hall of the Past rising running on their way. On the dude's back, he was carrying 2 huge kites and holding 2 beautifully wrapped boxes. Lord Ning ******* Su. Lord Kakaru, this is a kite from my hall master for the 2 of you, and oh yes, there are also green balls. For us? Kakaru hastily took the kite. That's right, the hall master said it's a prayer kite. Write your wish on it and maybe it will come true. Please express our sincerest gratitude to the Walnut Hallmaster for us. Gelding Light opened his mouth with a pale face. Alright, then I'll take my leave first. Goodbye to the 2 adults. After watching the fellow leave, Nimbus turned his head to look at Kakaru. I'm kind of curious, what would you write down as a wish? Wishes are the kind of thing that don't work when you say them. While the 2 were talking, the knowledgeable Chi Yan Jun had already brought a pen and ink. You write first. Kakaru took out one of the kites and shoved it into Ning ***** Su's hand. With an expressionless face, Ning Wang took the kite and wrote a large line in bold letters on it. I will let the shadow cast by Gunjikaku envelop the 7 kingdoms. Is really something. Kakaru held her forehead, powerless to spit for a moment. What about you? Upon hearing Nimbus's prodding, Kakaru didn't say anything, but instead wrote on the kite in a serious manner. May the mountains and rivers be unharmed, and the glazed moon be at peace. Ningguang looked at the wish that carved Haru had written down and spoke in a hushed tone. To be so worried about the world. The emperor would surely appreciate you if he were still around. No need for that. Kakaru stammered as if she had discovered some secret. The 2 grabbed their kites and headed for the bustle, the lively venue. Ganyu and Shen He stood in front of Xiangling's green donut stall. One of them was to buy some sacrificial items to honor the emperor. The other was planning to bring some mortal delicacies to honor his master. The sharp-eyed Walnut saw the 2 of them and immediately brought Yi Wuxian to run over to greet them. Walnut continued to sell himself. Introducing everyone, this is Haksai of the Hall of the Past Life, the chief planner of this ancestor ritual festival. Hakai, so young, so powerful. It must have been difficult to organize the ancestor festival with such a human touch. Gan Yu and Shen He complimented in unison. You 2 are flattered. Yi Wuxian humbly arched his hand. Shangling was so busy greeting guests that she couldn't spare a moment, so she could only greet a few people with her eyes. Freshly baked and steaming hot green dumplings are carefully portioned into boxes by Master Yu. These green dumplings, they just looked delicious. Ganyu stared at the greenish clusters and seemed to have smelled the aroma of sweet flowers. She strongly restrained her expression, holding back the cravings in her stomach. It does sell well. What ingredients are they made of? Shin He couldn't help but ask as well. Ha. Walnut curled her eyes and smiled smugly. Even I don't know what flavor it is. Why don't you 2 come and draw a prize? She warmly greeted Ganyu and Shinhee, sampling the blind boxes of green dumplings. A raffle? Very original way of doing it. I'm kinda curious. Shin didn't have any inhibitions, and she happily agreed. Immediately, he went to the front of the stall and carefully selected the green dumplings. Ganyu, on the other hand, clenched her small fists and mouthed her words. I'm a strict vegetarian, so if it's a meat dish, just allow me to decline. When Yi Wuxian heard this familiar line, he suddenly smiled and asked, is this true? Ganyu closed his eyes and nodded deliberately. Well, that's right, even if it's meat oil mixed in vegetable balls it won't work. No, I'll be able to smell it. This way Yi Wuxian showed a difficult face and pretended to ponder. It doesn't really matter, the vast majority of them are vegan green dumplings. The ratio of vegan green dumplings to meat green dumplings is about 8:2. Really? Hearing Yi Wuxian explain in this way, Ganyu's eyes lit up. So the probability of you drawing the immortal jumping walled green donut is still quite low. Yi Wuxian continued to add in a cloudy manner. After he finished speaking, he good-naturedly put his hands behind his back and observed Ganyu's reaction. fairy jumping over the wall? As soon as those few words came out, Ganyu's eyes immediately glistened, and her gentle tone couldn't help but pull up a few points. What's wrong with the immortal jumping wall? Whispering to you. This immortal jumping wall green dumplings are carefully developed by us. Yo! Walnut was unsure and thought that Ganyu was very resistant to meat. She was afraid that Ganyu would miss out on those delicious green dumplings from Xiangling because he could only eat veggies, and purposely added another sentence. Immortal jumping wall green dumplings cost a lot and there aren't many of them, so you shouldn't be able to smoke them. Ganyu secretly clenched his fingers and quietly swallowed. Ganyu, whose stomach was so hungry that it was close to growling, sensed her loss of composure and she straightened her spine as an afterthought. In that case, I'll pick with confidence. She took 3 steps and walked over to Shin and began to pick out the green dough. Shinhak had already chosen a green donut. Gentlemen, I'll try it first, Shin-hee said, carefully opening the box containing the green dumplings and gently biting into it. Her face was pale and unreadable. How is it? What's the flavor? Walnut scrutinized Shin-hee's expression and finally couldn't help but ask curiously. Shin-hee chewed carefully, his face stretching out. It's sweet, very sweet. Indeed, as it says. She stretched out her long, green fingers and pointed to the billboard for Shannon. Mortal flavors? How wonderful. Yu Wuxin slightly lowered his head and looked towards the donut in Shin-hee's hand. Yes, it's the sweet flour green dumplings developed by Shannon. Sweet nectar as the main ingredient, with a little bitter clear heart. Neutralize the sweetness in it. Sweet but not greasy, fresh and crisp. On the other side, Ganyu also picked carefully and picked a blind box. What flavor would it be? Walnut stared at the box in Ganyu's hand, amidst the anticipation of the crowd. Ganyu opened the box with 2 quick hands and quickly took out the green dough again. She tried to keep her movements as graceful as possible, half covering her mouth with one hand and opening it slightly. Well, Yu Wuxin had an ancient look under his eyes, but in reality, he continued to carefully observe Ganyu's expression. Originally, Ganyu's movements of chewing the green dough were also very swift, but she finally slowed her chewing with difficulty as the crowd gathered around her. Chapter 91 Ruyun Specialties. That's right, Ganyu won the rare immortal jumping wall green dumplings. No, not drawn exactly. Rather, she had utilized the keen sense of smell of the Kirin clan to accurately select it from that vast number of green masses. When Yu Wuxin talked about the immortal jumping walled green balls, Ganyu's inner self was constantly ringing with the devil's whispers. It looks like the green ball is only about the size of a palm, so it shouldn't matter, right? It's okay to have a little bit by accident, right? Hypnotized by her mind like this, she quickly picked out the blind box she wanted. In order to stay in shape, Ganyu hadn't eaten meat for a long time, let alone fairy jumped over the wall. As soon as she tasted the long-lost flavor, her head stopped instantly. All that's left is a million yummy, 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 yummy. The words, by turns, floated before her eyes. The delicious soup of the fairy jumping wall flowed slowly in her mouth. Tasting such a flavor, Ganyu seemed to have suddenly returned, thousands of years ago. At that time, she was still a carefree little Qilin, being tended to by the true lord of staying clouds and borrowing wind. Ganyu, what flavor of green dumplings did you win in the lottery anyway? The impatient Walnut, looking at Ganyu's strange appearance. She couldn't wait and once again made a questioning noise. Instead of answering her, Ganyu silently closed his eyes. As her long, slender lashes fell, the crowd saw that out of the corner of her eye, a transparent tear slowly slid down. Ganyu, is this crying? Ha, Ganyu. Walnut couldn't help but stare at her plum blossom pupils as she opened her lips slightly and let out an exclamation of surprise. What's wrong with you? Shen-he, who was always calm, also thumped in his heart and asked in a hurry. Even Xiangling, who was so busy that she couldn't wait to split herself into 2 uses, finally stopped moving her hands. Is it this green dumpling that's not good? Shannon asked in a small voice with big, innocent eyes. When she looked at the remaining half of the green ball in Ganyu's hand, she instantly recognized it. It's none other than the self-wrapped Senkowal green dumplings. Inside Shannon's mind, a raven woo-woo-woo flew by. Damn, how can Ganyu's hand be so bad? And within this group of people, the one who knew the situation best was Yu Wuxin. He neither wondered nor uttered a question about the. Instead, with a clear conscience, he stood beside Walnut as a good, quiet spectator. After all, he was the only one at the scene, besides Ganyu, who knew that the coconut goat's fat as a ball passed in why. Ganyu insists he only loves veggies and can only eat veggies. This is it. After fondly finishing all the green dumplings in his hands, Ganyu finally spoke. This irresistible and delicious is what the true lord of staying clouds and borrowing wind would often make for me when I was a child. Xiangling, this green dumpling is delicious. Well, it's just too delicious. That's why I'm like this. I hope you don't mind. Because she was worried that the green dumplings were not tasty, Xiang Ling, who was so nervous that her heart was beating a drum, finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Ganyu explain in such a way. Shangling knew that Ganyu had always been a big eater and always ate everything, so every time I see Ganyu, I secretly take care of her and give her 2 extra scoops of food. Ganyu, it's good that you like it. Do you want me to make you another bigger one? No. Thanks a lot. Ganyu quickly waved her hand as she pressed down the empty feeling in her stomach and, I'm full. Really? For real? Despite what Ganyu said, Xiangling still didn't believe it at all. She knew each other too well when it came to eating. As a dedicated chef, how could Shannon let her diners go hungry? She had already started working on it, wrapping up a big fairy jumping wall of green dumplings for Ganyu. It's master's specialty. I see. Shinhee's expression faded, and he picked up the conversation unhurriedly. So which one is, anyway? Hall Master who was still unsure, was about to break the pot. Before Walnut could finish his words, Yi Wuxin made a move to stall him. Yi Wuxin pressed Walnut's small hand and shook his head slightly at her, signaling her not to continue asking, lest Ganyu get too embarrassed and leave a bunch of people over here and run off by himself first. Ganyu paced gracefully, leaning back over to the green donut stand. Shenhe, don't you want to bring some food from the city back to Master? Let me help you pick it out. In that case, I'd be grateful if you take the trouble. Shenhe remained aloof, with little expression or emotion. Ganyu scanned around the front of the stall, and again, with great precision, picked out all of the sin jumping wall green dumplings from the green dumpling stand. Master Mao, please help me pack these. Okay, I'll wrap it up for you. Master Ushio smiled brightly. This young girl frequented Manmin Hall, a big client, out of the blue. It's just not the same. Just as Master Mao was in the process of packing the green dumplings, the very good fishing emperor wandered over to Walnut's stall after skulking around in the Liu harbor. Zhongli, why are you here? Walnut was surprised. I couldn't miss such a special holiday. Zhongli stopped and nodded. Everyone is here. Yi Wuxin also nodded slightly to him as a sign of respect. Walnut jumped in front of Zhongli and asked impatiently. Well, what did you think of the Ancestor Festival? So very good. It was Hakai who planned it. Oh. Walnut tilted her head and leaned towards Yi Wuxin's arms. I've already heard that Hakai is so young and talented, and with you joining us, the business of the Hall of the Living Past will surely be taken to the next level. Zhongli didn't move to say anything, but carefully surveyed Walnut's body language. The Hall Master will be indebted to you for more care. While several people were talking, Master Mao had already packed the green dumplings and handed them over to Ganyu. That's all there is. There should be no mistake. Ganyu handed the packed green dumplings to Shinhe. Thank you. I'll convey to Master that you've been remembering her old man. Shinhe stopped and asked somewhat sluggishly. By the way, before this trip down the mountain, the Master also inquired with me if you have a sweetheart. Ganyu clenched her 2 pink fists. Why are you all like this? Ganyu, this is for you. Xiangling hurriedly ran out from behind the stall and shoved a large box at Ganyu. Is this a large green donut? Ganyu hesitated. You take it back and eat it, and distribute it to your friends at the Sea Moon Pavilion. In this aspect of eating, Xiangling had always been understanding and directly paved numerous steps for Ganyu. Ganyu squirmed and hugged the large box tightly. Xiangling, thank you. It's getting late. I still have to go to pay homage to the Emperor. Hearing Ganyu say this, Zhongli's eyelids, which were originally hanging down, suddenly jumped slightly and inaudibly. Chapter 92 Worshipping the Emperor. Ganyu, are you worshipping the Emperor? Kakuharo and Ning Su walked down from the General Affairs Division, lingering at various stalls selling knickknacks along the way. They usually have a rare moment to spare, but now they are having fun and have been shopping for a long time. It was only after fully experiencing the earthly atmosphere of Liu Harbor that he finally walked slowly to Xiangling's green dumpling stall. The two had just walked over when they heard what Ganyu was saying, about worshipping the Emperor. Hearing this familiar voice, Ganyu immediately responded, "Ah yes, that's exactly what I was going to do, and you're just in time." She turned to Carving Harvest and Nimbus. "Would those two like to join us?" "That's exactly what I'm thinking," Carved Haru said with a serious face. Her gaze was filled with mixed emotions as she looked up into the sky. "I heard my grandfather talk about it. This ancestor sacrifice festival is precisely because of the ancient time of the Liu, when the demon gods were mixed up in wars and the living souls were in danger. The emperor created a festival in order to honor the martyrs who gave their lives for Liu, to encourage everyone not to forget the sacrifices of their forefathers, and to pass on the will to guard Liu." "Exactly." Nimbus took over and looked to Walnut. For the Hall of the Past Life to be able to organize the Ancestor Festival event in such a refreshing manner is truly heartfelt. Hearing the compliment again, Walnut also waved his hand in an experienced manner and, "It's all thanks to our guest Minister Yi." "Oh, I see." Ningguang turned his head and saw Yi Wuxin standing beside Hu Tao. he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Young swordsman Yi, I've long heard of you from Kei-Ching. When I see you today, you really are a good-looking and resourceful man. I wonder, are you interested in investing in business warfare? Yi Wuxin couldn't get the meaning of her words, and pondered slightly, thinking about the wording. Who knows, Walnut is quite the food guardian. She waved her hand again. Yi Hakiai, he doesn't know how to do business law. Is that so? What a shame. Ningguang smiled faintly and, then let's take a step ahead and go forward to pay homage to the emperor. I'm also coming. How can something like honoring the emperor be without this hall master? A big smile appeared on Walnut's face as she darted a glance at Zhongli and deliberately said aloud. Yi Wuxin looked at her giddy appearance and couldn't help but look at Zhongli as well, only to see that the other side was like a flat lake, with no ripples. Ganyu sensed Walnut's enthusiasm, and asked in a solicitous manner, since everyone wants to worship the emperor, why don't we all join together? Yeah, good idea. The crowd raised their hands in approval. Even the regimented Xiangling, who was busy, took some time off and took a short vacation with Master Mao. Everyone was very enthusiastic about worshipping the emperor. Only Zhongli stood still and was silent. Mr. Zhongli, you must come and try the blind box of green dumplings from Manhwa. There are many flavors. I'm looking forward to your valuable suggestions. Xiangling bounced around and came around to Zhongli, enthusiastically introducing him and starting to woo this big outgoing customer. Moreover, Mr. Zhongli is very articulate in his mouth and spot on in his critique of the food, and is one of the diners that Xiangling admires the most. She very much hoped that Zhongli would also come to try the green dumplings and give very impressive suggestions to successfully upgrade the flavor of Manhwa's green dumplings. This, Mr. Zhongli, may I ask if you'd like to come and worship the emperor together? Ganyu turned his head to Zhongli and issued an invitation in a gentle voice. Before Zhongli could say anything, Walnut jumped to Zhongli's side and made a statement for him. Ah, Mr. Zhongli, that must be together, right? Walnut's bright plum pupils blinked and looked at Zhongli with a smile. Aha! Bell spat out a word, frowning slightly. He really couldn't handle Walnut. There's eternal incense over there. Oh, come and get it everyone. Walnut pointed to a booth in the hall of the living past and gestured for everyone to come along. Soon, the crowd, led by Walnut, walked to the booth and took their immortality incense. Earlier, the Church of the Past Life had erected a place in the center of the square dedicated to rituals. A large, golden idol of the emperor was placed on top for the people to worship. It was obvious that many people had already come to worship the emperor. Around the altar, a number of candles were lit, varying in length as they burned for different lengths of time. The fire was quite spectacular with stars and green smoke rising. On the altar's offering table, there were also many tributes handed out by the people themselves. Even though the emperor had left, the admiration and love that everyone had for him had never changed. Zhongli followed the crowd and walked to the front of the altar. Upon seeing the decent worship site, his eyelids jumped once again. Everyone took the lighted everlasting incense and made a few respectful obeisances in front of the altar. Emperor, please rest assured, the 7 stars of my generation, though mortal, have the same contract in place. You see, successive generations of the 7 stars have already endeavored to survive in the world of mankind under your guidance, constructing the web of covenants called trade. With a solemn expression, Ningguang uttered these words, which she had wanted to say to the emperor a long time ago, but had never been able to say. Kakeru also stepped forward slowly and raised the eternal incense high above his head. She hung her head and murmured, Emperor, I never understood your good intentions before. It wasn't until after I personally took over the many affairs of Liu Harbor that I realized. I will fulfill my mission and guard this land, and Liu will definitely get better and better. Kakeru said this, her gaze becoming more and more determined. Compared to these two, what the others said when they worshipped the emperor was much more straightforward. Emperor, I have come to see you. The contract with you, I have never forgotten. Ganyu stood in front of the altar, worshipping the emperor in her heart. Zhongli stood behind her, and suddenly 1,000 emotions welled up in his heart. Emperor, everyone remembers you and thanks you for your continued blessing. Xiangling held the eternal life incense up to her chest, tears glistening in her gaze. Emperor, do you see this pomp and circumstance? I'm sure it's as you wish. Yi Wuxin, infected by this emotion, pretended to speak, looking at Zhongli out of the corner of his eye. Zhongli, who was tall, stood straight and upright, just like a statue. Zhongli, it's your turn. You go too. Don't stand still. Walnut reached out his small hand and poked at Zhongli, who stood behind the crowd, silently watching it all. Under her urging, Zhongli helplessly straightened his spine and walked forward extremely slowly. Then, with false pretenses, he bowed his head and respectfully burned some incense for himself. Chapter 93, wanting to buy osmanthus flowers and carry wine together. After Zhongli had paid his respects to the emperor in a swift manner, he, with a sharp thrust of his hand, He inserted the everlasting incense into the censer of the altar. Looking at Zhongli's set of flowing, one-touch movements, Yi Wuxin frantically held back his laughter. Walnut stood beside him, watching this with satisfaction. She nodded with a bad smile. In that case, the Emperor's spirit in heaven must be very pleased. Li Yu has this scene of prosperity today, and the Emperor deserves to feel at ease. Zhongli was posed this way by Walnut, and answered with an inner feeling of helplessness. At that moment, Bai Jiao walked over with Chi-Chi. Sorry we're late, Mr. Bai. You're too polite. There aren't that many rules at the Ancestor Festival. Chi-Chi, come with me and eat the coconut milk dumplings. Coconut milk green dough? 77's eyes lit up as soon as she heard those words. Walnut enthusiastically took Chi-Chi's hand and led her in shangling towards the green dumpling stall. Gentlemen, I have to rush back to the Aozang mountain to visit Master, her old man, so I'll take my leave. Shinhe arched his hand to the crowd and prepared to leave first. Please, on our behalf, send our regards to true Lord Luyun Borrowed Wind. Carved Clear waved her hand at Shinhe. Definitely, Master would be happy if she heard the story of the Ancestor Festival. 2. Shin Suru said as he picked up the green dumplings that he was going to bring to reunion. She darted away through the crowd around her. After seeing Shinhe leave, Ning Guang and the few of them also waved their hands at Yi Wuxin. The General Affairs Division has business to attend to, so we'll take our leave as well. Take care, everyone, and I'll see you all some other time. Yi Wuxin walked to the green dumpling stall after sending them away. Shangling was already busy again as she took out the green dumplings with coconut milk that she had prepared for Chi-Chi long ago. Chi-Chi took it happily. Her two troll eyes narrowed as she carefully savored the delicious gnocchi. Seeing how happily Chi-Chi was eating, Baijutsu thanked Walnut and the others. That's very thoughtful of the few of you. Thank you. It's just a show of hands. No need to be polite. Chi-Chi, can you taste it yet? Xiangling cocked her head, her large eyes filled with doubt. Chi-Chi nodded as she cupped her hands around the coconut milk green dough. This is great. After getting an affirmative reply from Chi-Chi, Xiangling clapped her hands excitedly. She paused, unable to hold back her inner curiosity, and couldn't help but inquire again. Chi-Chi, how did you recover? Well, it's a secret 77 said while casting a grateful look at Yi Wuxin. Well, as soon as Xiangling heard that it was a secret, she obediently shut her mouth and asked no more questions. On the other side, in front of the altar, Zhongli remained standing there without moving his feet after being forced to worship himself. Maybe it's because of the Ancestors' Day, when everyone remembers their ancestors and remembers the past. Under such an atmosphere full of thoughts, Zhongli suddenly remembered a deceased person, someone I haven't seen in a long time. He took advantage of Walnut's attention being drawn to Chi-Chi and slipped away, toward the outskirts of Lizuna Harbor. The time was fast approaching evening. After a busy day, the Church of the Past brought a memorable ancestor festival to the people of Ryu. Everyone ate delicious green dumplings, flew their wish kites and paid tribute to their ancestors. After darkness fell, the people dispersed contentedly. Walnut and Yi Wuxian opened up and instructed the fellows from the Hall of the Past Life to start closing up their stalls. The Ancestor Festival is also coming to an end. Night. Return to the original. There is a ruin full of debris here, the Guiliji. Legend has it that a long time ago, this used to be the territory of the demon god of dust. Return to the end. Return to the set of prosperity. The road. Convenient transportation. The people live and work in peace and happiness. The city of farmland as far as Sherman and not stop. And now, 1,000 years have passed. The former prosperity of the collection has been dispersed, leaving only the former ruins, a scene of coldness and despondency. Zhongli stood quietly amidst the wreckage. In his hand, he clutched a goblet full of fine wine. The winds of the night blew with a whimpering sound from that empty part of the returned plains. It blew the corners of Zhongli's brown fancy dress, gently fluttering. He leaned against the broken stone wall and closed his eyes as the young girl's form suddenly appeared before him. That must have been 3,000 years ago, a long time even for him. That was back when they first met. In the sun-filled wilderness, the young girl's meta voice rang out. This is a token of the covenant and my challenge to you. All my wisdom is hidden in this stone lock. The demon god of dust returns to the end, wearing a blue dress with wide sleeves. The way she looked when she presented the so-called token, like a little blue finch that pretends to be serious but exudes glee in every word. Zhongli still remembered the consternation in his heart at that time. I'm not trying to make a contract with you, he responded coldly. As if the other party couldn't understand him, he directly shoved the locks of dust to him and said to himself, not a contract, but a covenant. We are friendly and equal. If you accept this token, our covenant is established. Even now that I think about it, it's really stupid. Obviously there was no formal contract, obviously nothing more than acting together on their own. Since then, he has always had a young girl with a bright smile, light and gentle, by his side. That was not a long time. and was later called by the people of Liyue as the era of two kings ruling together. Returning to the end of his life as a completely different style of acting than he is. He was the rock-hard emperor of the rock, and the laws he laid down were cold and unforgiving, and he would cast a morosques on anyone or anything. And the king of dust returns to the end. A slender speck of dust, she is always gentle and intelligent. Accommodation and forgiveness. 2. Hold power. The wisdom of dust can soften the heart of rock even if it takes 1,000 years. She was a handy woman who brought delicate instruments, beautiful paintings, and sweet music to the first people who returned to the plains of departure, willing to guard that dusty, fragile and small mortal, and bring them longing and happiness. It was she, too, who laughed softly while blindfolding him with her hand, sprinkled the glistening blue seeds over the land. From then on, the crystal clear, glazed blue flowers began to bloom in the countryside of Gwailiji, like the blue dress of a young girl. The ancestors of the Rizuki people used to work, rest, live, love, sing and play together in a sea of bright, soft glazed lilies. It was also since then that the originally cold and aloof man gradually began to understand the joys and sorrows of the mortal world. This land, at the same time, has its own power, and the brilliant mind of a young girl. It's going to be amazing, I'm sure. He had thought that it would be a long time like this, but before he could solve the riddle of the earthly locks, she added that all was lost. It looks like I won't be able to walk with you after all. That lock thing? Forget about it. She smiled a little forlornly at the end and slowly dissolved into an infinitesimal speck of dust. As soon as it did, the dust that covered the ground, Zhongli looked up and looked at the moon over the return collection. I want to buy osmanthus flowers to carry wine with me, but it's a pity about the deceased. When will I see him again? In the blink of an eye, the return collection was empty. All that was left was the sound of the wind whistling back and forth. A fresh bouquet of glazed lilies, quietly blooming in the dust. Next to it, were 2 wine glasses. One is empty, one is full. Return to the top of the set. In the moonlight-soaked sky, kites with broken strings were still flipping in the wind. On it were a few short words about someone's heart's desire. May we be reunited. Chapter 94, Borrowing Your Bed. Just as the guys from the Hall of the Living Past received the end of their closing, the sky of the Liu harbor was suddenly cloudy. A rumble of thunder exploded overhead. The rain on the Ancestors' Day is late but arrives. It's going to rain. Yi Wuxin looked to the sky. You don't know. It rains every year at the Ancestor Festival. And this year it's a special case that it hasn't rained until now. Walnut said absently. As soon as her words fell, a fine rain like smoke sprinkled down. It rains at the time of the Ancestor Festival, and the people of the port of Liyuet want to break their souls. Walnut looked at the falling raindrops, and for a moment the poem came to life. Great poem, great poem. Yi Wuxin is Walnut's expert croupier. He swept Walnut into his arms and used his wide sleeves to help keep the rain off her. That's why we have to go back soon, in case it rains hard. Walnut nodded obediently, and the two began to walk toward the Hall of the Living. Not long after, a lightning bolt lit up the sky in the distance. The rumble of thunder was getting closer too. Before long, the rain suddenly became heavy. Walnut immediately quickened his pace. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier and heavier, she simply tugged on Yi Wuxin's hand and started running fast. You too, do you need an umbrella? On the side of the road, a kindly shopkeeper asked aloud. No, I'll be right there. Thanks. Walnut ghostly refused the other man's kind offer. She tugged on Yi Wuxin's hand, ignoring the eyes of the roadside crowd, like two children playing in the rain, treading on the water splashes on the ground along the way. He soon ran back to the Hall of the Past Life. In the Hall of the Living, the maid saw how Walnut and Yi Wuxin were drenched in soup. Fearing that the two people would catch a cold and get sick, he hurriedly brought a large towel to the two people, and was also ready to go and prepare the bath water for the two people. Hall Master, please wait a moment and take a beautiful bath before going to bed. Thank you, and as usual, this parishioner is going to add a little bit of petals. No problem. Walnut curled her lips and turned her head to look at Yi Wuxin. What would you like to add? There are all kinds of petals, herbs, and herbs. Ah, I won't need it, just regular hot water. Yi Wuxin hastily waved his hand. He muttered in his heart. No wonder Walnut always smelled good. The reason was found. After the maid left, Walnut pulled over Yi Wuxian's hand and broke his shoulders down, making him bend his head down as well. Walnut then carefully wiped the rain from his hair and face. It's been a tiring day, isn't it? Go to bed early after your bath later, Walnut said, stood on her tiptoes and pecked Yi Wuxin's cheek. Yi Wuxin felt his face heat up a bit. He pocketed Walnut's small face with a large towel and rubbed it gently. You too. The two were just getting tired of each other when the maid came over. Hall Master, Guest Minister Yi, the hot water is all ready. Thank you very much. Yi Wuxin smiled and watched Walnut walk towards a room. Walnut stopped in front of the door to the room. After turning the doorknob, Walnut made a point of looking back. only to see that Yi Wuxin was still standing still and not moving, quietly looking at himself. Why don't you go over there? I'm going to wait for you to go in first. Oh, Walnut promised under his breath, but his feet didn't move a muscle. What? Is it that you want me to take a bath with you? Seeing that Walnut was slow to move his feet, Yi Wuxin's handsome eyebrows narrowed and he said with a bad smile, "Don't you be ridiculous." Walnut, who had been guessed by a drop of thought, stamped her foot impatiently. She hurriedly opened the door with a bang and walked in without looking back. What the hell? Yi Wuxin stood still and scratched his head, then walked into another room, soaking in that warm water. Yi Wuxin's forehead was sweating slightly. It was as if all the exhaustion that had built up throughout the day, all over his body, had been dispersed. He leaned his head against the bare edge of the tub and closed his eyes, sighing softly in comfort. The hot tub is warm, cozy and comforting and makes you drowsy. If it weren't for the occasional flashes of lightning outside the window, and the succession of low, raw, muffled thunder, Yi Wuxin almost all but fell asleep like this. On Walnut's side, the situation was different. She soaked in that hot water with no sense of relief in her heart. This kind of lightning and thunder weather makes Walnut's insides very uneasy. Outside, the rain poured down, crackling against the edge of the window and irritating her inexplicably. With the sudden flash of electricity, Walnut saw, in the distance, the thick black night sky, completely obscured by overlapping dark clouds. After taking a bath and wiping the water droplets from your body, Walnut changed into her pajamas and lay on her bunk, tossing and turning. I remember Mom and Dad leaving on a night like this. How could she fall asleep with this scenario? After lying down for a while longer, Walnut was still distracted. She tiptoed out of bed and walked outside Yi Wuxin's room. One hand was raised and lowered and raised. After hesitating for a long time, he still knocked on Yi Wuxin's room door. Momo, why are you still up? Yi Wuxin was surprised as he rolled over and sat up from the bed. 3 steps to the door and opened the room door with a crash. Outside the door, Walnut stood there in her thin pajamas, stumbling with her head down. Momo, what's wrong with you? Can I borrow your bed tonight? Ha? Yi Wuxin almost thought that he had heard wrong. Borrow a bed? What's this about? Unsure of what Walnut was up to again, Yi Wuxin still agreed painfully. No problem, I'll let you have it. As he spoke, one foot was about to step out into the room to make room for Walnut's bed. The moment the two brushed past, Walnut suddenly reached out and tugged on his sleeve. Can I sleep with you? Chapter 95 Magical Expansion Technique. What? Walnut wants to sleep with himself? What else is there to do? Yi Wuxin's head was wooden. If Walnut wasn't standing right in front of him, he would have suspected he was dreaming again. Another blast of thunder rang out, and Walnut's body cringed. Looking at Walnut's nervous appearance, Yi Wuxin sensed something. Are you okay? Walnut hastily shook his head to hide his panicked emotions. Just tell me if it works or not. She blinked her plum blossom pupils with a pitiful look as she waited for Yi Wuxin's reply. The corner of Yi Wuxin's lips, without trace, curved up. Do you think that I could possibly turn down something like that? Receiving this reply, Walnut immediately fluttered into his arms like a happy bird. Knew you were the best for me. It's cold outside. Don't stand there. Touching Walnut's fine, soft hair, Yi Wuxin carried her in and placed her on his bed. You be good here and I'll get your quilt. Seeing that Yi Wuxin was about to leave again, Walnut once again dragged his wrist. Don't go. I'll just cover you. But, Yi Wuxin stood unmoving, his mind churning with thoughts. No buts. Seeing Yi Wuxin's abashed appearance, Walnut spoke out, cutting him off. Yi Wuxin had to lift the quilt and let Hu Tao lie in before covering her up. He then dug in as well and lay down next to Walnut. Good night, he said softly, fearful that he might do something to Walnut on impulse. Yi Wuxin deliberately sidestepped his body, leaving a backstory for Walnut. Walnut was quiet in a rare moment. Her chin rested on the edge of the soft comforter, feeling the heat that came through the clothing on her side. After a long time, she replied softly, You too. Good night. It's raining outside, and it still hasn't stopped, and there seems to be a tendency for it to rain more and more. As a rule, these rainy nights filled with the white noise of nature are perfect for sleeping, but Walnut was sleepless. Her attention, all of it, was on the pattering rain outside the window. One thunderclap after another exploded outside the window from time to time. Lightning bolt after lightning bolt, now and then, cut through the dark night sky. Although, knowing that Yi Wuxin was lying by his side, Walnut's heart was now much more settled. It's a lot better than the feeling of having no one to turn to when you're alone in a dark house. Still, she was a little distracted by the sound of the rolling thunder. Walnut opened his eyes and stared into the infinite dimness, unable to help but tighten his lips. Hakai Yi, are you asleep? She spoke softly and asked Yi Wuxin. There was no response from the other side, and the breathing was even and long. It seems that it should be asleep. For some reason, a little bit of disappointment rose within Walnut's heart. She turned on her side as well, the covers rustling as Walnut moved. Borrowing from a lightning bolt that suddenly lit up, Walnut saw Yi Wuxin's back. He was wearing a thin set of pajamas, and the lines on that spine were smooth and sensual. For a moment, Walnut ghostly stretched out her slender fingertips and poked Yi Wuxin's spine. Yi Wuxin's back froze when she poked him like that, and he didn't dare to utter a single breath. He didn't know what Walnut was trying to do with this move, but reason told him, for the sake of your health, it's better to pretend to be asleep. Walnut let out a soft breath as she watched him remain unresponsive. Humph, sleep well. Rumble. Another thunderclap rang out. The thunder was so close that it seemed to crack overhead. Walnut subconsciously leaned further in Yi Wuxin's direction. The two got closer. Yi Wuxin felt a board that clattered against his back. He couldn't help but hold his breath. When Walnut sensed that Yi Wuxin had woken up, she deliberately made it bad. Reaching out a slender arm, she wrapped it around Yi Wuxin's waist and loosely encircled him. Feel the flat board that was pressed tightly behind you, rising and falling slightly with each breath. Yi Wuxin finally couldn't hold back. He couldn't help but open his mouth to accuse. Peachy. A smile appeared on Walnut's face as she asked knowingly, Hey, are you awake? Did I wake you up? Well, sorry, I heard that thunder and I just couldn't sleep. It's okay, I'll talk with you. What do you want to talk about? How about talking about why you're afraid of thunder? Hearing Yi Wuxin ask this, a thoughtful expression appeared on Walnut's face. Her thoughts also went back to that rainy night many years ago. It was like that the other day too. Oh, it had been raining hard and the rumbling thunder had been loud. What day are you talking about? My dad and mom. The day they disappeared into thin air. Walnut spoke, suddenly silent. At that moment, another thunderclap rang out. It exploded with a bang. Walnut couldn't help but shake a little at the thunder. Yi Wuxin turned his body around. I'm not afraid of thunder if I hold you. He lifted his hand and encircled Walnut in his arms. Aha! Walnut was silent, but it warmed her heart. I promise you, if they are still alive, I will find them even if I have to step on every corner of Tibet. Yi Wuxin gently patted Walnut's back. The more Walnut listened, the more his eyes lit up. Although, she didn't expect Yi Wuxin to really find her father and mother. But still, the fact that he had said so gave her a few moments of hope. So the two were in the middle of a rumble of thunder, tucked in and talking pure and simple. Really pure and simple. There was no inappropriate behavior. Walnut cocked his head with wide, innocent eyes. The two of them spoke to each other, telling all the funny stories, and the sad ones, that I've had since I was a kid. It's telling a story, though, and the story is pretty interesting. But the more the two talked, the sleepier they got. So sleepy that they couldn't raise their eyelids. Yi Wuxin's palm unconsciously stroked over Walnut's back like he was smoothing a kitten's fur. After a long time, Walnut felt a little thirsty and couldn't help but ask, Hakai Yi, are you done with your story? If the lecture is finished, this hall is going to sleep. Really sleepy. Yi Wuxin nodded. It's not over yet, but there's no rush for that sort of thing, is there? Oh, a little disappointment loomed in Walnut's voice. She had thought that those interesting stories of Yi Hakai would be finished soon. There's no rush. We still have a lot of time. There's a lot going on. I'll tell you about it slowly later. Well, Walnut's little face reddened slightly. Luckily it was a dark night and if the lightning hadn't lit up, there would have been nothing to see. Chapter 96, From now on, you must test the poisons for the master. With this toss, Walnut's attention was completely diverted, though the rain outside the window was still as dense as ever, and every now and then there was still a rumble of thunder. But her mind wasn't on the thunder at all. Concentrating fully on joining Yi Wuxin, he studied that magical spell. Until after most of the night, both were sleepy and tired and finally stopped moving and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, it's still raining outside. The raindrops hit the ground with a dripping sound. Walnut woke up groggy. As soon as she opened her eyes, she realized that she was slumped over, hugging a large leaf Hakai pillow. One of his arms, and one of his calves, were resting grumpily on top of the pillow. Seeing this sight, Walnut's head, in an instant, cleared. Phew, luckily it was myself who woke up first. If Hakai finds out, he'll say he's some kind of octopus again. It's really a little embarrassing to think about. Yi Wuxin hadn't woken up yet, her eyelashes hanging down like the wings of a small pigeon. Walnut gingerly moved himself a little away from the table, raising himself slightly. With one hand resting on her chin, she opened her brightly glittering plum blossom pupils and carefully surveyed Yi Wuxin's sleeping face. Black frontal hair, slightly disheveled, fell diagonally, framing his angular features. Even with his eyes closed, the other man's brow still looked so deep and handsome. A nose full of valor, thin lips slightly pursed. The hard line at the chin is juvenile, simply overly handsome. Looking at it, Walnut suddenly felt his heart flutter. Ouch, ouch, that's really pretty. Luckily, this hall master made the first move. It's not really poking at such a good-looking ihacai to leave it at home and admire it, Walnut thought prettily, his eyes turning love-like. She reached out her other hand and went to help Yi Wuxin fix that somewhat messy hair from sleep. Feeling the plush touch in front of her forehead, Walnut couldn't help but touch it a few more times. Yi Wuxin was disturbed by her like this and woke up in a daze. Seeing Yi Wuxin's eyelids lift slightly, Walnut's heart missed a few beats again. Oh no! Woke up Ya Hak Ching again. How embarrassing it would be to be seen and be touching someone's hair. Walnut thought so, and hastily drew back his hand. Who knows? In doing so, her other hand, which was resting on her chin, didn't hold it steady. Walnut's small face slid down all of a sudden and stuck to Yi Wuxin's collarbone. Ouch! Yi Wuxin had only just woken up when he was struck by this disaster. Walnut's hair was fuzzy and tickled his neck. For a moment, he stared blankly at the ceiling, directly stunned for several seconds. Seeing that Yi Wuxin didn't move for half a day, Walnut thought that he had fallen asleep again. Really? She muttered under her breath. Look up, only to see that the other man was staring at himself with unblinking eyes. Walnut's face turned red again for a moment. However, she had just woken up and was refreshed. The reaction was quick and immediately softened. With a greeting, "Good morning," along with her crisp voice, a mouthful gently landed on the corner of Yi Wuxin's lips. Yi Wuxin was giddy. At the moment it was as if he was a male piggyback in a Japanese manga, bubbling with happiness. Oh hey-oh, he backhanded Walnut's slender shoulders. Just then, Walnut's stomach rumbled a few times in a very uncharacteristic manner. Momo, are you hungry? Clearly you. It's the kind of thing that Walnut won't readily admit without a handle. Well, it's me who's hungry. Hungry in the front and stomach. Yi Wuxin's voice was filled with doting emotions. What else can I do? Of course my own wife should run along with the hair and coax it carefully. Come on, get up then. Let's go have breakfast. Walnut couldn't help but urge after successfully shaking off the pot. His treacherous plan succeeded. It's still raining outside. Drop by drop, one after the other. It rained earnestly. Along with that, the temperature dropped a few degrees. The two shared an umbrella, leaning close together as they walked to the dining room. The fellow saw Walnut and Yi Wuxin coming over and immediately prepared breakfast for them. Some light porridge and small dishes. Very light. Very much to the liking of both. Yi Wuxin took the bowl and first gave a small bowl of seafood porridge to Hu Tao. His slender fingers held the white jade spoon handle, looking exceptionally warm and good-looking. Walnut looked at Yi Wuxin's bony hand and recalled the scene when the two of them were camping under the moonlight. There seems to be a similar scene. Walnut couldn't help but snicker. This hall master remembers that the last time I ate your dodo lotus seafood soup, I passed out. Hey, 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 hey. This time it's the cook from the hall of the past. Yi Wuxin said while touching the edge of the bowl with his hand to test the temperature. It shouldn't be hot. Drink it while it's hot. Walnut is in love for the first time and is full of each other. The whole thing became slimy, and said, with deliberate delicacy, that won't do. With the lesson learned from last time, you first help this hall master try the poison. Well. Yi Wuxin cooperated and picked up the small spoon. Yummy. Master Li's craftsmanship is really good. Walnut cocked his head and pretended to wait a few seconds. It seems to be non-poisonous and in the future all of them will also help this hall master to test the poison, haha. She blinked her watery plum pupils and opened her rosy lips. Yi Wuxin lowered his head and smiled lightly, scooping up the tasty porridge with a small spoon and began to feed Walnut. Wow, it is indeed delicious. How come this hall master didn't realize before that the kanji is all so good? Why is that? Yi Wuxin scooped up the porridge and gently blew on it, feeding another spoonful to Walnut. Walnut had always been eloquent, and when she looked at Yi Wuxin at this moment, her mouth became even sweeter. It must be because someone is feeding this hall master law. He. She hugged Yi Wuxin's arm and gently shook it. Yi Wuxin was coaxed by her in 5 different ways. You're getting better at coaxing people to be happy now. What this hall master says comes from the heart. Sensing Yi Wuxin's slightly questioning gaze, Walnut raised his hands. Swear to God, it's true. It rained for many days. It's as if we've suddenly entered the rainy season. The rainy day was a bit of a novelty for the two at first. Together, they roamed around and enjoyed the rainy views of various parts of Lazuki Harbor, but invariably, it's not very convenient to do anything when it's pouring rain, so the two stayed at home when they didn't have anything to do and their relationship skyrocketed as a result. We cooked and ate together, chanted poetry together, and completed various crafts together. Even the slimes in the garden were fed white by the two. Yi Wuxin's dust song pot was also decorated with walnuts into a fairy tale like Chinese garden. Such a life is quite cozy, rather like a quiet life. It's just, I don't know when this rainy season will end. Chapter 97, The Clothes Got Smaller. In these days, every morning, as usual, Walnut would wake up holding Yi Wuxin, then send him a sweet, good morning mouth don't. Yi Wuxian had fallen from being Walnut's exclusive guest secretary to Walnut's exclusive hugger. The two were very used to this situation. Of course, it's not Walnut's fault. It couldn't be helped. The recent climate in Ryu Harbor was just too abnormal. The rain kept falling, the thunder kept striking, and the weather stayed cloudy and rainy. Every day is gray and dreary, and even those who love rain can't get enough of it. Walnut didn't want to sleep alone at all in this weather. She had to quietly burrow under Yi Hakiai's blanket every day, letting the other party hug and coax her before she could fall asleep at ease. Two young people in love, so every day covered with a quilt pure chat, the same in and out. For many days, the two quickly adapted to this life. From their initial rawness to their subsequent familiarity, the time flew by and the two benefited by unlocking some amazing biology. Walnut and Yi Wuxian, both of them are young and ignorant first love. Both of them are still a good young man who is decent and polite. But as you become more knowledgeable, you can't help but take a leap of faith. So, Walnut silently, in his mind, put the marriage event on the agenda. It's just that she was too embarrassed to poke through that window first. Yi Wuxian was the same. He was constantly thinking about how to open his mouth and seem more appropriate, day by day. In time, with two people working together, Walnut slime, at a rate visible to the naked eye, quickly grew. In this regard, Mr. who expressed great satisfaction and complacency. After all, this was the first time in 18 years that she'd had one of these. Walnut was much more curious than anyone else. Every day, she had to take advantage of Yi Wuxian's inattention to sway left and right in front of the mirror and look around. While gesturing with his hands, he measured the changes between slime and yesterday. It's like an anxious little child who expects to grow taller every day. A woman is a woman, and Walnut is no exception. With both hands on her head, she stared into the mirror and muttered under her breath that, it still doesn't seem like enough. When Yi Wuxian saw her like this, he secretly felt very amused and couldn't help but hold up his arms and snicker. You seem to be looking in the mirror a lot lately? No, there's no such thing. Walnut immediately shook his head and lowered his hands. It's the kind of thing that Walnut would never admit to Dead. Yi Wuxian looked into the mirror at Walnut's casual pajamas that were full of girlishness. They've been staying home because it's been raining lately. Neither do you need to receive guests, nor do you need to care about what others see. The dress sense of the two men had degenerated right back to prehistoric times. Walnut is wearing loose, extremely casual pajamas, a proper pure prison style. The collar was V-shaped, revealing a slice of bare, white neck. Further down, you could faintly make out the part that was slightly elevated. Yi Wuxian's eyes couldn't help but narrow. It's not the first time I've seen it though. Still feeling a rush of dizziness, he took 2 steps forward and wrapped his arms around Walnut, resting his chin on her shoulder. He spoke warmly. Peachy, where I come from, there's a saying. Oh, what's the saying? Walnut also looked in the mirror and saw this intimate look between the two, and for a moment felt her heart flutter. It's called the day's arch has no end, and the work is not done into the sea. So there's no need for you to be in such a hurry. Ha, what a foot and into the sea. What do you mean by that? Walnut asked uncertainly as she stood in front of the mirror. Both of her small hands circled. It's about making a little bit of progress every day. And as long as you don't stop, you'll eventually reach your goal. Yi Wuxian paused. His hands covered over Walnut's hands and began to explain in layman's terms. You see, it started out as a barren, desolate depression. But one day, millet began to grow. Then cherries, then grapes, then apples. As long as you work step by step like this and keep on keeping on, you'll grow a big watermelon someday. Walnut was slightly stunned for a few seconds when she heard his easy-to-understand, vivid statement. In her mind's eye, a large watermelon suddenly came to mind. Big watermelon and all. Sweet and savory. Just think about it. I just don't know when I'll be able to share this watermelon. But what Walnut didn't know was that, thankfully, she was now a deep-rooted, standard-issue nerd because of the continuous downpour. Otherwise, anyone who sees a walnut will be very curious. What the hell has she been going through all this time? But anyone who wasn't a blind man had to be looked up and down and questioned carefully. Hall Master who? How did you do it? Is there some divine formula? If Walnut wouldn't talk about it, everyone else was going to think she was cheap. After all, the difference between the before and after is comparable to the Mariana Trench and Mount Everest. To the discerning eye, it's just so obvious and amazing. Even the fellows in attendance of the Hall of the Past Life saw the great change in Walnut, couldn't help but mutter secretly either, and privately began to gossip. The Hall Master this time, looks like the nutrition is very good. Is Masterly to stew what supplements? I don't know. I'll ask another day. Always remember to let me know if the question comes. Hey, are you two nuts? It has absolutely nothing to do with what you eat. Ha, what does that have to do with anything? You guys don't get it. Of course it's because the two of them have a good relationship. It really calls for envy. Do you guys think it's time to start making plans for the Hall Master's life? I think it's fine. There's no harm in preparing early. That's just it. How nice to do an errand this year and hold a little parishioner next year. So the fellows and maids of honor had taken it upon themselves to quietly prepare and begin to make preparations for the marriage of the two in advance. Early that morning, the Hall of the Living Dead suddenly had a distinguished guest. Walnut and Yi Wuxin had already had their breakfast and were originally gathering together, teasing slime. Then a footstep was heard from far away, and the mate's voice came in from outside. Hall Master, a rare guest has arrived. Oh, a rare guest? Are you looking for this Hall Master? Walnut asked absently as he heard the fellow's report. Yes, the guests are waiting outside. Good, have someone entertain first. This Hall Master will be here soon. After saying this, she hugged Yi Wuxin again. Be a good girl and wait for me here. Yo! It was only then that he jumped up fondly and began to open his pajamas to change into formal attire so that he could go out to meet his guests. But Walnut hadn't realized at all that her old one was, at this point, apparently too small. Obviously the sleeves and overall length are still the same as the original and fit well. It's also just right at the waistband. The buttons on the front of the lapel, however, were not buttoned at all. If you take a deep breath and barely snap it, it's taut and you can't breathe anymore. Walnut exhaled the breath he was holding and stared at himself in the mirror with a very complicated expression. What is happening here without realizing it? For a moment, Walnut didn't know whether to cry or laugh. After a long time, she finally said, in a resigned voice, Hakai Yi, it's all your fault. All my previous clothes have gotten too small to wear. Chapter 98, Bandage Mamatu. When Yi Wuxin heard Walnut say this, he immediately stomped and ran to her. He looked down at it, just a snow-white curd, like a soft dollop of whipped cream in the summer. It looked even more glorious against Walnut's dark brown lapel. Yi Wuxin once again felt a wave of dizziness. It's really hard to take your eyes off this beauty. Feeling Yi Wuxin's burning gaze, Walnut's heart rippled. Still, she put on a show of composure, crossing one arm over her waist and puffing up her little face. Hey, don't just look at it and not move. Yi Wuxin's eyebrows raised and he cocked his head, staring at Walnut without saying anything. Walnut was very embarrassed by the way he looked at her and tried to gather her clothes together. With Walnut's movements, the mass of white whipped cream, suddenly it looked like a breeze was blowing over the waves of wheat, undulating up and down. Walnut said with a small blush, why are you looking at me like this? I don't just look immobile, I can act too. Yi Wuxin's eyes darkened, clearly getting the wrong idea. After Walnut understood his words for a second, the red on her face deepened a few degrees and carefully explained. What's the matter? I don't mean this. This hall master is going to meet the guests now. How can I meet them in this way? After she voiced this query, she went on to add, in short, this matter you have to take full responsibility. You say, in the end what to do. Hold your horses. Let me think. Saying that, Yi Wuxin touched Walnut's hair and scratched his ears for a while. He was a guy. Walnut was his first girlfriend. Where would he have this experience? These days, the two men's attention is fully focused on the subject of how to make slimes grow up quickly. This topic was studied quite successfully, with colorful results that are visible to the naked eye. But apparently, things went south for both of them as well. They didn't even realize that there are two sides to everything, and that slime is too big to be a double-edged sword. Along with the joy of slime's success in getting bigger, there will also be the annoyance of clothes getting too small to wear. Are there any other clothes in the house? Walnut shook his head helplessly after thinking for a while. There are, quite a few, but they're all the original size. She spoke in a sultry tone, like a little wretch. As you know, the size of this hall has remained the same for all these years. As Yi Wuxin listened, he also felt that Hu Tao turned out to be really flat and pitiful, and couldn't help but rub Hu Tao's bangs again. In that case, the guests are still waiting outside. It shouldn't be too late to make clothes temporarily. Why don't you wear mine first? As he spoke, he went and brought his clothes. Boys' clothes are really baggy. In this situation now, a dead horse can be a living horse, and Yi Hakiai's clothes can be worn in passing. Walnut stared at the clothes in Yi Wuxin's hands and didn't dwell on it too much. She took it and very quickly changed into the garment. On his clothes, he still carried that faint fragrance from Yi Hakiai's body. What do you think? Walnut stared into the mirror and just asked the question, feeling very redundant himself. In the mirror, Walnut was wearing Yi Wuxin's completely oversized light-colored top. Though, there's none of the small clothes kind of annoyance. However, Walnut's bones were so thin that they couldn't hold up the dress at all. That big neckline allows all the great views to be on full display and in full view. This, Yi Wuxin's gaze, couldn't move on the mirror. He also didn't expect a nice piece of clothing. Obviously, he was dressed normally, handsome, and full of the temperament of a refined gentleman. How come Walnut looks like this in it? A piece of icy muscle glistening, snowy jade crispy. It makes for a memorable experience. Under the shirt, two bare calves. Against the backdrop of this wide robe and wide sleeves, it also looked more and more slender. This way, It's criminal any way you look at it. The more you look at it, the more you're tortured. Walnut furrowed his eyebrows slightly and flattened his mouth. The gaze that looked at Yi Wuxin carried a hint of anxiety. A piece that is not buttoned up, the other piece, is buttoned and unbuttoned one and the same. In short, you can't wear either of these. Walnut's little face was written in a tangle. Guessed Yi. You're so resourceful. Think of another solution. She stomped her little feet and paced the floor repeatedly. As she walked, the great landscape, again, became incredibly vivid. Yi Wuxin gazed at the churning waves and suddenly remembered a certain very beautiful young girl from Inari's wife. That was the symbol of summer on Narukami Island. Do you have any bandages at home? He blurted out. There is, but what do you need bandages for? Walnut stopped and asked curiously. You'll find out later. Soon the two men found a large roll of bandages. What's this bandage for? Walnut still didn't know. After all, Ryuki had never dressed like this before, and it was only natural that she didn't know. Just wrap it up. It'll look great with that jacket of yours. I don't understand. Walnut's plum pupils were written with confusion. Then let me help you. Well, Hutao obediently put up her two jade-root-like arms so that Yi Wuxin could help her wrap the bandages. Yi Wuxin put the bandage, inch by inch, along those gullies and peaks, laminating to Walnut's slime. You can't wrap it too tightly. It will feel constricting. It should not be wrapped too loosely either. It is too loose to have a lifting effect. He went around carefully, changing different angles, several times, like polishing a fine work of art. Wow, that worked out really well. After Yi Wuxin completed the bandage performance art, Walnut looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Very smooth lines, all in one, aesthetically pleasing. Awesome, how did you come up with that? When I used to travel to Inazuma, I've seen local women wearing this, Yi Wuxin said honestly. I see. Walnut came to a realization. Then, the little vinegar spirit didn't forget to add, no more looking. Oh, all according to you. Chapter 99 Grandma Ping's Visit. After this transformation, Walnut receives a bandage corset. She could finally go out and meet guests with confidence and boldness. Yi Wuxin helped her put on that brown coat, then fastened the buttons below her chest one by one. After Walnut spun around beautifully, she looked at herself in the mirror and felt very satisfied. I didn't realize that I would have such a plump day. Let's go. Don't keep the guests waiting. Why don't I come over with you? Yi Wuxin looked at the falling rain outside and asked while holding up his umbrella. Walnut nodded her head very nicely and took Yi Wuxin's arm. She avoided the rainwater that had accumulated on the road and hugged Yi Wuxin tightly, wanting to hang on to the other person. I wonder which guest is visiting in this weather. I'm guessing it's something important. Otherwise I wouldn't have braved the rain to come here. Yi Wuxin simply picked up Walnut with one hand. Feeling this max boyfriend power, Walnut was very happy. She circled Yi Wuxin's neck, her head tilted, and she gently leaned there. The two walked through the large and small courtyards to the parlor of the Hall of the Living Past. Yi Wuxin placed the walnut on the ground and put the umbrella away again. They felt quite right. This sudden visitor. It was the mysterious old woman, Grandma Ping, from the Yujing Terrace in Liu Harbor. That magical teapot with a dry place inside its belly was given to the player through her handiwork. After Walnut and Yi Wuxin arrived at the front hall, they saw both Grandma Ping and Zhongli sitting there. The two men were supposedly talking about something, both with rather stony faces. On the other side there was a table with many tea sets and a few plates of snacks. The table was still full of those refreshing teas and snacks that were sitting on the table, and it was obvious that not a single bite had been touched. Seeing the two Walnut people enter, Zhongli and Grandma Ping immediately stopped talking. Grandma Ping, it's been a long time since I've seen you all. Walnut quickly walked over to Grandma Ping and greeted her very warmly. It has indeed been a long time. Grandmother Ping stroked her gray hair and was about to stand up to greet Walnut. Hall Master Hu, it's been a long time. I've taken the liberty of coming here. I hope I'm not disturbing you. You are welcome, Grandma Ping. This is my home. How can I disturb it? Walnut smiled and pulled Grandma Ping to sit down. She pulled over Yi Wuxin again, and the two of them sat down together on the seat beside Grandma Ping. And this young warrior is? It looks a bit familiar. It's the new guest minister of the Hall of the Past Life. So that's how it is. The Hall of the Past Life is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger with a lot of talent. Grandmother Ping looked Yi Wuxin up and down and complimented him with a smile. Yi Wuxin smiled faintly and returned very politely. Grandma Ping, you flatter me. After a few people had finished exchanging pleasantries, both Grandma Ping and Zhongli looked curiously at Walnut's costume, only to see Walnut's originally boundless plane suddenly bulge with two peaks. It becomes round and firm. She also got very creative and wrapped a bandage around it. Perfectly accentuates the shape of the interior. I only heard Grandmother Ping smile again and say, it's been a while. Little Ninny has grown up quite a bit. Paired with Grandma Ping's kind tone, Walnut directly froze for a few seconds, and her face suddenly turned red. She pouted. Grandma Ping, What are you talking about? I say, a woman has changed. Hallmaster who was really getting better looking. Grandmother Ping withdrew her gaze and sat upright. Even a god like Zhongli, who had seen a lot and was used to seeing the changes in the world and had always been calm, both couldn't help but narrow their eyes, picking up a cup of tea on the side and slurping. It's really impressive to see how well the soldiers are doing. This Hallmaster has to grow too. Walnut heard the meaning of Zhongli's words, so he had to calm down and act as if nothing had happened. When he finished, Walnut sneaked a look at the few remaining people. I only saw Zhongli looking like he didn't care about anything, his eyes looking into the distance, probably holding back his laughter. The remaining one rubbed his head like a naive batch, so angry that Walnut wanted to stomp on it. I wonder if this little brother, could you excuse us for a moment? Walnut was then brought back to reality by Grandma Ping's words. No, Walnut blurted out, almost without thinking. Then she looked at Grandmother Ping and said, now my affairs are his affairs, and the affairs of the Hall of the Past Life are also his affairs. Oh? Grandmother Ping asked, puzzled. Just I also when Mr. Zhong said it, Walnut can really grow up also to the age of the talk about marriage. It turns out that this boyfriend has long been looking for good Grandma Ping began to ramble like Walnut's own elders, concerned about her life's work. For a moment, it was surprising that the main event was forgotten to the side. I wonder if this good day has been set. Ha! What a day! Walnut touched his head uncertainly, then unconsciously tugged on Yi Wuxian's sleeve. Of course it's your too big day. I say, this kind of thing cannot be sloppy, must be carefully selected. Pick a good day only. Don't, my good grandma, don't you dare say that. I'm still a little child. It's still early for such things. It's still early. Walnut waved her hand hastily, but a shy smile was on her face. Now you're still a child, but in the future you'll be an adult. Besides, a man should get married when he's old enough, and a woman should get married when she's old enough. And now that you're together, it's time to put this matter on the agenda. Grandmother Ping looked at Walnut and then looked at Yi Wuxian with a smile. Young warrior Yi, this girl Walnut doesn't know any better. You can't be like her. This matter can't wait. You have to strike while the iron is hot. The faster the better. If you miss the time, you can't find a grave to go to even if you want to cry. Grandma Ping, you're right. It's me who didn't think it through before. Yi Wuxian was spoken to by Grandma Ping as if he was being urged to marry by his own grandmother. It was rare to see someone so concerned about his life's work, and he couldn't help but be happy. Sit up straight, like a third-grade student, and report your grades to your parents. Grandmother, I'll go back and think carefully about it, and I'll be sure to choose a date properly. Hey, Grandma's telling you, there's a couple of good days right now. The wrinkles on Grandma Ping's face were almost gone with laughter. As she looked at Yi Wuxian and Hu Tao, she felt more and more satisfied and happy that these two people were right for each other. Walnut muttered with a red face when she heard those two already counting the days. You guys, you're about to marry me off. Blah blah blah. What are you talking about? What's wrong with getting married? It's a great thing. It means you're old enough to choose the most important person in your life for yourself, and to take responsibility for your family. Walnut's cheeks flushed upon hearing this, and she couldn't help but lower her head, not daring to look again. You're such a big man. How can you still be shy about this kind of thing? Doesn't everyone have to go through the whole marriage thing? In Walnut's mind, he kept asking himself over and over again. Ahem, ahem. Zhongli saw that the more these people talked, the more outrageous they became. Grandma Ping had even begun to rummage through the yellow calendar, forgetting at all the purpose of her previous visit. He took a sip from his teacup and coughed softly on purpose. Gentlemen, almost done. Chapter 100, The Whereabouts of Parents. Hearing Zhongli say this, a few people who were gleefully thinking about the wedding were finally pulled back hard. Zhongli placed his teacup on a side table, sat upright, and began to preside over the situation. Grandma Ping, please tell me more carefully what you mentioned before. Okay, Mr. Zhonglei. Grandma Ping also sat upright and looked at Walnut, then said in a serious tone that, Hu Tao, this time it's not only your matter, it's also the Hu family's matter, it's also Li Yu's matter. When Yi Wuxian heard her speak like this, she should be about to say something big about Li Yu. No wonder that before, Grandma Ping wanted to let herself recuse herself. This kind of thing may indeed be inconvenient for many people to know. He was about to get his feet wet and slip away when he got up and said, Excuse me, I'm a little hungry. I'm going to go get something to eat, so I'll just go ahead. Unexpectedly, Grandma Ping had already taken him as Hutu's prospective fiancé, and she waved her hand, pointing to those exquisite little treats on the table. Niece and son-in-law, here's a ready-made snack for you. Grandma. Walnut's face, which had managed to return to normal, began to redden again. Zhongli almost held his forehead again, his tone filled with helplessness. Grandma Ping, please get down to business. Once again being named by Zhongli, Grandma Ping had to collect her laughter and said with a straight face, I'm sure you've all seen that it's been raining in Ryu Harbor lately. It's raining. Yi Wuxin and Walnut looked out the window at the gloomy sky. Although he had wondered before, this rain had been falling for many days in a row without stopping, but he, who went through a bout of the rainy season every year, just assumed that it was the month of Lizuki that had also entered the rainy season. Is it possible that it's not even ordinary rain? Yi Wuxin was still secretly thinking. Walnut, quick to speak, had asked first, does this rain have something to say? Walnut, the dark spirit sacrifice may have been advanced. The heavy rain this time is likely to be the result of this influence, causing a climate anomaly. Grandmother Ping said slowly. Dark spirit sacrifice? Yi Wuxin was still chewing on the meaning of this word. However, unlike Zhongli who was still breezy, at this moment, Walnut was so shocked that he almost shouted out. How did this happen? What happened? The news that the dark spirit sacrifice was likely to be brought forward was too shocking for Walnut. According to the Hu family's ancestral records, the yin and yang of Tibet are not two worlds that are completely parallel and have no intersection. They will slowly approach and then slowly move away after a certain point. The area where yin and yang meet would change accordingly, and at its smallest it was even only the size of Liu Harbor, and so on and so forth. The Dark Spirit Festival, on the other hand, is the moment when yin and yang are most distant from each other, when the gravitational pull of the two worlds is the smallest, and the creatures of the yin realm go to impact the seal of the junction, wanting to break through it and set foot on the continent of Tibet. The cycle for this one is usually around 100 years' time. Whenever the dark spirit sacrifice appeared, it was the time for the children of the Hu family to show their power, and the reason for Walnut's exclamation of surprise was, she had heard her grandfather say that the last time the dark spirit sacrifice had appeared was only a mere 10 years ago. She was so young at the time that she didn't remember much at all. If she hadn't seen the record in the Hu family's ancient books and curiously asked her grandfather for advice. I'm afraid I don't even know that this happened more than 10 years ago. Originally, Walnut thought that it was completely impossible for him to meet the dark spirit sacrifice in his life, but he didn't expect such amazing news to come today. But why is the Dark Spirit Festival so far in advance this time? Grandma Ping, is it possible that you guys made a mistake? Several people were silent, not saying anything, and, for a moment, something heavy flowed through the air. Grandmother Ping thought carefully and opened her mouth to explain. There's no mistake. We also didn't expect that the Dark Spirit Festival would suddenly be advanced by so long. Although the current Liu is ruled by the 7 stars and the others, there is an old saying in Liu that there is a god who raises his head, and it's not like our old bones spend all day drinking tea and watching theater. When Grandmother Ping said this, several people looked at Zhongli in unison. Zhongli was holding a cup of fragrant tea and sipping it carefully, rather elegantly. Feeling the crowd's flurry of eyes, he silently put down his teacup. This time, the immortals actually noticed it early on, so they secretly went to the border of life and death to check it out before. It is said that the energy of the netherworld is constantly dispersing. Grandma Ping sighed. Recently, the power of the netherworld has been growing rapidly, and I suspect that those netherworld creatures must have made a move to possibly unleash the dark spirit sacrifice in advance. Yu Wuxin finally stopped being in the clouds when he heard Grandma Ping talk like this. To put it simply, for unknown reasons, the creatures of the netherworld began to be unusually active and wanted to break through the boundaries of the yin-yang boundary, then arrive in the yang world and start messing things up. Grandma Ping looked at Walnut, her gaze full of love and anticipation. Hu Tao, as you know, only the Hu family can freely enter and exit the yin and yang realms. Your surname is Hu, and you're also the child we're looking at. So for this matter, we want you to go to the netherworld and take a look. Grandmother Ping's words made Walnut's heart flutter. She somehow felt a heavy responsibility. As soon as Grandma Ping's words left her mouth, Walnut said without hesitation, Don't worry, Grandma Ping, I will definitely fulfill my mission. Walnut, you must be careful on this trip, never be reckless, and if you need any help, contact your parents. My parents? At those words, Walnut jumped up from his chair. Where are they now and how do I contact them? Not only Walnut, even Yi Wuxin's eyes were gleaming, hoping that Grandmother Ping would give an immediate answer. You don't know? Grandma Ping looked surprised. Didn't your grandfather tell you? Walnut stared at Plum Pupil, biting her lip and shaking her head. He hasn't said anything. At the mention of her parents, Walnut was obviously a little down, even worried about them. Also, you were a little bit of a baby back then. Your grandfather must have thought that, by telling you, you'd be even more put out. Grandmother Ping was thoughtful. She spoke softly and, your parents, they're both in the netherworld. Walnut's face brushed white. In the netherworld, then I've seen a few peeps asking when it's going to be finished, probably right around May 1st. Next door to the big boys are every day called The Data is Bad. This book what the situation we know all understand. I don't want to sell out all day either. It would be nice to get the story straight. I think about this book should not be bad. According to my logic, almost before the pitch should be able to bury on. Chapter 101, Preparing for the Engagement. Seeing Walnut in this sad state, Grandma Ping hurriedly finished her sentence in one breath. I'm afraid that Walnut will think the wrong thing at once. They're fine. Don't worry. The last time the dark spirit ritual was unleashed, your parents volunteered to apply and become the boundary guardians of the netherworld. The two of them, they're really something, Grandmother Ping said carefully, her gaze holding a few moments of admiration. What else she said afterward was completely lost on Walnut. Just know that your parents are still alive. This is great. Really? Is this true? Grandma Ping, you're not lying to me, are you? Walnut leapt for joy. This news, for Walnut, was nothing short of heavenly. She was happy as a bird, jumping all over the house. A moment later, he jumped into Yi Wuxin's arms and hugged him with tears in his eyes. Heartless, you know what? I have parents. I know where they are. Walnut also deliberately gave her tears, all of them, to rub onto Yi Wuxin's sleeves of clothes. A moment later, tugging at Grandma Ping's hands, words failed to express gratitude. Grandma Ping, you are so kind. You're really the best great person in Liu Harbor. A moment later, it jumped to Zhongli's side and shook left and right in front of him. They're all still there. All of them. Zhongli looked at Walnut's happy tears and showed a rare look of emotion. It was no wonder that, in Walnut's mind, he had always assumed that his parents had died young. How could she not be happy now that she suddenly learned that the person who had died more than 10 years ago had come back to life? The rest of the room was infected with this happy mood of hers. Look how happy this kid is. Grandmother Ping looked at Walnut with a face full of love and emotion. Had she known that Walnut had been kept in the dark, she should have come over earlier and told Walnut about it. Grandma Ping, thank you for telling me this news. Walnut held back the joy in his heart and once again expressed his gratitude to Grandma Ping. Good boy. So many years. Let you suffer. Liu Harbor owes you too much. Grandma Ping looked at the hot tears that kept rolling down Hu Tao's face, rubbed Hu Tao's hands, and her voice was choked. Yi Wuxin's throat was also sore for a moment as he listened to Grandmother Ping's words. Yeah, how did Walnut get by all these years? The church of the past, the funeral industry, and the responsibility of life and death. So many burdens fell all on her tiny shoulders. There should be a lot of moments that she was aggrieved and had no one to talk to. She secretly wiped her tears without anyone seeing. She had a happy event and no one to share it with. She didn't have any shoulder to lean on when she was tired and sleepy. How happy she is now. How sad she was before, right? As Yi Wuxin thought about all this, he felt his eyes heat up and his own tears were about to fall. Momo, we'll leave tomorrow and go to your parents together. Ah, Walnut wiped her tears and nodded heavily. Don't forget, both of you, there's the matter of checking the boundaries. Zhongli reminded the two with a very untimely outburst. Oh, promise to get the job done. Walnut patted his chest and returned dryly, but she had apparently forgotten that she had long since ceased to be a flat piece. As she did this slam, there was a wave in her chest. Right. Walnut remembered something and turned her head to look at Grandma Ping. Grandmother Ping, isn't Wuxin a member of the Hu family, so he can go in and out of the yin and yang realms? Grandmother Ping looked lovingly at the two men's tightly held hands. She was just about to say that this teenager was no ordinary person, but with a twinkle in her eye, she deliberately teased Walnut. It's true that he can't go in. Walnut sniffed, disappointment plastered on his face. What about? Is there any way we can get him to come along? Grandmother Ping smiled faintly, her eyes narrowing into a line. It's not as if there's no way. Grandma Ping, speak up. Zhongli looked at this eager look of Walnut and couldn't help but pick up the teacup with an elegant gesture and gently sip it. He secretly laughed in his heart. This girl, usually a lawless look, did not expect to have a day to fall into the hands of others. Won't you two become a family soon? Why don't you just sign the marriage contract, and he'll become a member of the Hu family in name only, and he can freely enter and leave the realm of yin and yang. Grandma Ping continued to speak with a smile on her face as she was interested in setting up a beautiful match. Grandmother Ping, is this true? Walnut's plum pupils immediately lit up. The truth is not false. Grandma Ping was all smiles. I'm going to draw up the marriage contract. Walnut ran happily to the door and ordered the fellows to bring red paper and brushes. Seeing that Grandmother Ping was such a godsend, Yi Wuxin was moved to tears, almost went up to Grandma Ping and held her hands and yelled, Grandma Ping, you are really more dear to me than my own grandma. Soon, the fellow brought red paper and a pen as Walnut had ordered. He sent it in and looked at it suspiciously for a few more moments. I don't know what the Don wants with the red paper, but seeing Walnut's joyful, giddy look, the fellow was at once in a state of mind. This situation, I'm afraid it's not the hall master really want to marry. After watching the fellow leave, Grandma Ping bowed her hunched body and stood up. As a matter of principle, this marriage matter should be the order of the parents, but now that the Hu family's parents are in a special situation, and the two of you are so in love, I'm sure that your parents won't beat up the lovebirds, Grandmother Ping said, looking in the direction of Zhongli. Today, it's rare that Mr. Zhongli is also present, so this old bone of mine, together with him, will take the liberty of being a witness to the two of you. How about it? Zhongli collected his jaw and nodded. That's very good. He looked at Walnut and Yi Wuxin again. When we go to the netherworld, we'll show this marriage contract to both parents, and they'll be relieved. It seems that Zhongli is also eager to marry off Hu Tao early and get rid of a heartache. Walnut laid out the red paper neatly and clutched the quill. But how should the marriage contract be written? The knowledgeable Zhongli spoke up. I'll read and you write. Some of my buddies told me not to finish, and the point is, the division of protogods itself has a very low unit price, and the numbers for this book are cool. As of this writing, the returns are so low that I can't see. Even if you get one of those pure spamming gunslingers to write about it, no one will pick it up. What makes the author third on the gift list is the 30 or so gifts that come out of the 3 for the love of the day points. I'm sure it would have been hard for everyone else to stick with it, so there really isn't much incentive to continue. Let's not give me a hard time, shall we? The funniest thing is that my friend approached me for a game the other day, knowing that I was working on a novel and wasn't available. After asking me how much I made, I simply said, don't write it down for that amount. I'll add an extra $1 for you. Really broken big defense off family. Chapter 102, This is a Good Night. Yeah, you read it. Walnut dabbed the quill full of ink and rested it on the paper, urging Zhongli to hurry up. Even Yi Wuxin, who was standing beside her, couldn't help but develop a few dreamy feelings. Are he and Walnut really going to finalize their life together on this? This dream come true feeling is unbelievable. Zhongli looked at the two of them and pondered a little, then said in a deep voice, Hu and Yi are joined in marriage, and a church is contracted. The mountains and rocks will not be moved, and the rock will be the proof. Look at the peach blossom this day, suitable for the family, and predict that in the next year the melons and the gourds will continue to grow. Anak Hang Uk Huang. I hereby write to the Hongyan paper the covenant of the white head, so that the alliance of the red leaves may be set forth in the spectrum of the mandarin ducks. This is the proof. After writing this marriage contract under Zhongli's guidance, Hu Tao carefully looked at it again and again. Zhongli, how do you know so much? You even know how to write a marriage contract? Can't it be that you've been engaged to someone too? Nonsense. Zhongli brushed his sleeve and added, please sign the marriage contract, both of you. Once you sign, there is no turning back. These two were overjoyed, so how could they go back on their words? Thus, Walnut and Yi Wuxin, on this marriage contract end to end, with one stroke of the pen, signed the two people's big names. Next, just wait until the two of you are done with your busy schedules and then choose a good day. Grandma Ping looked at the marriage contract with a smile on her face. A lover's love. Today, the old man. It's really a worthwhile trip. The bewildered Hu Xiaotao, just like that, was snubbed by a group of people. Set yourself up for life. Until after both Grandma Ping and Zhongli left. It was only then that Walnut and Yi Wuxin came back to their senses from this dreamlike scene. The two hugged and spun around so many times in excitement that they managed to turn each other around. Walnut was dizzy for a moment, seeing only a sky full of stars flashing before his eyes. Heartless, put me down. I'm dizzy. I don't. The marriage is engaged. What should you call me now? Hubby, husband. Hey, today, it's really a good day for people. It was only then that I learned the whereabouts of my parents and managed to complete the engagement again, as well as being romantic despite the non-stop rain. Such a good night. The aftermath of this joyful spin was huge. Until the evening, both men's heads were still spinning. It was only after burning incense and bathing together that they finally sobered up a little. The maids of honor had done as Walnut had commanded. The 2 red candles were lit in the room ahead of time and carefully decorated. When Yi Wuxin stepped into the door of the room while holding the walnut, the fragrance then lingered around the two of them, refreshing their hearts. Walnut was placed on the soft bed and felt herself sinking into a sea of flowers. Wife, get some rest. You've got a long journey in the morning. Yi Wuxin looked at the flushed face of Walnut and said in a warm voice, I don't want to rest yet. Walnut was disgruntled and suddenly flooded with a sense of obstinacy. You've been preparing all night, and you're telling me to go to bed early? How can that be? She rolled over and sat up, her gaze fixed on Yi Wuxin. Looking at the fire-like passion in that plum blossom pupil, Yi Wuxin was puzzled for a while. Momo, aren't you sleepy? No. Walnut shook his head. She stopped trying to bull **** the self and declared her intentions directly with her actions. Well, Yi Wuxin's words were covered by a softness. The rain was pattering outside the window, and the lights in the house had gone out, leaving only 2 flickering red candles. The two went into the same section of the dream. In a trance, Yi Wuxin went over the mountains. The views across the mountain ranges are beautiful and sweeping. The trees were covered with reddish fruits, and the bird named Walnut was humming softly. After passing through a messy and intertwined dense forest, Yi Wuxin saw a beautiful sea of flowers. It was the first time Yi Wuxin had seen such a beautiful flower, and he pointed towards the flower. Peachy, look, this flower is so beautiful. Humph, you, the person looking at the flower, marveling at the beauty of it, has just reached out and touched the petals. Suddenly, with a gentle breeze, a light rain fell in the forest, and the flowers were wet with raindrops. The birds still kept humming. It's full of otherworldly rhymes and rhythms. Walnut's hand suddenly clenched Yi Wuxin's shoulder, trying to get him to rest in place. The two had already rushed through too many hills, and Walnut's feet felt heavy and tired, like a leather strap stretched and loosened. Straightening and relaxing was followed by an involuntary shudder. Yi Wuxin had been completely mesmerized as he listened to the birds chirping. The song was especially moving on a night when all was silent. It repeatedly hovered above Yi Wuxin's head. He was infected by the wonderful melody and couldn't help but hum along as well. The song is sometimes low, sometimes clear, sometimes uplifting, sometimes high-pitched. At times it was quiet and silent, preferring to wait until Yi Wuxin went to the forest to carefully explore and disturb, before he would continue to sing. This scene is just like a shepherd boy riding a yellow ox, singing in the forest. It's so good. Is it uninstructed? Walnut didn't have the energy to answer his questions. She reveled in the power of nature, reveled in the shock of the one heart, sang a little love song, not bothering to distract him. The two crossed a winding, clear stream and took a flat boat. Walnut suddenly remembered his childhood, when he took a boat ride in Ryu Harbor. It seems to be such a rainy night too. The rain hit the cabin thickly. The wind and waves on the river carried the boat along with it. The rhythm of the wind is elusive. Sometimes it's gentle and relaxes the mind and body. Sometimes it's intense and carries with it a strong, intimidating presence. And she was trapped on this vessel, unable to disengage, only to keep drifting in turbulence along the river. For a moment, the bird songs were disrupted. The original lilting, melodious, euphemistic song, wrapped up in this storm, it now changes to a low, dark, throaty tune. The storm got a little stronger and the birds couldn't even sing. They could only open their mouths wide and cry out silently. Long, long, long. When the raging storm finally soothed, the bird got a break and suddenly let out a frenzied, shrill soprano. The wind had stopped, sending the boat into the gentle harbor of Ryu Harbor. The bird's remaining voice whimpered an uncontrollable cry of grief. Out of the corner of Walnut's eye, he couldn't help but slip out a few clear tears. Again, Yi Wuxin tenderly wiped away as much as he could. The view, which the two shared, finally ended in physical and mental shock. The red candle in the room also burned out, turning into a puddle of red candle tears. Chapter 103, Failure to Depart. The Hall of the Dead. Night. Walnut and Yi Wuxin. After the two of them fell asleep, they already didn't know how long had passed. The rain outside the window adds natural white noise to the sleep of two people. I don't know how much time has passed. In the darkness, buzz. There was a subtle sound. It was ringing in Walnut's ears. It just woke her up. What's that noise? Walnut's head, sleepy and confused. But the weather was not kind to her, and she was thus awakened by a mosquito. Pop! Walnut's hand rose and dryly killed the noisy mosquito. But apparently, it was too late. Walnut's arm had swollen up. She couldn't help but reach out and scratch. But the more you scratch, the more itchy it gets. Also, the large bag was red and starting to heat up. The hand on which Walnut swatted the mosquito to death was also covered in red blood from the bite. That's a testimony to the unfortunate demise of mosquitoes after they'd had their fill. Heartless, wake up! Walnut gawked, wanting to cry. Yi Wuxin was awakened by her and opened his eyes and also muttered a question. Ah Tao, why aren't you asleep? I was woken up by mosquitoes law. Someone grumbled in a small voice. She raised her arm in front of Yi Wuxin's eyes. Why is this hallmaster so unlucky? Obviously there is someone else on the side. Why don't mosquitoes bite you? Walnut huffed and puffed and looked at Yi Wuxin. Yi Wuxin was instantly dumbfounded. It's not like I could have chosen it. It's not always my fault, is it? Yi Wuxin paused and carefully recalled the theoretical knowledge of civil science that he had learned in Blue Star. Then patiently, he began to explain. They say mosquitoes are very smart. They have a very keen sense of smell. They can smell different odors on each person. If it's different people, in the same space, the mosquito will pick the one whose blood smells better to bite first. Really? There's such a theory? So it's this hallmaster who smells better? Walnut will be convinced. That's for sure. When have I ever lied to you? Yi Wuxin spouted nonsense with his eyes wide open. But it's still unfair. Why does the one that smells good have to get stung instead? Walnut huffed and puffed with indignation. It's a good thing even mosquitoes like you. He paused and asked, do you have any mint in the house? Putting something cool on it should make it better, right? Walnut frowned and thought for a moment. I don't know. Even if there is, it is not in this house. Forget it. This little thing. It's not hard to defeat this hallmaster. So be it. Then I'll put an ice elemental on you. Yi Wuxin said and put the ice elemental condensed ice on top of Walnut's swollen arm. It's nice and cold. Walnut said as he touched the ice. Subsequently, Yi Wuxin told Walnut again, one by one, in all seriousness, life is supposed to be so hard. Things like mosquito bites are much more common, but there is nothing that can't be overcome if you have hope and think about it more. Everything will pass. So, Walnut was finally convinced by him. However, even though she had the god's eye in her body, her physical constitution was obviously much better than normal people. Nay, being bitten by a mosquito has nothing to do with physical fitness. Walnut could only repeatedly self-hypnotize and hurry to sleep. After an unknown amount of time again, she crooked down in Yi Wuxin's arms and finally fell into a deep sleep. Day 2. Because I slept so late yesterday, a good morning was spent with two people sleeping in one piece, completely forgetting that he had important things to do. He also promised Grandma Ping and Zhongli that he would leave early in the morning and rush to the netherworld. The door to the two men's room remained firmly shut until close to noon. The maids saw that the compartment hadn't moved much all morning, and worried that Walnut was starving. They wanted to come over and urged the two to eat lunch. Several people hovered and hesitated at the door of the room for a long time, not daring to knock. Hallmaster and Hakai, it's not possible that they're still awake, right? No way. How long has this been going on? Who knows? Not a peep. What ye guessed, secretary? In the future you have to call. What to call? Ah? Stupid. Of course it's the ant. Hey, it's normal for young people to have trouble getting up. You get it again. Never mind. Let's wait until they wake up. What do you mean I get it? Don't you like to sleep in? The maids muttered and gossiped as they left. They haven't forgotten to speak clearly and carefully with Master Li in the kitchen. Have him prepare some of the hall master's favorite meals in advance, especially ingredients that are nourishing and full of nutrients. Master Li agreed in a heartbeat. Begin to open your hands. There are sea cucumber and millet porridge, ginseng and scallop seaweed soup, black bean and cinnamon red date soup, leek and wolfberry loach soup. After all, Mr. Li is a veteran chef now, very efficient and very good at his craft. Soon, he had prepared a delicious full table in advance. It was full, a big table, simmered in a pot, full simmer on low heat, popped on high heat. Although he didn't grow 8 hands, Master Li is just that good. A table full of delicacies, just waiting for the hall master and the ant to get up. It's time to have a good meal and fill your stomach before you hit the road. After all, we all know it by heart, and we all know that the two are going to be out of town soon. The two of them, the hall master and the youngest ant, would have to run around like this, and it would certainly be very tiring to think about. Had to have a good meal to eat and drink all the way through. Master Li waited and waited and waited. Neither saw any movement coming from the dining room. He crossed his fingers. After a long time again, Walnut, who was nestled in Yi Wuxin's arms, finally woke up leisurely. Looking out of the window at the heart-stoppingly fierce storm that, Walnut was filled with emotion for a moment. When on earth will this rain in Ryu Harbor stop? Grandma Ping said that the dark spirit sacrifice was going to start early, so as a person from the hall of the past life, she had to take up this honorable mission now. Will this rain ever stop? It depended on Yi Wuxin and the outcome of her trip. Walnut thought like this and looked at Yi Wuxin. The other man's eyebrows were stretched, and it was obvious that he was sleeping soundly. The thought of meeting his parents soon and telling the two old men the good news of his engagement. Walnut's heart was as sweet as honey. People are happy when they are happy. It's a day that's getting better and better. Walnut moved his arm quietly and, her cheeks spread into a smile she couldn't hide. Walnut had wanted to get up gingerly and get something to eat first, but he didn't expect to wake up Yi Wuxin. Momo, when did you wake up? Well, why are you awake? As Yi Wuxin came to his senses, Walnut looked at him in panic. I'm a little hungry and thought I'd get something to eat first. Sorry for waking you up. Oh, I'll go with you. Yi Wuxin sat up. For a while, the two looked at each other. Walnut tried to say something, but his mind went blank. Seeing your favorite person in front of you, she couldn't say anything. It's hard to say some things. There are still some things that can't be said just because you want to. There are also times when it's better not to say something than to say it, and better to be silent than to beep. Chapter 104, Caven. Walnut stared at her watery plum blossom pupils and looked stubbornly at Yi Wuxin. Can we both still play together? No. Oh. Yi Wuxin propped up his upper body and shook his head. Hurriedly, he said. Walnut's watery plum bush was tearful and full of disbelief. Why? You don't like me at this point? Of course not. Yi Wuxin hastily denied it. He didn't know what to say. So can we go on or not? Walnut asked softly. Yi Wuxin once again shook his head helplessly. His eyes were on Walnut without blinking, not wanting to miss a single expression on her face. The two men stared at each other in silence. Not speaking, Yi Wuxin reached out and ran his hand through Walnut's drooping hair. I can't as I can't, and I can't say any more than that. But, why is this? We have been engaged. Could this relationship, you can still back out? Yi Wuxin sighed and reached out to touch Walnut's little head. Momo, believe me, I really just had no choice. What helplessness. Get it straight. Do you like someone else? Walnut listened in confusion. Yi Wuxin thought carefully and sighed back. Do you know, what is the Demon King of Caven? The Demon King of Caven? Hutto blinked and shook his head. I don't know. There was a light novelist in Inazuma who preached, O Demon King of Caven, the enemy of a lifetime who doesn't know when he'll show up. It will bring the author pain worse than death, even to the point of despairing, to the point of wanting to sell one's soul. Sounds really pathetic. Exactly. Yi Wuxin nodded and continued. Whether it's an active jam like losing inspiration and not being able to write, or whether it's a passive jam like not being able to publish for whatever reason. In short, once you encounter it, it's hard to continue. Inspiration and the desire to express are fleeting things that are missed, and even if you tinker with them, it's hard to recapture the initial euphoria. I kind of understand. Walnut seemed to understand as she sat down at the table and ran her hair through her head. So what should we do? Yi Wuxin smiled and got up. This is the time of year when it's time to eat something and relax. Speaking of dinner, Walnut's eyes lit up. This hall master has an idea. Yi Wuxin just wanted to get up and ask what exactly it was, but Walnut suddenly reached out and pressed him. Shall we race? Not. Why did you suddenly think of that? Yi Wuxin didn't understand. It's because I've been staying home lately and my health is poor. Why? Yi Wuxin opened his mouth in wonder. Lack of exercise naturally leads to poor health, and when your body is poor, you will get sick. It's called saving for a rainy day and preventing illness. Walnut patiently explained. So, every day from now on we're going to race to run. Think about it then. I won't intentionally water down something like a match. Oh, even if you're my wife. This hall master doesn't need it. Moreover, I will never admit defeat. I hope you do what you say you're going to do. Definitely, Walnut said as she stepped away. The one who runs too slow will be penalized for singing later. She ran out a few meters in a huff. Yi Wuxin instantly took a long leg and chased after him. Luckily, it's because of the large rooms in the Who's house. It also seemed more than enough for two people to run around the room. However, due to the excessive height disparity, the leg length disparity is also excessive. In no time, Walnut fell behind and was thrown out by Yi Wuxin. Do you want me to wait for you? Yi Wuxin turned back in triumph. No way. Walnut turned his grief into motivation. She had a beautiful goal in her heart, an ardent expectation, and a yearning to defeat Yi Wuxin. It won't stop until it gets what it wants. Seeing Master Who's diligent and hard-working appearance, Yi Wuxin also slowed down his pace and waited patiently for her. But after a long time, Master Who was unsuccessful. She even had a billion points of regret. This disparity of power is self-defeating. Why on earth did she do it? Can you do it or not? Don't compete if you can't run. Don't you say a word, Walnut said indignantly. How could he possibly succeed if he was distracting her by mocking her every now and then? Yi Wuxin couldn't help but sigh. Walnut shook his head stubbornly. Walnut raised her small hand and wiped the beads of sweat seeping out of her forehead while glaring at Yi Wuxin. Yi Wuxin blinked with a very innocent expression. Ouch! Yi Wuxin intentionally slipped on his feet and fell to the ground. Well, you win. You did it on purpose. You have a problem. Walnut puffed up her little face and complained indignantly. Yi Wuxin pushed Walnut's hair behind his ear and spoke leisurely. Okay, I concede. Are you hungry? Hungry. Yi Wuxin was afraid that she would starve and immediately rolled over. As he did so, Walnut cleared his eyes. Yi Wuxin's lean back had a red mark scratched out on it at an unknown time. Touchy-feely. This is. Walnut couldn't help but raise his hands to his fingers. Her nails, it seems, are a little long. When you have time, you'll have to cut it shorter to make it work. A sudden pang of heartache surged through her because she had unintentionally scratched Yi Wuxin into this state. Slender fingers brushed over the marks. Yi Wuxin turned around and smiled. What's wrong? It's fine. It's fine. Just a little worried about you. Walnut lowered his head. You might as well worry about yourself. Yi Wuxin paused, whispered in Walnut's ear. Don't not long. Run, but I have to cry again. Walnut just wanted to reach out and hit him, but the strength was drained from his body. Yi Wuxin hugged Walnut, removing all her good intentions. Walnut could only stare at his tearful plum pupils in silent accusation. After this race between the two, the room had been so cluttered that there was no longer a clean and tidy place to be found. Yi Wuxin frowned, all too embarrassed to call out to the fellows to come over and clean up. Looks like you'll just have to do it yourself. But before cleaning up the house, the most important thing is to fill your stomach. True fillers. Originally, Walnut was on the verge of passing out from exhaustion and was too lazy to get up and go eat again. However, Yi Wuxin was afraid that if she didn't eat for such a long time, she would really starve. So he froze and picked her up horizontally. Ouch! Walnut sighed softly. What's wrong with you? Running too long makes my legs hurt. Can still walk? Walnut tried to stand up, but ended up not being able to straighten his legs at all. Yi Wuxin had just placed her on the ground. Walnut's legs just couldn't stop shaking, and he fell down as soon as his feet went limp. Yi Wuxin's eyes were quick to hold her up. It doesn't seem to be working. After shaking his head, Walnut spoke helplessly. Can't walk. Seems like I have to hold on to something to get around. Told you not to race. Just don't believe me. Oomph. It's your fault for running too fast. After blankly glancing at Yi Wuxin, Walnut pouted. Yi Wuxin hugged her and headed to the dining room together. Walnut's little face was flushed. Being hugged by a princess. Sweet as can be. The fellows and maids saw that the two had finally appeared and immediately served them the food with nimble hands and feet. Walnut and Yi Wuxian earnestly thanked him and began to have their meal together. Then the fellows and the maids gathered, all looking strange. Do you guys have the feeling that the hall master is glowing? Indeed, I think so. Is this what love looks like? I also want to fall in love. What do you think of me? Che, rabbits still don't eat grass in the nest. After Walnut and Yi Wuxin finished eating, they took a nice hot bath. After bathing in burning incense, Yi Wuxin looked at the overcast sky. It was only then that I suddenly realized how quickly the day had gone by. How is it that in the blink of an eye, it's already evening? Walnut's current physical condition was obviously not suitable for a night journey. Never mind. The matter of traveling to the netherworld should be put on hold until tomorrow. Night came, and the two men thought of the fact that they would have to move on to the netherworld tomorrow. Then he learned his lesson from today and hugged a separate quilt. After lying down quietly, it was all very peaceful for a while. Good night. Have a good night's rest. Well, good night. The two did prepare to recuperate before they overslept again. Think so. But the plan was perfect. The reality was bone-chilling. It's not clear who started it. All in all, it's déjà vu all over again. However, it was always time to leave tomorrow, or else Zhongli would have to come to the door to raise an offense. Chapter 105 Arrival in the Netherworld. Walnut and Yi Wuxian. The two loved to work out lately. After starting a family, they both realized the importance of good health. So, every night we go for a few long laps together before going home for the night. Although, long-distance running is a form of exercise that has a lot of benefits for the body. It can increase two people's endurance, physical fitness, cardiorespiratory capacity, and communication and cooperation skills. But it has to be said that there are still some side effects as well. 4 days at a time, Walnut was careful even to walk. She felt sore in both legs, and yesterday she had accidentally slipped and fallen to the ground because she was running too fast. Ligaments in the leg, just strained. The pain made Walnut's eyes water. The big knight cried like a pear, hugging Yi Wuxin and wiping tears straight. And, after all, the body tends to develop a lactic acid response after experiencing a heavy workout like a long run. In short, according to modern medical theory, lactic acid is a product of anaerobic cellular metabolism in the body. If there is a large buildup of lactic acid after a large amount of anaerobic metabolism in the muscle, it can lead to a noticeable soreness at the site of the buildup. In severe cases, it can also increase the burden on the kidneys and cause kidney function damage. In more serious cases, it can even cause acute kidney failure, resulting in the need for hospitalization before treatment is possible. So, Walnut is now. Both her legs were very sore and she could not step at all. Have to hold on to something to walk on the ground properly. Yi Wuxin looked at Walnut's struggling appearance and felt a pang of unexplained heartache. He asked, frowning, Peachy, would you like a pair of crutches? Walnut propped himself against the wall and looked up at the sky with despondency. She wanted to open her mouth and refuse, but was forced to agree with tears in her eyes. This hall feels that it is indeed necessary. Just wait. I'm going to go out into the garden and break off a piece of yellow pear wood and polish it carefully so you can use it as a walking stick, Yi Wuxin said, and was about to break the famous branch. How about that one? Try it first while you can? Yi Wuxin pointed at a branching tree trunk from afar. He paused and pointed to another. This one seems fine to me? Walnut looked over as he indicated. Don't. It's kind of a shame to break off a good branch. Actually, it's not a question of whether it's a pity or not. She's the Walnut Hall mistress, a lovable, witty and lively girl. Do we really have to walk on crutches? It doesn't fit at all with her identity, image, or temperament. Wouldn't it be a laughing matter if others saw it? But the situation at hand was such that Walnut had to bow down. It's already strained, and if you don't walk with crutches, in case you fall again, won't you have to rely on your own husband for the rest of your life? Walnut thought left and right and turned his head to look at Yi Wuxin. This hall master doesn't want those wooden crutches. It's you. You'll be this hall master's crutch, she said, extending a slender arm towards Yi Wuxin. If my wife is in trouble, how can my generation sit back and do nothing? Yi Wuxin graciously dropped the sentence and took Walnut in his arms in a princess hug. And don't bother with the crutches. I'd like to be Peachy's exclusive coachman, and I'll push you wherever you go. That's more like it. Walnut was gorgeous and climbed onto Yi Wuxin's arm. So, everyone in the Hall of the Living Past saw this scene. Hall master who was too young to walk properly. Wherever you go, you want your little ant to carry you, like a wombat. After a few more days, Walnut finally adapted to the intense exercise. She's not afraid of sore legs anymore, bouncing around every day and very happy. So they finally put their long-shelved plans for the underworld on the agenda. Before they left, Walnut and Yi Wuxian even went to pay their respects to Zhongli. Zhongli, if there is danger on this trip, I'm counting on you to take care of everyone in the past life hall. Walnut pulled Zhongli's sleeve and said goodbye to him in a serious and solemn manner. There is no need to say much. This trip is a long way up the mountain, so I wish you two all the best and a speedy return. Zhongli was unappreciative and brushed his sleeve away. What the hell? I knew I couldn't trust him with the Hall of the Living. Looking at Zhongli's dashing departing back, Walnut stomped her feet in indignation. Momo, wow, it's not like you're not coming back? Yi Wuxian secretly smiled and pinched her little face. I just want to spend more time in the underworld. After all, I haven't been there yet. After the two had eaten and drank enough, they finally hit the road. Along the way, think of all the things that can happen in the underworld. Yi Wuxian's expression was inexplicably a bit serious, while Walnut was also very quiet in a rare moment. What puts the two in an uneasy mood, besides the unknown netherworld, is because at the same time they are thinking about Walnut's parents. I wonder how they've been doing all these years in the netherworld. How's your health? Heartless, have you ever been to the underworld before? Walnut asked a very idiotic question. All kinds of first time in life, all with you to experience law. Soon, the two reached the vicinity of the delusional slope. Yi Wuxian followed Walnut after traversing a narrow and cramped cave. The eyes opened up. A large door that shone with a dark blue light appeared in front of the two. Walnut pointed to the gate and said in a deliberately inscrutable tone, "This is the dividing line between the Yang and Yin worlds. Think about it. If you step through this door, you'll never be able to return to the Yang world again." Hey, you don't scare me. Despite knowing that Walnut was joking with himself, Yi Wuxian took a look at the pitch-black appearance around him. The atmosphere here was indeed eerie, and Yi Wuxian couldn't help but tightly clutch Walnut's small hand. Plan pass. Hall master who smiled smugly and dragged Yi Wuxian through the door that led to the netherworld. The two just hovered in the pitch-black midair for a dozen seconds or so. It only felt gloomy and chilly. The figure then shifted and fell directly into the boundless darkness. Ah! Walnut couldn't help but let out a scream. Yi Wuxian hurriedly hugged her, not daring to let go in the slightest. It is said that people see their life's experiences before they die. If that's really the case, as soon as he stepped through that door, Yi Wuxian experienced the feeling of a human being on the verge of death. Memories from his childhood exploded in the middle of his head. He and Walnut plummeted steeply downward together, experiencing weightlessness. The shirts of the two men, because of this weightlessness, kept flipping upwards. The sound of the wind whistled around his ears, sharp and strange. The two people's eyes were tightly closed, and Walnut wrapped her arms around Yi Wuxian and pressed her face against Yi Wuxian's chest. It was stuck on so tightly that it looked like it was going to melt its face completely into it. Chapter 106, The Messenger of the Sun. Keep falling. After a long time, the two finally landed on the ground. During the rapid fall of the two men, Yi Wuxian had already used the wind element to resist the impact of the fall in advance, lest the two of them fall directly to the ground and shatter into pieces. Despite this, when the two rolled to the ground, Yi Wuxian still felt a pang of numbness in his back. Walnut was held tightly in his arms, and with this ready-made cushion of flesh as a buffer, was unharmed. After Walnut and Yi Wuxian opened their eyes, they realized that the two of them were in an ambiguous position of one on top of the other. However, the two are now both an unmarried couple and have long been open and honest with each other, with no secrets, famous and real. Naturally, it is not as good as the time when you were blushing at every turn. After quickly kissing the corner of Yi Wuxian's lips, Walnut climbed up with both hands supporting Yi Wuxian's chest. They almost simultaneously realized that they were already in an infinite sea of red pigeon flowers. Countless flowers on the other side of the river were in full bloom, displaying extremely demonic and beautiful postures. The petals were like blood-red threads, finely twisted together. Wow, it's so beautiful. This hallmaster has never seen such a beautiful view. Walnut let go of Yi Wuxian's hand and ran into the sea of flowers with a jump. Honey, this is the netherworld at least. Give it some face. Seeing Walnut venture in again, Yi Wuxian hurriedly got up to catch up. You watch out. It's fine. I'm the master of the Hall of the Past Life. No sooner had Walnut's words left his mouth than there was another gasp. Yi Wuxian immediately felt a chill at his back. After he ran to Walnut's side in 3 steps, he found her surrounded by many translucent ghosts. The ghosts drifted around the Walnut in groups of 3 or 5. They still had their Ryu formal clothing on them, and it was obvious that they were all Walnut's hometowns. Yeah, this little girl doesn't seem to belong to the netherworld? Well, yes, it's the scent of a living person. How do you come to a place like this when you're so young? Walnut was surrounded and froze for a few seconds. Seeing that the ghosts didn't have any malicious intent towards Walnut, Yi Wuxin slightly put his heart down. At that moment, the ghost of a young woman leisurely floated over from the group of ghosts. Are you the hall master of the Hall of the Past Life, Walnut? The woman inquired somewhat nervously. That's right. You actually recognize this hall master? Walnut was surprised. Before the young woman's ghost could answer, she heard Walnut's happy voice again. I didn't realize. Ah, up and down. Is this hall master already so famous? That's nothing to be proud of, is it? Although he didn't want to hit her, Yi Wuxin couldn't help but spit out. The young woman's ghost spoke quietly. Yes, I recognize you. You were the one who cremated me in the first place. That always sounds weird, but then again it does. Walnut couldn't help but scratch his head. Hall master, are you coming from Liu Harbor? I would like to inquire about something with you. No problem. This hall master will definitely know everything. May I ask if you have seen two children? Their names are Akiran and Ichiju. They are cute girls and boys. Let's see. Walnut looked down and thought. Hearing these two seemingly ordinary, yet poetic names, Yi Wuxin quickly remembered who One String and One Pillar were respectively. That's right. It's a brother and sister near Tiger Eater's Rock in Ryu Harbor. They were located wandering on the catwalk above the Xin Crescent in Ryu Harbor. Ichinoseki is the younger sister, looking for her mom every day. Ichiju is the older brother. He knows a little more than his sister and has come to his senses cognizant of his mother's death. In Ishing's mouth, the black-clothed sister who had sent their mother away must be his own wife. Hu Tao. Excuse me, dare I ask your name, but is it called Huan Yen? Yi Wuxin asked the thing he had been wondering about for a long time. Right. The young woman nodded quickly. How did you know? I've seen a string and a column before. Really? The young woman's eyes lit up. Not only her, even Walnut looked at Yi Wuxin in confusion. When did you meet them? It was a chance meeting. Warnian excitedly floated forward a few feet. Can you tell me how they are doing? They're pretty good. It's just. Yi Wuxin paused. After all, it's a little kid. Kind of misses mom. Huan Yan's mood lowered. I'm the one who's sorry for them. Seeing her in this sad state, Yi Wuxin and Hu Tao rushed to comfort her. Don't worry. Iju is a very understanding child and takes good care of his sister. Really? That's right. Yi Wuxin carefully recalled what One Pillar had said. Ichiju and Ikijin say that you have become a star in the sky and that you watch them every night, and that the starlight is as gentle as your eyes. How nice it would be if it were true. Huan Yan still looked unhappy, and the thought of her two children who had lost their mother made her feel very guilty. Ichiju also said that you are a great hero who guards Ritsuki, and that you will return to Ritsuki Harbor with the other heroes in the future as well. Oh, this kid, why is he so stupid? They are both wonderful children and will grow up healthy and safe. Don't worry. Hearing such comforting words from Yi Wuxin and Walnut, Huan Yan finally secretly wiped away his own tears and revealed a small smile. Thank you both for telling me this. I appreciate it. When the onlookers saw that Walnut and Yi Wuxin were so warm-hearted and good-natured, and that they had brought news from the Yang world, then they gathered around and asked them about their loved ones. May I ask if you two have ever seen a? Thus, Yi Wuxian and Hu Tao began to carefully recall the relatives mentioned in their mouths and gave answers one by one, so that they can know the news of their loved ones in the Yang world. There's little Miss Six's mother, who died in childbirth. There were those who lost their lives in one night in the storm, the wife and daughter of the widow Jiangcheng. There's Ginger, who loves to play hide and seek, the father and mother who died in the line of duty. There's Granny Chu who listens to the conch, that lover who died early in the sea. Many more, and they all have one thing in common. Very much attached and thinking of those loved ones and friends who are still alive. While Walnut and Ye were heartlessly telling stories of the Yang world and comforting the many souls. The news that two more emissaries from the Yang world had finally arrived in the cold netherworld was whispered throughout the netherworld of Ryu Harbor. As for why it's here we go again. Because, of course, many years ago, when Walnut's mom and dad first came to the netherworld, I've made similar moves. Chapter 107, The River of Forgetfulness. However, despite the good news brought by the two messengers from the world, while Walnut and Yi Wuxin were asking around about the location of that sealing boundary in the netherworld, the many ghosts were shaking their heads. Never heard of such a thing. Are you two mistaken? Walnut said sullenly. I should have known to let Zhongli and Grandma Ping draw a map. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but give her a chestnut knock on her skull. The two of them haven't been to the netherworld either. So how could they draw you a map first? Seeing that the clues were lost just like that, both Walnut and Yi Wuxin were a bit bewildered. At that moment, an elderly-looking ghost floated out. This ghost boss spoke hesitantly. I've heard there's an uncrossable river here. Maybe what you two are looking for is there? Hearing the old man say this, Walnut and Yi Wuxin finally revealed expressions of delight. Where? Walnut asked nervously. She was afraid that this old man would fool her. She didn't want to miss any clues. This ghost boss gazed at the blood-like gorgeous bright red flowers around him. and said with a despondent face, "It is said that the river is called the River of Forgetfulness, and I have only heard others talk about it, but exactly where it is, I don't know. After all, being old, my memory is really bad. Besides, I've been staying in this sea of flowers on the other side for a long time. Are you guys stuck here? Why don't you leave?" Walnut scratched his head again in confusion. "Well, you can't exactly say that." Hearing the ghost boss say that, the surrounding ghosts began to talk. "We all stayed here of our own free will, and I've heard that after crossing the river of forgetfulness you forget everything from your past. I don't want to forget them yet." Yi Wuxin couldn't help but sigh secretly. It does seem like reincarnation and all that is a very difficult thing to do. Ghosts wander the world of men with all sorts of wishes, unwilling to leave. Even after being successfully sent to the netherworld by Walnut, there is still an unwillingness to forget the past and start over. At that moment, suddenly the ghost of a small child floated by. "I know where that river is." Walnut and Yi Wuxin looked at each other and both saw a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. "I chased a black crystal butterfly in the sea of flowers before, but I couldn't catch it. If you follow the crystal butterfly all the way forward, you should be able to see the river." "Great, thank you." Walnut clapped her hands excitedly. Catch the crystal butterfly? This was Yi Wuxin's specialty. The two bid farewell to the ghosts and decided to act immediately to catch a crystal butterfly, so that the crystal butterfly could lead them to the so-called River of Forgetfulness. "Peachy, can you catch butterflies?" Yi Wuxin looked at Walnut's short stature and suddenly asked a question. How can this kind of thing be difficult to defeat this whole master? Walnut patted his chest very confidently. Yi Wuxin immediately rubbed his eyes and looked at Walnut. "Why are you looking at this hall master like that? Wait and see. Dumbass. How did you come up with such a cold joke?" Walnut shot back unmercifully. "Get going. Waiting for you to catch butterflies on the field." Yi Wuxin couldn't say anything to her, so he could only give a gentle push with both hands at Walnut's slender waist, urging her to start the show. After a pair of beautiful plum blossom pupils scanned around, they soon spotted a crystal butterfly flapping its wings. "There." Walnut lowered his voice and turned back to tug on Yi Wuxin's arm. The two walked gingerly together. "Wait here. This hall master will go over." After putting down these words, Walnut loosened his grip on Yi Wuxin's hand. Both toes were on tiptoe, showing great care, but Walnut had only just gotten to the crystal butterfly when it flew off very alertly. Walnut subconsciously reached out and jumped upward, two white calves swooshing upward. Despite all her efforts, she couldn't reach the crystalline butterfly. At this moment, when Yi Wuxin saw her back, the corner of his lips curved and he almost laughed out loud. Walnut puffed up her little face and turned back. "I accidentally missed this time. I'll be sure to do it next time. You're the best. Come on." Yi Wuxin was perfunctory in succession, so Walnut started hopping left and right at various places where the crystal butterflies were hovering. Nay, because Shorty didn't have human rights, she tossed around for half a day and didn't even catch a single crystal butterfly. Walnut turned back in frustration, nearly bumping into Yi Wuxin who was following her. She hung her head and lowered it against Yi Wuxin's chest, both hands wrapped around the lean waist, a maneuver she had apparently become too accustomed to doing in a single fluid motion. "Those butterflies are bullying this hall master," said Walnut with deliberate aggression. Yi Wuxin cried and laughed, only to backhand her. "Let you boast. What I can't do, it's just as well for husband to do it," Walnut said in a sweet and cloying tone. Yi Wuxin was so coaxed by her that he began to float over to catch butterflies. He only saw him rushing to a crystal butterfly with lightning speed and grabbed it before the other party could react. Walnut looked at this scene of Yi Wuxin easily catching butterflies and secretly wept. Being tall just has its perks. Too bad I'm a mini. But on second thought, she was almost married, so what was the point? Awesome. When husband makes a move, he knows if it's there or not. She jumped to Yi Wuxin's side in 2 arrow steps, and with a circle of her 2 arms, she took Yi Wuxin's arm. "I adore you so much. Who the hell did you learn to be so sweet-talking?" "Ahem, uneducated," Walnut said with a red face. After the two of them released the crystal butterfly, they saw the black crystal butterfly lazily floating around and began to float towards a certain place. "It's amazing." The two men looked at each other and drew up their legs and chased after them as if they had a heart-to-heart. "I don't know how long I've been chasing, but the scenery around me has always been the endless sea of flowers. It was like traveling through the middle of a vast desert, looking at the same barren yellow sand. The references are unchanged and one loses the ability to perceive time and space." It was so long that Walnut was about to think he was lost when they finally came before the River of Forgetfulness. I don't know if it's because the riverbanks are full of pigeon flowers, and the river water has a bleeding yellow color, rolling up and down. "There's a bridge there," Walnut said, pointing ahead. "It really is a Chinese-style hell layout." "What?" Walnut was unsure. Yi Wuxin pulled her towards that bridge. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the Neho Bridge recorded in the ancient books?" What's so special about this bridge? Legend has it that there is an old woman sitting by the bridge of Naho called Mangpa. To cross the river of forgetfulness, you have to drink Mona's soup and forget the events of your past life. What if you don't drink? It's said that if you don't drink the Mona soup, you won't be able to cross the Naho bridge, and you won't be able to be reincarnated. But Walnut hesitated, suddenly not wanting to go forward. She dragged Yi Wuxin's arm. This hall master doesn't want to forget you yet. We're not crossing the river. Fool, there are people and things that are not forgotten. Yi Wuxin stopped and looked seriously at Walnut. Even if we cross the river of forgetfulness, we will never forget each other. Chapter 108, Finding the In-Laws. But, did you just say that you have to drink Mona soup to cross the river? Walnut's little mouth was so pouty you could hang a bottle of oil from it. Keep your head on a swivel. There's always a way. As they spoke, the two had already walked to the Naiha bridge. As expected, a girl dressed in purple and named Meng waited there. Mona's eyes narrowed at the sight of these two uninvited guests. You too, visiting in a hurry. Are you in a hurry to cast off? Of course not. Walnut returned helplessly. If you are not a caste, what is the purpose of your visit? Walnut scrutinized Meng for a few moments. That said, maybe we're still peers. Oh, the other party's eyes cast over, scrutinizing Walnut and Yi Wuxin. After seeing Walnut's hat, Meng's heart was suddenly clear. The symbol of the Hall of the Past on that hat was indeed something she had seen before. It's someone from the Hall of the Past life, right? It's indeed a fellow traveler. Meng changed the cold face she had just worn and smiled like a flower. Before Walnut and Yi Wuxin had a chance to speak, the other party enthusiastically asked again. You too, are you here to guard the boundary as well? We're just here to check out. That's odd. There have been people from the Hall of the Past life here before, Mona said, with a twinkle in her eye. The Netherworld is not a food market to stroll the streets, so both of you should hurry back if you're just taking a casual look. No law. Walnut waved her hand in a hurry. We are on important business. She told the story of what Grandma Ping had confided in her. I see. I didn't know about the other side of the river. Then go over there and see for yourselves. I won't accompany you, the other man said, reaching out and pointing to the bridge next to him. Then she spoke again. But you two must think carefully. This river is easy to go over, but it will be difficult to come back. I've never seen anyone from the other side of the river before. Walnut, what do you think? Yi Wuxin looked at Walnut and softly inquired. Walnut thought carefully and said, if that's really the case, then it means that this hall master can stay with his parents in the Netherworld, which is a good thing. After being convinced by such a brain circuit of Walnut, Yi Wuxin nodded. Well, that's true. No matter what, the destination of our trip is always on the other side of the river. Let's take a step and see what happens. Walnut also agreed with Yi Wuxin and took his hand. Let's go over there and take a look before we make a decision. Anyway, no matter what, we have to go for the sake of Ryu Harbor's peace. Yi Wuxin had originally thought that if the other party forced him and Hu Tao to drink some kind of Mona soup, it was going to cause a lot of conflict and arguments. If necessary, one might also have to perform the condensed ice river crossing technique. Unexpectedly, the other party learned that Walnut and himself were both here to defend the peace of the Netherworld, and easily released them. Crossing the river went by so easily that it was even a little disorienting. After a hasty goodbye, the two men rushed to the other side of the river. After another unknown amount of time, the two finally reached the other side. The scene here was rather different from the previous one. There were no more petunia blooms, replaced by a single dancing black shadow. It was as if there were countless black leaves falling from the sky and fluttering around. After Yi Wuxin and Walnut approached, they soon realized that all of those so-called black shadows were the dark elements that he had come into contact with before. He finally realized that it was an energy from the Netherworld, and their movement is not completely irregular, but instead seems to rotate in a slowly dispersing manner around a center. It's like a galaxy in the vast universe. That's strange. What force is driving their movement? Let's go over in that direction and check it out. Walnut tugged on Yi Wuxin's sleeve and began to walk towards the center point where the dark elements were slowly gathering. Along the way, the two passed by many Netherworld sites. It was found to be similar to the Young World as well. There are mountains and rivers, cliffs and deep valleys, and many eerie-looking ghost towns. There was even a huge square outside of one ghost city, surrounded by towering buildings, and in the middle of the square, there was a giant altar with a diameter of 100 meters. The top of the altar was filled with all sorts of offerings and many strange stone statues. Their faces are hideous and frightening. Yi Wuxin wanted to go in and investigate, but Walnut stopped him. This hall master always feels that this place is not suitable to stay for a long time, so let's go find the boundary first. The more the two of them walked towards the center area, the speed at which the dark elements gathered became faster and faster, and the trajectory of their rotation gradually became clearer and clearer. Yi Wuxin's heart was filled with curiosity after observing this situation. After they finally reached the center where the dark elements converged, it was finally discovered. and it turned out that center turned out to be a giant dark elemental sphere. The dark elemental sphere appeared in front of the two like a spinning planet, and at its exact center was a huge black hole. This is, Walnut couldn't help but clutch Yi Wuxin's sleeve. In the middle of that black hole, an extremely terrifying energy was being released. Could this be the knot? Yi Wuxin had just finished saying these words before Walnut even had a chance to respond. The energy seemed to have sensed someone's intrusion and quickly fluctuated out to the surroundings. The scene in front of the two men's eyes all distorted. Yi Wuxin only felt the sky spinning as a huge gravitational force sucked him and Walnut into the sphere together. Walnut was turned upside down and subconsciously hugged Yi Wuxin tightly, shrinking into his arms. After the flash of light, another huge space appeared. The two of them, Yi Wuxin and Walnut, tumbled together once again. So dizzy, Walnut lay on top of Yi Wuxin, her eyes tightly closed. Yi Wuxin reached out and rubbed her temples. Feeling better? Walnut bit her lip and shook her head. Just as the two were interacting like this, a softly chuckling voice came from the back. Hi, look, there are even living people who can get here? A clear and pleasant female voice. Yi Wuxin and Walnut looked up alertly. The two saw a gallant woman. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't look at people. Importantly, the woman's eyes, much like Walnut's, had plum-shaped pupils. Immediately after Walnut raised his head, the woman's expression changed. She saw the logo of the Hall of the Past on Walnut's hat, and the plum pupils that looked exactly like her own. Peachy? The other asked incredulously, his voice suddenly taking on a few chokes. Yi Wuxin guessed that the woman in front of him must be Walnut's long-lost mother. Are you hallucinating about her again? Another man's voice came, with a slight chuckle, but when he also saw Walnut and Yi Wuxin, he flashed over almost instantly. Chapter 109, There is no reincarnation in Taiwait. Peach, what brings you here? And this is? Whose father's tone was filled with shock. Walnut blushed and climbed up from Yi Wuxin. Even though the meeting seemed very informal, formality didn't matter to the Hu parents. The two of them stood frozen in place, not seeming to be able to believe what was happening in front of them. Walnut and his own parents, separated by a distance of several meters. Several people took a few slow steps forward in unison. Peachy, Peachy, is that you, Peachy? Hearing the two men's involuntary calls, Walnut couldn't tense up any longer. Crystallized tears pooled in her eyes. Daddy, Mommy, she had flown into the arms of both men, tears clattering down her face uncontrollably. Peach has grown so big already. Ah, you too, why didn't you tell me if you were coming so far away? Walnut's little fists, pounding uncontrollably on Daddy Who's chest. You two big bad guys, big bad, big bad. Seeing her mom and dad, Walnut seemed to have suddenly returned to the little girl nature she had as a child. She cried and cried as she did so, and got sadder and sadder. It was as if he wanted to vent all the aggression he had received over the years. Sorry, Papa who was busy talking. Mother who also ran her hand through Walnut's hair and couldn't stop comforting her. Yi Wuxin stood behind Walnut and watched all that was happening in front of him. An indescribable sense of envy and relief suddenly surged within him. It's so nice that Walnut found his parents. It's so nice to be reunited with your family. Finally, Walnut got tired of crying, rubbed her red eyes, and raised her head. Mother who quietly glanced at Yi Wuxin and leaned over to ask in Hu Tao's ear. Peachy, who's that boy you came with? Walnut curled her mouth, deliberately silent. Knowing your daughter is like being a mother. When Mother Hu saw this, she knew that this daughter of hers had been mischievous again. She smiled and slapped Walnut's arm, feigning irritation. Stinky girl, speak up. If you don't, Mom will have to ask herself. Ah, don't ya, Mom, I'll tell you okay. Walnut surrendered in a huff, looking like he was admitting his mistake. She said in a low voice, we've both just gotten engaged, so that's a son-in-law to be for both of you. While speaking, Hu Tao obediently took out the marriage contract between the two of them and handed it over to Mother Hu for a look. Prospective son-in-law. As soon as Mama Hu saw that she had guessed correctly, she took the marriage contract with a smile, and also pulled over Walnut and threw out a series of questions. Come on, tell Mommy, what's going on with you two? When did you get together? When's the wedding? Hu's father instantly put a smile on his face when he heard this exciting good news. May, the children came all the way over here. You quickly stop interrogating, no matter what. It's good that little Peach likes it. Also, look at me. I forget everything when I'm happy. Come on, introduce us. Mother Hu wiped her own and Walnut's tears. Since we're getting married, we're all family now. Papa Hu then stepped forward and solemnly patted Yi Wuxin's shoulder. Xiao Tao has been naughty since childhood, and in the future, you will have to be more patient. Yi Wuxin saw his parents-in-law for the first time and was so nervous that he didn't know where to rest his two hands. He didn't dare to say much, for fear that he'd ramble on about something he shouldn't have said, and just nodded heavily. Come on, Dad, I'm so old now. I've stopped being naughty a long time ago. Don't scare Wuxin with your nonsense. Walnut stomped her foot and quickly ran to Yi Wuxin. Look at that. Look at that. It's not even married off yet. And you're so heartbroken about your son-in-law. Father Hu and Mother Hu stood side by side, looking at Hu Tao and Yi Wuxin with a spring in their step. Originally, the two men left this more than 10 years ago, and both of them were filled with guilt, and very much hung up on Walnut inside. It was thought that the two were stationed in the netherworld, and that they would never see Walnut again in this life, and I wondered how she was doing in the sunny world. I didn't expect to see my own daughter again in my lifetime, and it's a real joy to see my own son-in-law brought here. At this moment, the two of them saw Yi Wuxin's talented and calm appearance. Not only did he go out of his way to accompany his daughter to the underworld, Walnut also protects the other side at every turn, fearing that his son-in-law will be bullied. Hu's father and mother knew that the two had a deep and unusual relationship. For a time, both were overjoyed, and were 100 times more satisfied and relieved with their prospective son-in-law. Dad, Mom, we came over this time because we were commissioned by Grandma Ping to come and investigate the netherworld boundary. Hu Tao told his parents everything about the recent rainstorm in Liu Harbor and what Grandma Ping had told him. Grandmother Ping suspects that there is a possibility that the dark spirit sacrifice of the underworld has been unleashed ahead of schedule. Do you guys think that's what's going on? Papa Hu fell into silence for a moment when he heard her say this. It turns out that Walnut and his son-in-law came to the netherworld because of this kind of thing, though he and Mama Walnut have volunteered to make sacrifices to guard the boundary here. But the two men did not want, from the bottom of their hearts, for Walnut and his son-in-law to go down this same path. After all, these two people are their heart and soul, and even if they are sublime and great people, they can't afford to let their daughter and son-in-law suffer. It was only after a long time that Papa Hu opened his mouth in a somewhat depressed manner. I'm not going to hide it from you, but lately, at the boundary of the netherworld, all kinds of spirits have indeed been unusually active, and the wear and tear on the boundary has far exceeded that of the past. Your mom and I have been trying to fix the knot these days, but the repairs aren't keeping up with the wear and tear. We thought it was very strange too, but so far we haven't been able to figure it out, and we don't know exactly what triggered it all, Papa Hu said, and his eyes dimmed a bit. Then let's go together. Walnut, unaware of her own father's thoughts, stepped forward and took Papa Hu's arm, wanting to check out the problem with the boundary. Well, seeing that his daughter was so enthusiastic about wanting to go and investigate the boundary, Father Hu couldn't say anything. He raised his hand and pointed backward. The knot is right behind you. As Papa Hu indicated the direction, the two of them, Walnut and Yi Wuxin, turned backward together. Only a huge pillar of dark black light, like a huge flashlight, shone into the sky. The further you get to the top of the column of light, the lighter the color becomes. The pillar of light went straight to the sky, while the dome was azure blue, not too different from the night sky Yi Wuxin had seen in Tibet. Even, Yi Wuxin vaguely saw, at the top of that pillar of light, above the dome, was vaguely what Sky Island looked like. Is this the knot? Walnut couldn't help but issue a question. That's right, this is where all matter in the netherworld ends up, Mama Hu explained seriously. Final destination? Walnut still didn't get it. Surprising, isn't it? We didn't realize until we came to the netherworld that there is no reincarnation in Tibet, and that all things, tangible and intangible, eventually converge here and subsequently dissipate. In a calm tone, Hu's mother spoke the harsh truth. Rather than being a netherworld, this is a place where souls temporarily reside, because the power of each person's wish is different. The speed at which the souls dissipate is also different, but at the end of the day, they all turn into part of the boundary and dissipate into nothingness. A few people walked towards the knot while listening to Mama Hu. When he got closer, Yi Wuxin saw it. That dark black pillar of light was the result of hundreds of millions of dark elements coming together. They seemed to be working in unison, leading to the sky. Chapter 110 Ascension to Sky Island. Almost the instant he approached the boundary, Yi Wuxin felt a change in the dark element within his body. The dark elemental power in his body was surging and suddenly became active. It was like a huge gravitational force that beckoned him to continue to step closer to the knot. At the same time, those dark elements that made up the boundary sensed Yi Wuxin's approach. Like they had finally found their big brother, they began to scramble and pour into his body. This change was as if those dark elements had suddenly been given a soul. They no longer know how to just follow that collective unconscious instinct to go after a certain power like they used to. And now, it seems that they have finally waited for a powerful force, one that is strong enough to make them cling and become their masters. This is, Hu's father and Hu's mother were very shocked, and the two of them unanimously voiced their questions. After all, neither of them had yet seen what their son-in-law was capable of. All of them were surprised at once. Heartless, and although Walnut had already seen that strange power in Yi Wuxin many times, at this moment, he still felt a great shock inside. She looked at this scene with wide eyes and pulled Yi Wuxin's sleeve somewhat nervously. As the dark elements surged into his body, Yi Wuxin felt a great pain. This pain is not physical, but psychological torture. for those so-called dark elementals were almost entirely the power of the wishes of those deceased souls of Tibbet's recorded history. These intentions contain all sorts of unfulfilled wishes, regrets for what has passed, resentment for what has passed, and all sorts of intentions, resentments. After the dark element entered the body, those memories that had been sealed in it began to revive one after another like a rerunning machine. Countless noisy voices sounded simultaneously in Yi Wuxin's mind. Tell him your wishes, tell him your grievances, tell him your helplessness and sadness. In this situation, it was as if Yi Wuxin was trapped in an instant. He didn't know how to answer these conscious beings, didn't know how to respond, didn't know how to appease these departed souls. His body trembled violently, bearing a great oppression. Yi Wuxin was even able to feel that in his mind. There were many memories being disrupted and reorganized, and the biographies of many characters were flashing in front of him as if they were walking around. Yi Wuxin desperately controlled his consciousness, pressed his will into the deepest part of his body, and used his will to resist those ideas. He felt like his body, as if it was about to crack. The pain that tore through his heart and lungs made him feel as if he was going to die. When Walnut saw him in this agonized state, her heart ached as she went forward and hugged him. Heartless, how are you? Walnut's voice rang in Yi Wuxin's ears. What should I do? How can I help you? A voice with a crying tone entered Yi Wuxin's mind. Walnut's words gave him a huge revelation in an instant. Yeah, why think about resisting, instead of thinking about helping? All these intentions that are causing themselves so much pain at the moment were once one ordinary life after another. A small wish of theirs. What should I do and what can I do? As this thought popped into Yi Wuxin's mind, he suddenly felt his body become incomparably light. Light enough, like it could soar. Those dark elements contained the wishing power of Tibbet's departed soul, carried his body as it gradually rose toward the high heavens. Walnut and his own parents stood frozen in place. They all saw that Yi Wuxin's body was miraculously rising upwards. A purple bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, followed by booming thunder. A dark black aura hovered around Yi Wuxin's body. His feet had left the ground. His sleeves bulged and fluttered upward and upward. Momo! Yi Wuxin felt that his body was no longer under control as he was held up by an inexplicable force and continued to rise upwards. He tried to control his body and descend to the ground, but to no avail, and even flew faster and faster. Heartless! Walnut cried out in panic. She didn't know what had happened to Yi Wuxin. Seeing that Yi Wuxin had already floated up, he was soon going to float to an unreachable height. Almost instantly, without hesitation, Walnut jerked upward and he was able to pull Yi Wuxin's hand. The two men's hands pulled each other tightly as they rose in an absolutely anti-gravity stance. The wind whistled in both men's ears. The eardrums were pressurized by the airflow. Walnut's twin ponytails floated in the sky, messy but beautifully poised. Her plum pupils blinked, and suddenly she shouted in an unmistakable voice, "Wherever you're going, please take me with you." She didn't want to lose Yi Wuxin again like she lost her mom and dad back then. Yes, I promise. Yi Wuxin's eyes were slightly narrowed by the airflow. Even when wrapped up in this strong air current, there is no telling where you are about to float. But his mood was very calm. This situation has never been seen before. He used to be always alone, but not anymore. No matter what happens, there will always be someone who will be there for him. Walnut would always be with him. The two flew higher and higher through countless clouds. The light from the zenith came down from above and shone on the two men, gilding their bodies. The airflow is gradually stabilizing. The continent of Tibet grew smaller and smaller in the eyes of the two, like a condensed miniature landscape. Peachy, look at. Yi Wuxin narrowed his eyes and gazed at the scenery below. It's so beautiful. This is the first time this hallmaster has seen such a view. Walnut's voice became excited. Fly. She was poetic for a moment. One day the walnut rises on the wind, and it rises 90,000 miles. The two continued to fly upwards for who knows how long. It was only then that he landed steadily on the sky island. The two landed on the green grassy ground, the aroma of flowers and grass filling their noses. Soft and white clouds floated just out of reach of the two, like a delicious marshmallow. Chapter 111, Farnase's Troubles. Yi Wuxin and Walnut were lying on the lush green grass of Sky Island. What is happening now has left them with a long time of peace in their hearts. But no matter what was about to happen, it was always two people facing it together, and that settled them down a little bit more. The two men helped each other to stand up, and an extremely tall spiral staircase appeared in front of their eyes, the top of which was obscured by clouds, with no end in sight. How amazing! This hallmaster has never seen such a sight. Walnut couldn't help but exclaim. It seems like after being with you, a lot of things have become so magical. Yi Wuxin smiled and just took Walnut's hand without speaking. The two men looked over toward the spiral staircase, only to see countless giant white stone pillars surrounding the staircase. stuck in the middle of the snowy clouds, like white candles on a heavy cream cake. Yi Wuxian recognized that these giant stone pillars were exactly the same as the nail of cold sky that led to the destruction of the ancient snowy mountain kingdom of Sharfendernil. In the era of the War of the Demon Gods, the snowy mountains near the city of Mon were not yet snowy mountains, but a land full of green and full of life. The silver-white tree of endurance runs through the earth, never withering, and blesses the countless children of Fenrir. However, the cold sky spike that froze the world descended from the clear sky and mercilessly penetrated the tree of endurance. The lush mountain ranges were covered by endless winds and snow, which also led to the destruction of the ancient kingdom of Fenrir. All of this tragedy is clearly due to the power of the gods of Sky Island. What is most ridiculous and ironic is that Fenrir is a land that believes in gods. They used to worship Sky Island as if it were the sun. When Yi Wuxian saw those cold heavenly nails stuck in the clouds, endless anger rose in his heart. The facts are clear. Whether it's a godless kingdom like Kandria or a godly kingdom like Fenrir, in the end, none of them can escape the fate of being destroyed by the gods on the island in the sky. Why would Sky Island do this? He couldn't figure it out. Walnut noticed the change in his complexion and asked out loud, "Heartless, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, let's go see those gods of Tivit together." "Gods?" Without waiting for Yi Wuxian to reply, Walnut pulled him with gusto and stepped onto the spiral staircase that could not be seen at first glance. As soon as they stepped onto the ladder, the complexion on the faces of Walnut and Yi Wuxian changed alarmingly, and they couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. This ladder on the island in the sky was filled with invisible pressure, all as if it was topped with 1,000 pounds of weight. With every step, there was a feeling like a thorn in one's back, as if what one stepped on underfoot was not a flat ladder, but countless hard steel needles. The two trudged up the stairs. Walnut felt a chill run down his spine, and his spirit was a little lax. Yi Wuxian looked at her with some concern. "Tao Tao, how are you doing? Can you still hold on?" Walnut bit her lip and shook her head. "These are nothing. This hall master will definitely be able to do it." She held on, not stopping herself, not wanting to be a liability. Yi Wuxian also stopped talking nonsense. He pulled Walnut's small hand tightly and climbed upward step by step. The two men walked for I don't know how long. The stairs are still one step after another. Upwards, there was no end in sight, and downwards, only an endless abyss could be seen vaguely through the clouds. Finally, Walnut couldn't hold on any longer, and her hand holding Yi Wuxian became weak. Yi Wuxian no longer tried to encourage Hu Tao to cheer her up. After all, the difference between the two's physiques was too great. Though he wasn't walking easily, he crouched down and scooped up Walnut, carrying her one step at a time as she climbed upward. "Put me down." Walnut's voice was soft. Yi Wuxian shook his head. "What are you talking about? No matter where we go, we're going to be together." Walnut leaned her head against Yi Wuxian's arm, and the corner of her lips couldn't help but curl up. When the divine hall of Sky Island appeared in front of Yi Wuxian, 7-colored light enveloped his surroundings, cloaking him in a brilliant and eye-catching garment. Yi Wuxian had originally thought that he and the gods of Sky Island had another battle that had yet to be finished, but to his surprise, the original one, who might have been called Farnese, he was within the temple, leisurely trimming a potted plant with scissors. Seeing the sudden intrusion of Yi Wuxian and Walnut, Farnese's expression was light, not looking surprised. "You're finally here." A familiar voice came through. "It's the sound of the system." Yi Wuxian narrowed his eyes, only to see one of the sustainers of the divine principle, the console of space. She stepped out in style from behind Farnese. The original one made his own glowing shadow, and the number of shadows was 4. They are the reign of life, the reign of death, the reign of time, and the reign of space. The ruler of space's long, snow-white hair fluttered behind her as she looked at Yi Wuxian and Walnut and smiled faintly. "To be able to walk here in a human body, it's really not worth the trouble I went through to bring you here from another dimension." Seeing Yi Wuxian standing in place, he didn't say anything. The ruler of space took a few steps forward. "Out of all the chosen ones, you're the first one to pass the test and make it this far." Even though he was facing these gods of Tivit, and even though he had received the so-called affirmation from the other side, Yi Wuxian was not the least bit pleased. On the contrary, the burning rage within him simply grew more and more intense. "You guys are acting in your usual style. What makes you say that?" Yi Wuxian hugged Walnut and clenched his fists. "Whether it was destroying Fenrir and Kandria, or bringing the humans of Blue Star to Tivit, did you ever ask anyone for even the slightest opinion?" The reign of space clasped his arms. "Coming to Tivit, I thought you'd be happy. After all, you're with her, aren't you?" She pointed at the walnut in Yi Wuxian's arms without any expression on her face. In her eyes, there was no difference between walnut and Tivit's grass, trees, bricks and stones. It is all created by fans, the divine principle of Tivit. Yi Wuxian frowned, not even bothering to talk to her. He stood still, not saying a word, intending silence to be a silent protest. Farnese raised his sleeve, and Yi Wuxian was instantly brought before him. Farnese spoke faintly. with little intonation in his voice, but a natural flow of majesty. The Tivit world, the light realm, the human realm, and the void realm, are in competition with each other, and devastating catastrophes can occur at every turn. Although I set up the borders, don't forget that the development of civilization must come at a price. You lament the destruction of those small countries, but you cannot see the erosion that the entire Tivit border faces in vain due to the prosperity of those civilizations. He clicked off a lush branch on the potted plant, his tone still rippling. It's like tending a garden. What's too tall? What's too long? Has to be pruned in time to be neat and tidy. Yi Wuxin looked at the rounded and extremely neat potted plant that had been repaired by Farnese, and was somewhat appalled inwardly. In the eyes of the other side, overthrowing a country is as natural as repairing an overgrown branch on a potted plant. Farnese stopped his hand movements and turned his head to look at Yi Wuxin. Do you think I'm not doing the right thing? Chapter 112, The Crown of Reason is yours. Why has civilization evolved in such a way that Tivit faces erosion? Yi Wuxin didn't understand as he stared at Farnese and asked his question. Farnese did not speak. Instead, it was the ruler of space, the system that was most familiar with Yi Wuxin, who patiently explained to Yi Wuxin. As you can see, the essence of the so-called dark elemental is, human wish power. It is the same wishing power that sent you to Sky Island. Human wishes, like desires, are endless. The more civilization flourishes, the more the wishes expand. According to her, Farnese set up a border to protect Tivit, isolating Tivit from the dark beyond sea. But the encroachment of the void realm on the borders of Tivit is increasing. The development of civilization, in turn, has exacerbated this erosion by allowing human aspirations to expand exponentially. The so-called dark spirit sacrifice is also nothing more than the energy released when the wishing power of the netherworld has accumulated to a critical level. You and Walnut flew so many prayer kites at the Ancestor Festival, and the bursting of wish power in Ryu Harbor is the real reason why the Dark Spirit Festival was launched early. The system's explanation caused Yi Wuxin to fall into silence for a moment. The heavy rainstorm in Ryu Harbor was caused by us? Walnut asked out with some disbelief. That's right, Sky Island couldn't grant those wishes. It had to transfer that energy in a different way. The system's voice rippled, as did her cold eyes. Yi Wuxin only felt that countless exclamation points surfaced in his mind. He questioned with some excitement, but what is wrong with just wanting to fulfill a wish, and feeling that way? To Yi Wuxin's surprise, the system replied very directly. There is no fault, except that this wishful thinking destroys the order and balance of Tivit. Of course, we've been thinking about how to maintain that balance, and we've been trying to fulfill human wishes in various ways. Giving the Eye of God is one of those ways. It's just that the human realm's wish power is too powerful, so big that the Sky Island can't carry it, which is why the Celestial Reason Nurturing System appeared. The system paused and walked over to Yi Wuxin. An extremely brilliant crown suddenly appeared in her hand. In order to screen those humans who are willing, and able, to fulfill the wishes of all, to become the next Tenrikyo of Tivit, since you have passed the many tests, and since the wish of the people has sent you to Sky Island, this crown of reason is yours. Without any further ado, the system put the crown of reason, which was emitting 7-colored gorgeous light, on Yi Wuxin's head. One moment, the bright light flooded the entire temple. Walnut looked fixedly at Yi Wuxin, his mouth open, unable to speak. What happened? How did my own husband suddenly become Tenli? Yi Wuxin felt that the energy in his body was endless. If there is a table of values, it should be far too explosive to estimate that kind of powerful battle. Farnese walked over and patted Yi Wuxin's shoulder. Go on, Junior. If you wish to wear the crown, you must bear it. May Tivit grow better and be at peace under your rule. Where are you going? Yi Wuxin looked toward Farnese and secretly slandered. I'm afraid this guy isn't infected by Barbados and Zhongli, and he's going to retire early to touch the fish too, right? As you wish. The other party smiled mysteriously and gave these words, disappearing in an instant. Yi Wuxin couldn't think of anything to spit out. At the same time, the scenery within the temple changed abruptly. Time flowed in a flash, sending Yi Wuxin and Walnut to the future. Walnut's head was spinning. What happened? Where were we? She hasn't figured it out yet. It's just one crossing. You'll know soon, Yi Wuxin said, looking towards the exterior of the divine hall, newly appointed as the heavenly reign. He is like a creator with the ability to control life, death and time and space at will. Likewise, almost as soon as he crossed over, he realized the destination of this trip through time and space. 3, 2, 1, he murmured in his mind. The doors of the temple burst open. The sound of numerous and disorderly footsteps came. The two siblings, empty and fluorescent, reunite at the end of their journey. The two then joined forces, summoned the 7 gods, and with all their companions, set foot on Sky Island. Yi Wuxin couldn't help but let out a secret sigh. I didn't realize that once, as a traveler, He had helped Fluorescent's sister with countless quests and run countless errands in the game. And now, as the divine principal, you want to win that unfinished battle with the Air Fluorescent siblings? Traveler? Zhongli? And, why are you all here? Walnut was still groggy. What the hell happened? Confusion was written all over her face, and she frowned and scratched her head. It's been a long time, why are you two here? Zhongli looked surprised with a rare look of disbelief in his gaze. In his timeline, since Walnut and Yi Wuxin went to the Netherworld a few years ago, the downpour in Liu Harbor stopped the next day, but these two never came back. Zhongli thought that the two were reunited with Hu Tao's parents, and it was rare to enjoy this kind of heavenly happiness, so he didn't rush to summon the two back. I didn't expect to meet again after a long time in an unexpected place, Sky Island. Moreover, the Tianli himself, who had been refusing to show his true face on the grounds that God is not to be looked at directly, was actually the guest secretary and son-in-law of the Hall of the Future Life Yi Wuxin? This simply overturned Zhongli's perception. Yi young warrior, you and Walnut, how come you're on Sky Island? Carved Haru's voice stuttered. You're Tenri? Yi, no, Tenri-sama, were you microdosing in Ryu Harbor before? Shannon couldn't hold back her excitement. They are not the only ones. Ning Guang, Shi Qi, Xing Xiu, Shen He, Bai Jiao, even Grandmother Ping, Liu Yun, and a host of other immortals. Everyone saw the dazzling crown of reason that Yi Wuxin was wearing, as well as the four looming shadows behind him. They all froze, one by one, their eyes wide open, their mouths turning into an O shape, unable to speak for a long time. This fact shocked them beyond belief and made them deeply skeptical. How could they have never imagined that the guest minister of the past life hall, who was very powerful at a young age, would be Tianli himself? On top of the crowd's shock, Hollow couldn't help the anger that erupted in his eyes. You're the one who destroyed Candelaria. As the prince of the Late Night Legion, Empty clenched his fists and angrily questioned Yi Wuxin. No, it's all a misunderstanding. Before Yi Wuxin could say anything, Walnut hurriedly defended. She couldn't see Yi Wuxin suffer any injustice. Yi Wuxin pulled her hand, signaling her not to be hasty. The matter of the abyss was clear to Yi Wuxin. Those abyssal ambassadors, the Chuchas, all of them are the remnants of the ancient kingdom of Candria, cursed to become what they are now. It's a pretty pathetic bunch to say the least, and after joining the abyss, Hollow has always viewed Tenri, who destroyed Candria, as an enemy. That's why the first thing Hollow and Flux do after a long goodbye is to go up to Sky Island to get their revenge. What a misunderstanding. Walnut, don't let him confuse you. When the Fluorescent sister saw Walnut's anxious appearance, she was also filled with doubt for a moment. This hall master swears, it really isn't what you think. In the face of the Empty and Fluorescent so questioned, the atmosphere in the Temple of the Sword tense, Walnut momentarily very anxious. Chapter 113, Epilogue. Flux and Air were clearly not convinced by Walnut's explanation. The people of Liu Harbor, who had previously been in contact with Yi Wuxin, were swayed and began to speak for Yi Wuxin. Brother Yi is not a bad person. Traveler, I can testify for him, Chi-Chi said sharply. Traveler, please take it easy for now. I think that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Why don't we listen to what young Master Yi will say? Carved Haru walked forward in style and took Flux sister's hand. Yi Wuxin had already predicted the consequences of the battle as he turned his head to look at Luminescence and Air. I know what you two are here for. Empty clenched his fists and pulled his sister back, not wanting her to fall under the spell of this group. Yi Wuxin walked over towards Luminescence and Air and spread his hands. If the two of you are bound to fight me, then this war is destined to be the end of Tibet, and will result in the end of the living souls and the total destruction of civilization. Fluorescent's sister couldn't speak, and subconsciously took a few steps backward. Civilization all over. Little Paimon couldn't help but cover his mouth in shock. Obviously, she didn't want the consequences of that to happen. The thing about the destruction of Candria is not entirely irreparable. Yi Wuxin walked up to Flux and Empty. If you two are willing, I will send you back to the past. Let's go back in time? Empty seemed a little disbelieving. Yes, go back to when everything hadn't happened yet. At that time, you will still have plenty of time to change everything. Is it really okay? Lum faltered and took Empty's hand. Brother, should we try? Flux, don't be silly. Do you believe what he said? Not to mention which point in time you'll be transported to in the past. When you're transported to the past, will that change everything? Empty raged. Men's mouths, lying ghosts. Seeing Empty in such utter disbelief, Fluorescence was once again speechless. Brother, have you spent so much time in the abyss that you don't trust others at all? Flux, don't you forget that when Tenri destroyed Canria, he wouldn't even treat humans as human beings. How much do you think his words are worth believing? Air sent a soulful question to Fluorescence. Yi Wuxin's brain hurt from listening to him, and he stopped talking nonsense. Gentlemen, I'll send you back now. Let the facts speak for themselves, and I'll see you again sometime. With a wave of his hand, he sent Hollow straight back to a long enough time ago. Along with Flux, the temple fell silent. The crowd saw that Yi Wuxin had an extra mirror by his side. In the mirror, it was a scene after Hollow and Floor had traveled back in time. The crowd inside the temple looked at the mirror, only to see the two, empty and fluorescent, awakened from a chaos. In front of them was the thriving civilization of Kandria. Many tillers went about the field, the war machines of Kandria. Lum gripped the empty hand tightly and looked at the prosperous Kandria with a wide smile on his face. Brother, he didn't lie to us. It's not too late. Hollow is also finally happy, and the two embark on a new journey together to change the fate of Kanya. Inside the temple, Zhongli and the rest of the 6 gods looked at the scene inside the mirror for a long time before they were finally appraised. This is indeed the ancient kingdom of Kanria. True and true. After all, the 7 gods were at that time summoned by the former Tenri to join together in that part of history that destroyed Kanria. This is the reason why they later developed a sense of distrust towards the divine principle and felt guilt inside for the countless human beings who died in the war. Now, they all felt comforted for a moment when they saw the possibility of the restoration of the Canarian civilization. Walnut also plopped down in front of the mirror and looked left and right. Wow, that's just awesome. She couldn't help but applaud. Does anyone else want to go back in time? Or a specific point in time? I can fulfill any of your wishes. Yi Wuxin's voice was fourfold and unperturbed, yet it stirred a shock within the crowd within the temple. We can too? Yeah, every single one. Yi Wuxin's face was very calm. This was a no-brainer for him. Farnese was reluctant to fulfill the wishes of the crowd, simply because he couldn't think of a way to satisfy everyone at the same time. But Yi Wuxin took another route. For him, after becoming a Tenri, life and death, time and space no longer had meaning. Send the person who wants their wish to be granted back to a specific certain time, so that the other person can personally rewrite their destiny and fulfill their wish with their own hands. In this way, the encroachment of the human realm's wishes on Tibet will be reduced and everyone's heart's desire will be fulfilled. So why not? Going back in time, as unbelievable as it sounds, is really fun. Bell mused. I'm willing to give it a try. He made a request to Yi Wuxin. Oh, how far back do you want to go? Walnut crossed his arms and cocked his head. About 3,000 years ago. A look of reminiscence passed through Zhongli's gaze. Good. Yi Wuxin nodded. He was just about to send Zhongli back as well, but Zhongli waved his hand. Not until I've been to both of your weddings. Wedding? Everyone looked surprised, except for the few people in the know in Lizuna Harbor. Whose wedding? Ha. Of course it's this Hall Master's. Walnut's words fell. The entire temple turned a festive red color. 10 miles of red dress, lights and colors. Wow, that's beautiful. Even the always calm Lei movie couldn't help but let out a gasp. The clothes on Walnut and Yi Wuxin had turned into fiery red wedding clothes, bursting with radiant light. The whole of Sky Island is a bride price for you. I wonder if Ms. Walnut would like to become the mistress of Tibet? Heartless. In fact, having you alone is enough. Walnut called out with some emotion. A blush covered her face. Besides, I haven't had time to prepare my dowry. None of that matters. Between Yi Wuxin's mind's slightest movement, Walnut's parents were also brought up to Sky Island. Fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law. You don't need to stay in the purgatorial netherworld any longer. The two men burst into tears at the sight of Walnut, clad in her wedding robes. All the way through it ran on the pretty red silk. From now on, there will be no life or death in Taiwat. No gods on high. Sky Island is Tibet's vacation spot, and everyone is welcome to come back often. Yeah. A burst of cheers erupted around them. I want to go to another time and place too when we're done with the cavorting. Everyone rejoiced. Yi Wuxin pulled on Walnut and smiled slightly. From now on, every bit of Tibet has a different and exciting story to tell. The journey ahead is yours to explore individually. The book is almost finished with the main plot. I'll make up some extra little shorts as I go along. Thanks to the support of lovelies. Chapter 114 Extra. Walnut goes to Comic-Con. Up. Blue Star. S. City. CJ Live. It's summertime and a grand Comic-Con is being held here. As soon as the two of them, Walnut and Yi Wuxin, arrived at the venue location, they perfectly blended into the Comic-Con scene. After all, these two were dressed in the same way as the many cosers on the Comic-Con floor. Very much a two-pronged salamander, so to speak. As for the reason these two are suddenly at Comic-Con instead of staying at Tibet, the young couple hadn't been married for long. Newlyweds, and they were intensely affectionate and mushy every day. Walnut would pester Yi Wuxin every night, asking him to tell him some interesting stories about Blue Star. Yi Wuxin couldn't help her pestering, so he patiently told many things that used to interest him. Various games, anime, through and through. After Yi Wuxin said that there were a lot of beautiful young ladies at the Comic-Con, Walnut immediately had both eyes glowing and asked very seriously, "So are there a lot of handsome little brothers too? Why do you think that?" Pretty young ladies are always with handsome little brothers, just like me and you. Seeing that Walnut was so self-absorbed, even though he was being complimented along with himself, Yi Wuxian was still silent. So, driven by curiosity, Walnut pressed on. She began to soften her words and insisted that Yi Wuxin take her to the Comic-Con. Of course, the most important purpose is to see the little brother. Unable to resist Walnut's pleading, so Yi Wuxian had to bring her across to the Comic-Con gathering in Blue Star. Going to the Comic-Con has always been on Yi Wuxin's list of plans, but because of his previous social terrorism, he never made it. Now that Walnut was excited to go, he was naturally happy and cooperative. At the Comic-Con, Walnut was running and jumping around like a bird out of a cage. There were so many things she had never seen in Ryu Harbor. For a moment, she even forgot the reason she came to Comic-Con in the first place. Yi Wuxin had just bought some trinkets in front of the stall, and when he turned his head, he couldn't find Walnut. Where's Walnut? Where are the walnuts? The crowd at the scene was weaving in and out, and Yi Wuxin was drowned in the crowd. It was also not too convenient to use his superpower, so he had to look east and west while starting a slow journey to find his wife. Walnut, on the other hand, was weaving in and out of the crowd, constantly stopping in front of the various stalls, occasionally letting out a gasp of surprise. Even Yi Wuxin didn't realize that he had been left behind by himself. Wow! What's this? What's that one again? There are so many things that this hall master has never seen before. Walnut kept asking, and some of the stallholders couldn't even answer her questions in time. Just watched in awe as Walnut wandered on to the next stall. Despite the noise of the Comic-Con venue, Walnut's voice is highly recognizable. Upon hearing this series of pleasant sounds, passers-by were instantly attracted to her and glanced sideways. Quick look! What a pretty Miss Walnut! There's a cosplayer lady there who looks a lot like Walnut. Really? It's so similar. Where? It's more than a likeness. It's exactly the same. I've never seen a walnut so real. Such a real walnut. It should be a very well-known cosplayer. Who could it be? So there's a cosplayer lady who looks super like Walnut on the Comic-Con floor? And the news spreads like wings. Soon there was a large audience for, well, ornamental Walnut. Of course, people didn't directly go up to disturb them out of politeness, and most of them watched and admired from afar. Some of the human society cows a little, but they passed by Walnut as if they did not intend to, and secretly took beautiful pictures of her. Walnut knew nothing about it, but even if she did, she didn't care. A keen reader of manga, she glanced at the flowery book on one of the stalls. Walnut's eyes were quickly drawn to the comic book stand. She then hurried over. This comic book stand holds many freshly baked copies, all painted by the stallholder himself. The vendor was a cute girl dressed as Tamagotchi, with pink hair plus 2 pink ears. Walnut stared blearily at the books. Can I see them? Sure, of course. With the other party's permission, Walnut immediately picked up the book and read it with great interest. She was fascinated by the plot of the book. The drawing is great. Walnut sked as she looked at it. When the stall owner saw the real Walnut, he was so excited that his eyes glistened and he could hardly speak for a while. Walnut, can I collect stamps with you please? What is stamp collecting? The stall owner was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly thought, Miss, you're new to the cos scene, right? Stamp collecting means taking pictures together. Saying that, the stall owner took out his cell phone and very enthusiastically ran to Walnut's side. Eyes blinking, she looked at Walnut. May I? Yeah. Walnut reluctantly took his eyes off the book and agreed to take a picture with the vendor. Thus, a photo of Tomo and Walnut was successfully taken. The stallholder also went along and put the photo on his fat friend circle and Twitter. A chance encounter with a pecan. So cheerful. As soon as this dynamic was sent out, it was immediately placed by fans in the original God Supermarket Square. At once, the dynamic was flooded with messages. Attention! Attention! Coordinates XXXX. Walnut infestation. Wow, this cosplayer is too real. So much for expanding the column. Looks like my wife. Walnut. Sticky. I'm just around the corner. I'll be right over to the con. This microblogging was also forwarded by enthusiastic netizens at Mikuyu official blog. So the microblogging administrator of Mikuyu immediately notified the operation staff at the CJ site. With the official push from Mikuyu, Walnut also managed to make it onto the old wave Weibo hit list. The phrase "Is CJ seen" surprised Walnut himself. Meanwhile, the number of people coming to visit Walnut at Comic-Con is growing. An image of Walnut's episode appeared on a large screen at the back of the official Miku booth. Walnut saw the image as soon as he looked up. It's this hall master? So I'm already this famous? How come I didn't know? Walnut, whose mind was offline, didn't notice anything strange at all. She trudged through the crowd and headed in the direction of Mikuyu's booth. Chapter 115 Extra, Walnut goes to Comic-Con. Next, as soon as Walnut walked up to the booth, he was greeted by several people. They're all staff members of the Mikuku. The purpose of putting up the Walnut video was also to draw Walnut over. When they saw that Walnut was weak and small, walking over alone. They immediately looked at each other and started to go up to snub Walnut, as instructed by their superior. "Hello, this young lady. We are the employees of MiQ. Can we hire you as our ambassador?" "An ambassador? What are the benefits?" As soon as Walnut heard the word hire, he became interested. "You can get all kinds of official benefits in the game. Such as raw stones, and all kinds of peripherals, always known as stingy. The official personnel of the MiQ can be fooled." Walnut's brain buzzed when he heard the other side's long list of fancy so-called perks. This hall master is not interested. She pressed on, quickly waving her hand. Seeing that Walnut turned to leave, the other party was anxious. "Don't, miss, have a word." Walnut subconsciously took a few steps back, but the other party pressed forward until they had her surrounded, began to talk relentlessly about how good the official benefits are in a vain attempt to brainwash Walnut. Hearing the so-called benefits in the mouths of the official personnel, the spectators watching around them were instantly reminded of the compensation letters that were usually withheld in the game. "Now you want to beat MS Walnut with hot chick stats again?" The audience was righteously angry and began to fight for Walnut. It's okay to pit players normally, but now even such a real MS Walnut? That's right, there are so many tawdry maneuvers. Do you really think players are all filial sons? Welfare is played by you guys understand belongs to yes. Bad eating is written all over your face. Miss Walnut ignore them. Before Walnut could understand what was happening, the atmosphere of the scene became very subtle. Numerous players made so much noise that they almost tore down the Mikuyu booth. Many developments slamming the official action have also appeared in the words of the Twitter hot search, all of which have been posted up by the people on the scene to fight the injustice. For a time, the online Mikuyu Super Talk, as well as the offline Mikuyu CJ booth site, both sides of the group is furious. Yi Wuxin, carrying a large pile of small gifts bought for Walnut, turned his head and then heard people around him talking, saying what Mikuju official bullying Walnut Miss Sister and so on. He was shocked in his heart and hurriedly rushed over in the direction of Miku's booth. It wasn't because he was worried about Walnut's safety. After all, in Blue Star, no one in their right mind could bully Walnut, right? Instead, he was worried about Rice snubbing the official staff. After all, that windy nature of walnuts don't burn through people's pants later. Although Yi Wuxin was holding a large bag of things that was slightly at odds with his aura, but his posture was upright, and his steps were extremely fast, as if he had brought a gust of wind with him. The bustling crowd automatically parted a path for him. Yi Wuxin walked over to Walnut. Walnut was seen surrounded by several officials, frowning at what they were saying. Yi Wuxin immediately showed displeasure. "Please make way." This voice full of cold air rang out, and even in the middle of summer, it still sent chills down the spine. The few official personnel that me snubbed were shocked and hurriedly stood to the side, not daring to continue to harass Walnut. "You're here." When Walnut saw him coming, he immediately pounced up excitedly and directly crashed into Yi Wuxin's arms. "This hall master has been looking for you for a long time." Walnut cocked his head in displeasure and began to hit the first palladium. Yi Wuxin knocked her with a smothering chestnut. "It's not because you're running around." The surrounding audience fell silent for a moment when they saw the two interacting like this. Such a charming Miss Walnut and such a handsome little brother. How is it that the name of the flower/family has a master? But the two of them looked so well matched that instead, they couldn't give birth to a little bit of envy and jealousy. Only blessings from the heart. At that moment, one of the supervisors of MiQ hurriedly walked over, glaring darkly at the staff at the scene in the process. He had just been criticized by his top boss and had rushed over to try to save the day. A cosplayer who looks so much like Walnut is a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. How can you just pass it off with all that crap data like you used to? His eyes lit up even more when he saw Walnut and Yi Wuxin. This little brother standing by Miss Walnut's side has a clear and handsome brow, a straight and elegant posture, and carries a cool aura. Very handsome and beautiful. When he stood in the crowd, it was as if the people around him became a backdrop. Even standing next to Walnut, there was nothing out of place. I just don't know which anime character the cosplayer is. It would be nice to snub them all together as a diversion for my own game. Thinking this way, the head of operations walked up beautifully. "Hello both of you. I'm very sorry. The people underneath did something a bit presumptuous. I wonder if the two of you are interested in becoming our official cosplayers of MiQ?" Yi Wuxin immediately waved his hand and pulled Walnut to leave. Knowing well the inertia of meter snubs, he didn't even bother to say a word. It's going to be a walk in the park when you see handsome women who aren't impressed by the benefits. Undeterred, Rice's neglected operations director continued to step forward. "This little brother, can I ask which anime character you play? Playing? Not role-playing." Oh. Walnut blinked her plum pupils, so much so that she finally understood what the other was saying. Before Yi Wuxin could speak, Walnut lightly dropped a sentence. "He is the husband of this hall master. In name only, as it were." After the two returned to the hall of the past life, Walnut began to open the gifts Yi Wuxin brought back with great interest. "It's a big bag of anime blind boxes. Pink, blue, red. The colorful packaging dazzled Walnut. Which one should this hallmaster demolish first? Yi Wuxin leisurely hugged half a watermelon and said, whatever. It's all the stories I've told you. My favorite story you told about the robot cat that dissolves all kinds of worries. Which box was it? Walnut peeled out a stack of blue boxes. It's the blue one with the fat blue guy with the round head painted on it. Oh. Walnut unwrapped one handily. Wow. That's so cute. There really is a fourth dimension pocket. Walnut poked at the pocket on the robot cat's stomach, grinning. Seeing how happy she was, Yi Wuxin put down the watermelon in her hands and ran over to watch Walnut unwrap the blind box. Walnut dismantled another robot cat-themed one. How is it exactly like the one just now? Yi Wuxin scratched his head. He even blindly chose it with his eyes closed in order to verify his character. It can't really be that dark, can it? Walnut removes one more. Still the same. Tear down another one. Yi Wuxin's face darkened. Did you fall for it? Walnut teased him with a smirk. There's only this one style of robot cat. Alas, the merchants nowadays are too shady. Yi Wuxin sighed and found himself an excuse. It's okay. Walnut leaned toward him with a big grin. It's enough for this hall master to have you as a robot cat.